Chen Yang had been schemed against by his close friend Zhang Jun for 2 decades, living a life akin to that of a beast of burden. Upon his rebirth, he wed Zhang Jun's unattainable love, Lin Wei, and embarked on a quest for vengeance. He began purchasing lottery tickets, acquiring real estate, investing in stocks. An expansive portal to a new world was unfolding before him. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2002. Can you come to the Baodao Cafe tonight at 8? I have something to discuss. Chen Yang stared in astonishment at the text message from Lin Wei. He had not anticipated that he would be reborn in this particular moment of 2002. Lin Wei was his classmate at Xinjiang University and the president of a student council. In his previous life, he had missed this encounter due to a bout of diarrhea, which consequently strained their relationship. For years, Chen Yang had been baffled by the reasons behind his misfortunes. Only before his rebirth did he uncover the truth that his college comrade, Zhang Jun, had been the puppet master all along. Zhang Jun was a fervent admirer of Lin Wei, pursuing her relentlessly since high school, throughout their university years, and even up to the time of Chen Yang's rebirth, all without success. Once, Chen Yang had been deeply moved by Zhang Jun's unrequited love, only to realize he himself had been the greatest fool. Do you understand why you've struggled so much after graduation? It's all the work of that scoundrel Zhang Jun. You couldn't find a job in Qingshui City because Zhang Jun had already tipped off employers to avoid hiring you. Your wife is Zhang Jun's cousin. He orchestrated her approach to you with the intent of luring you away to Shunsheng, far from Lin Wei. By the way, Lin Wei once harbored feelings for you, not Zhang Jun. Furthermore, the 3 million your wife lost was also a scheme devised by Zhang Jun. Had it not been for the certainty of your indifference towards Lin Wei, he might have even sought to eliminate you. Chen Yang's mental world shattered completely. He had long pondered why his life felt so burdensome. Endless employment struggles, his wife marrying a man who fathered 3 children. After toiling for 20 years, yearning for a simple life back home, he discovered that his greatest adversary was none other than Zhang Jun, the brother he had trusted most. Fueled by rage, Chen Yang disregarded his wife's vehement protests and drove back to Qingshui to confront Zhang Jun. Unfortunately, he met with an accident en route. At this moment, now reborn, Chen Yang found himself calm. The heart of his conflict with Zhang Jun revolved around Lin Wei. However, it was unjust that Zhang Jun had schemed against him because of her. During their 4 years at university, Lin Wei had indeed assisted Chen Yang greatly, yet their opportunities for private interaction were scant. One was engrossed in academic pursuits and student council duties, while the other spent his spare time working to earn money, with barely any socializing. Their only moments of connection occurred during brief returns to Qingshui City during winter and summer breaks, often in the company of Zhang Jun. Moreover, Chen Yang had never perceived Lin Wei as having any romantic interest in him. After graduation, they had maintained no contact whatsoever. Discussions about Lin Wei were merely Zhang Jun's narratives shared within their college roommates' chat group. Thus, Chen Yang concluded that he had been deeply wronged. He hastily prepared himself for the meeting, determined to ascertain whether Lin Wei truly held any feelings for him. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Zhang Jun approaching with a broad grin, clutching a bag of KFC. Chen Yang, I brought you some freshly made KFC. Chen Yang stifled the urge to strike him. Observing Zhang Jun, who stood a head shorter than him and possessed an unremarkable appearance, he reflected that had it not been for his father being the wealthiest man in Qingshui City, Zhang Jun's post-graduation life would likely have been even more pitiful than his own previous existence. In contrast, Lin Wei was not only beautiful and capable, but also came from a politically influential family. Prior to his rebirth, she had already ascended to the position of county party secretary in Qingshui County, a true local potentate. It was entirely reasonable for her to look down upon Zhang Jun. To conspire against an innocent person for the sake of a woman who did not love him was a notion that struck Chen Yang as laughable. He wished to ignore Zhang Jun's insincere enthusiasm as he turned to bypass him and continued towards the dormitory exit. What's your deal, Chen Yang? I kindly brought you food, and yet you show me such a sour face? Zhang Jun angrily grasped Chen Yang's hand, his fury palpable. Chen Yang cast a glance at him, then at the KFC bag, and suddenly, memories for his past life surged forth with clarity. He recalled that it was Zhang Jun's icy cola that had caused his diarrhea, leading to his missed rendezvous with Lin Wei. Moreover, he had requested Zhang Jun to procure antidiarrheal medication, only for this scoundrel to vanish for an entire night and stealthily abscond with his phone. Coincidentally, Zhang Jun's inseparable companions, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, had also not returned to the dorm that day. Their subsequent excuse was that they had spent the entire night at an internet cafe watching the World Cup. At the time, Chen Yang had not thought much of it, but now, with hindsight, he sensed something amiss. The World Cup that year had been jointly hosted by South Korea and Japan, with matches scheduled for the afternoon and evening. There was no need to stay up all night. Thus, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan's actions were evidently part of Zhang Jun's meticulous scheme. Zhang Jun, someone just messaged me claiming you added something to my cola. Is that true? Chen Yang intended to bluff Zhang Jun, Yet the latter's reaction was a rich tapestry of emotions: surprise, embarrassment, anger, and finally reverting to his usual arrogance. Chen Yang, have I not treated you well over the years? I provided you with food and drink, and even sought various subsidies for you. Oh, what if I put a little laxative in your cola? Was it not just a joke? Chen Yang chuckled. Was this truly how jokes were made? That laxative had confined him to the restroom for an entire night, making him wish to expel his very innards. What animosity could prompt such vindictiveness? Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled something and casually inquired, "Did you drug me because of Lin Wei?" Zhang Jun's expression darkened further, and he coldly retorted, "Indeed, Lin Wei sought you for a matter, and I did not wish for you to interfere." Chen Yang was perplexed. If you didn't want me involved, you could have simply stated so. Why resort to drugging me? Because this matter is of great importance, and I wanted to avoid any unforeseen complications. What could possibly be so critical? You do not need to know. Very well, I shall inquire with Lin Wei. Chen Yang had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Zhang Jun. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what could prompt Zhang Jun to be so anxious. What matter required Lin Wei's attention? A confession of love. Chen Yang swiftly dismissed the notion. Since graduation, his phone number had remained unchanged, yet he had never received a call or text from Lin Wei. Even during festive occasions when he sent her greetings, she had never responded. This perplexing silence left Chen Yang questioning how, after 4 years of camaraderie, he had seemingly become less than a stranger in her eyes. Unable to fathom this conundrum, Chen Yang resolved to seek answers directly from Lin Wei. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Jun hurled the KFC container onto the floor of his dormitory. He then swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number with urgency. "Zhao Xuanfa, Tang Kuan, you two scoundrels. You consume my resources daily, and now you have betrayed me. Just wait. I will not let this matter rest." Meanwhile, in an internet cafe outside Xingqing University, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan exchanged bewildered glances as they watched the football match, utterly perplexed by the outburst from Zhang Jun on the other end of the line. Chapter 2. False brothers emerging from the dormitory building. Chen Yang dialed Lin Wei's number, seeking to confirm the details of their rendezvous. However, Lin Wei appeared to be preoccupied, requesting that he hang up and reconnect later. With time on his hands, Chen Yang opted to head to the meeting place in anticipation. After a short stroll, he encountered Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, both breathless from a recent sprint back from the internet CAF. Zhao Xuanfa stood at a similar height to Chen Yang, both measuring around 6 feet tall. As a fellow member of the university basketball team, he possessed a robust physique, having once served as Zhang Jun's personal bodyguard during his college days. Tang Kuan, slightly shorter than both Chen Yang and Zhao Xuanfa, stood just above 5'7". However, in stark contrast to Zhang Jun's unwavering devotion, Tang Kuan was a notorious flirt, having cycled through 4 girlfriends in 4 years. Simultaneously, he served as Zhang Jun's trusted advisor. In their previous life, these two had consistently occupied Zhang Jun's inner circle. Chen Yang, on the other hand, due to his remote residence in Deep City, had maintained only a tenuous connection with them, primarily limited to their university roommate group chat, where they exchanged mundane updates and festive greetings. Conversely, despite the geographical distance, Zhang Jun had always shown great enthusiasm towards Chen Yang. Whenever Chen Yang encountered difficulties, Zhang Jun would spare no effort in providing assistance. Therefore, when Tang Kuan revealed the truth, Chen Yang found it utterly incomprehensible, particularly regarding the stolen 3 million, which extinguished his will to survive. "Chen Yang, what is going on between you and Zhang Jun?" Tang Kuan inquired, his voice strained from exertion, as he seemed to struggle to catch his breath. "Didn't you message me, saying Zhang Jun planned to drug me?" Chen Yang replied coolly, regarding Tang Kuan with a measured gaze. In truth, this information had indeed originated from Tang Kuan, albeit 20 years prior. Moreover, Chen Yang had reason to suspect that the idea of employing laxatives had been concocted by the very strategist, Tang Kuan himself. "Chen Yang, don't pin this on me. I never said anything," Tang Kuan exclaimed, becoming visibly flustered. His family's breeding farm had flourished remarkably in recent years, with Zhang Jun's father as their largest client. If Zhang Jun were to misinterpret this as a betrayal, it could have dire consequences for his business. "Oh, so wasn't he you?" Chen Yang feigned surprise and then glanced at Zhao Xuanfa, pretending to be puzzled as he queried, "Old Zhao, could it possibly be you?" Zhao Xuanfa quickly shook his head in denial. Though he appeared robust, he was no fool. Recognizing that Chen Yang was unharmed, he understood the source of Zhang Jun's ire. There's a traitor among us. It wasn't me. It absolutely cannot be me. Zhao Xuanfa protested vehemently. I was with Tang Kuan at the internet CAF watching the World Cup when I received Zhang Jun's call and thought you were in trouble, so I rushed back. You're saying Zhang Jun planned to drug you? That's impossible. Chen Yang offered him a knowing look, urging him to discern the situation for himself, and suggested they return to the dormitory to confront Zhang Jun. He deliberately sowed discord, relishing the discomfort it caused them. For 4 years at university, they had claimed brotherhood. Yet when it came to administering a laxative, they showed no restraint. However, Zhao Xuanfa's words triggered a memory for Chen Yang. This World Cup year had seen numerous unexpected results. Tang Kuan, a lottery enthusiast, had even won second place in the victory betting, earning over 100,000. Yet, during celebratory dinners, he lamented not having wagered on Italy's loss, thereby missing out on a windfall of 4 million. This lament had echoed in his ears for the past 2 decades. Checking the date on his phone, Chen Yang noted it was precisely the day before the lottery sales deadline. Thus, he resolved to test his luck. Upon reaching the school gate, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the Peninsula CAF in the city center. Noticing Lin Wei had yet to return his call, he sought out a nearby sports lottery shop. Taking a single betting slip for the victory wager, Chen Yang, relying on his memory, marked the correct options with a pencil, then handed the proprietor 100 yuan, requesting a 50-fold bet. Little brother, this purchase seems a bit extravagant, remarked the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who appeared somewhat knowledgeable about football. He scrutinized Chen Yang's betting slip and, instead of processing it immediately, inquired earnestly, "Are you sure about this?" Chen Yang smiled and replied, "Fortune favors the bold. Without daring to bet on the underdogs, how can one strike it rich? Yet your choices are rather audacious." The shopkeeper observed, still examining the slip in disbelief. Both France and Germany, the 2 frontrunners for the championship, are predicted to draw, while Italy is outright chosen to lose. This is exceedingly bold. Perhaps you should consider a multiple bet instead? The shopkeeper suggested seriously, recognizing that 100 yuan equated to several days' wages for an average worker. Such reckless spending seemed wasteful. Chen Yang shook his head, resolutely sticking to his decision. The shopkeeper sighed, cautiously printing out the ticket, ensuring Chen Yang double-checked it multiple times. He worried that an irate Chen Yang might seek him out after the draw, having witnessed many such incidents where initial enthusiasm turned to despair upon the announcement of results. Unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, a few days later, he would rue not having placed a few bets himself. After receiving his ticket, Chen Yang withdrew 500 yuan from a nearby ATM, reasoning that since they were meeting at the CF, he ought to treat Lin Wei. He felt it was only right, as she had supported him considerably during their university years, and he had no inclination to impose financial burdens on a woman. As night fell, the vibrant lights illuminated the starry cityscape. Chen Yang situated himself at a window table on the 2nd floor of the CAF, enjoying the nocturnal panorama while keeping an eye on the time. At approximately 7:50, Lin Wei finally made her appearance. Dressed in a sleek black uniform, her long, fair legs adorned with black stockings exuded elegance and allure. However, as she settled into her seat, a hint of fatigue tainted her voice. "Chen Yang, the student council has been particularly busy lately. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Chen Yang smiled reassuringly, "No worries at all," and called over a waiter to place their order. Lin Wei, citing her dieting regimen, opted for merely a cup of coffee. Thinking she was attempting to spare him some expense, Chen Yang produced the 500 yuan he had just withdrawn and placed it on the table, stating, "You needn't worry about the cost. Feel free to indulge. If it's not enough, I can withdraw more." Lin Wei shot him a disapproving glance, her expression tinged with irritation. "Chen Yang, I assumed you were different from Zhang Jun, yet you seem to share the same flaws. At least he is a legitimate wealthy heir. You, a farmer's son working 2 jobs, should not pretend to be affluent." Chen Yang felt a flush of embarrassment at her words, realizing how deeply Zhang Jun's influence had affected him. In his previous life, he had struggled under the weight of familial obligations and Zhang Jun's machinations, with excessive spending on socializing serving as a significant burden as well. The harsh reality was that much of the money spent yielded no returns. Those who feigned brotherhood at the dining table often wielded the sharpest knives behind one's back. Zhang Jun's family was the wealthiest in Qingshui City, with assets exceeding 10 billion at their peak. For him, expending a little extra money on social engagements was insignificant. In contrast, every cent Chen Yang spent was earned through hard work and sweat. Nevertheless, Lin Wei was certainly not akin to those superficial friends from his past. She had genuinely supported him. Lin Wei, you have taken great care of me during these years at school, and I truly wish to express my gratitude. That is all. He conveyed sincerely. Lin Wei shook her head, her tone softening considerably. I appreciate your sentiment. I am genuinely on a diet. You can ask Zhang Jun if you doubt me. Having just severed ties with Zhang Jun, Chen Yang had no intention of consulting him. Since Lin Wei claimed to be dieting, he chose to trust her, despite finding her figure utterly attractive. After placing their orders, a silence lingered between them until Chen Yang, unable to contain himself, broke the quiet. Lin Wei, what did you want to discuss with me? My father wishes for me to marry the son of one of his war comrades after graduation. I do not concur with this marriage and wish to find someone to engage in a sham marriage merely to deceive others. After some contemplation, I have realized that you are the most suitable candidate to assist me in resolving this predicament. Lin Wei gazed earnestly at the somewhat bewildered Chen Yang and asked, Are you willing to help me? Chapter 3. The Sham Marriage. Chen Yang was taken aback, realizing that the plot he had often witnessed on television had unexpectedly unfolded in his own life. Suddenly, he comprehended why Zhang Jun had urged him to refrain from intervening in this matter. No ordinary man could accept the notion of his first love marrying another, even if it were a mere pretense. Had there been no past grievances, had Zhang Jun been forthright with Chen Yang regarding this affair, he would undoubtedly have declined. To his astonishment, this scoundrel had resorted to underhanded methods, nearly costing Chen Yang his life. You lack virtue. Do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Yet, while Chen Yang wished to vex Zhang Jun, he did not hastily express his stance. He harbored several doubts he wished to pose to Lin Wei. Why not approach Zhang Jun? His family's circumstances would surely facilitate a more seamless ruse. Absolutely not. Lin Wei shook her head firmly. He is the least suitable person for this. He treats you quite well. It is widely acknowledged that he is the most infatuated man at Xingqing University. Chen Yang continued to probe. After all, Zhang Jun had pursued her since high school, a span of 7 years. If history remained unchanged, there lay another 2 decades of arduous endeavors ahead. Yet he had achieved nothing. Lin Wei smiled wryly. Affection cannot be coerced. Had I wished to accept him, I would have done so after graduating high school. Why wait until now? It would be impossible to feign a marriage. No, I cannot afford to give him any false hopes, nor do I wish to entangle myself in complications. Chen Yang found her reasoning sound. Should that devious Zhang Jun engage in a sham marriage with Lin Wei, he would undoubtedly seek every opportunity to consummate it. In his previous life, despite remaining single, Zhang Jun was never short of female company, as evidenced by the conversations in their university group chat. Moreover, Chen Yang was aware that Zhang Jun's pursuit of Lin Wei was not motivated by genuine affection, but rather by the influential connections of the Lin family. Conversely, Lin Wei's rejection of him likely stemmed from her own understanding of this ulterior motive. Chen Yang could not help but admire Lin Wei's decisiveness in handling matters. Dislike is dislike. She would not waver. Why then have you chosen me? He inquired. Beyond my family background, my appearance, intellect, and character are all commendable and would likely impress my parents. Chen Yang felt a small swell of pride at such flattering remarks from a beauty. Perhaps a sham marriage would suffice. After all, his primary objective upon reincarnation was to amass wealth, and he had no intention of rekindling any romance with Zhang Meili. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Seeing Chen Yang agree so readily, Lin Wei expressed her gratitude. To preempt any unexpected visits from her parents, they discussed various details, such as their respective lifestyles, interests, dietary preferences, and personal taboos. During this exchange, Zhang Jun incessantly called, but they tacitly chose not to answer. After about an hour of conversation, Lin Wei, feeling fatigued, arranged to meet Chen Yang the following morning at the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. She then took a taxi back to her rented apartment in the city, while Chen Yang returned to the university. As he approached his dormitory, he spotted a furious Zhang Jun striding towards him. "Where have you been? Why did you not answer my calls? Must I report my whereabouts to you?" Chen Yang retorted, disinterested, as he made his way back to his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by utter chaos. His clothes, bedding, and toiletries were strewn haphazardly across the floor. Had it not been for his suitcase being secured with a lock, the situation would have been even more disastrous. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Jun, who quickly recoiled behind Zhao Xuanfa. "Chen Yang, you cannot blame Zhang Jun. Everyone has witnessed how he has treated you these past few years. Who would have thought you would betray him?" remarked Tang Kuan, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Yang scoffed, addressing Tang Kuan. "Which of your eyes saw me betray him? You returned late. Is it not because you were on a date with Lin Wei? Tang Kuan grunted in onnice. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Speaking of betrayal, is that not your forte?" Chen Yang shot back, prompting Tang Kuan into silence, as he had indeed stolen 3 of his 4 girlfriends from others. At this moment, Zhao Xuanfa interjected, "Chen Yang, if you're not with Lin Wei, why did you not answer Zhang Jun's calls?" Chen Yang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Jun, exclaiming, "That scoundrel drugged me. Am I to greet him with a smile like a dog? Compared to certain individuals, I still possess some principles." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanfa's face turned awkward, sensing that Chen Yang's words were directed at him. Yet, he could not express anger, lest he fit the description. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to address Zhang Jun's situation, as he was, after all, his primary benefactor. Although he understood that Zhang Jun was in the wrong, he still wished to counsel Chen Yang. "You have lived together for 4 years. Be magnanimous. Let the past remain in the past. After all, you are not the one who fell victim." Chen Yang nodded fully. "I should express my gratitude to a certain classmate for their well-meaning advice." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing uncertainty. Despite having previously sworn loyalty, seeds of doubt had begun to sprout in Zhang Jun's mind. "Brother Jun, I swear it was not me." "Paul, I assure you it was not me." Faced with the simultaneous declarations of Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, Zhang Jun oscillated between anger and confusion. Zhao Xuanfa was his most reliable ally, always the first to take action in any situation. He pondered, having treated him well over the years. There was no reason for Zhao Xuanfa to betray him. As for Tang Kuan, putting aside their business dealings, he was the one who had concocted the idea of drugging Chen Yang. Surely, he would not betray himself as well. Furthermore, he had checked both their phones and found no record of calls or messages to Chen Yang. Could it be that a third party was present, unbeknownst to them? Chen Yang, who exactly has been gossiping behind my back? Zhang Jun felt as though his mind was on the verge of combustion. Fearful of retribution, he even contemplated checking Chen Yang's phone. However, Chen Yang had intentionally devised this ruse and would never provide him with an answer. After tidying up the disarray, he hoisted his suitcase and departed the dormitory. Seeing him leave, Zhang Jun exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Xuanfa, who quickly shook his head. He sensed that Chen Yang was barely containing his fury. Forcing the issue would undoubtedly provoke genuine conflict. Despite being a sportsman with a robust physique, he had no confidence in overcoming Chen Yang should it come to blows. A man capable of effortlessly carrying 2 bags of cement up 7 flights of stairs was not one to be trifled with, especially when considering Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan were hardly formidable contenders. That night, the 3 occupants of the dormitory lay in silence, each lost in thought until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, sequestered in a hotel off campus, found sleep elusive. His mind oscillated between contemplating the sham marriage with Lin Wei and strategizing how to deal with her family. He was also consumed by thoughts of Zhang Jun, the scoundrel who had inflicted a lifetime of suffering upon him, pondering how he might exact his revenge. After a sleepless night, as the sun rose, Chen Yang hurried into the bathroom to prepare himself thoroughly. Once finished, he gathered his identification and household registration documents and met Lin Wei at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. By 10 a.m., having successfully navigated all the necessary procedures, The two emerged with their marriage certificate in hand. Gazing at the photograph of the two of them on the marriage certificate, Chen Yang was suddenly enveloped by an ethereal sensation, as if he were living in a dream. Lin Wei, the future secretary of the Qing Shui County Committee, a high-ranking official, had inexplicably become his legally recognized wife. It was utterly astonishing. However, before he could revel in this surreal moment, Lin Wei snatched the marriage certificate from his hands. "I shall safeguard this certificate until we part ways in the future," she declared. Chapter 4. The Farce of the School Forum. With the certificate taken away, Chen Yang felt a twinge of regret. After all, this was his first time acquiring a marriage license after his rebirth. Even if it were merely an act, it was worthy of commemoration. Lin Wei seemed to sense Chen Yang's displeasure and spoke earnestly. "I do this for your own good. Zhang Jun is not as admirable as you perceive. If news of our marriage leaks, you will encounter numerous troubles in Qing Shui." Chen Yang shrugged dismissively. "What is there to fear? I have no intention of returning to Qing Shui. After all, his influence cannot extend to Xing Cheng, can it?" Lin Wei, taken aback by his words, responded, "You do not plan to return to Qing Shui? I recall you expressing otherwise in the past." Chen Yang explained breathlessly. "I intended to leverage the knowledge I acquired at university to assist my hometown in achieving prosperity. However, I have since reconsidered." Curiously, Lin Wei inquired, "What prompted this change of heart?" Chen Yang replied, "Without policies, without individuals to enforce them, and lacking funding, going back would merely squander my youth." Lin Wei appeared unsatisfied with Chen Yang's response. "For a place to develop, there must be a leader. You could return to initiate some projects to galvanize the community. I will find a way to address the funding. Thank you for your kindness, but I currently have no plans to return to Qing Shui." Chen Yang shook his head. Having been reborn, who would willingly choose to be a fool toiling for no reward? In his previous life, settling in Deep City was not solely due to Zhang Jun's scheming. His hometown bore some responsibility as well. "Chen Yang, you do not strike me as someone who easily forgets their roots. I still hope you will return and contribute to Qing Shui's development. If I were to tell you that my family's old house has been occupied and the land reclaimed by the village, do you believe I have any reason to return?" Lin Wei's expression shifted from disappointment to astonishment, accompanied by a sense of incomprehension. "Chen Yang, how could they do such a thing? That is illegal. My parents have passed away, and my household registration is now with the school. They have acted, and what can I do?" Chen Yang sighed bitterly. Without connections or wealth, even if one is bullied, they can only endure. Such is the fate of the underprivileged, even as a reborn individual. Chen Yang currently lacked the strength to alter his circumstances. Lin Wei looked at Chen Yang with pity. She had known of his background since her freshman year, but had not anticipated his hardships. After a moment of silence, she comforted him. "Then come back to Qing Shui with me, to your aunt's home. With your qualifications, finding a good job in the city should not be difficult." Chen Yang thought to himself that Qing Shui was Zhang Jun's territory. How could that fellow possibly allow him to thrive? However, since these events had yet to unfold, he could not divulge this to Lin Wei. Even if he did, she would hardly believe him, so he could only seek another excuse to decline. "My cousin graduated from high school this year, and her aspirations are also aimed at universities in Xincheng. I suspect their family will move here as well." Lin Wei felt a touch of disappointment at Chen Yang's reluctance to return to Qing Shui, yet she understood that such matters could not be forced. At that moment, Lin Wei's phone rang. It was a call from a student council urging her to address some affairs. Fearing she would continue to press him about returning to Qing Shui, Chen Yang quickly hailed a taxi to take her back to Xincheng University while he returned to the hotel for some much-needed rest. Perhaps due to a night devoid of sleep, he slept until dusk. Upon awakening, he found a flurry of missed calls and messages on his phone. Lin Wei, Xiang Yun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had all attempted to reach him, along with several other classmates. Most crucially, even his mentor, Wang Zhengwo, had called. After glancing at the messages, he finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had conspired on the campus forum, accusing him of being ungrateful and seducing Lin Wei. Just as he was about to confront those three scoundrels, Lin Wei's call came through again. "Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why have you been ignoring my calls?" I just woke up, he replied. Are you aware of what transpired on the forum? I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that Zhang Jun would corrupt my best friend as well. Don't worry. I have yet to consider those clowns worth my attention. Chen Yang, please do not act impulsively. We are nearing graduation. I have already clarified the matter on the forum. Just pretend today never happened. All right. Chen Yang replied perfunctorily, using the excuse of needing to shower to end the call. He then dialed his mentor, Wang Zhangwo, who also advised him to remain calm. The more they urged him to refrain from acting rashly, the more curious Chen Yang became. He hurried to a nearby internet CAF, using his identification to rent a computer, and quickly accessed the campus network of Chung University. Seduction of his sister-in-law, he mused. Is it possible that such morally bankrupt individuals exist even at Chung University? The forum's homepage featured a striking hot discussion thread that was impossible to ignore. The post's author, the so-called first handsome of the Tang clan, was someone Chen Yang recognized well, Tang Kuen's online alias. Clicking on his post, Chen Yang found it filled with criticisms against him. The crux of the matter was that for the entirety of his 4 years at university, all his living expenses were covered by Zhang Jun, and the school subsidies were obtained through Zhang Jun's connections, only for him to ultimately steal Zhang Jun's girlfriend. Beneath the post, numerous alternate accounts belonging to Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuen joined in to condemn Chen Yang. They had undoubtedly orchestrated their campaign with remarkable success. Chen Yang scrolled through dozens of pages, and the majority of the onlookers offered him negative evaluations. Some even suggested expelling him from the school to uphold its image. Of course, there were a few classmates who had a decent relationship with Chen Yang and defended him, but their voices were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of criticism. However, beneath Tang Kuen's post, there was another highly popular thread authored by Lin Wei. As the president of the student council, she had always been a focal figure on the school forum. Her post bore a straightforward title, Clarification Regarding My Relationship with Zhang Jun and Chen Yang. To all school leaders and fellow students, I apologize for taking up your time here. I would like to clarify that I have never had a romantic relationship with Zhang Jun. We are merely ordinary classmates, fellow townsfolk, and friends. As for Chen Yang, we are currently also just ordinary classmates, fellow townsfolk, and friends. To those who enjoy spreading rumors, I hope you understand something. The internet is not a lawless realm, and slander will inevitably be punished. With Lin Wei's statement, the heat of Tang Kuen's post noticeably diminished. The onlookers began to turn against Tang Kuen, criticizing him for being self-important and stirring up trouble. Yet, even with Lin Wei's intervention, Chen Yang was not inclined to let the matter rest. He needed the public to be aware of certain truths they were oblivious to. To all school leaders and fellow students of Chung University, I, Chen Yang, wish to offer 3 points of clarification regarding the post-attacking Tang. First, during my time studying abroad, I adhered to the principle of working while studying. All my living expenses, aside from the school subsidies, were earned through my own labor. The notion that I relied on my classmates is entirely fabricated. Second, I did indeed accept leftover food from my roommate. Upholding the principle of not wasting food, I did consume it. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to that kind-hearted roommate. Third, Lin Wei is a modern independent woman of both beauty and intellect, and I genuinely admire her. If such admiration is a crime, then many individuals at our school should also be held accountable. As for the classmate who accuses others of poaching, to my knowledge, he is quite adept at such practices himself. Chapter 5. The intoxicated fans of the national football team, Chen Yang's post quickly attracted a throng of curious onlookers. Sofa. Bench. Wow, the first floor's typing speed is astonishing. After perusing the original post, I realized I, too, bore some culpability. Ever since my freshman year, I had harbored a secret admiration for Senior Lin Wei. I had encountered the poster in person. He was tall and handsome, a perfect match for Senior Lin Wei. However, that Zhang fellow who persistently pursued her was rather unremarkable in appearance, a mere toad yearning for a swan's affection. How absurd. Classmates, have you overlooked the crux of the matter? The poster mentioned that the so-called most handsome man of the Tang clan is a master of underhanded tactics. Can anyone shed light on this? I'm here. A friend of mine had his girlfriend snatched away by him. This man's real name is Tang Kun from the finance department, who, relying on his family's modest wealth, indulges in promiscuity. So it's Tang Kun. What a scoundrel. He has swapped girlfriends multiple times, all stolen from others. It's no wonder Lin Wei has no affection for Zhang Jun, considering his association with such a cad. Here, as a little secret. Last summer, while working a side job, I encountered a police raid on prostitution. And one of those apprehended bore a striking resemblance to Tang Kun. Could it be? How can the school administrators ignore such a disgraceful character, tarnishing the institution's image? In room 402 of the finance department dormitory, Tang Kun was engrossed in watching the World Cup on his computer when Zhang Jun dragged him to read Chen Yang's post. He instantly erupted in fury, hurling his beer violently against the ground. Who is this scoundrel named eBay Qing Shui? I'll sue him for defamation. Did you really go? Shang Yun I Tang Kun skip to Keidu. His mood was far from pleasant. He had hoped to incite Tang Kun to damage Chen Yang's reputation on the school forum. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei had intervened, severing any ties between them entirely. Although Chen Yang's post was aimed at Tang Kun, it inadvertently implicated Zhang Jun as well. How could one maintain a respectable image at school while associating with such a scoundrel? Truly, a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. What Zhang Jun found even more intolerable was that Tang Kun had secretly indulged in paid companionship with Zhao Xuanfa behind his back. Hadn't they agreed to share their fortunes together? Feeling scrutinized by Zhang Jun's gaze, Tang Kun reluctantly confessed, "Brother Jun, I did go once. But the place was upscale and discreet. There was no chance of getting caught. That forum guy is definitely spreading lies." Zhang Jun dismissed him, focusing instead on addressing Chen Yang's post. If the rumors continued, it was likely that Tang Kun wouldn't be the only one implicated in such activities. Graduating under the stigma of solicitation would surely lead to a beating at home. Hello, Xuye. Have you been following the forum situation? You know Tang Kun. He may spend a bit, but he wouldn't dare engage in illegal activities. I suspect Chen Yang is behind the rumors with a fake account. Can you help me handle this? All right. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to dinner later. After the call, Zhang Jun finally exhaled, relieved to have avoided further embarrassment from Chen Yang while entangling himself in a scandal. The more he looked at Tang Kun, the more displeased he became, kicking him hard. Outside Xinjiang University, after posting, Chen Yang stopped by a roadside stall for a plate of stir-fried rice noodles. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Lin Wei's call came through. "Chen Yang, come to the Zhaoyang restaurant on Jianxi Road. It's urgent." Thinking something serious had occurred, he hastily abandoned his noodles and rushed to the destination. The Zhaoyang restaurant turned out to be a small, privately run eatery. Lin Wei stood at the entrance, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man swayed unsteadily, mumbling incoherently, clearly inebriated, while the woman attempted to soothe him. "Chen Yang, my friend is drunk. We can't manage him, so we need your help." Upon closer inspection, the inebriated man was of similar height to Chen Yang, but far more robust. Lin Wei stood at 168 centimeters, while the woman beside him seemed around 160 centimeters. Both were slender, struggling to assist a 180 centimeters behemoth in a drunken state. Moreover, Lin Wei's demeanor suggested she had no desire to touch him. After considerable effort, they finally managed to hoist him onto Chen Yang's back. During the journey, Chen Yang inquired about the situation. It turned out the man was named Chun Bing, a football enthusiast. Upon witnessing the national team's defeat against Brazil in 2004, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. Chen Yang found this hard to comprehend. After all, Brazil was the reigning champion of that World Cup. Losing by 4 goals was hardly surprising. If he couldn't accept this, what would he do when the team faced a 15-goal deficit against the likes of the Thai national team? Simultaneously, he felt a pang of sympathy for the man. As long as one remained a fan of the national team, a long road of suffering lay ahead. He wished he could impart the wisdom that one should cherish the present joys, for the future of the national team in the World Cup was uncertain. Of course, such foresight would be dismissed as mere folly and could even provoke derision. After trudging for about a kilometer, they finally reached their destination. Chen Yang felt more exhausted than when hauling cement up 7 flights of stairs at the construction site. Fortunately, Chun Bing's residence had an elevator, Otherwise, Chen Yang might have collapsed. Upon entering Chun Bing's home, Chen Yang was taken aback. Though it was merely a modest two-bedroom apartment, it was impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to the image of a drunken man. Moreover, upon assisting Chun Bing into the bedroom, he discovered that this fellow was, in fact, a police officer. Chen Yang mused, could this be the son of Lin Wei as father's comrade? No wonder she expressed reluctance to marry. It seemed this man had strayed. Yet, he felt a dissonance, given Lin Wei's temperament. If Chun Bing had indeed strayed, she would have cut ties decisively. So why were they still sharing meals? Furthermore, Lin Wei could easily use this situation to persuade her parents to annul the engagement. Why resort to a sham marriage with Chen Yang? Lin Wei, could it be that Chun Bing is the person your parents referred to? Lin Wei nodded. Noticing Chen Yang's bewildered expression, she elaborated. His parents disapproved of him being with Zhong Lin, so they kicked him out. To enable them, I must marry first. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhong Lin went to fetch a warm towel for Chen Bing, Chen Yang gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. He has already strayed. Yet you're willing to sacrifice yourself. Truly commendable. When did I say I liked him? Lin Wei shot Chen Yang a withering glance, retorting with his cowardly demeanor. Wallowing in self-pity at the slightest setback, only a blind person would take a liking to him. Just as Chen Yang was about to caution her to lower her voice, Zhong Lin entered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Lin Wei quickly recovered, addressing Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin, I've known Chen Bing since childhood. I'm used to speaking casually, so please don't take offense. This guy is lucky to have found a girlfriend like you. Zhong Lin smiled and reassured them, then attentively tended to the bedridden Chen Bing. This scene felt eerily familiar to Chen Yang, as if he had been transported back to a past life. Chapter 6, The 10 Million Yuan Prize. Chen Yang reminisced about his ex-wife, Zhang Meili, a woman as gentle and beautiful as Zhong Lin. Once upon a time, after a night of drinking with clients, Zhang Meili had cared for him in a similar manner. That tenderness had momentarily overshadowed the fact that she had once been married and had 3 children with other men, all of whom he had accepted. He had always believed Zhang Meili merely had poor luck in her youth. Little did he know she had conspired against him alongside Zhang Jun, Tang Kuan, and Zhao Xuanfa. Had it not been for the law, Chen Yang would have relished sending them to hell on the very first day of his rebirth. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Lin Wei noticed that Chen Yang emerged from Chun Bing's home with a visibly somber demeanor, prompting her to express her concerns. Chen Yang, unable to share the burdens of his past life with Lin Wei, merely reassured her that he was fine. However, Lin Wei's displeasure became palpable. Your emotions are etched upon your face. Why the pretense? Is there something you cannot disclose? She queried. No, I simply recalled an old friend from afar, Chen Yang replied. A female friend? Lin Wei pressed, to which Chen Yang nodded. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of annoyance. How could he be thinking of someone else when such a stunning beauty as herself was by his side? In truth, Lin Wei herself was perplexed by this sentiment. They were merely a nominal couple, and his romantic life should hold no relevance to her, yet she could not shake her dissatisfaction. Thus, when Chen Yang offered to escort her home, she resolutely declined. In the subsequent days, the two remained out of contact. Lin Wei busied herself with student council affairs and preparations for her return to work in Qingshui after graduation. Chen Yang, on the other hand, spent his time perusing newspapers or indulging in the internet CAF, consuming various news articles. In his past life, he toiled as a laborer, only to emerge with nothing to show for it. This time, he resolved to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey, seizing control of his destiny. He did not neglect to keep an eye on the school forum, where, despite Zhang Jun's efforts to erase his posts, gossip regarding Tang Kuan persisted unabated. The public's imagination ran wild. One moment they accused Tang Kuan of soliciting minors, the next of engaging with an octogenarian, and yet another of entanglements with a transgender individual from another country. A particularly audacious netizen even dubbed him a flirtatious master, which infuriated Tang Kuan, prompting him to unleash a torrent of vitriolic posts against his mockers, ultimately leading to his account suspension. Chen Yang could easily envision Tang Kuan's current state of hysteria. Although this individual had awakened him in his previous life, Chen Yang felt no sympathy. After all, Tang Kuan was one of the orchestrators behind his tragic past. Had it not been for the upheaval in the Zhang family's business, he would still be that sycophantic henchman. Breaking news. A remarkable individual from Dongjiang province has won a staggering 10 million yuan in the World Cup betting lottery. The once quiet forum erupted with excitement. How could anyone be so lucky? This World Cup has been full of upsets. One user exclaimed, "My beloved Italian model team lost to Croatia. What a disgrace." Another lamented, "Italy's loss to Croatia pales in comparison. Germany's inability to beat Ireland is truly laughable." Came the retort. The German team won their first match. A draw guarantees their advancement. But what a joke it is for the French team, the reigning champions who managed only 1 point in 2 matches. Someone else chimed in. "I can't fathom how they triumphed over Brazil in 1998, another pondered. No worries, France tends to start slow. Given their overall strength, they should beat Denmark in advance. A hopeful user suggested. Meanwhile, our national team has suffered 2 consecutive defeats, with 0 points and no goals. Truly embarrassing. Another interjected. And to add insult to injury, the neighboring teams from Korea and Japan are on the verge of advancing. How is it fair that they progress while we are eliminated? This coach, Milu, is a charlatan. Agreed. That old man only knows how to bamboozle fans, lacking any real strategy. Such a waste of talented players. Can we be realistic? I watched the matches. Our national team simply cannot compete. The previous commenter has a point. We must recognize our own limitations. My expectations are modest. I just hope we can score a goal against Turkey in the last match, breaking our scoreless streak. If we can't even score, I'll be satisfied with a draw against Turkey, another user added. As the conversation about the World Cup unfolded, Chen Yang recalled that he had purchased a lottery ticket. After his fallout with Zhang Jun and the others, his interest in football had waned. The ticket remained locked away in his suitcase. He opened Sina's website to check the lottery results, and sure enough, they mirrored those of his previous life, albeit with the grand prize reduced from nearly 4 million to 500,000. However, for Chen Yang, 500,000 multiplied by 50 amounted to a staggering 25 million. Even after taxes, he would still net 20 million. He was on the verge of fortune. Filled with excitement, Chen Yang returned to his rented hotel. He promptly called the lottery center to schedule a time to claim his winnings. Then, enveloped in his blanket, he let out a jubilant shout. In his past life, when crushed by the weight of existence, he had once dreamed of winning a grand prize. He had invested several thousand, only to win a mere 10. Little did he know that this dream would only come to fruition after his rebirth. With this newfound wealth, Chen Yang's future ambitions crystallized. He resolved to invest in real estate. The next decade would usher in an unprecedented boom in the property market of Star City. Having been a slave to housing debt in his previous life, he understood all too well the significance of a home for a family. While Star City's property prices may not rival those of Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, it remained a provincial capital. Investing now would present no hurdles to reaping substantial returns in the future. Moreover, at this juncture, the concept of school district housing had yet to take root. Chen Yang could exploit his foresight to acquire numerous school district properties, maximizing his profits. Additionally, Chen Yang contemplated acquiring several commercial shops. Having lost his parents at an early age, he had lived with his aunt since middle school. His aunt was unemployed, while his uncle was merely an ordinary worker at a textile factory in Qingshui. To support both him and his cousin's education, they tirelessly operated street stalls day and night. In his previous life, Chen Yang had limited opportunities to repay their kindness due to the burdens imposed by Zhang Meili's family. Now that he had the means, his foremost desire was to purchase a few shops for his aunt and uncle, liberating them from the hardships of exposure to the elements. Furthermore, he intended to return to his hometown to restore his parents' grave. As for the encroached ancestral home and land, he would find a way to reclaim them. After all, that land was the very root of the Chen family. Chapter 7. The Charming Junior. The school district properties in Star City are concentrated in the old urban area of Jiangdong, where 3 of the city's 4 prestigious schools are located. After researching online, Chen Yang discovered that the average property price in Star City ranged between 150,000 and 200,000. To familiarize himself with the specifics, He relocated to the old city after receiving his prize and rented a furnished vintage two-bedroom apartment near the Normal University-affiliated high school for 300 yuan a month, paying 6 months rent up front. The landlady, a retired teacher, was chatty and warm-hearted, quickly filling Chen Yang in on the local situation within half an hour. As she left, she mentioned introducing him to a potential match. Chen Yang paid little heed at the time, but to his surprise, the elderly lady returned that evening. Xiao Chun, spruce yourself up and look sharp. Miss Liu will be back soon. Miss Liu? Which Miss Liu? Chen Yang asked, bewildered, thinking the landlady was overly enthusiastic about matchmaking. Having known him for barely a day. The girl I mentioned earlier, a junior at Star City University, a year younger than you. Her grandmother is my colleague and is quite fond of your background, the landlady explained, urging Chen Yang to prepare quickly. This unexpected fervor left him both amused and perplexed. Just as he contemplated an excuse to decline, a melodious voice echoed from the staircase below. Senior Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yang felt an immediate sense of familiarity, and upon closer inspection, his head began to throb. The newcomer was Lu Qingqing, a lively beauty and a junior student known for her vivacious personality. The two individuals once worked together at a bar near the school. However, their motivations diverged significantly. Chen Yang to support himself, while Lu Qingqing sought merely to save her life, often bringing along a group of friends to revel in the bar's ambience. Her earnings barely covering her extravagant spending. Do you know each other? That makes it even better, the landlord said, her laughter growing more joyous, as though she could envision an old colleague's generous red envelope beckoning her. Grandma Zheng, you've finally proven dependable today, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, bounding up the stairs and enveloping the landlady in a warm embrace. The landlady feigned irritation as she gently pushed Lu Qingqing away, her tone softening. You impish girl. When have I ever been unreliable? Reliable. Always reliable. Lu Qingqing cooed playfully. The landlady chuckled with delight and, wishing not to intrude upon their intimate moment, quickly devised an excuse to depart. Chen Yang regarded Lu Qingqing, who was radiating with trendy flair that day. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, topped with a cartoon-patterned black cap. A snug white printed t-shirt clung to her slender waist, while light blue denim shorts accentuated her fair, elongated legs, complemented by silver high-heeled sandals, rendering her akin to a fashion model. Senior, do I look beautiful today? She inquired. You look beautiful every day, he replied. Then why do you reject me? She countered. I prefer women with fuller figures. Lu Qingqing retaliated with a playful kick at Chen Yang before storming off to her room. Visibly miffed, as he watched her slam the door, Chen Yang felt not only the pain in his foot, but also a throbbing headache. During their junior year, Lu Qingqing had pursued him, but he had turned her down, the reason being their starkly contrasting family backgrounds. Lu Qingqing hailed from a scholarly lineage, wielding considerable influence in the business realm of Star City, which instilled in Chen Yang an innate sense of inferiority in her presence. Yet, Lu Qingqing's romantic history had also been fraught with disappointments. Several relationships had fizzled out, leaving her single right up until Chen Yang's rebirth. The reasons for her past heartaches remained unspoken, as Chen Yang feared revisiting her past would reopen wounds, and he was also wary of succumbing to the pressures of life, potentially leading to infidelity, either emotional or physical. Additionally, there was a paramount reason. He had a preference for women with more ample bosoms. Lu Qingqing excelled in many regards, yet her sole shortcoming lay in her modest endowment. Chen Yang had deliberately provoked her departure to gather his thoughts. In their junior year, he had desperately sought to extricate himself from her persistent affections, even resigning for his bar job, only to find himself living next door to her as graduation approached. Truly unfortunate, he mused. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Wei. Perhaps the only thing that could restore Lu Qingqing's composure was the marriage certificate he held with Lin Wei. In his previous life, it was only after he wed Zhang Meili that Lu Qingqing had finally relinquished her hopes. However, due to the uproar instigated by Zhang Jun on the school forum a few days prior, he could no longer publicly disclose his marriage to Lin Wei, lest troubles resurface for both of them. The headache persisted. Just as Chen Yang pondered a solution, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, He was met once more with Lu Qingqing's youthful visage. The cap had been removed, makeup washed away, and high heels replaced with pink flat sandals. She clutched her stomach, looking adorably pitiful as she pleaded, "Senior, I'm hungry. Could you whip up something for me?" Chen Yang gestured towards the empty kitchen. His voice tinged with helplessness. "I just rented this place. I haven't had the chance to buy anything yet, so I can't cook." "That's all right. My kitchen is well stocked. Let's South cook at my place." Lu Qingqing insisted, forcefully pulling Chen Yang toward her home. Upon entering, Chen Yang noted that the layout mirrored his own residence, yet the decor was far more opulent. The kitchen boasted a refrigerator, color television, sofa, air conditioning, and even a range hood. However, it was evident that Lu Qingqing was not one to manage her household. The vegetables in the fridge were neatly arranged, their supermarket labels still intact. Upon checking the dates, he discovered they had been purchased a week ago. The meat was similarly untouched in the freezer. As he prepared to discard some spoiled vegetables, he searched for a trash bin but could not find one. When he inquired, Lu Qingqing hesitated before pointing towards the balcony. Upon opening the balcony door, he found the trash bin overflowing with takeout boxes, instant noodle packets, and beer cans. "I overslept this morning and didn't have time to throw it out. I was worried about being late for class," Lu Qingqing explained, her embarrassment palpable. Chen Yang said nothing. He had long grown accustomed to such scenarios during his 4 years at university. Children from urban backgrounds often lack the inclination to perform household chores, especially those like Lu Qingqing, who had been raised with a silver spoon. He gathered several trash bags and disposed of all the refuse at the waste station outside the building. After defrosting the meat, he prepared 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, which Lu Qingqing devoured with gusto. Between mouthfuls, she exclaimed, "Senior, your shredded pork noodles are truly delicious. I could eat them for a lifetime." Chen Yang shot her an eye roll and teased, "Then you should seek out a top-notch chef who can prepare any delicacy you desire." "I would want to find a chef. They're too plump." Lu Qingqing pouted, gazing at Chen Yang with affection. "I like you." Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, opting for feigned ignorance. Once they finished eating and tidied up the kitchen, he concocted an excuse to retreat to his newly rented apartment. With the experiences of his past life weighing heavily on him, Chen Yang was reluctant to embark on a new romantic entanglement hastily. Whether it was Lin Wei or Lu Qingqing, both belonged to realms distinct from his own. While friendship, or even a romantic liaison, might be feasible, the prospect of marriage would inevitably lead to yet another tragic saga. Chapter 8. The True Romantic. Lu Qingqing sent dozens of text messages throughout the night, all of which Chen Yang ignored. He had hoped this might dissuade her, yet to his surprise, he was immediately confronted the next morning as he opened the door. "Senior, are you going for breakfast? I know a renowned eatery that serves exceptional rice noodles." Faced with the eager expression on Lu Qingqing's face, Chen Yang found it difficult to refuse. After all, in both this life and the last, there was no other woman so persistently devoted to pursuing him as Lu Qingqing. Descending the stairs, Lu Qingqing attempted to hold Chen Yang's hand, only to have him evade her grasp. Undeterred, she leaned her body against him, wrapping her arms tightly around his right arm. As he felt the warmth and fragrance of her presence, Chen Yang could only sigh in resignation. "Young lady, aren't you worried about being seen by acquaintances?" "It's all right. I spoke with my grandmother last night about you, and she approved," Lu Qingqing replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Her grandmother held the highest authority in their household. As long as she consented, there would be no obstacles to their union. Chen Yang thought her grandmother was being rather hasty. After all, she was an educator. How could she not investigate further before entrusting her granddaughter's lifelong happiness to someone? Exiting the residential compound, they walked left along the road for 500 meters until they arrived at a small, renowned rice noodle shop. The establishment was modest, covering less than 10 square meters, yet was bustling with patrons. The proprietor, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, appeared surprised to see Lu Qingqing holding Chen Yang's hand. "Well, look at you dating someone. He is quite handsome." Lu Qingqing beamed with delight. "Grandpa Zhang, we do like 2 bowls of rib noodles, one without chili or scallions and another with extra chili." "No problem," Grandpa Zhang replied, instructing Lu Qingqing to set up a table outside. The girl obediently complied. retrieving a small folding table from the corner of the shop and expertly positioning it at the entrance, next to the road. She then found 2 small stools, handing one to Chen Yang. Who would have guessed you could be industrious at times? Chen Yang remarked, somewhat astonished by the Lu Qingqing before him. Of course, I am the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother, she declared, basking in the sunlight and reveling in her own boastfulness. Indeed, a paragon of someone who cannot cook or manage a household, Chen Yang retorted without reservation. That's all right, Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. I can learn. No, you should remain as you are. Chen Yang genuinely hoped Lu Qingqing would not change for his sake. His past experiences taught him that those who live for others often bear the heaviest burdens. Lu Qingqing, born with a silver spoon, had no reason to endure hardship. The notion of a wealthy heiress transforming into a housewife for a poor boy was merely a fabrication of television dramas and novels, designed to enchant dreamers among the common folk. Senior, do you truly lack faith in me? Lu Qingqing, perplexed by Chen Yang's words, pouted her cherry-red lips in disappointment. Chen Yang clarified, firstly, I am proficient in cooking and prefer not to have anyone in the kitchen directing me. Secondly, our relationship is limited to that of alumni and friends. I have no right to impose upon you beyond this. Lastly, if your intention is to change for others, my advice is to refrain. If you cannot excel, there is no need to try. To me, mutual support means both parties coexisting in their most authentic forms, rather than deceiving one another. Lu Qingqing processed Chen Yang's words and finally proposed. Then how about I buy the groceries and you handle the cooking? We can share our lives together. Chen Yang was left speechless, feeling that reason had no place in their conversation. At that moment, Grandpa Zhang brought over 2 generous bowls of rice noodles, brimming with ample portions of ribs. After just one taste, Chen Yang realized Lu Qingqing had not exaggerated. He devoured an entire bowl in one go, still craving more. Lu Qingqing generously divided her own noodles, sharing half with him. When it came time to settle the bill, Chen Yang couldn't resist inquiring about the secrets to the broth and ingredients. He was met with a firm refusal. Grandpa Zhang, with a serious demeanor, informed him, Child, there are 2 things in this world that cannot be shared: the woman you love and your meals. Chen Yang agreed with his sentiment, but stubbornly persisted. I can offer some tuition fees, and I promise it won't be for commercial gain. Grandpa Zhang merely shook his head with a smile. Chen Yang had no choice but to concede, feeling a slight twinge of regret. On their way back, Lu Qingqing suddenly asked Senior, do you truly wish to learn Grandpa Zhang's culinary skills? Chen Yang instinctively nodded. Now that he no longer had to toil for a living, he was indeed keen on enhancing his culinary abilities. I can help you with that, Lu Qingqing replied with a triumphant expression. Chen Yang looked at her skeptically, pondering if she truly had ulterior motives. With a mischievous grin, she remained silent. You better not go too far, Chen Yang warned, startled and serious. There's quite an age gap. Lu Qingqing playfully kicked him, fuming. Chen Yang, so you think I'm such a frivolous woman? Chen Yang hastily apologized, waiting until her anger subsided to ask, Lu Qingqing, do you have any brilliant ideas? It's quite simple. Let our grandma take charge, Lu Qingqing declared. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. After all that, it still boiled down to a beauty scheme, though now it was an older beauty. Is that really feasible? Chen Yang questioned. Of course. Grandpa Zhang adored my grandma when they were young. You mentioned that was in their youth. It holds true even now. By the way, is your grandma single now? No, she and my grandpa have always been happy together. Chen Yang's mind struggled to comprehend. Since her grandpa was still alive, it seemed inappropriate for her grandma to pursue Grandpa Zhang. What are you thinking? Lu Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. Can't there be a pure relationship between men and women? Not at all. Chen Yang firmly asserted. Even if it begins as pure, time will inevitably taint it. Lu Qingqing, however, remained earnest. My grandma and Grandpa Zhang are truly just very good friends. They have known each other since childhood. Chen Yang wished to avoid further entanglement in this topic, as they were discussing Lu Qingqing's grandmother. If he continued to harbor negative suspicions, it would be somewhat disrespectful to the elders. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Lu Qingqing took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. After a lengthy conversation, she returned and asked Chen Yang to wait. 5 minutes later, her phone rang again. After she finished the call, her face lit up with joy as she pulled Chen Yang back to Grandpa Zhang's noodle shop. The shop was still bustling with patrons, yet Grandpa Zhang was not working. He held an old, grease-stained notebook, glaring discontentedly at Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed under his scrutiny, almost as if he were guilty of stealing someone else's beloved treasure. Grandpa, maybe we should just forget it. Treat today as if I never mentioned it. Grandpa Zhang snorted and handed the notebook to Chen Yang. Take good care of it, and remember to return it later. Chen Yang hesitated to accept it. Grandpa Zhang's displeasure was evident as he coldly remarked, What? Do you find my belongings unclean? Fearing a misunderstanding, Chen Yang quickly accepted the notebook with both hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He couldn't help but admire this man, a true romantic who would sacrifice anything for the woman he loved. Compared to him, Zhang Jun was insignificant. Chapter 9. Internal Subscription. After breakfast, Chen Yang planned to visit a nearby real estate agency. In an era where information was not yet widespread, this was the quickest and most effective place to find housing options. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on accompanying him. Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to check out properties, she even appeared somewhat displeased. You just moved in yesterday, and now you want to leave? Am I that unbearable? Chen Yang reassured her that he wasn't moving, but merely looking for suitable properties for sale. Where would you get the money to buy a house? Lu Qingqing regarded him skeptically. Although the housing prices in Star City were not exorbitant, they were still quite substantial. The average person would need 2 months' salary to afford just 1 square meter. Even if Chen Yang worked 2 jobs and saved for 4 years without spending a dime, he still wouldn't amass enough for a house. Guess. Chen Yang aimed to keep a low profile and had no intention of revealing his recent windfall. You haven't been taken in by some rich woman, have you? Lu Qingqing's imagination ran wild, and before Chen Yang could respond, she began to chastise him dramatically. Senior, how could you fall so low? A distinguished student of Star City University, how could you be swayed by money? Chen Yang shot her a glance. You were born into a life of comfort, a golden phoenix who has never tasted the hardships of the common folk. Nowadays, job prospects are increasingly bleak. Everything relies on money and connections. As an ordinary person, if a wealthy woman were willing to support me, why not accept? Lu Qingqing, believing Chen Yang had indeed been taken in, became flustered. I'm a wealthy woman too. Why not seek me out? Chen Yang replied, Everything you eat, wear, and use comes from your parents. You can only be considered a second-generation rich kid. So what if I'm a second-generation rich kid? I'm an only child. My parents' wealth will eventually be mine, Lu Qingqing retorted nonchalantly. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving his silence as an opportunity, Lu Qingqing pressed on. Marrying me would mean inheriting all of Lu family's future assets. Have you considered it? Not at all. Chen Yang, now a single nobleman, relished the freedom of his life. Marrying Lu Qingqing would change everything. He would transform from a single nobleman to a man aspiring to climb the social ladder. If the Lu family disapproved of him, he could easily find himself cast aside. He refused to subject himself to such indignity. Liu Qingqing, Fuming, Ditsladet, Chen Yang. Summon that rich woman. I want to confront her. Chen Yang was no longer inclined to tease her and chuckled. Can't I earn money through my own efforts to buy a house? Lu Qingqing obviously didn't believe him. Her large eyes fixated on Chen Yang. Really no rich woman? Chen Yang nodet empati chali. Lu Qingqing's face instantly brightened. She quickly dialed a number on her phone. Brother, are the houses in your neighborhood sold out? My boyfriend is looking to buy a place. Is there any left? Can you offer an internal price? His financial circumstances are rather modest. All right, thank you, brother. I adore you. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire Lu Qingqing's social prowess, whether it was a real estate tycoon or an elderly gentleman running a rice noodle shop. She could effortlessly connect with them with a mere phone call. However, the more enthusiastic she became, the more it troubled Chen Yang. He would rather pay a brokerage fee than owe Lu Qingqing too many favors. Qingqing, your cousin is incredibly busy. Let us not trouble him. Not at all. He is quite free at the moment. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt something amiss and looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. Do you know my cousin? I don't. Chen Yang quickly shook his head, as this information had been conveyed to him by Zhang Jun in his previous life. They had collaborated on several real estate ventures. How then do you know he is my cousin? You are an only child, and you refer to him as brother. He must either be your cousin or your male cousin. Why can't he be my male cousin? Your cousin is not within the 5th degree of kinship. If you are infatuated with him, it raises significant ethical concerns. Your family would not approve. Lu Qingqing was momentarily stunned, but once she grasped the implications, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Senior, you're even jealous of my cousin, yet you claim not to have feelings for me? I truly am not jealous. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. He realized that no matter the topic of conversation, Lu Qingqing could always link it back to them. Could this be the fabled love brain? After some back and forth, Chen Yang ultimately capitulated to Lu Qingqing and took a taxi to her cousin's property development. To his delight, her cousin's project was located near Star City's prestigious high school, known as Sunshine Garden. In his previous life, when contemplating a return to the mainland, he had researched Star City's school district properties, and Sunshine Garden was among the most sought-after communities. The initial price was 800 yuan per square meter, skyrocketing to 38,000 yuan a decade later, eventually becoming a property that was more valuable than available. Chen Yang inspected the environment of Sunshine Garden and felt quite satisfied. However, upon entering the sales office, he was surprised to find it rather desolate. There were only a few prospective buyers, and the staff were huddled together, idly chatting. This starkly contrasted with the bustling scenes he had witnessed in his previous life at popular developments being fiercely competed for. Chen Yang felt bouzlet. He remembered that Lu Qingqing's cousin, Lu Shiji, was destined to become a real estate mogul in Star City. Why was he not employing even the most basic marketing tactics, such as hiring extras? As they entered, a woman clad in a black business suit approached them. With utmost politeness, she addressed Lu Qingqing. May I ask if you are Miss Lu Qingqing? Lu Qingqing nodded. My name is Zhao Xiaoli, and I am the sales manager here. Mr. Lu just called and specifically instructed me to accompany you both in viewing the properties. Lu Qingqing glanced around the sales office with curiosity and asked Zhao Xiaoli, Manager Zhao, have all your properties been sold? There are so few people looking around. Zhao Xiaoli offered an awkward smile and explained, Miss Lu, we are targeting a high-end elite market. Given the current economic climate in Star City, the sales cycle is indeed longer. However, I remain optimistic about the future of our community. Lu Qingqing was not satisfied with her response and coldly huffed. No wonder my brother has been borrowing money everywhere. It turns out it's because the properties aren't selling, and he has to support a bunch of idle people. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere turned awkward. Zhao Xiaoli maintained her professional demeanor, still smiling, while the other staff members kept their heads down, silent, fearing repercussions. Chen Yang, being a worker himself, did not wish to make things difficult for them. Currently, the average price of commercial housing in Star City was 800 yuan per square meter, making the price of Sunshine Garden, which was more than double that, quite understandable. With money in his pocket, Chen Yang felt a keen interest in investing in such a potentially lucrative high-end community. He pointed to the scale model in the sales office and inquired of Zhao Xiaoli, Manager Zhao, how many units of the 80 to 90 square meter apartments are still available? Are there discounts for purchasing multiple units? Zhao Xiaoli keenly picked up on the implications of Chen Yang's words, her eyes instantly brightening. With a fawning smile, she said, Sir, we still have a few units of the 80 to 90 square meter apartments available. Mr. Lu previously instructed that we could reduce the price by 800 yuan per square meter from the opening price. What? My worth is only valued at 800 yuan? Before Chen Yang could respond, Lu Qingqing's expression soured as she glared at Zhao Xiaoli. Is that my brother's suggestion or yours? Chapter 10. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, Chen Yang sensed that Lu Qingqing's behavior today was somewhat unusual. Her attitude towards Zhao Xiaoli was excessively critical, as if there were a deeper story. Considering that Lu Qingqing was negotiating on his behalf, he refrained from probing further. Surprisingly, Zhao Xiaoli's professional demeanor remained remarkably steadfast. Regardless of how Lu Qingqing pressed her, she maintained a smile. Zhao Xiaoli invited Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing to her office, poured 2 glasses of water, and then called to relay Lu Qingqing's request for a price reduction to Lu Shiji. After a few minutes, she hung up and told Lu Qingqing, Mr. Lu said that if your friend wants just one unit, he can waive the fee for you as a favor. However, if you're looking to invest and buy multiple units, the minimum price will be 800 yuan per square meter. He also hopes you can understand his current difficulties. Lu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Guesting a somohat smuk glanja et Chen Yang. So how about it? Isn't it advantageous to marry someone like me? Chen Yang wholeheartedly agreed, but chose not to comment. Instead, he turned to Zhao Xiaoli and asked, Manager Zhao, can we view the finished units? I'd like to see all the units under 100 square meters. Zhao Xiaoli replied affirmatively and asked Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing to wait in her office while she made arrangements. Once she left, Lu Qingqing quickly clung to Chen Yang's arm, playfully asserting, Senior, you still haven't answered my question. Chen Yang remarqued, whoever marries, you must be incredibly fortunate in their past life. Lu Qingqing was still not satisfied and corrected him, Isn't just anyone. It can only be you. Chen Yang knew that if he didn't provide an answer, she would not relent. He suggested, why don't we try living together for a while? If we get along, we can take the next step. If not, we can just remain friends. Liu Qingqing joyfully embraced Chen Yang, confidently declaring, Rest assured. You are my man for this lifetime. You want to escape. Chen Yang felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. Dating was one matter. Marriage was another entirely. Between them, there are not only differences in character, but also significant disparities in social standing. It was not something that could simply be bridged by winning a lottery worth 20 million. Zhao Xiaoli quickly returned, holding a large set of keys. Under her guidance, Chen Yang chose a unit consisting entirely of smaller apartments. After inspecting the finished unit, he was pleased with the layout, ventilation, and lighting. Such a property would be highly sought after, whether for rental or resale. Manager Zhao, if I were to purchase an entire unit, would there be any additional discounts? Chen Yang's question startled both Lu Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoli. Lu Qingqing had assumed Chen Yang was merely selecting from the free units her cousin was offering. Zhao Xiaoli had initially judged from Chen Yang's attire that he was merely a dependent. She had only accompanied them to view the properties out of respect for Lu Qingqing's status. Senior, if you find the units too small, we can opt for a larger flat, Lu Qingqing whispered, feeling it necessary to ensure that Zhao Xiaoli signed a confidentiality agreement to prevent any information from reaching home. Mr. Chun, are you truly considering purchasing an entire unit? Zhao Xiaoli couldn't reconcile Chen Yang with the image of a wealthy individual. Yet, as a professional sales manager, she patiently sought confirmation. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded seriously, articulating his thoughts. I would like each unit to include a parking space, based on the price of 800 yuan per square meter. Zhao Xiaoli mentioned that she needed to consult with General Lu, and then step aside to make a phone call. Once she departed, Lu Qingqing softly remarked to Chen Yang, Senior, we may have gone a bit too far with this jest. When my brother hears about it, he will surely have a good laugh at my expense. Chen Yang chuckled and inquired, have you been following the school forum lately? I frequently browse the school forum. When that scoundrel Tang Kuan slandered you, claiming you had an improper relationship with Senior Lin Wei, I even defended you. Not that. But regarding the World Cup, there was someone who won a 10 million prize, Chen Yang replied. You don't mean to suggest that the winner is you, do you? Lu Qingqing gazed at Chen Yang in disbelief. Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. Lu Qingqing remained skeptical. As a fan herself, she had witnessed the unexpected outcomes of this World Cup, which had upended many people's perceptions. She had kept up with discussions about the 10 million winner and subsequent media coverage. Yet she could not fathom who could accurately predict all results with such precision. To her astonishment, that individual turned out to be her esteemed senior. Senior, pinch me so I can be certain this isn't a dream, she implored. Chen Yang playfully pinched her delicate cheek, which was soft and smooth. Upon feeling the pinch, Lu Qingqing playfully punched Chen Yang's chest, pouting, You're so mean. That hurt. Chen Yang tousled her hair and teased, I must admit, the texture is quite delightful. Lu Qingqing shot him an exasperated glance before finally voicing her curiosity. Senior, why are you purchasing so many properties? For investment, Chen Yang replied candidly, sharing his thoughts. The living conditions and transportation here are quite convenient, with hospitals, schools, and shopping centers nearby. The potential for appreciation in value is significant. Is it really that good? Why can't my brother sell them? Lu Qingqing was aware of her cousin's current financial predicament, as he was being pursued for debts related to this property development. Chen Yang explained, currently, the main consumers in the market are government officials and employees of state-owned enterprises. They have fixed benefits like subsidized housing, so they are unlikely to prioritize purchasing commercial properties. Given the average income level in Xingqing, most families find it challenging to suddenly come up with hundreds of thousands. However, as time progresses, the public's living standards will improve. Eventually, as people's incomes rise, they will inevitably turn their attention towards real estate. By that time, property prices will soar. Lu Qingqing began to understand, nodding in agreement. She felt a bit guilty and remarked, "Senior, purchasing my brother's properties at such a low price feels somewhat like taking advantage of a misfortune." Chen Yang chuckled, "By buying so many properties at once, I not only alleviated his cash flow pressure, but also increased the sales rate of the development. This isn't taking advantage. It's lending a helping hand." Lu Qingqing, not being well-versed in real estate, felt as though Chen Yang was merely amusing her, yet she couldn't find grounds to contradict him. Just then, her phone rang. It was her cousin Lu Shiji. She answered and put the call on speaker. "Qingqing, what kind of background does your boyfriend have? Is he really considering buying an entire unit?" "Brother, if you think the price is too low, just pretend he never mentioned it," she replied. "The price is fine. I can even offer a parking space. Just ask him if he truly intends to buy and when the funds can be made available." Liu Qingqing glanced at Chen Yang, who responded, "As long as the property paperwork is in order, I can pay in cash at any time." "All right, I'll have Zhao Xiaoli coordinate with you. I'm currently not in Xingqing, but when I return, I'll treat you both to a meal." Chapter 11. Establishing a supermarket. One unit comprising 54 apartments with areas of 70, 80, and 100 square meters totaling 18 units, calculated at a unit price of 2,800, amounts to a total of 12.6 million. Additionally, Chen Yang selected 4 connected street-facing commercial spaces with a total area of 160 square meters. After some negotiation with Zhao Xiaoli, the final price was settled at 10,000 per square meter. In other words, Chen Yang spent 14 million in just one day. Such an extravagant expenditure was astonishing, even for Lu Qingqing, who had witnessed significant financial dealings before. "Senior, are you not afraid of losing all this money?" she asked. Investment inherently carries both risks and rewards. Those who fear losses will never achieve gains. Besides, I was already poor. The worst that can happen is returning to square one. Then you might as well remain poor. That way, I can still feel a sense of superiority being with you, Lu Qingqing quipped. Chen Yang shot her an incredulous look. A student from a prestigious 985 university with such limited awareness. Moreover, considering his current assets compared to Lu Qingqing's family, the disparity was still akin to that between an ant and an elephant. Upon exiting the Sunshine Garden sales office, the demeanor of Zhao Xiaoli and the other staff in bidding farewell to Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing resembled that of courtiers seeing off an ancient emperor. This had been their largest client since the development's launch. To honor the occasion, Zhao Xiaoli even arranged for a stretch limousine to personally drive Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing home. Aware that Lu Qingqing harbored an aversion to Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Yang declined her generous offer. He certainly wished to avoid drawing attention. Arriving in such a luxurious vehicle at the family compound of Shida-affiliated high school would undoubtedly make them the center of gossip among the elderly residents the following day. He preferred to avoid being scrutinized wherever he went. Once outside Sunshine Garden, Chen Yang finally voiced his concern. "Qingqing, it seems you and Zhao Xiaoli have a bit of a conflict. Did she offend you?" "No, I simply can't stand that vixen." Lu Qingqing pouted, clearly displeased. "Is she trying to seduce your brother?" Chen Yang was taken aback, as this was something Lu Qingqing had never mentioned in her previous life. Though he knew Lu Shiji ultimately divorced and the situation escalated, the third party was someone else entirely. Could it be a misunderstanding? "She's the most brazen one in the sales office. Who else could it be?" Lu Qingqing retorted angrily. "Are you sure you're not misjudging her?" Chen Yang had been observing Zhao Xiaoli as well. Although she was beautiful, her demeanor did not come off as frivolous. The tone she used while discussing matters with Lu Shiji hardly resembled that of a romantic partner. What should a conversation between lovers sound like? Well, just recall how our phone conversations go, and you'll get the idea. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered, "That's so annoying." Yet her arm unconsciously intertwined with Chen Yang's. After walking together for a while, Lu Qingqing couldn't shake her thoughts and asked Chen Yang, "Senior, who do you think it could be? I'm not a tabloid journalist. How would I know?" Chen Yang had no desire to get entangled in the sordid affairs of wealthy families, as it could easily lead to trouble. He also hoped Lu Qingqing would refrain from meddling in such matters. As long as there was no evidence of infidelity, any speculation would be a waste of mental energy. Furthermore, indulging in baseless conjectures would only harm your relationship with your brother if he found out. Liu Qingqing acknowledged Chen Yang's reasoning. After a moment of silence, she seemed to recall something and looked at Chen Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. "You aren't the one pursuing a mistress, are you?" "Absolutely not. My goal is to remain a carefree bachelor." Chen Yang would not provide a direct answer to such a delicate question. He suddenly thought of Lin Wei, with whom he had already registered for marriage. Since their parting that night, they had not been in contact. He had no idea what she was busy with. However, he was too indifferent to speculate. In his memory, Lin Wei was a workaholic, and at over 40, she remained unmarried, while chatting with the trio of beasts, Zhang Jun. In his past life, they had even wondered if Lin Wei had a disinterest in men. Liu Qingqing blithely pinchigen Yang S. Weiss, display asset. "You trickster. You just promised to date me, and now you want to be single." Chen Yang thought to himself, from a legal standpoint, Lu Qingqing was currently the third party. Yet, he simply smiled and replied, "That depends on your behavior. If you suspect me of having a mistress every day, it will be better to remain single." Lu Qingqing retorted, "I would never." Chen Yang glanced at his phone. It was already mealtime, so he took Lu Qingqing out for a sumptuous Western meal. After they had indulged in their feast, he hailed a taxi to escort her back to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. Once Lu Qingqing was safely delivered, Chen Yang suddenly felt the need to purchase a car. After all, there were numerous matters he would need to attend to in the near future. He had decided to rent out all but 2 of the apartments in the Sunshine Garden community, retaining those for personal use. This endeavor would require a substantial sum, along with hiring a renovation company and procuring materials from the building materials market. For the street-facing storefront, he planned to establish a convenience supermarket, which his Aunt's family would take over once they moved in. This would entail not only overseeing the renovations, but also contacting suppliers. He could enlist Zhao Xiaoli's help regarding the renovation companies, as their connections with the sales offices of the community were typically quite strong. Chen Yang simply needed to select the best option from the myriad of companies available. However, he would have to personally manage the supermarket venture, from the renovations to hiring staff and finding suppliers. Handling such a multitude of tasks without a vehicle would indeed be quite inconvenient. Chen Yang had obtained his driver's license during his freshman year. In truth, he had not intended to take the test, but was coerced by Zhang Jun, who insisted that not going would mean he didn't consider him a brother. Following the exam, Zhang Jun had purchased a BMW, which Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan had both driven. Yet, when it came time for Chen Yang, there was no follow-up. In retrospect, it seemed that Zhang Jun had never truly regarded him as one of his own. Of course, Chen Yang had no intention of purchasing a BMW. With only 6 million left in his possession, and given the expenses for renovations and the supermarket, there were many financial obligations ahead. In his previous life, he had taken out a loan to buy a BMW, primarily to leave a good impression on clients during business trips. Now, he felt no need for such ostentation. A car was merely a mode of transportation. After a thorough exploration of the car dealership, he ultimately chose a white Jetta. The primary reason for this choice was that he had learned to drive in a Jetta, making it easy to handle. The second reason was its durability, as even the illustrious Mr. Rin spoke highly of its quality. However, when he drove the car to the entrance of Xingqing University to pick up Lu Qingqing, she was taken aback. "Senior, I just attended one class. How have you turned into a taxi driver?" Chen Yang playfully responded, "There is no distinction in professions. You wouldn't disdain me for being a taxi driver, would you?" "Senior, if this development project doesn't succeed, you'll be at a significant loss. What is there to fear? After all, it was a windfall. Even if my judgment falters, I can still rent out these properties and won't have to worry about sustenance for the latter half of my life." Lu Qingqing quickly slid into the passenger seat, anxious about being seen by her classmates and friends with a boyfriend who drove a taxi. "Why don't you drive my Porsche? I hardly use it anyway." "My car is quite fine." Chen Yang politely declined her generous offer, although she rarely drove it. Her Porsche was well known at Xinjiang University and had even been featured in the popular section of forums. He had no desire to ride on the coattails of someone else's fortune. Seeing Chen Yang reject her offer, Lu Qingqing reluctantly suggested, "Then perhaps you could pick me up a little farther from school to avoid being spotted by classmates." Chen Yang understood her sentiment. After all, girls often harbor a touch of vanity. He had been so focused on his own convenience that he had overlooked her feelings. Nevertheless, having already purchased the car, he had no intention of changing it. Noticing Lu Qingqing's anxious gaze fixed on the window, he jested, "You could easily catch a taxi right at the school gate. Yet you insist on walking a bit further. If they see you, I suspect they do have a good laugh." "Really? What should I do then?" Lu Qingqing's forehead creased in frustration. Although she was in her boyfriend's car, it felt oddly like hailing a taxi, an uncomfortable sensation. Chen Yang chuckled at her expression and continued teasing, "How about this? When you get out, you pay double the fare." That would be akin to riding in a luxury vehicle. Lu Qingqing shot him an exasperated look, retorting, "Do you think I'm that foolish? Just drive." She lowered her head to gaze out the window, fearful of encountering any acquaintances. However, as fate would have it, just as Chen Yang prepared to accelerate, the back door swung open and a familiar figure climbed inside. "Driver, take me to 58 Jianxi Road." Chen Yang instinctively turned to look, locking eyes with Lin Wei. "Chen Yang, have you switched careers to driving a taxi?" Lin Wei was aware of Chen Yang's penchant for taking on odd jobs, but she was surprised to see Lu Qingqing in the passenger seat. Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Although the three of them were familiar with one another, the current circumstances were undeniably awkward. One was a legally recognized wife, and the other a girlfriend with whom he was on the verge of developing a closer relationship. Wasn't this a veritable love triangle? "Senior, this is the car Chen Yang just bought. He isn't driving taxi." Lu Qingqing whispered to Lin Wei, eager to avoid further recognition. After explaining, she urged Chen Yang to drive quickly. Chen Yang hastily maneuvered the car away from Xinjiang University, hoping to avoid any more familiar faces. "Chen Yang, where did you get the money to buy a car?" Lin Wei inquired, astonished. It had only been a few days since they last met, and now he was suddenly affluent. Moreover, hadn't he rejected Lu Qingqing? How had they become so closely intertwined again? Was it possible that he had been contemplating Lu Qingqing all along? Did Lu Qingqing financially support his car purchase? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt. "Senior, we even bought a house today," Lu Qingqing exclaimed, a hint of pride lacing her words as she aimed to impress Lin Wei. Despite Chen Yang having clarified his relationship with Lin Wei on the forums, a woman's intuition told her that Lin Wei represented a significant threat. She felt compelled to assert her claim. Lin Wei was taken aback to find her assumptions correct, and the inexplicable emotions within her deepened. "It's all borrowed." Chen Yang interjected quickly, interrupting Lu Qingqing's boast. If Lin Wei were to discover that he had won a $20 million prize, she would undoubtedly attempt to persuade him to return to Qingshui for investment. The current environment in Qingshui was dire. Enterprises were barely surviving, and even basic wages for laborers were unpaid. Private enterprises offered better compensation, but lacked solid support, making it an unsuitable investment landscape. Given Chen Yang's current financial standing, returning to engage in minor ventures was less advantageous than remaining in Xinjiang as a carefree landlord. If he were to pursue larger endeavors, he would have to contend with Zhang Jun and the formidable backing of the Zhang family, a perilous scenario. As a reincarnated individual, he would not foolishly place himself in a risky environment again. "Do you not feel embarrassed? A university student driving taxi?" Lin Wei looked at Chen Yang with a mix of disappointment and exasperation, once more kindly advising, "Why not return to Qingshui? I can help you find a job at a bank. There is no shame in any profession, as long as it is earned through hard work." "I do not feel embarrassed," Chen Yang firmly asserted. In his previous life, he had passed the interview at the Qingshui Bank, only to be notified later that he had not been selected. With Zhang Jun in the picture, even if Lin Wei managed to secure him a position. The days ahead would still be fraught with difficulty. Rather than living in a constant state of being schemed against, it was wiser to remain in Xingqing and develop gradually. Marrying Lin Wei would have already diminished Zhang Jun's official resources significantly. By dating Lu Qingqing, he was indirectly cutting off half of Zhang Jun's future business resources through his association with Lu Shiji. In essence, he was enacting a form of revenge. Realizing that she could not sway Chen Yang, Lin Wei relented. However, upon reaching their destination, she still reminded Chen Yang to keep their relationship confidential. As she spoke, she cast a significant glance at Lu Qingqing. This left Chen Yang feeling quite distressed, even regretting the decision to obtain that damn certificate with her. Senior, what is the nature of your relationship with her? Lu Qingqing's curiosity was piqued by Lin Wei's words, and she recalled the explosive controversy that had erupted on the school forum not long ago. Tang Kuen's words on the forum cannot possibly be true, can they? Chen Yang, feeling helpless, was compelled to reveal the truth about his sham marriage with Lin Wei. Since Lin Wei had acted unethically from the outset, he saw no reason to maintain the secrecy any longer. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just this morning, she had chastised Zhao Xiaoli for being a mistress, and now she found herself in the very same position. Qingqing, we merely registered our marriage. Nothing else has transpired, Chen Yang vowed to her. But you are already legally married, Lu Qingqing retorted, visibly upset. Her instincts had proven correct. Lin Wei was indeed a perilous woman. Chen Yang, exasperated, replied, when I register my marriage with her, we weren't even together. That's irrelevant. I refuse to be a mistress, Lu Qingqing declared resolutely. You must divorce her immediately. With that, she hastily exited the car and summoned another vehicle to leave. Enraged, Chen Yang dialed Lin Wei's number, ready to unleash his fury. Lin Wei, you are crossing the line. I offer my help without expecting anything in return. Yet you are sabotaging my life. Lin Wei feigned ignorance. In what way have I wronged you? I haven't said a word. Did you disclose something? You're ruthless. I'm done with this. I'll file for divorce tomorrow. Chen Yang seethed, wishing he could drag her back and give her a piece of his mind. Yet, he resigned himself to the fact that her father was a police chief and her brother a detective. Feeling dejected, he drove back to the faculty dormitory of the university. He knocked on Lu Qingqing's door, but there was no response. He called her, no answer. He texted her, no reply. Straining to listen for any sounds from within, he was met with silence. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return home. That night, Chen Yang, plagued by boredom, copied Grandpa Zhang's culinary notes until dawn. Chapter 13 Uncle Chen will only send someone to give you a beating. Kid, driving that car, you probably can't even get through the door of Qingqing's house, remarked Grandpa Zhang from the old-fashioned rice noodle shop, harboring a pessimistic outlook on the future of Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing's relationship. If I can't get in, then I won tea. Chen Yang feigned indifference, recalling the disdainful reaction he had received when he picked Lu Qingqing up in the Jetta just yesterday. That was merely an off-campus pickup. Had he driven it to her dorm, he would likely have been met with a cold shoulder. It seemed he had been rather hasty in his choice of vehicle. Chasing after a wealthy heiress in a humble car was akin to living in a fairy tale. Grandpa Zhang gave Chen Yang an approving thumbs up, chuckling as he teased, Kid, I hope when you meet Qingqing's father, you could be just as bold. What kind of person is my future father-in-law? Chen Yang asked, intrigued by the mention of Lu Qingqing's father. He had seen their family portrait at Lu Qingqing's home, and her father was quite handsome, though his demeanor appeared cold and stern, not someone easy to approach. He is a rather unpleasant individual, much like Qingqing's grandfather. Grandpa Zhang seemed reluctant to discuss the Lu family, his comments tinged with evident personal sentiment. Chen Yang sensed there was a story behind it, but didn't press further. With Lu Qingqing absent, he found the rice noodles today lacked their usual flavor. He pondered whether he was being a bit foolish. After all, he had been reborn, and what was he doing pursuing romance? He was merely creating trouble for himself. And then there was Lin Wei, a woman who never permitted him a moment's respite. He had extended a helping hand, only to have it backfire on him. Truly, good intentions went unrewarded. However, Without Lu Qingqing by his side, Chen Yang found he could focus on overseeing the supermarket renovations. He drove to the sales office of Sunshine Garden Community. The staff, somewhat surprised to see him emerge from the Jeddah, nonetheless greeted him and Lu Qingqing's benefactor with politeness, escorting them to Zhao Xiaoli's office. Upon learning that Chen Yang was seeking a renovation company, Zhao Xiaoli quickly made several calls. In about half an hour, several vehicles arrived outside the sales office, including BMWs, Santana cars, and Wuling vans. After inquiring about Chen Yang's requirements, Zhao Xiaoli summoned the representatives of the renovation companies one by one for interviews. Yet after the interviews, she only recommended the company that drove the Wuling van. When Chen Yang asked Zhao Xiaoli why she chose this particular company, she replied, "They are familiar, affordable, and reliable." Chen Yang followed up with, "If you intended to recommend them from the start, why create such a convoluted process?" Zhao Xiaoli smiled as she explained, "If I didn't allow you to understand the offerings of other companies, my recommendation would lack credibility." Chen Yang found Zhao Xiaoli to be competent, but regrettably, she was under the thumb of Lu Shiji, making her difficult to approach. In the following days, aside from eating and sleeping, Chen Yang spent all his time supervising the renovations at Sunshine Garden Community. Lin Wei called him several times, but he ignored her. Having been snubbed by Lu Qingqing, he felt it was only fair that Lin Wei experience a taste of her own medicine. Yet, Lin Wei proved to be quite persistent, even coming to Sunshine Garden in person. Dressed in the Star City University uniform and white sneakers, her appearance attracted considerable attention. "Chen Yang, I didn't realize you had such a keen eye for investments," she exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the properties at Sunshine Garden, causing Chen Yang to feel inexplicably flustered. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Stop pretending. Qingqing has confessed everything. You've purchased an entire unit here. Quite the extravagant move." Lin Wei pointed to the 6 towering buildings within the community and asked, "Where is it? Aren't you going to show me around?" Chen Yang felt a surge of frustration. Lu Qingqing had been ignoring him for days, yet she had secretly met with Lin Wei. With her naive mindset, she was no match for the future county party secretary. The busy Lin Wei's visit could not possibly be just about viewing properties, could it? Chen Yang eyed Lin Wei warily, sensing a scheme was afoot. "If my husband bought such a house, as his wife, I must come and see it. What if we divorce one day? I need to know where my share is. I've already consulted. Post-marriage assets are split evenly." With a mischievous grin, Lin Wei looked at him, prompting Chen Yang to decide to ignore her. He reminded her, "Lin Wei, our marriage is a sham. We have registered our marriage. Our relationship is legally protected, is it not?" Lin Wei produced their marriage certificate from her pocket, waving it before Chen Yang's eyes. He remained unfazed. He had refrained from signing a prenuptial agreement precisely because he knew Lin Wei was not motivated by greed. She surely had ulterior motives. "If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need for us to beat around the bush." "Is that so?" Lin Wei had intended to tease Chen Yang, but his lack of reaction caught her off guard. Since their marriage registration, she sensed that Chen Yang was no longer the rural boy she once knew. He had seemingly stumbled upon a fortune, investing without hesitation in a high-end property with immense potential. There was now an air of mystery about him that she could not decipher. "Qingqing approached me a few days ago, hoping to expedite the end of our relationship. I understand her feelings. However, Chun Bing has encountered issues. His father opposes his relationship with Zhong Lin and has taken back the house they were living in. They have nowhere to stay. Are you trying to take advantage of that?" Chen Yang quickly grasped the crux of the matter, feeling annoyed. He had yet to settle the score for being played by her previously, and now she was trying to encroach on his property. Did she truly not see him as an outsider? "For your Qingqing, what is the harm in sacrificing a house?" Chen Yang thought to himself. "It's easy for you to say that since it's not your house." After some contemplation, he decided to acquiesce to Lin Wei's request. Recognizing that having connections like Chun Bing, who had a strong background, could prove beneficial for his future endeavors in Star City, Lin Wei must remember his kindness. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. The house could be his to inhabit for as long as he desired. However, I must remind you, should old Master Chun decide to pursue the matter, you must not betray me. Rest assured, given your status as the son-in-law of the Lin family, Uncle Chun would merely seek someone to give you a sound thrashing. You would not lose any limbs. Chen Yang just Lin Wei an exasperated glanje. He recalled that this woman had never been one for jest. She had always been cold and aloof at school, and even more so in the political arena. What had caused this sudden transformation? Speaking of which, was old Master Chen truly only planning to have someone beat him up? This was a matter concerning the Chun family's lineage. And then there was Lin Wei's father. In his previous life, Zhang Jun had been hospitalized for 3 days after being beaten by him. How much angrier would he be upon discovering that Chen Yang had married his daughter without permission? The more he pondered, the more his head ached. Chapter 14. I am fond of women. After meandering through Chen Yang's apartment for quite some time, Lin Wei selected a modest 70-square-meter two-bedroom on the 10th floor for Chen Bing. She had actually preferred the larger 100-square-meter three-bedroom, but felt too shy to voice her desire to Chen Yang. After all, she had already inquired about the property prices in Sunshine Garden. A 100-square-meter unit would cost 380,000 yuan. Even if Chen Yang was purchasing at an internal rate, it would still amount to 280,000 yuan. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chen Yang was not oblivious to Lin Wei's intentions. He proactively suggested she choose the spacious 3-bedroom. Lin Wei was taken aback by Chen Yang's generosity and found herself admiring this handsome man even more. She kindly cautioned, 30 more square meters equates to several tens of thousands of yuan extra. Are you not concerned? Chen Yang mused to himself that claiming not to be concerned would be disingenuous. However, since Lin Wei was nurturing a relationship for him, sacrificing a house seemed worthwhile. Naturally, he did not forget to remind her of a more pressing matter. The house is yours, but when shall we pay a visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Are you in a hurry? What makes me any less worthy than that girl, Chong Chong? Lin Wei's momentary joy swiftly turned to slight displeasure. She could not fathom why. Despite her greater popularity at Star City University compared to Lu Chong Chong, Chen Yang had never pursued her, not even hinting at a modicum of affection. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised by Lin Wei's reaction. After contemplating for a moment, he queried, "Would you kiss me? Would you bathe with me in the bathroom? Would you engage in the intimate activities expected between a married couple?" Lin Wei's cheeks flushed at his unabashed inquiries. "Have you too progressed to that extent?" "No, but I'm certain you would agree." Looking at Lin Wei, Chen Yang grumbled, "I knew you were setting traps for me." Lin Wei smiled sheepishly, aware that while she held a degree of admiration for Chen Yang, she was not yet prepared to surrender herself entirely. In this regard, she perhaps did not measure up to Lu Chong Chong. Her earlier emotional shift had likely been stirred by Chen Yang's actions. To resolve her troubles, he had casually given away a property worth hundreds of thousands. Such magnanimity was indeed rare in reality. It was worth noting that the average monthly salary in Star City was only 600 yuan. A property price near 300,000 yuan would require an ordinary person to forego all expenses for over 40 years to save. Lin Wei recalled her father, who had labored for over 20 years in the public security system in Qingshui City, residing in an aging unit provided by his workplace. "Why don't you break things off with Lu Chong Chong and let us make this a genuine affair?" Lin Wei's voice was barely above a whisper. She understood that in matters of romantic relationships, Chen Yang could assist momentarily, but not indefinitely. Rather than face future troubles, it would be wiser to resolve the issue once and for all. Genuine affair? Are you serious? Chen Yang, a reincarnate privy to Lin Wei's future romantic history, found it hard to believe. Of course, Lin Wei nodded. I've heard that many from the older generation first obtain a marriage certificate before cultivating their feelings. We could try that as well. Chen Yang reminded skeptical. He deliberately opened his arms to embrace Lin Wei, testing whether she would reject him. To his surprise, she indeed evaded him. Too sudden. You must give me some time to prepare mentally, Lin Wei stammered, feeling embarrassed by Chen Yang's directness. Fortunately, her phone in her pocket rang just in time, prompting her to dash into another room to answer it. Watching her flee, Chen Yang sighed heavily. Such a beautiful woman, yet she did not seem to harbor an interest in men. What a pity. He stood on the balcony, gazing at the scenery of the community. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Wei finally finished her call. She mentioned that Chen Bing and his wife had invited them out for dinner, hoping Chen Yang would grace them with his presence. With Lu Changchang absent, Chen Yang would be dining alone at home with instant noodles, so he agreed. He noted that the dinner would be at Zhaoyang restaurant and checked the date on his phone. Fortunately, the group stage of the World Cup had concluded, and there would be no further matches for the national team. On the way, Lin Wei informed him that her job had been arranged, and she would report to the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Qingshui City after graduation. Chen Yang recognized this as the starting point of her political career. 6 months later, she would be transferred to Panlong Town, eventually ascending from deputy town chief to the county's party secretary in Qingshui County. In his previous life, it was Lin Wei who had helped reclaim the land for Chen Yang's family after her appointment to Panlong Town, although she had never disclosed this to him. Nonetheless, Chen Yang had always remembered her kindness. Thus, even when he found certain of Lin Wei's actions irksome in his second life, he never denied her requests. Sunshine Garden was not far from Zhaoyang restaurant, and it took Chen Yang only 10 minutes to drive there. Upon parking, he spotted Chen Bing arriving on a motorcycle. He seemed to have just finished work, still clad in his police uniform, while Zhong Lin clung to him from behind, wearing a blissful expression. This scene prompted Chen Yang to chuckle to himself. Look at that. You all disdain my Jetta, yet a motorcycle can bring a girl such joy. Lin Wei replied, that's different. A motorcycle is the best mode of transportation within Chen Bing's current means. If you hadn't struck it rich, even if you were riding a bicycle, I wouldn't mind. Chen Yang felt that reasoning with women was futile. Noticing Zhong Lin had shifted her gaze toward them, he parked the car and exited with Lin Wei. Brother, I never had the chance to express my gratitude for the last time, but it seems I must trouble you again, Chen Bing said, gripping Chen Yang's hand firmly with a look of appreciation. Chen Yang had witnessed Chen Bing inebriated before, unable to control himself. If he accepted credit for this, he would likely be sold out in an instant. Hence, he quickly pointed at Lin Wei, saying, Brother, it was I who gave the house to her. You should be thanking her instead. Upon hearing this, Chen Bing's expression became animated as he pointed at Lin Wei, lamenting, Brother, I was thrown out of my house because of this girl, and you want me to thank her? Chen Yang was taken aback to learn that Lin Wei had persuaded Chen Bing and Zhong Lin to obtain their marriage certificate. To his astonishment, Old Master Chen did not accept this fait accompli. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge Zhong Lin as a daughter-in-law, but he also reclaimed the house they had been living in. Chen Yang could only smile wryly at Lin Wei, realizing that after all this turmoil, everyone was paying the price for her impulsive antics. He could not fathom why she didn't simply communicate her unwillingness to marry directly with her parents. It was 2002. After all, could there still be forced marriages? He remembered that before his reincarnation, Lin Wei had also been single. At least he had not heard any gossip regarding her romantic life from Zhang Jun and the others. Thus, he was curious how Lin Wei had coped without his intervention back then. How had she managed to evade her parents' marriage pressures over the subsequent 2 decades? While ordering food, Chen Yang broached his lingering question with Lin Wei. Lin Wei, if I hadn't agreed to go with you to get the marriage certificate that day, would you have sought Zhang Jun or another man as a substitute? Absolutely not. Lin Wei shook her head and delivered a response that left the 3 present in astonishment. I would tell my parents that I like women. Chapter 15, A Fire Ignited. Influenced by Zhang Jun, Chen Yang had previously harbored doubts about Lin Wei's disinterest in men. However, upon hearing her declare her attraction to women, he found himself somewhat incredulous. In this era, societal attitudes in the country had yet to become as liberal as they would be 2 decades later. Homosexuality existed in the public's perception as a peculiar phenomenon. Those with fragile mental fortitude could be driven to madness by societal scrutiny. If Lin Wei truly were, she would undoubtedly keep it hidden. Moreover, throughout their 4 years of university, he had not observed Lin Wei cultivating any unusually intimate relationships with other women, nor had he heard any special rumors. Chen Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. Go visit her home. It's plastered with posters of Li Ming. Besides, with Uncle Lin's temperament, if she dared to act out of line, she would get her legs broken. Huh, do you think my dad is like your old man? He wouldn't dare. Well, he might not dare, but I recall a certain incident where someone couldn't even get out of bed, and I had to bring him meals. Chen Bing, that was years ago. Don't bring it up again, or I might just flip out. All right, I want to mention it. Observing the unabashed banter between Chen Bing and Lin Wei, Chen Yang felt a pang of envy. During his school years, he had few friends. His daily life revolved around laboring in the fields or sequestering himself in books. The children in the village called him a bookworm. In truth, he yearned to join them in their play, catching wild rabbits, foraging for mushrooms, picking wild fruits, dipping his hands into the creek to fish or catch crabs, wandering the fields at night with a flashlight to spot frogs. Unfortunately, his parents forbade such activities, instilling in him the belief that he must study diligently to escape their impoverished mountain village after gaining admission to university. After his parents' passing, his aunt took up their mantle. Thus, before university, Chen Yang had very few companions to share in merriment. Fearing solitude, he cherished his friendships with Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan, only to be met with shameless betrayal and scheming. Chen Yang gazed at Lin Wei, the one who had altered his destiny, her beauty intoxicating. He recalled how she was always surrounded by admirers, and how Zhang Jun had squandered considerable resources in an attempt to drive away his rivals. Yet he still could not win her heart. Reflecting on Lin Wei's previous remark about turning a pretense into reality, Chen Yang, though skeptical, found himself stirred. The subsequent results of his subtle test had left him somewhat disheartened. Chen Yang, would you care for a drink? I'm driving. I can't drink. Chen Yang declined Chen Bing's suggestion, as he had been reborn due to a car accident and dared not engage in any unlawful activities. Moreover, given Chen Bing's drinking capacity, he might end up making him do manual labor again. Today is a day worth celebrating. If you want tea drink, I shall, Lin Wei declared, requesting a bottle of Qing Shui Daku, a dish of peanuts, and 2 small cups from the proprietor. Before the dishes arrived, she and Chen Bing had already started drinking. After a cup, Chen Bing began discussing the World Cup, lamenting the national team's elimination from the group stage with visible distress. Chen Yang, more acquainted with the state of the national team, sympathized with his plight and offered comfort while analyzing the situation. It's quite normal that the national team didn't qualify. Besides the issue of skill, they were also unfortunate. If you had been grouped with the Koreans or the Japanese, you might not even have made it out of the group stage. Chen Bing wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Yang's perspective. The advantage of being the host nation was undeniable. Just look at those shameless Koreans. They aren't even playing football. It's all malicious fouls, barely short of murder, and they still made it to the semifinals. It's utterly ridiculous. Chen Yang chocolate. Don't worry. Reaching the semifinals is their limit. In the face of absolute strength, even corrupt referees cannot help them. Chen Bing was particularly irked by the Korean team in this World Cup, and upon hearing Chen Yang's words, he became somewhat excited. Are you saying they will be eliminated by the German team? Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. Unless they have someone as extraordinary as me on their side, they won't be winning against Germany. At that moment, Lin Wei interjected, Chen Yang, how do you know so much about the World Cup when you don't even play football? Chen Yang explained, the guys in the dorm talk about it constantly. I picked up a thing or two. Ah, I see. Lin Wei seemed to recall something, adding, that Tang Kuan apparently won a second prize and took a lot of classmates out for dinner. If he knew that the first prize winner was you, he probably wouldn't be in the mood anymore. Chen Yang glanced around the restaurant and lowered his voice to caution her, don't go spreading that around. If I get robbed one day, you'll be an accomplice. Lin Wei grinned mischievously. Then come back to Qing Shui with me, with the police chief protecting you. Who would dare to rob you? Chen Yang rolled his eyes at her, retorting, with your father's temperament, I'd need to prepare a long-term hospital bed. Is my dad really that terrifying? Lin Wei laughed until tears streamed down her face. As a child, her mischievous antics had often earned her a beating, but after starting school, her father had become considerably gentler. When she occasionally acted out, it was her brother who bore the brunt. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. During university, he had dined at Lin Wei's home 3 times. Lin Jiangwo's gaze towards him and Zhang Jun had always been rather unfriendly. The memory of Zhang Jun being beaten to the point of immobility for 3 days deepened his sense of dread. Chen Yang, don't overthink it. The security in Xingqing is quite good, Chen Bing reassured him, having confidence in the local safety as a policeman. Of course, he dared not suggest that Chen Yang stay in Xingqing for development. Knowing Lin Wei's attitude, towards him was markedly different from that towards other men. If he accidentally said something wrong and jeopardized her feelings, he would surely face repercussions. Chen Yang had invested considerably in real estate in Xinjiang and planned to bring his aunt's family over. Even if Lin Jiangwo did not cause him trouble, he had no immediate plans to return to Qingshui. He refrained from responding, and Lin Wei did not press further, continuing to clink glasses with Chen Bing. By the time the meal concluded, both Chen Bing and Lin Wei were slightly inebriated. Chen Yang drove them to their temporary lodging before escorting Lin Wei to her rented apartment. Upon arriving, he noticed that Lin Wei had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He called her name, but received no reply. Gently nudging her, he still received no response. Reluctantly, he carefully carried the inebriated beauty back to her dwelling. Once he laid her on the bed, Chen Yang finally exhaled in relief. Glancing around her room, he indeed saw numerous posters of Li Ming. Despite being a die-hard fan, she maintained an air of aloofness. Chen Yang felt her life was somewhat inauthentic. However, looking at Lin Wei's serene sleeping face, he could not suppress his inner turmoil and leaned in to place a soft kiss on her lips. "Huh, I knew you weren't just a blockhead." Lin Wei suddenly opened her eyes, a wicked smile gracing her features as she looked at Chen Yang. "Were you not drunk?" Chen Yang stammered, feeling awkward and wanting to escape, but Lin Wei's delicate hands clutched his neck tightly. "Weren't you asking me if I dared to do that with you?" Lin Wei tilted her head slightly, her eyes as clear as water locking onto Chen Yang's. Her luscious lips slowly approaching him like a blooming flower awaiting a bee to gather its nectar. In such a moment, even with Lin Wei's formidable and domineering father looming over them, Chen Yang found himself unable to restrain his desires. The fire ignited, and their passionate entanglement continued until dawn. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his arms, adorned with a sweet smile, Chen Yang felt as if he were living a dream. Little did he anticipate that within merely a fortnight, they would not only have obtained their marriage certificate, but also entered into a de facto marital relationship. Chapter 16. This woman is a punishment sent by heaven for him. "Senior, why didn't you call me last night?" Lu Qingqing finally ended her Cold War with Chen Yang through a text message. Chen Yang stared at the text message she sent, utterly speechless. This woman was peculiar. When he called, she steadfastly refused to answer, and when he sent a message, there was no response. If he ignored her, she became anxious. The crux of the matter was that he was currently unable to reply. As his phone chimed, Lin Wei also stirred awake, her large, captivating eyes fixed upon him. "Whose message is that? Why aren't you responding?" Lin Wei had already caught a glimpse of the content and feigned ignorance. Chen Yang shot her a look that clearly indicated she was pretending. After pondering for a moment, he finally replied to Lu Qingqing, "I was out with friends last night, had a bit too much to drink, and went to bed early." As soon as he sent the message, Lin Wei began to tease him. "I used to think you were an honest person, but I never expected you to lie without so much as a blush." Chen Yang retorted irritably. "What was I supposed to say? That I slept in your bed?" Lin Wei wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, a mischievous grin on her face. "Isn't that the truth?" Chen Yang felt a stirring response as her smooth body brushed against him. After another half hour of playful antics, Lin Wei finally rose to head to the bathroom. At the door, she suddenly shot him a flirtatious glance. "Aren't you interested in joining me for a shower?" Chen Yang's weary body instantly revived, and just as he was about to rise, Lin Wei had already shut the bathroom door. "That cunning vixen!" Chen Yang cursed under his breath, then glanced at the bloodstains on the bed, feeling a headache coming on. Zhang Jun had been relentlessly pursuing Lin Wei and ended up getting beaten into submission by Lin Jiangwo, unable to leave his bed for 3 days. How much worse would it be for Chen Yang, having taken his precious daughter's innocence? He thought again. He and Lin Wei were legally married. The act of intimacy between a husband and wife was natural and justified. Lin Jiangwo should have no reason to cause him trouble, right? Besides, it was Lin Wei who had initiated it. Lin Jiangwo, after all, was the head of the Public Security Bureau in Qingshui. Even if he were unreasonable, he ought to abide by the law, shouldn't he? The more Chen Yang pondered, the more uncertain he felt. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lu Qingqing calling. She had probably been waiting for his response for so long that she could no longer contain herself. "Senior, why Haven T?" replied. "Are you still upset?" "Not at all. I just want to take a shower." Chen Yang lied again. After the antics with Lin Wei, he and T had a moment to check his messages. "When will you be back?" Lu Qingqing inquired further. "I still need to handle some renovation matters at Sunshine Garden. I'll return later tonight." He continued to fabricate. "All right then, I'll head to class first. See you tonight." After hanging up, Chen Yang felt another wave of headache wash over him. Lin Jiangwo was far away in Qingshui, so he probably wouldn't cause him trouble anytime soon. However, Lu Qingqing lived just across from his rented apartment. There was no way to avoid her. Since he had become involved with Lin Wei, he could no longer maintain ties with Lu Qingqing. Chen Yang was not one to juggle two relationships. He felt a pang of guilt towards Lu Qingqing, as he had initially formed a romantic connection with her before engaging with Lin Wei. Theoretically, this constituted infidelity. How had he unwittingly become a scoundrel? Lin Wei. "Oh, Lin Wei, you truly are a harbinger of trouble." Chen Yang lay helplessly on the bed, wishing for a peaceful slumber, preferably one from which he would never awaken, to avoid the worries that awaited him upon opening his eyes. Just as he began to doze off, Lin Wei emerged from the bathroom, having finished her shower. Seeing Chen Yang still in bed, she adopted a stern expression. "Aren't you leaving? Do you intend to make this your permanent residence?" Chen Yang was both amused and exasperated by her sudden change of demeanor. "Now that we crossed that line, isn't it only natural for me to stay here?" Lin Wei replied, "That's not the case. I may have accepted you physically, but emotionally, you have yet to prove yourself." With that, she urged him to get dressed. Once she had successfully ushered him out, she added, "When you return, it's best not to provoke that little vixen again, or you'll have to answer to me." "Who is the real vixen? Don't you realize it yourself?" Chen Yang Silin please scoffed. The Cold War he had with Lu Qingqing was orchestrated by Lin Wei. Moreover, the rifts with Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had also stemmed from Lin Wei's influence. Chun Bing being cast out from his home was yet another conflict instigated by Lin Wei. This series of turmoil had not only cost him a home, but had also branded him a scoundrel. This woman must have been sent by the heavens to punish him. After driving home, Chen Yang called Zhao Xiaoli to entrust her with two matters. First, he asked her to handle the paperwork for the new house he was giving to Chun Bing, requesting that she change the name on the property deed. According to Lin Wei's suggestion, it would be best to have the house registered under Zhong Lin's name. In case Chun Bing could not withstand the pressure from the Chun family patriarch, at least Zhong Lin would have some security in Xingqing. Secondly, he addressed the renovation issue. The progress of the supermarket construction could not be halted, and the new house project for Chun Bing needed to commence. He hoped Zhao Xiaoli could communicate with the renovation company's manager to see if they could synchronize the projects. If that proved impossible, they would have to find a new company to take over. He also sent Zhao Xiaoli's phone number to Zhong Lin, so she could handle the property transfer. Once that was done, Chen Yang settled down to seek the land of dreams. However, his respite was short-lived, as he was soon interrupted by a phone call. Chen Yang, some little vixen, just drove away from the school in her Porsche. "I wonder if she is coming to find you?" "Yes. She is actually sleeping right next to me now. You could join us. It would be cozier with all three of us together." Chen Yang couldn't help but admire this woman. After a night of turmoil, he felt utterly exhausted, while she appeared vibrant and full of energy. The old saying was indeed true. Only exhausted cattle die, while the field remains unspoiled. On such a hot day, aren't you worried about overheating? What is there to fear? Dying under a peony flower, even as a ghost, one is still alluring. Is that so? Then wait for me. I'll come over to fulfill that wish. Chen Yang quickly sweet-talked, having entered a sage mode, feeling too drained to engage in romantic escapades. Of course, he was even less inclined to witness the potential clash between Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing. From their initial encounter, it was clear that Lu Qingqing stood no chance against Lin Wei. If she were to be bullied in Lin Wei's territory, her family, the Lu clan, would certainly not let it slide. Lin Wei had returned to Qingshui after graduation, while Chen Yang still had to build his career in Xingqing. In the end, he would be the one left to bear the brunt of the fallout. Thus, no matter what, he had to prevent any flames of conflict from igniting. After dismissing Lin Wei, Chen Yang hurried to get up and take a shower. He washed all the clothes he had worn the previous night and cleaned the room thoroughly. Women are exceptionally sensitive beings. Even the slightest lingering scent could lead to unnecessary complications. At that moment, Chen Yang's greatest fear was that Lu Qingqing would discover any traces left by Lin Wei. If exposed, given Lu Qingqing's impulsive nature, he could easily find himself at the center of yet another scandal on the Xingqing University campus. Chapter 17. I want to enjoy a private world with my man. Lu Qingqing arrived swiftly, dressed in vibrant attire that radiated charm and fragrance. She intended to give Chen Yang a warm embrace, but was met with avoidance. "Senior, are you angry?" "Not at all." Chen Yang struggled to find the right words, striving to avoid hurting Lu Qingqing's feelings. "I just think it's easier if we remain friends." "Why?" Lu Qingqing's expression instantly paled, as this was not the outcome she had hoped for. In the past few days, Chen Yang had been contemplating the future of his relationship with Lu Qingqing. Their differing personalities, life philosophies, and family dynamics filled him with pessimism. "Qingqing, if we're just friends, would you look down on me for driving a Jetta? If we're merely friends, would you be upset about my marriage certificate with Lin Wei, leading you to ignore me for several days?" "No, I wouldn't." However, Lu Qingqing shook her head and continued, "I've come to a realization." Chen Yang believed that this girl was still too naive to realize that he and Lin Wei were merely acting, and that their separation was inevitable. He inquired, "Did Lin Wei make any promises to you?" Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously, saying, "Senior said that as long as I resolve her friend's housing issue, she would break up with you." "Then why doesn't she come to me for the house?" "No, I originally intended for my brother to provide a house for her. She refused, claiming it was too generous for someone who isn't family. That's when I mentioned you. Unexpectedly, she immediately agreed to come find you, insisting it was only right for her to ask you for a house." Lu Qingqing couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Lin Wei's words and sought answers from Chen Yang. "Senior, is there another secret between you two?" "No." Chen Yang dismissed her speculation and explained, "We are legally married, which entitles her to half of our marital assets, protected by the marriage law." "Ah, but weren't you just pretending?" Lu Qingqing asked in confusion. "We did not sign a prenuptial agreement. As long as she does not acknowledge it as a charade, the law will safeguard her rights." "Then why didn't you sign an agreement?" "At the time we got married, I was entirely broke. Was there any need to be cautious?" "So, is she demanding 10 million to agree to a divorce?" Lu Qingqing's anger escalated, her mood darkening. How could she be so wicked? "Indeed, she is a wicked woman." Chen Yang concurred with Lu Qingqing's assessment. Although Lin Wei had not demanded money and was not greedy, the entire situation had unfolded precisely as she desired. "I'm going to confront her." Lu Qingqing turned to leave, wishing she could fly to Star City University and slap Lin Wei. Chen Yang quickly grasped her hand. "Qingqing, don't act impulsively. You're no match for her. You'll only end up suffering." Lu Qingqing replied fiercely, "Even if I can't defeat her, I must expose her true colors to her face. She has a marriage certificate." Chen Yang warned, concerned that Lu Qingqing might stir up chaos at the university, making matters irreparable. "If you cause a scene, you'll be misunderstood as the third party fighting over a man. Is that the outcome you desire?" Lu Qingqing halted. Chen Yang was right. Confronting Lin Wei could lead to accusations against her, and with a marriage certificate as evidence, she would struggle to clarify her position. "I'm so furious. I'm so furious." Lu Qingqing pounded her fists against Chen Yang's chest, and as she continued, tears streamed down her face. "Why am I so unfortunate?" Chen Yang gently tousled Lu Qingqing's hair, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He knew it was entirely wrong to agree to be with Lu Qingqing before resolving matters with Lin Wei. Now, everyone was left in an awkward situation. Even without Lin Wei, it would have been challenging for Chen Yang to pursue a long-term relationship with Lu Qingqing. Their backgrounds were fundamentally different. Chen Yang had endured hardship since childhood, valuing a pragmatic life, while Lu Qingqing had been pampered, absorbing the cultural ideals of the upper class. She might be curious about the lives of those from humble beginnings, but she would never truly understand them. Their relationship was bound to be fraught with innumerable conflicts. Furthermore, Lu Qingqing had a prominent family that would not easily accept Chen Yang. Chen Yang also felt uncertain about Lin Wei. Her demeanor fluctuated between icy and whimsical, making her difficult to decipher. Based on memories from his past life, her desire for control was strong, and her cunning strategies were unfathomable. Such a woman could only be subdued by a man even stronger than herself. For now, Chen Yang could only manage an equilibrium with her. Naturally, if forced to choose, he would still opt for Lin Wei. To ensure Zhang Jun could live as he had in his previous life, Chen Yang needed a powerful backing in Qing Shui. Lin Wei possessed influence and cunning, making her an invaluable ally. Lu Qingqing, with her kind heart and innocent nature, could neither provide assistance nor would she be immune to exploitation by adversaries. Moreover, her family, the Lu family, prioritized their own interests. They would not oppose the wealthiest individual in Qing Shui City for Chen Yang's sake. Chen Yang recalled that in his past life, the Lu family and the Zhang family had been close economic partners. He had already acquired a wife who could easily be manipulated and did not wish for Lu Qingqing to become another Zhang Meili. For a man, the most intolerable betrayal is from those closest to him, even if it may not be their intent. Senior, is there truly no possibility for us? Lu Qingqing gazed at Chen Yang with reluctance, her love having ended before it even began. How cruel! Chen Yang refrained from making any unrealistic promises, offering gentle reassurances instead. You will undoubtedly find a partner far more exceptional than I. I don't want that. I despise you. Liu Qingqing pushed Chen Yang away, heart broken, and retreated to her room. Chen Yang sighed as he watched her leave. In his previous life, he had detested those who were unfaithful, yet now, reborn, he had become the very thing he loathed. At Star City University, Lin Wei had just completed the final handover for the student council. She felt somewhat fatigued. The impulsiveness of the previous night brought both joy and discomfort, especially with the various reactions following her taking contraceptive pills, making her wish to seize Chen Yang and give him a good thrashing. Yet, she could not deny her growing addiction to that man. Regardless of the outcome of Lu Qingqing's meeting with Chen Yang, she would not allow the two to reunite. Lin Wei, are you going to eat? My treat. Zhang Jun was as ever stationed outside Lin Wei's office. As long as Lin Wei remained unmarried, he still had a chance. Maybe next time, I have an appointment today. Lin Wei politely declined Zhang Jun once more. Over 4 years of university, she had concocted enough excuses to fill a book to evade his persistent advances. Truthfully, she had a sliver of admiration for his tenacity, but unfortunately, she was a connoisseur of beauty. Are you going for spa with Su Su? I'll join you and cover the bill. Su Su, Lin Wei's college best friend, full name Su Mingwei, had long been won over by Zhang Jun. Thus, he was always well informed of Lin Wei's whereabouts at Star City University. Previously, Lin Wei had been indifferent, but today, she inexplicably felt anger rising. No, I want to spend time with my man. Your man? When did you get a man? Zhang Jun was struck as if by lightning, feeling as though the blue sky above him had suddenly caved in. Chapter 18. The Conspiracy Before Graduation. Brother Jun, why not let it go? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Losing one Lin Wei means there are still Li Wei, Zhao Wei, and Chu Wei. With your qualifications, what kind of woman can't you find? Yes, this Lin Wei just loves to act high and mighty. Only you, Brother Jun, can tolerate her temper. If it were me, I'd just drag her over and deal with it right there. No matter how high and mighty a woman is, once she's in bed, she'll be as meek as a lamb. Zhang Jun shot a disdainful look at Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, thinking to himself how he had ended up with these two useless sycophants. What do you know? I don't want just any woman. I want the connections of the Lin family. My old man said that if I can marry Lin Wei, he would give me 200 million. Tell me, which woman in this world is worth 200 million? Tang Kuan, you're so obsessed with women that you'll end up dead because of it. Deal with it? You wish. Half of the officials in the entire Dongjiang province's legal system are related to the Lin family. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. Tang Kuan was so frightened that his legs went weak. Brother Jun, I was wrong. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I'm a fool? The entire Star City University knows you're my person. If I sell you out, how can I escape unscathed? Tang Kuan sighed in relief upon hearing this, quickly plastering a smile on his face as he said, Brother Jun, you can't blame me for this. Had I known about her background, I would have revered her like the goddess of mercy. Shang Yun scoffed. Do you have your brain lodged in your backside? If this news gets out, am I not just asking for trouble? Do you think I don't have enough competitors already? Tang Kuan laughed foolishly, but inwardly, he cursed Zhang Jun's ancestors for generations. Damn it, had I known Lin Wei had such a background, I wouldn't have had to look at your face at all. I wonder which lucky bastard hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Tang Kuan recalled someone. Paul Yun. Do you think Lin Wei's man could be Chen Yang? That guy's been missing for quite some time. He wouldn't be hiding in Lin Wei's home, would he? Zhang Jun's expression shifted slightly. When Lin Wei mentioned having a man, he had indeed suspected Chen Yang. It was only after Tang Kuan's reminder that he realized Chen Yang had truly vanished from public view for a considerable duration. The last time he logged onto the forum was during the clarification of his relationship with Lin Wei. Tang Kuan, having won the second prize in the lottery, treated his mentor and a bunch of classmates, but Chen Yang and Lin Wei were conspicuously absent. Tang Kuan, give Chen Yang a call and see what he's up to. But after what I said to him last time, do you think he would still answer my call? Just give it a try. With no other option. Tang Kuan took out his phone and dialed Chen Yang's number, but it was perpetually busy. He wouldn't have blocked me, would he? Shang Yun glanced at Sao Shunfe, who hastily dialed Chen Yang's number, only to receive the same result. Zhang Jun began to lose his composure, pulling out his phone, hesitating for a moment before ultimately dialing. Still busy. Damn it, just as I suspected. In a fit of rage, Zhang Jun hurled his phone to the ground and stomped on it vehemently, smashing the circuit board as if the phone were Chen Yang himself. Brother Jun, tomorrow is graduation day. He will definitely show up. Should we gather some people to intercept him at the school gate? As Zhang Jun's top enforcer, Zhao Xuanfa understood his thoughts well. He knew that the only way to placate Zhang Jun at this moment was to give Chen Yang a good beating. But is it reliable? Don't worry, once it's done, I'll have them leave Dongjiang province overnight. All right, I'll give you 500,000 to have them break one of Chen Yang's legs. And remember, don't touch Lin Wei. In the family quarters of Xingqing Normal University Affiliated High School, Chen Yang lay on his bed, alternating between thoughts of what Lin Wei might be doing at school and concerns about whether Lu Qingqing might be feeling despondent. After tossing and turning for a long while, he still couldn't fall asleep. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Lin Wei standing there. How'd you find my address? Qingqing is a member of the new student council, and they have your contact information. You live right across from her. How hard could it be to find you? Chen Yang, worried that Lu Qingqing might hear Lin Wei's voice, quickly pulled her into his room. Lin Wei glanced around Chen Yang's living room. It was tidy, albeit sparsely furnished, with such sweltering heat in Xingqing. And considering you're now a millionaire, how come you haven't even installed an air conditioner? I'll buy one tomorrow. Chen Yang had been busy outside lately, leaving early and returning late, with hardly any time to improve his rented accommodation. Since Lin Wei brought it up, he could only offer a temporary reply. Where's Qingqing? I saw her car parked downstairs. Why haven't I seen her? As Lin Wei asked, she strolled into Chen Yang's bedroom, surveying the surroundings, and ultimately wore a satisfied smile. Chen Yang was quite displeased with her behavior. He had already drawn a line with Lu Qingqing, yet this woman remained unconvinced, wanting to confront her directly. Lin Wei, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, please leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Oh, are you angry? Lin Wei slowly uprooted Chen Yang, sitting on his lap with an alluring demeanor. Darling, I'm doing this for your own good. If my father finds out you married and immediately took a mistress, he might just break your legs. Chen Yang genuinely detested being threatened. However, knowing Lin Wei's father, Lin Zhangwo, he realized she wasn't merely trying to frighten him. There are plenty of good men at Xingqing University. Why did you choose me? You're from Qingshui City, which is close to home. Zhang Jun is also from Qingshui City. He was your high school classmate and comes from a wealthy family. Heh, I like the handsome ones. Then you should pursue Li Ming. He is even more handsome. Li Ming is indeed more handsome, but I don't want to spend my life with an old man. Chen Yang had no retort. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Given Lin Wei's attitude, he decided not to feel jealous of Li Ming. However, Lin Wei's next words caused him distress. Go fetch Qingqing. I need to talk to her. She's probably in a bad mood right now. You don't want to add fuel to the fire? Aren't you going? Then I will. Ignoring Lin Wei, Chen Yang was taken aback when she directly opened the door and stepped out. By the time he chased after her, she was already knocking on Lu Qingqing's door. Surprisingly, Lu Qingqing answered. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she glared at Lin Wei with a look of resentment before lunging at her. Senior, you liar. I'll fight you. Chen Yang rushed forward, attempting to separate the two, but Lin Wei effortlessly subdued Lu Qingqing against the wall. Qingqing were both educated individuals. Let us discuss this calmly and resolve our differences with grace. You have no integrity. You promised to return the senior to me. Qingqing, this isn't my fault. I wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chen Yang, but my father disagreed. He said it would be disgraceful for the Lin family to get divorced right after marriage and threatened to break Chen Yang's legs. What could I do? Is this true? Chen Yang looked at Lu Qingqing's bewildered expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. This girl was far too easy to deceive. Chapter 19. You've got the wrong person. Upon returning home, Lin Wei did not ask Chen Yang to escort her. Instead, she rode in Lu Qingqing's Porsche. They both shared the same sentiment regarding Chen Yang's Jetta. In a more absurd turn of events, Lu Qingqing not only drove Lin Wei home, but also spent the night there. Chen Yang was utterly perplexed. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? However, with their absence, he finally enjoyed some rare tranquility, managing to catch up on the sleep he had missed during the day. After a long slumber, when he drove to school for the graduation ceremony, he encountered many familiar faces. Yet, apart from greeting his mentor, Wang Jiangwo, most were engrossed in lively conversations with Lin Wei and Zhang Jun. As for Chen Yang, they merely nodded politely in acknowledgement. This was meant to be an unforgettable farewell, yet it also turned into a gathering of reality. After today, everyone would go their separate ways. As the student council president and the campus belle, Lin Wei had always been the center of attention. Everyone was well aware of Zhang Jun's family background, which promised numerous future intersections in their careers. Even without those connections, it wouldn't hurt to maintain contact. Chen Yang, apart from being handsome, had no background to speak of and rarely socialized at school. The fact that they acknowledged him with mere nods was already fulfilling the obligations of being classmates. Of course, Chen Yang had intended to remain a low-profile figure, quietly enduring until the graduation ceremony concluded. However, Zhang Jun had other plans. Isn't this Chen Yang? Seems like you've been enjoying your meal ticket lately. Looking all dapper. I almost didn't recognize you. Is that so? We seem to be dressed similarly today. I wonder if you're a man or a dog. Zhang Jun's unfinished mockery was promptly silenced. Moreover, the students attending the ceremony are all dressed in the same attire. How do you perceive them? All right. That was a slip of the tongue. I apologize. As Zhang Jun noticed more and more gazes directed at him, he hurriedly backtracked. He felt frustrated. It had only been a few weeks, and the previously reticent Chen Yang had become quite adept at repartee. Chen Yang had no intention of engaging with him. The ceremony had concluded, and he planned to stroll around the campus, reminiscing about the final moments of his university life. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei dashed over, insisting on capturing a commemorative photograph with him. As if that weren't enough, she even demanded that Chen Yang make a heart gesture alongside her. Under the compelling gaze of her eyes, he had no choice but to acquiesce. This spectacle not only unsettled Zhang Jun, but also sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd of graduates. Goodness, had they not claimed to share merely a platonic relationship? Yet here they were, brazenly flaunting their affection at the graduation ceremony. My word, how could my goddess possibly harbor feelings for Chen Yang? Was my chance at love destined to end before it even began? Chen Yang, the deceiver, who usually played the enigmatic role, had stealthily whisked away our goddess. Truly, his heart is deserving of condemnation. The most pitiable of all was Zhang Jun, who had pursued Lin Wei for 4 years, only to have his own roommate steal her affections. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, and Zhang Jun was seething with rage. Previously, he Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan had approached Lin Wei for a photo, only to be met with rejection. Now, however, Lin Wei sought out Chen Yang for a photo, and even made a heart gesture to claim there was no romantic involvement between them. Who would believe that? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Zhang Jun called Zhao Xuanfa over, gritting his teeth as he said, "Have you arranged for your people? This time, I want him to pay dearly." Zhao Xuanfa replied in a hushed tone. For safety's sake, I contacted the informant using a public phone outside the school. Changing the plan now might be too late. Unyielding, Zhang Jun immediately instructed Zhao Xuanfa. Take my car and keep an eye on the south gate of the school. It would be best if you could reach them. If anything unexpected happens, I will call you at once. Zhao Xuanfa nodded in acknowledgement, and, while everyone's attention was focused on Lin Wei and Chen Yang, stealthily departed from the venue. Zhang Jun then sent Tang Kuan to monitor the west gate of the school. The west and south gates were the closest routes from Xingqing University to the city. He vowed that today, Chen Yang would face the consequences. However, he soon found himself dumbfounded. After parting ways with Lin Wei, Chen Yang had simply driven away. When had he acquired a vehicle? In Zhang Jun's understanding, Chen Yang's financial situation did not allow for such a purchase. He should have been walking to the south or west gate to catch a bus into the city. Yet, now Chen Yang possessed a car. Though it was merely a Jetta, identical to a driving school vehicle, it was sufficient to obliterate his meticulously devised plan. He hurriedly called Zhao Xuanfa to inform him of the change in plans, but to his dismay, as soon as the call connected, his phone died. During the commencement ceremony, while the principal and officials spoke on stage, aboard Zhang Jun had been playing Snake on his phone, oblivious to the dwindling battery. His phone charger and spare battery were in the car, and with Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan absent, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Yang departed. No, he could not let Chen Yang escape so easily. Reluctantly, Zhang Jun sprinted towards the south gate of the school, but unfortunately, due to a lack of exercise, he quickly became winded and could run no more. Zhang Jun, with a car at your disposal, yet here you are practicing running? He looked up to see Luo Zhikai, a student from the finance department. This guy worked in the investment division of Xingqing Bank and was considered one of the prominent figures at Xingqing University. Old Luo, my car was taken by a friend. Could you give me a lift to the school gate? No problem. Hop in. Zhang Jun tearfully climbed into Luo Zhikai's car, only to discover Lin Wei was also inside. Lin Wei, what are you doing here? I'm discussing some matters with old Luo and catching a ride to the school gate. Lin Wei glanced at Zhang Jun with curiosity and asked, where are your two lackeys? Did they leave you all alone at the school? Zhang Jun awkwardly explained. They had something urgent to attend to. Lin Wei responded with an O, turning her head to gaze out the window, quietly admiring the campus scenery. Zhang Yun, feeling guilty, refrained from disturbing Lin Wei at that moment. After chatting with Luo Zhikai about post-graduation plans, they soon arrived at the south gate of the school. Lin Wei thanked Luo Zhikai before getting out of the car. She had made plans to meet Lu Qingqing for a spa session and to exchange beauty tips. Zhang Jun looked around anxiously, not spotting his own car, and fearing for Lin Wei's safety, quickly exited the vehicle to follow her. Just as he caught up with Lin Wei, a group of thugs clad in t-shirts emblazoned with gang logos approached, wielding steel pipes. The leader, a blonde-haired troublemaker, pointed at Zhang Jun and shouted to his companions, "That's him. Break his legs." Terrified, Zhang Jun turned and ran towards the school security office, shouting, "You got the wrong person, it's not me." Before he could finish, a club struck his head. The intense pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly, collapsing to the ground. The thugs, undeterred, rushed in and began to pummel the unconscious Zhang Jun mercilessly. Sensing the chaos, Lin Wei swiftly kicked the blonde thug away. At the same time, the security personnel from the school, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to intervene. Realizing the situation was turning against them, the blonde thug and his crew made a hasty retreat. Chapter 20. More trouble than it's worth. Under the urgent care of the school doctor, Zhang Jun eventually regained consciousness. To err on the side of caution, Lin Wei and Luo Zhikai took Zhang Jun to the nearby Xingqing People's Hospital for a thorough examination. After a series of scans, the results were relatively favorable. Aside from a mild concussion requiring a few days of hospitalization for observation, there were no significant issues. What puzzled Lin Wei was when the local police arrived at the hospital to inquire about the situation. Zhang Jun claimed it was merely a personal feud and that he didn't wish to pursue the matter further. Naturally, Lin Wei refrained from pressing for details. During the police inquiry, she only provided a general account of what she had witnessed. As for Zhang Jun's desperate plea during his escape, she chose to omit it. Lin Wei discerned that the thugs had a clear motive. They were targeting someone close to her. If that person wasn't Zhang Jun, then who could it be? With this question lingering in her mind, Lin Wei departed from the hospital. She called Lu Qingqing to cancel their appointment and then reached out to Chen Yang, asking him to come and pick her up from the hospital. Chen Yang had left early upon receiving a call from Zhao Xiaoli, who mentioned that Lu Shiji had returned and wished to see him. By the time Lin Wei called, Chen Yang was already outside Sunshine Garden Community. Upon hearing that Zhang Jun had been beaten and hospitalized, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. That little wretch deserved it. He should never have attempted to save him. Lin Wei retorted, "I've known him for many years. How could I possibly ignore him? But you all seem to be hiding something from me." Chen Yang replied curtly, "Isn't it about the marriage certificate? They found out about it and then turned against me." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Wei was quite pleased with this outcome. She had long feared that Chen Yang might be led astray by those three individuals. This was indeed wonderful news. Chen Yang, dissatisfied, remarqued, "I suspect you did this on purpose to let him find out?" Lin Wei suppressed a smile, saying, "What is wrong with that? Isn't it better to let him give up?" "All right, splendid." Chen Yang exclaimed, exasperated. "I was nearly drugged and put in a compromising position. Why didn't you mention this to me before? Would you have believed me? Well, now I do." She hesitated before adding, "I even suspect that those people were actually targeting you today." Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. Zhang Jun truly was a persistent nuisance. Despite his efforts to remain low-key in recent days, the other party seemed unwilling to relent. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang called Zhao Xiaoli to reschedule a meeting with Lu Shiji. Once he hung up, he drove to Xingqing People's Hospital to pick up Lin Wei, and then headed to the Jinsha police station to locate Chen Bing, who worked there. Chen Bing was troubled by the lack of opportunity to express his gratitude to Chen Yang. Upon grasping the situation, he promptly contacted a friend at the local police station in the jurisdiction of Xingqing University, requesting them to follow up on the case. After approximately an hour, he received a call informing him that the ringleader, known as Huang Mao, had been apprehended. Through interrogation, it was revealed that the intended target of Huang Mao and his accomplices was not Zhang Jun, but rather Chen Yang. A bounty of 100,000 had been placed on the request to break one of Chen Yang's legs. Ironically, the only information provided was a photograph of Lin Wei. Although Huang Mao and his cohorts noticed discrepancies between Zhang Jun's appearance and the description given by the person who had hired them, they were still unable to control their emotions, driven by greed. As for the individual who had commissioned the act, Huang Mao was unaware, stating that the contact was made via a public phone and that the payment had been left in a designated location. After learning all the details, Lin Wei was nearly certain that Zhang Jun was the mastermind behind it all. At Xingqing University, he was the only one with the financial means and a grudge against Chen Yang. She speculated that Zhang Jun's hasty arrival at the scene indicated he had likely discovered that Chen Yang was not with her and intended to alert the perpetrators. Chen Bing expressed confusion regarding Lin Wei's conjecture. If Zhang Jun was indeed the mastermind, he could have simply notified them via his phone rather than appearing in person. Lin Wei recalled, during the incident, his phone never lit up. Chen Bing gave Lin Wei a thumbs up, impressed by her analytical skills, a testament to her upbringing in a family of law enforcement. Zhang Jun is rather foolish. How could he presume that you both would appear at the gate simultaneously? Lin Wei pointed at Chen Yang, stating, Zhang Jun and Chen Yang were roommates for 4 years. He is surely acquainted with his routines. If Chen Yang had not purchased a car, and I had not gone to meet Luo Zhikai, they might have indeed ambushed us. Compared to the act itself, Chen Yang was more concerned about the outcome. He inquired of Chen Bing, "Can the evidence we currently possess convict Zhang Jun?" Chen Bing shook his head. Without direct evidence of Zhang Jun's involvement in hiring a hitman, everything remains mere speculation. Lin Wei added, "Even if evidence is found with their family's wealth, they could easily arrange for someone to take the fall." Chen Yang felt a twinge of regret. He yearned to witness Zhang Jun serving time in prison. Seizing the moment, Lin Wei urged Chen Yang, "The security in Xingqing is too chaotic. You should return to Qingshui with me. This is merely an isolated incident. The overall security in Xingqing is still quite commendable." Chen Bing noticed the steely glint in Lin Wei's gaze directed at him and quickly amended his wording. He understood that she merely wished to keep Chen Yang close. Chen Yang was well aware of the future prospects in both Xingqing and Qingshui. Regardless of the present or future, the opportunities for development in Xingqing far surpassed those in Qingshui. Unlike Lin Wei, he had originally been a mere commoner. While she carried the aspirations of millions from Qingshui in her heart, he was consumed by thoughts of wealth and vengeance. Only by defeating Zhang Jun and the family behind him, thereby eliminating the lurking threat, would Chen Yang consider other matters. Thus, he remained unmoved by Lin Wei's repeated entreaties. At Xingqing People's Hospital, Zhang Jun lay in bed, silently glaring at the tardy Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kun. In truth, he was seething with rage, desperate to vent his frustrations on someone. However, the pain radiating throughout his body rendered him utterly powerless. Brother Jun, rest assured, I left no evidence behind. Is that the crux of the matter? What kind of operation was this? They don't even know who Chen Yang and I are. He snapped. It just came in swinging. By the way, aside from the graduation photo, I don't have any personal pictures of Chen Yang. But I clearly described his physical characteristics, so they shouldn't have mistaken him. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes in frustration. He had spent 500,000, and yet Zhao Xuanfa had failed to secure even a single photograph before attempting to carry out the job, recruiting a bunch of incompetent fools instead. Now, Chen Yang was unscathed, while he himself lay in the hospital. Had it not been for Lin Wei's swift intervention, he might have been condemned to a life in a wheelchair. You two useless fools, get out of my sight. I never want to see you again. Plone. Just give me one more chance. Brother Jun, this is Zhao Xuanfa's incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jun shut his eyes, unwilling to engage further with Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kun. Chapter 21. Zhao Xuanfa captured. After leaving the Jinsa police station, Chen Yang drove Lin Wei to her residence. Lin Wei's apartment was rented, with the lease set to expire at the end of the month. Many of her belongings, originally intended for disposal, were now set to be moved to Chen Yang's rental. This was a daunting task, with an array of items to sort through. Among them were her cherished collection of books, seasonal clothing, and various large appliances including a refrigerator, color television, air conditioning unit, desktop computer, and fabric sofa. Now that Chen Yang had come into some wealth, he preferred not to complicate matters and simply called a moving company for assistance. He took it upon himself to pack Lin Wei's books and personal items. Even so, it took over 2 hours to complete. When the moving company finished transporting all her belongings to Chen Yang's rental, the once empty room was suddenly overflowing with items. Gazing at the clutter that nearly filled the entire space, Chen Yang felt a profound admiration for Lin Wei. It was noteworthy that throughout her 4 years of university life, Lin Wei had meticulously organized her schedule. The dual pressures of academic and work responsibilities kept her as busy as a spinning top. Yet, amidst such a frenetic pace, she had managed to carve out time to create a warm and inviting home. This was starkly different from his preconceived notions of the lives of the privileged. In his previous life, Chen Yang had experienced fatherhood and had a say in the upbringing and lifestyle of his children. He believed that a home filled with chaotic arrangements, where indulgence in pleasure was the norm, was characteristic of those born with a proverbial silver spoon. Compared to them, Lin Wei was an anomaly. However, this realization allowed Chen Yang to finally sense a semblance of warmth in his own rental. Once everything was organized, dusk began to settle. Lu Qingqing had not returned, and after making a call, Chen Yang learned that she was attending a gathering with Lu Shiji and would be out late. He prepared 2 bowls of beef noodles for dinner, which he shared with Lin Wei. In recent days, whenever he found a moment, Chen Yang perused Uncle Zhang's notes and even sought his advice in person, leading to a noticeable improvement in his culinary skills. After finishing her meal, Lin Wei praised him generously, suggesting he had the potential to be a domestic chef. Chen Yang shot her a sidelong glance. As a man of stature, how could he confine himself to the kitchen as a mere home cook? He even made a rather serious request for Lin Wei to wash the dishes. To his surprise, she did not refuse. After washing the dishes, she turned on the television and quietly settled on the sofa to watch the news. Once, as one of many financial consumers, Chen Yang had the habit of watching the news broadcasts. However, as the internet advanced and mobile phones became increasingly multifunctional, that habit gradually faded from his life. For Lin Wei, as the future official of Qing, it was entirely normal for her to keep abreast of national affairs through the news. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was already aware of the developmental trends for the next 20 years. Whether or not he paid attention to the news, he was clear about his own direction. Thus, while Lin Wei watched television, he reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from moving during the day, he dozed off almost immediately. When he awoke, the day had already dawned. A light blanket lay over him, but Lin Wei was nowhere to be found. Rising from his bed, he glanced into the bedroom, yet there was no sign of her. The sheets bore no traces of disturbance. Just as he pondered this mystery, a cascade of cheerful laughter wafted in from the neighboring room. He recognized those voices all too well. It was Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing. It seemed she had spent the night at Lu Qingqing's. Weren't they supposed to be rivals? How had they suddenly grown so intimate? Could it be that Lin Wei had an affinity not only for men, but for women as well? Chen Yang quickly admonished himself to dismiss such wicked thoughts. Just as he contemplated investigating further, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Chen Bing. Chen Yang, I have good news for you. A witness has identified the person who hired the assailant. Just as Lin Wei suspected, it was indeed one of your roommates, Zhao Xuanfa. Did Zhao Xuanfa mention that Zhang Jun had instigated this? Chen Yang inquired. Not at all. He adamantly claimed responsibility for his actions. Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated Zhao Xuanfa to display such loyalty at this juncture. In a previous life, when Zhang Jun's enterprise collapsed, Zhao Xuanfa had simultaneously betrayed him and Tang Kuan. Brother Bing, may I meet Zhao Xuanfa? Of course. I'll make the arrangements for you. Chen Yang relayed the news of Zhao Xuanfa's capture to Lin Wei. Strangely, her countenance bore no trace of surprise. She merely cautioned Chen Yang to refrain from any extreme actions during their meeting. Chen Yang thought to himself, how could I not be agitated? Had it not been for good fortune, I would be confined to a wheelchair by now. If given the chance, he would dearly love to pin Zhao Xuanfa to the ground and deliver a thorough beating. After 4 years of cohabitation, even animals develop feelings. They had completely disregarded their camaraderie as roommates and the bond of friendship in their pursuit to curry favor with Zhang Jun. They were even less than beasts. Fueled by a tempest of indignation, Chen Yang drove to the police station in University Town. He was greeted by a beautiful young policewoman in her 20s. After verifying his identity, she escorted him to the director's office. A stern-looking man in his 40s was seated within, engrossed in work. As Chen Yang regarded him, the man scrutinized him in return. You must be Chen Yang. I am Hu Taijun, a comrade of Lin Wei's father. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained composure, he quickly addressed him as Uncle Hu and proceeded to articulate his purpose. Hu Taijun replied, You are fortunate. We inquired with the businesses near the public telephone booth using the graduation photo provided by Wei, and they all confirmed that Zhao Xuanfa made a call from there. It dawned on Chen Yang why Lin Wei had appeared so unfazed. She had evidently resolved the situation while he was asleep. He felt a surge of emotion. This headstrong and willful woman had dared to confront the Zhang family for his sake. Under Hu Tiejuan's guidance, Chen Yang met Zhao Xuanfa, who was confined in the interrogation room. His demeanor was disheveled, and when he saw Chen Yang, his expression was a tumult of guilt, jealousy, and resentment. Chen Yang, life is so unfair. In what way am I inferior to you that Lin Wei chooses you? Is that the crux of the matter? Whom Lin Wei loves is her prerogative. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Xuanfa and scoffed. You plotted against someone who, for 4 years, has selflessly cleaned up after you and done your laundry. Do you possess any conscience? Zhao Xuanfa's face flushed, yet he quickly regained his composure. With unwavering resolve, he declared, Chen Yang, do not mislead. I alone am responsible for this. No one else is to blame. With your family background, do you really think you can come up with 100,000 yuan? Oh, wait. Chen Yang suddenly recalled something and smiled at him. What would happen if they learned you only spent 100,000 yuan? Zhao Xuanfa's complexion darkened instantly. He was acutely aware that if Zhang Jun found out he had embezzled 400,000 yuan, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 22. The Onlookers. Ultimately, Zhao Xuanfa remained tight-lipped about Zhang Jun. He could still concoct excuses for the embezzlement, but betraying Zhang Jun, with his vengeful nature, would only invite relentless retribution. Chen Yang chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, this was merely a civil case, unless the true victim, Zhang Jun, came forward to sue Zhao Xuanfa. The worst outcome would be administrative detention and a fine. As for Zhao Xuanfa's misappropriation of the funds meant for hiring the assailant, Chen Yang resolved not to inform Zhang Jun. In a previous life, Zhao Xuanfa had exploited his position to embezzle over 100 million yuan from Zhang Jun's company, leading to a catastrophic rupture in its financial chain. Such a treacherous ally was worth keeping around. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Chen Yang intended to treat Hu Taijun to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but his offer was politely declined. As they parted ways, Hu Taijun delivered a half-commanding, half-threatening reminder to Chen Yang to treat Lin Wei well. Should Lin Wei suffer any indignities, he would not find life in Xingqing to be pleasant. Chen Yang said, "If she doesn't bully me, I'm already fortunate." On his journey home, Chen Yang deliberately detoured to the Telecommunications Bureau to apply for a 2M ADSL broadband connection. This was the finest domestic broadband available at the time, costing a steep 170 yuan per month. After completing the broadband formalities, he proceeded to a computer market, where he spent 10,000 yuan on a Hewlett-Packard laptop. Accustomed to working on a laptop in his previous life, he found desktop computers somewhat cumbersome. Upon returning home, he discovered that Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing had prepared a feast: braised eggplant, steamed pork ribs, spicy chicken, and 3-flavor soup, all of which were visually and aromatically delightful. Chen Yang was taken aback, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west. Upon tasting the food, he realized it was all takeout from a restaurant. Nonetheless, for Chen Yang, the mere presence of food sufficed. Whether it was takeout or not was of little consequence. Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing, however, were focused on the laptop he had brought home. "Chen Yang, is this laptop a gift for me? Don't you already have one? That one's too bulky. It's not convenient to carry back to the dorm. Then take this one, and I shall purchase another. Senior, I want one too, but you already have one. I prefer something lightweight that I can take to the dorm." A newlywed wife and a charming junior who had saved him millions in real estate investments. Out of affection and reason, he felt compelled to gift them both laptops. Chen Yang pulled out the business card from the computer vendor and called to inquire if they could deliver to his doorstep. Upon learning he required 2 units, the vendor readily agreed. To prevent Chen Yang from changing his mind, he even managed to deliver the laptops within 20 minutes. Even more astonishingly, he arrived with a POS machine, saving Chen Yang the trip to the bank for cash. Indeed, the services enjoyed by the affluent were unparalleled. After dinner, the trio began to explore their new laptops. Lacking internet access at home, Chen Yang took the laptop to Lu Qingqing's residence. He connected it to the router, plugged in the Ethernet cable, and accessed the university's campus network. He created an account named Onlookers and began posting. Extra. The incident involving our school's graduate being assaulted at the South Gate has been resolved. The truth is. Then, in the content of the post, he wrote, "The answer will be revealed at the 200th floor." This action immediately piqued Lin Wei's curiosity. "Chen Yang, where are you up to?" "Just an onlooker savoring my own scoop." Chen Yang grinned and quickly hit the post button. Within 5 minutes, there were over 300 replies. "Sofa. Floor. The 100th floor has passed. Keep it up down there." The 200th floor has passed, eagerly waiting for the host to unveil the truth. Has the host perished? It's past the 300th floor, and still no revelation of the truth. Deceitful scoundrel. Chen Yang typed another line in response. According to insiders from the police station, the recent assault incident stemmed from an emotional dispute. The female protagonist of this incident is none other than our former campus beauty, Lin Wei. As for the male lead, the answer will be revealed on the 1000th floor. Lin Wei fiercely pinched Chen Yang's ear, threatening him. "If you dare to tarnish my reputation, don't even think about getting into my bed." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing joyfully exclaimed, "Senior, my bed is spacious enough. I can lend you half." Chen Yang quickly feigned ignorance, while Lin Wei engaged in a scuffle with Lu Qingqing. The fervor of the forum surged rapidly, fueled by Chen Yang's antics as a bystander. Is there any doubt about the male lead? It must be Zhang Jun, the one who got beaten. Zhang Jun has always been rather arrogant, so it is hardly surprising that he faced such consequences. However, the question arises, didn't Senior Lin Wei already issue a statement clarifying her relationship with Zhang Jun? How could he possibly be the male lead? Could it be that Senior Lin Wei was swayed by Zhang Jun's wealth? Consequently, the true male lead, in a fit of rage, brought a group to confront Zhang Jun. That blonde fellow as the male lead? I've heard he's rather average-looking. How could Senior Lin Wei possibly be interested in him? He must be a hired thug. If it's neither Zhang Jun nor the blonde, then only two suspects remain. Floor 701. I presume you mean Chen Yang and Luo Zhikai? Floor 702. Luo Zhikai was present at the scene, so he can be ruled out. I believe Chen Yang's suspicion is greater. Floor 703. Who said the mastermind can't be at the scene? Moreover, Chen Yang is a student from a humble background. Where did he get the money to hire someone to beat someone up? Floor 720. Your information is outdated. On graduation day, I saw Chen Yang arrive in a car. Although it was a Jetta, it must still be worth over 100,000. Is this what you call a poor student? Floor 800. Is it possible that Senior Chen Yang is working part-time as a taxi driver? Floor 820. Star City University is one of the top universities in the country. It's quite a drop in status to drive a taxi right after graduation. Floor 900. Nowadays, university students are not guaranteed jobs upon graduation. Finding a good job without money is challenging. No profession is inherently noble or base. Earning a living through hard work is commendable. Realizing the conversation was veering off course, Chen Yang hurriedly added another post. According to insiders, the male lead, frustrated after failing to win over the female lead, offered a six-figure bounty to have the male lead beaten. Due to the poor communication skills of the person hired to carry out the assault, the characteristics of the male lead were poorly conveyed, resulting in Zhang, who was trailing behind Lin, being mistakenly harmed. As soon as Chen Yang posted, the thread was immediately refreshed. The use of the term tailing was quite apt. It vividly described Zhang's usual behavior. If the informant were to meet with the contact, Zhang might have narrowly escaped this calamity. A wealthy individual capable of offering a six-figure bounty is quite rare at our university, isn't it? If it isn't Zhang Jun, then it must be Luo Zhikai, who works at a bank and is not lacking in funds. Floor 1001. Shut up. I have every right to pursue Lin Wei openly. I disdain the underhanded method of hiring someone to inflict harm. Besides, I was present at the scene, all right? Initially a mere bystander, Luo Zhikai found himself in the spotlight and excitedly jumped in to defend himself. Yet, his explanation did little to quell the suspicions of the other onlookers. Senior Luo, don't get worked up. Your presence at the scene doesn't absolve you of suspicion. Detective novels have often depicted how some masterminds take a perverse pleasure in witnessing the commission of their crimes firsthand. Indeed, the less suspicious someone appears, the more likely they are to be the true culprit. Floor 1103. By your logic, doesn't Zhang Jun, as the victim, become even more suspicious? Luo Zhikai was at a loss. He could not fathom how, as students from the same school, these individuals could be so unreasonable. Old Luo, that's not fair. I've been hospitalized due to this incident, and you still throw dirt on my name? Zhang Jun, meanwhile, lay in the hospital playing on his computer, more worried about being dragged into this mess than Luo Zhikai was. After all, the true mastermind was indeed him. Chapter 23. In-Depth Communication. Chen Yang awaited Zhang Jun's appearance. Since the law could not touch him, he aimed to raise his profile within the campus network. He promptly used his bystander's account to post another message. According to insiders, the individual responsible for contacting the assailants was Zhang Jun's close friend, Zhao. It seems like the floodwaters have washed over the Dragon King's temple. The family no longer recognizes one another. How could he allow the assailants to conflate Zhang with the male lead? Is there some personal grudge we are unaware of? Oh my old Zhang, is this true? No wonder I didn't see old Zhao when I visited you in hospital today. And how did you get involved? This revelation piqued Luo Zhikai's curiosity, prompting him to eagerly inquire of Zhang Jun. I only learned about old Zhao today. Don't listen to this bystander. He's just trying to stir things up for attention. Zhang Jun was infuriated, his blood boiling. He had already used his connections to ensure the university town police kept things under wraps, yet the news had still leaked. Of course, Zhang Jun was even more concerned about Zhao Xuanfa potentially spilling the beans. Hiring someone to inflict harm may not be a severe crime, but it would still be recorded, negatively impacting his future career. He quickly called home, recounting the recent events in detail. Beast, did you waste 4 years at university? If you can't be a couple, don't become enemies. Knowing full well that Lin Wei and Chen Yang are already in a relationship, you still resorted to hiring someone to inflict harm? The money I've spent on you in these years would have been better spent feeding pigs. Furthermore, regarding your classmate's situation, there's no need to worry. I'll find a lawyer to handle it. Lin Wei hasn't come to you, which means the situation hasn't escalated to an unmanageable level. In future endeavors, use your brain. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. After hanging up the phone with his father, Zhang Dagua, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of reflection, he also realized that it was unnecessary to provoke Lin Wei at this juncture. But why did he feel an uncontrollable urge to deal with Chen Yang? It was Tang Kuan, that scoundrel, always whispering in his ear, "What a useless meddler." His entire body ached, rendering him powerless. Otherwise, he would have summoned that scoundrel for a good beating. And then there was Zhao Xuanfa. Did that fool have any sense? Upon further contemplation, it seemed he had not wronged Zhao Xuanfa in any way during these 4 years. What were his motives for linking him with Chen Yang? At that moment, more replies flooded in from the bystanders. According to insiders, Zhao's target for hiring was Chen Yang. Indeed, it was the same Chen Yang everyone had been discussing recently. He, Zhao, and Zhang were all roommates. What transpired among them that led to such betrayal? Need it be said? A beautiful woman brings disaster. 3 men backstabbing each other over a woman is truly a disgrace for Star City University. Is it possible that 4 men are betraying each other over 1 woman? The overlooked Tang, perhaps, is the informant. Floor 1758. Spreading rumors isn't a crime, right? If you have the guts, report the address, and we'll settle this face-to-face. The first handsome in the Tang family furiously pounded his keyboard. He only wished to quietly observe, yet found himself embroiled in the chaos. Gentlemen use words rather than fists. We are all cultured individuals. Let us not resort to violence. Besides, you've already graduated. We are still under the school's discipline. It's not worth it to take a demerit for such a petty person. You're the petty one. Your entire family is petty. I once again declare, I have nothing to do with this. Tang Kuan gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could leap into the computer screen to make that slanderer pay. Meanwhile, Chen Yang saw that the moment was ripe and promptly turned off the router, redialing to connect to the internet. This would assign him a new IP address. This time, he refrained from using the account of a mere bystander, instead opting to log into the campus network with his true identity. I have 2 points to clarify regarding the events of the past few days. First, after extensive communication, I have decided to pursue a deeper relationship with Ms. Lin Wei. Prior to the development of this relationship, both Ms. Lin and I were unequivocally single, with no involvement of any so-called third or fourth parties. Second, my relationship with classmate Zhao Momo is that of ordinary roommates and classmates. Throughout our 4 years in university, there has been no personal animosity between us. I do not believe he would resort to hiring someone to commit violence. To my knowledge, Zhao Momu comes from a working-class background. It's unlikely he could muster a 6-figure bounty, let alone a 5-figure sum, if he were to acquire such a considerable amount. It could only mean one thing. He was acting on someone else's behalf. Chen Yang, what do you mean? Are you implying that I orchestrated this? Zhang Jun had set up a feature for friends to go online, and he immediately detected Chen Yang's presence. He kept refreshing, and soon enough, he stumbled upon Chen Yang's post. Upon reading its contents, a fire ignited within him. I did not mention any names. Only those with guilty consciences would take it to heart. Chen Yang replied succinctly, not anticipating Zhang Jun would fall into his trap so swiftly. As soon as Zhang Jun spoke, the intensity of Chen Yang's post surged dramatically. Normally, if Chen Yang were to date Lin Wei, Zhang Jun would be the most incensed. Indeed, only Zhang Jun could afford a 6-figure bounty among their dormitory. Thus, the true mastermind behind this turmoil must be Zhang Jun. Wouldn't you agree? His agitation clearly reveals his guilt. Upon reflection, It only makes sense that Zhang Jun would hire someone to harm Chen Yang. He has the money but cannot confront Chen Yang directly, thus seeking external assistance. Zhao Momo seems to be the one designated to take the fall. What a pity for Zhao Momo encountering such misfortune. Now, with a criminal record, his future is irrevocably compromised. No worries. Zhang Jun's family is affluent and can support him. Wealthy individuals are often the most heartless. Perhaps once this incident blows over, Zhao Momo will be discarded by Zhang Jun. How tragic. Zhang Jun was utterly speechless. He regretted engaging with Chen Yang's post. Now, the entire Xinjiang University community suspects him to be the true culprit. Chen Yang, why don't you just disappear? Of course, Chen Yang could not perish. But neither was he faring well. When Lin Wei discovered she had been implicated, she launched a relentless assault on Chen Yang. After venting her frustrations, she cast a mischievous glance at him. You enjoy deep conversations, don't you? Well then, I shall take you home for a thorough discussion. Later, I'm currently occupied. No, your priority today is to accompany me home for an in-depth conversation. Chen Yang attempted to resist further, but Lin Wei offered him no chance, swiftly disconnecting the internet, shutting down the computer, and forcibly dragging him back to her residence. What are you two discussing? I'd love to eavesdrop. Lu Qingqing pursued them, but arrived too late. Finding herself locked out, she hurriedly pressed her ear to the door, and the more she listened, the more the situation seemed inappropriate, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Disgusting rascals, cursed vixens. I loathe you both. Chapter 24, Official Announcement. Chen Yang withdrew from the forum, yet the uproar he stirred within Xinjiang University did not subside. Discussions regarding Zhao Xuanfa hiring someone to inflict harm and the likelihood of Zhang Jun being the puppet master escalated. Some netizens believed that Chen Yang, as Zhang Jun's roommate, had clandestinely pursued Lin Wei, thereby usurping his affections. His actions were deemed morally reprehensible. Thus, whether Zhao Xuanfa's hiring of an assailant or Zhang Jun's covert instigation of revenge, such reactions could be understood. Others argued that everyone possesses the right to pursue love. Zhang Jun may fancy Lin Wei, but so too might Chen Yang, Zhao Xuanfa, or others. Since Lin Wei publicly denied any romantic involvement with Zhang Jun, others were entitled to compete. The retaliatory actions of Zhao Xuanfa and Zhang Jun were cowardly. Reflecting their impotence, the school administration should address such behavior sternly to deter its recurrence. In response to this discourse, Zhang Jun opted for silence. He even contacted a familiar figure managing the forum, hoping to dampen the fervor, but was politely rebuffed. The individual indicated that the violent incident on graduation day had severely tarnished the school's reputation. The administration had already expressed intentions to address the matter rigorously. Until a definitive conclusion was reached, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Zhang Jun, feeling helpless, could only feign ignorance in the forum. His sole hope was that Zhao Xuanfa would shoulder the burden. Otherwise, the diploma he had just received might be rescinded. Fortunately for Zhang Jun, the discussions on the forum dwindled after a day. By the following morning, the school issued an official statement. Concerning the mass brawl that transpired at the Southern Gate on graduation day, the case has been resolved following the school's report to the local police station. It was revealed that Zhao Momu, a senior student from the finance department, had intentionally hired individuals from outside the school to assault Zhang Jun, also a senior finance student, over a romantic dispute. This resulted in Zhang Jun being injured and hospitalized. His actions have already raised suspicions of criminal conduct and severely violated school regulations. Following deliberation among the school leadership, it was decided to revoke Zhao Momu's graduation eligibility. Other students are encouraged to take heed. Simultaneously, the school released a commendation. In the face of danger, Lin Wei, a senior student and former student council president, bravely confronted 5 assailants to protect her fellow students. Her heroic deeds are worthy of emulation by the entire school community. Following discussion among the school administration, Lin Wei was awarded the honorary title of Outstanding Individual for Righteousness. At the bottom of the announcement, a graduation photo of Lin Wei and Chen Yang was affixed, in which they were making the heart gesture. Lin Wei, the formidable senior. Oh, how I envy this officially recognized love. Today's announcement is intriguing. Initially, it seemed Chen Yang was the interloper in his roommate's romance. But it turns out Zhao Xuanfa and Zhang Jun were the true intruders. Even more bizarrely, these two engage in a rivalry over their roles as third parties, one ending up in the hospital and the other in a detention center. Honestly, viewing the photo, Lin Wei and Chen Yang appear quite compatible. However, as a suitor of Lin Wei, I cannot support this romance. Hey, upstairs, why should my goddess prefer a farmer's son? Upstairs, has the farmer's son eaten your family as food? The pursuit of love is a right for everyone. If you're displeased, shall we settle elsewhere? You two upstairs. The school has just dealt with Zhao Momo, and you're still acting recklessly. Do you not wish to graduate? The school has made an official announcement, so we bystanders should refrain from squabbling. Even if you were to fight, it wouldn't alter the fact that Senior Lin Wei and Senior Chen Yang are already together. Let us disperse. Upon noticing the waning fervor of the forum, Zhang Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xuanfa indeed did not disappoint him. Compared to Tang Kuan and Chen Yang, this brother proved to be far more reliable, returning to a day prior, in truth. Chen Yang and Lin Wei's intimate conversation did not last long. Just as their feelings intensified, Lin Wei's phone rang incessantly. She received 3 calls. The first was from Hu Taijun, the chief of the Xinjiang University precinct, informing her that Zhao Xuanfa's case had been resolved. Zhao Xuanfa had taken full responsibility, and due to his contrite attitude, the victim, Zhang Jun, would not pursue further action, resulting in a punishment of 15 days of administrative detention. The second call was from the university leadership, addressing 3 matters. First, they commended Lin Wei for her brave actions. Then, they conveyed the disciplinary outcome regarding the incident involving Zhao Xuanfa hiring an assailant. Upon inquiring about the relationship between Lin Wei and Chen Yang, and discovering that the two had already obtained their marriage certificate, he exchanged a few congratulatory remarks. The third call came from a woman named Su Li, who expressed a desire to meet Lin Wei. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei agreed to the rendezvous. After she departed, Chen Yang recalled that the name was somewhat familiar. He remembered that in his previous life, Zhang Jun had mentioned a female vice-mayor in charge of agriculture in Qingshui City, also named Su Li, who was an alumnus of their Star City University. During Lin Wei's training in Qingshui County, this senior had provided considerable policy advantages. Curiously, Su Li should not yet have assumed her position in Qingshui City at this time. How did she come to know of Lin Wei? Was she perhaps monitoring the school forum? A sudden premonition struck Chen Yang. He sensed that Lin Wei's career trajectory might undergo a transformation due to this meeting. It appeared that this newlywed couple's long-distance coexistence would soon be on the agenda. Fortunately, Qingshui City was merely a 3-hour drive from Star City. Arranging a meeting would not pose a challenge. Given the right conditions, Chen Yang also contemplated investing in some prime real estate in Qingshui. The property prices in Qingshui City were incomparable to those in the provincial capital, with historical peaks hovering around 6,000 yuan per square meter. However, the starting prices in Qingshui City were low, currently at only 1,000 yuan per square meter for commercial apartments and 1,500 for those with elevators. As long as the location was advantageous and the layout suitable, the return on investment could be quite promising. The crucial factor was that Chen Yang was aware of the key districts for educational and commercial properties in Qingshui City, allowing for maximized profits. Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled Liu Shiji, the future real estate tycoon of Dongjiang Province, whom he had yet to meet. If he could entice him to Qingshui City for real estate investments, might he not strike a blow against the Zhang family's enterprise? Compared to investing in properties in Qingshui City, Chen Yang was more intrigued by the prospect of precipitating the collapse of the Zhang family's commercial empire. This goal, if pursued solely by Chen Yang's own efforts, would be immensely challenging and arduous. However, with the assistance of the Liu family, success could be attained with half the effort. Nonetheless, when Chen Yang finished his grooming and sought out Liu Qingqing, he was met with a handwritten sign at her door, declaring that dogs and adulterers are not welcome. It was evident that this young lady was quite upset. "Qingqing, open the door. Can't you read? Dogs and adulterers are not welcome. There are no dogs here, nor any adulterers, just me," Chen Yang retorted. Lu Qingqing cracked the door open slightly, and upon seeing that it was indeed only Chen Yang, she curiously asked, "Where's the senior? Out on a date? With a man or a woman?" "A woman." "Oh." Lu Qingqing opened the door fully, allowing Chen Yang to enter, though her expression bore a hint of disappointment. "Are you hoping I'll be cuckolded?" "Of course. If she finds someone else, you could pursue me again. Our relationship has already turned a page." Chen Yang shot her a look. "Isn't it nice to be friends? There's no need to consider the disparity in our family backgrounds, nor to worry about infidelity. It spares us a multitude of unnecessary troubles." Lu Qingqing was unconvinced, challenging Chen Yang. "If you fear trouble, why did you marry the senior?" With a sigh, Chen Yang replied, "I was ensnared by her. Now escaping is not an option." "Liars." Liu Qingqing kike Chen Yang blithely, scoffing. "You were quite merry in there, a couple in love. Hardly the demeanor of someone who has been deceived." Chen Yang smiled awkwardly, taken aback by Lu Qingqing's eavesdropping. Lu Qingqing continued with curiosity, "What was it like when you two were intimate?" The senior seemed to be in agony, caught off guard by her boldness. Chen Yang could only respond vaguely, "You'll understand when you find your partner in the future." "Oh, whatever." Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt a mix of shame and regret for having asked such a question. To lighten the mood, Chen Yang shifted the subject. "Qingqing, has your brother come back?" Lu Qingqing nodded. "Yes, he has been back for a few days. He even brought you up during dinner yesterday, asking what you've been up to." "Really? You didn't team mention our situation, did you?" "I did. My brother said you're quite a jerk and wanted to beat you up." Chen Yang rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed he would have to delay his meeting with Lu Shiji. However, Lu Qingqing laughed. "I was just teasing you. I wouldn't spread such embarrassing news." Chen Yang looked at Lu Qingqing apologetically. Her feigned nonchalance made him feel like a complete scoundrel. "Qingqing, arrange a time for me to treat your brother to a meal. Are you not inviting me?" "Of course you're invited." Satisfied, Lu Qingqing picked up her phone to contact Lu Shiji. He quickly answered, and upon hearing that Chen Yang was treating, they arranged to meet at Wuju on the evening of the 30th. Having never been to Wuju, Chen Yang asked Lu Qingqing, who informed him it was a private dining establishment. After finalizing the gathering, Chen Yang intended to browse the school forum. However, as he prepared to turn on his computer, he noticed stock trading software open on Lu Qingqing's screen. "Qingqing, you know how to trade stocks?" "Not really." "Then why do you have stock trading software open?" "My friend is a stockbroker. She asked me to open an account to complete a work task." Chen Yang glanced at her account's transaction history. It was quite impressive. With an initial investment of 100,000 yuan, she had made a profit of 5,000 yuan in just a month. The early losses were considerable, but a recent surge in the stock market had turned the tide. What impressed Chen Yang most was that Lu Qingqing displayed no greed, promptly selling off her shares after the price spike. Now those stocks had turned sour. If history remained unchanged, they would likely stagnate for an extended period, mirroring the broader market trends. "Who'll help you with this stock?" "They must be skilled." "Just my friend," Lu Qingqing replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Why don't you open an account too and let her help you make money?" Chen Yang shook his head. He had no spare funds for stock trading at the moment. He also knew the market was poised to decline again, and entering now would only make him a victim. Seeing Chen Yang's disinterest, Lu Qingqing pressed on, "Then just open an account to help my friend meet her new client quota." Faced with her hopeful gaze, Chen Yang reluctantly nodded. Lu Qingqing, eager not to let him change his mind, quickly called her friend, arranging to open the account the following morning. Upon hearing her refer to the friend as Su Su, Chen Yang instinctively asked, "Is this Su Su from our school?" Lu Qingqing affirmed, "Yes, her name is Su Mingwei." Chen Yang sighed, cautioning her, "You'd best keep your distance from her." "Why?" Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. "She asked Lin Wei as close friend." Lu Qingqing's mouth fell open in surprise. No wonder Lin Wei seemed to know everything she was up to lately. She had a spy among her ranks. The thought that she had treated Su Mingyue so well, only to be ruthlessly betrayed, filled her with distress, and tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. Seeing her sudden tears, Chen Yang was taken aback. After learning the cause, he realized that during their Cold War, Lu Qingqing had been spending time with Su Mingyue, who had encouraged her to go missing. Chen Yang had been puzzled earlier. Despite being rivals with Lin Wei, Lu Qingqing had managed to coexist harmoniously. Now he understood it had all been a ruse by Su Mingwei. The more Lu Qingqing thought about it, the angrier she became. Dialing Su Mingwei's number and unleashing a tirade that lasted a full half-hour. Even after the call, her anger remained unresolved, and she collapsed on her bed, crying bitterly. In this situation, Chen Yang found himself at a loss for how to console her. The only one I can call is Lin Wei. The one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. Upon receiving the call, Lin Wei swiftly returned. Lu Qingqing, once again intent on confronting her, was subdued once more. Qingqing, you have truly misunderstood. I inquired about you through Su with genuine intentions of befriending you. And yet you steal my man? Steal your man? Chen Yang and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. We are legally bound. You are merely putting on a show. Indeed, it started with a semblance of interest, but over time, feelings blossomed, did they not? How shameless. Do you dare claim that it wasn't your idea for Su to avoid Chen Yang? Am I not merely trying to prevent you from going astray? I am acting in your best interest. Witnessing Lin Wei's triumphant demeanor, Lu Qingqing felt wronged and began to weep. Chen Yang, unable to bear the sight, expressed his dissatisfaction to Lin Wei, saying, "Is it so difficult for you to apologize to her? Why should I apologize? Did I ever demand her to apologize? That's different. Your intelligence is superior, and you might have turned the tables on her. So, are you implying that Qingqing has issues with her intellect?" Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that Lin Wei had successfully redirected Lu Qingqing's animosity towards himself. What I mean is that friendships should be pure. Indeed, our relationship is purely one of mutual benefit. Chen Yang suddenly perceived that Lin Wei appeared more akin to a reborn individual than himself. She comprehended reality too astutely, unlike a recent university graduate. Chapter 26, Meeting the Father-in-Law. Lin Wei adeptly managed Lu Qingqing. With just a few whispered words and a meal at KFC, she resolved their conflict. Later that night, after a moment of intimacy, Chen Yang learned from Lin Wei that her work arrangements had changed, necessitating an early return to Qingshui for preparatory tasks. Chen Yang surmised that this was likely related to the yet-to-be-appointed vice mayor Su Li of Qingshui. Newlyweds, having only enjoyed a few days of warmth, were now faced with impending separation, leaving Chen Yang feeling somewhat reluctant. After much contemplation, he resolved to personally escort Lin Wei home. "Aren't you afraid my father will beat you? If a beating is inevitable, then it is best to face it sooner rather than later." Chen Yang realized that, given his factual marriage to Lin Wei, evading Lin Jiangwo was no longer an option. As the saying goes, even an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. He considered himself a handsome son-in-law, one who would not bring shame to the Lin family in terms of looks. "Rest assured, I will protect you. Old Lin will know how to exercise restraint." Lin Wei wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, planting a kiss on his handsome face as a reward for his change in attitude. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Wei recalled something and inquired if Chen Yang would be willing to work at the Qingshui City Administration for Industry and Commerce. "That position was secured through my father's connections. It would be a shame to waste it." Chen Yang marveled at the advantages of having connections. In his previous life, when seeking employment in Qingshui, he faced rejection not only from government departments, but even from public institutions. Of course, Zhang Jun's interference played a role. Many were unwilling to offend the local tycoon for the sake of a rural lad. Now, with the Lin family as his backing, Chen Yang would undoubtedly face no obstacles in securing a position at the administration. He felt tempted, for this was the coveted iron rice bowl he had longed for in his past life. With his current worth, even if he merely coasted along, he could guarantee a life free from want. The dilemma was that he still sought vengeance. Taking on a local tycoon was not something a mere civil servant could achieve. Given Lin Wei's nature, she would never support him in any illicit activity. Thus, after careful consideration, Chen Yang ultimately declined Lin Wei's generous offer. The next morning, Chen Yang was awakened by the sound of Lin Wei packing her belongings. She had packed all her personal items and books that she had organized just days prior, sealing her laptop and desktop in boxes as well. After nearly 2 hours of labor, the trunk and back seat of the car were filled to the brim. Even so, Chen Yang drove to the largest mall in Xingqing, the Xingqing International Shopping Center, to purchase 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a case of Feitia Mitai for Lin Jiangwo. He also bought some Chanel handbags, perfume, and lipstick for Lin Wei's mother and sister-in-law. You're being quite extravagant. Even if old Lin wanted to make things difficult for you, you might feel a bit embarrassed, Lin Wei remarked, clearly pleased with Chen Yang's generosity. To her recollection, Chen Yang had always been a reserved and unsociable individual, more focused on studying and working than socializing, often skipping gatherings with his roommates like Zhang Jun. She had helped him secure numerous scholarships at school, yet he had never once taken her out for a meal in gratitude. To her surprise, just before graduation, he had undergone such a transformation. Lin Wei found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this change in Chen Yang, yet she also appreciated it. Although she admired his handsomeness, she did not wish to spend her life with a wooden man. I remember on our first date, you scolded me for wanting to split the bill. That was different. When you were financially constrained, frivolous spending would only add unnecessary troubles to life. I did not wish for you to become a hypocrite. Chen Yang smiled, unsure of how to respond. Lin Wei's aspirations were overly idealistic. He had been unable to achieve them in his previous life, and even less so in this one. In the realm of reality, how could one navigate life without a semblance of pretense? The only assurance he could offer was to treat those close to him with kindness. After a 3-hour journey on the expressway, they arrived in Qingshui City at 2 in the afternoon. Lin Wei's family resided in the Ziyuan community near the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, one of the earliest commercial residential complexes in the city. Chen Yang had visited once during his freshman winter break with Zhang Jun and vaguely remembered the location. Upon arrival, he spotted Director Lin chatting with several elderly individuals downstairs, alongside Lin Wei's sister-in-law, Du Yue. Upon seeing Lin Wei exit the car, Lin Jiangwo immediately ceased his conversation, approaching with a warm smile to inquire after his precious daughter. However, upon noticing Chen Yang emerge from the driver's seat, his previously bright expression darkened instantly, his gaze piercing with a chilling intensity. Chen Yang quickly called out, "Dad," and addressed Du Yue as sister-in-law. Lin Jiangwo snorted coldly, maintaining his stern demeanor. Du Yue, sensing Lin Jiangwo's displeasure, refrained from speaking, merely offering Chen Yang a polite smile. Realizing the tension in the air, Chen Yang quickly lowered his head and silently opened the rear door to retrieve their luggage. Lin Wei, however, tugged at Lin Jiangwo's arm, pouting as she said, "Dad, I haven't had lunch yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo lost interest in Chen Yang and took Lin Wei home. Not willing to let Chen Yang handle the luggage alone, Lin Wei pouted and expressed her discontent. "Dad, there's so much luggage. Can't you lend a hand?" Lin Jiangwo shot a sidelong glance at Chen Yang, grumbling with evident displeasure. "I've raised this cabbage for over 20 years only for it to be trampled by a pig. What's wrong with him moving the luggage?" Lin Wei lowered her voice and whispered to Lin Jiangwo, "Dad, in the matter of the cabbage being trampled by a pig, it was actually your family's cabbage that was proactive." Lin Jiangwo, taken aback, stared incredulously at his daughter, then glanced at Chen Yang, who was busy moving things, and remained puzzled for a while. He finally asked Lin Wei in a hushed tone, "Wei, apart from looking like a pretty boy, what does this kid have that surpasses Chen Bingxiang?" "My affection is enough," Lin Wei replied before urging Lin Jiangwo to assist with the luggage. The group quickly finished moving the luggage and gifts. Noticing the Zhonghua cigarettes and Mutai Chen Yang had purchased, Lin Jiangwo begrudgingly acknowledged that the boy had some sense. However, upon further reflection, he felt displeased again, and with a stern face, he remarked to Lin Wei, "I remember this kid comes from a poor family. He couldn't possibly have paid for these cigarettes and liquor with his own money, could he?" Lin Wei replied, "My scholarship is barely enough for my own expenses. How could I possibly cover his costs? Did you borrow it?" Lin Jiangwo's countenance darkened further, and his demeanor towards Chen Yang grew even more hostile. He rebuked sharply, "What pretense of wealth is this without any money? Return all these items immediately." Just as Chen Yang was about to explain, Lin Wei intervened, quickly alleviating the tension. "Dad, it's all his own money. Not only did he buy these cigarettes and liquor, but he also purchased designer handbags and cosmetics for Mom and my sister-in-law, amounting to over 100,000. Lin Jiangwo, upon perceiving the sincerity in his daughter's eyes, softened his stance slightly. He inquired of Chen Yang with a hint of skepticism. As a student, where did you acquire such substantial funds? Chen Yang recalled an amusing news story and replied, I was short on change while taking the bus, so I stopped by a lottery shop to buy a ticket to get some coins. To my surprise, I won the grand prize. Lin Jiangwo felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. This young man evidently believed he could fool him. If winning the lottery were that easy, how could there still be impoverished individuals in the world? Chapter 27. Lin Jiangwo's frustration. With Lin Wei's mother away on a business trip and his elder brother working in the criminal police, the pressure on Chen Yang significantly diminished. During dinner, Lin Jiangwo incessantly piled food onto Lin Wei's plate while ignoring Chen Yang completely. Chen Yang's sister-in-law, Du Wei, had become notably warmer towards him, a stark contrast to their initial meeting, as she expressed her gratitude for the designer handbag and cosmetics he had gifted her, constantly refilling his plate and serving him soup. This behavior irked Lin Jiangwo immensely. Did he not have hands or feet? Must others attend to him? Understanding the situation, Chen Yang lowered his head and ate in silence. Yet, Du Yue voiced her discontent. Dad, I've been married to Lin Feng for 2 years, and I'm still wearing the gold necklace he gifted me when we wed. Chen Yang came over for the first time and bought me a $30,000 handbag. Shouldn't I treat him a bit better? Lin Jiangwo's face flushed, hastily defending his son. He has a comrade in need to care for. Du Yue's expression darkened further. He only knows to care for others. During holidays, he's either on a mission or spending time with his comrades and colleagues. Not a moment is spared for me. Lin Jiangwo lowered his head in dismay. His son Lin Feng had been involved in an accident while serving, saved by his comrades, leaving one of them with a missing leg. In gratitude, Lin Feng had devoted all his earnings to support that comrade. While Lin Jiangwo supported this action, it inadvertently left Du Yue feeling neglected. The couple had quarreled frequently over the past 2 years. In an attempt to maintain familial harmony, Lin Jiangwo had previously advised Lin Feng, but to no avail. Now, faced with his daughter-in-law's grievances, he found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at Chen Yang, who was engrossed in his meal, and felt a surge of annoyance. Spending money frivolously, as if the lottery company were his family business, granting him daily windfalls? Chen Yang hastily set down his chopsticks, assuring Lin Jiangwo, Dad, I won't buy again. Only then did Lin Jiangwo nod in satisfaction. However, Du Yue was displeased. Dad, Lin Feng never buys me gifts, and you say he is sentimental. Chen Yang gives me gifts, and you claim it's wasteful. If you have grievances against me, just say it. With that, she lost her appetite and tearfully retreated to her room. Lin Wei, witnessing this, quickly set down her chopsticks to comfort Du Yue. Lin Jiangwo, having risen through the ranks from a police officer to the chief of police, was experienced in handling civil disputes. Yet, when it came to his own family matters, he found himself utterly powerless. Indeed, even a wise official struggles to resolve familial disputes. With both Lin Wei and Du Yue having left the dining table, Chen Yang felt awkward about continuing his meal. Certainly, he dared not follow Lin Wei into Du Yue's room. Thus, the two men remained in the living room, locked in a silent stare-off. Influenced by his past life-esque experience with Zhang Jun, Chen Yang felt an innate trepidation towards his father-in-law. While Lin Wei was present, he could feign composure, but now he worried that Lin Jiangwo might suddenly lash out at him. Are you finished? Lin Jiangwo actually harbored the desire to strike Chen Yang. However, to act on it now would only invite further misunderstandings from his daughter-in-law, and he doubted his beloved daughter would approve. Thus, he resorted to verbally admonishing Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, aware that he must tread carefully until he discerned Lin Jiangwo's attitude. What are your plans for the future? While he had not yet formulated distant plans, his immediate goal was to buy a house and open a supermarket. Buying a house and opening a supermarket requires considerable funds. Given your reckless spending, can you manage it? Actually, I have already purchased a house, and the supermarket is under renovation. Additionally, I still have some cash left that is sufficient for stocking the supermarket. Lin Jiangwo fell silent again. He had overlooked the fact that this young man had just won a substantial lottery prize, likely holding several million in his pocket. Thus, buying a house and opening a supermarket was not particularly challenging. After studying diligently for over a decade and completing university, is opening a supermarket your only aspiration? Running a supermarket can sustain oneself. Is that not sufficient? Chen Yang's response left Lin Wei speechless. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled slowly, feeling slightly more at ease. In truth, he did not harbor any animosity towards Chen Yang. Apart from his family background, Chen Yang's appearance and education were indeed worthy of his daughter. However, he had already assured his former superior that their families would become in-laws and had arranged for Lin Wei to marry upon her graduation. Who could have anticipated that Chen Yang would emerge unexpectedly to disrupt his plans for their union? For this reason, he had not contacted his former superior for 2 weeks. It was embarrassing. Had it not been for the numerous responsibilities at work, he would have confronted Chen Yang long ago to settle the score. Finally, when Chen Yang had presented himself, Lin Wei had long suppressed his frustrations, only to have them thwarted by his daughter and daughter-in-law. At this moment, even if he wished to strike Chen Yang, he found no justification. If he sought to challenge him, his own limited education hindered him. After much contemplation, he finally said, "You are opening a supermarket in Xingqing while Wei Wei works in Qingshui. It is not appropriate for a married couple to live apart for extended periods." Chen Yang was aware that he would ultimately face this issue. He responded, "Once the supermarket is on track, I will entrust its management to my aunt, allowing me ample time to return to Qingshui." Lin Wei countered, "As a grown man, it is not ideal to remain idle at home. You should find a proper job." Chen Yang replied, "A job offers no freedom. If I find myself too idle, I could open another supermarket in Qingshui." Lin Wei, taken aback by Chen Yang's obstinacy, challenged him, "Can you manage 2 supermarkets?" Chen Yang answered, "There are many unemployed workers in Qingshui. As long as the compensation is adequate, there is no shortage of labor." Lin Wei puffed on a cigarette, his original intent being to encourage Chen Yang to secure a stable job and lead a stable life with Lin Wei. However, he found himself unable to persuade Chen Yang. Currently, the employment landscape in Qingshui was dismal, with many factories on the brink of bankruptcy and workers frequently protesting due to unpaid wages. Meanwhile, the increasing number of unemployed individuals contributed to social unrest. As the chief of police, Lin Wei was overwhelmed with work. In this context, he lacked the confidence to advise Chen Yang to seek employment. Conversely, he hoped for more entrepreneurs like Chen Yang in Qingshui to alleviate the employment pressure. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang added, "Isn't your brother's comrade facing financial difficulties? Once the supermarket in Qingshui is up and running, I could offer him a position there with a decent salary. This way, my brother can alleviate his burden and have more time to spend with my sister-in-law." Lin Wei's eyes lit up. This was indeed a viable solution. It would not only resolve his son's comrade's financial plight, but also ease the internal conflicts within his family. It seemed that this son-in-law was not entirely without merit after all. Chapter 28, Chen Yang's Blend. Despite Du Yui's irritation as she retreated to her room, the door remained ajar, allowing her to clearly overhear the conversation in the living room. Upon learning that Chen Yang intended to open a supermarket in Qingshui, her heart fluttered with intrigue. Wei, do you think Chen Yang is serious? Could he be merely trying to placate Dad? Rest assured, sister-in-law. Since he brought it up with Dad, he must have the intention to follow through, Lin Wei replied confidently. Although she had never witnessed Chen Yang in business, she had faith in his investment acumen. She recalled her brief visit to the Sunshine Garden community in Xingqing, where she sensed significant potential for appreciation. Few possess the audacity to seize opportunities decisively when others hesitate. Naturally, she also hoped Chen Yang would remain in Qingshui for the long haul. Even if he only opened a small supermarket, it would keep that little vixen Qingqing at bay. Lin Wei coaxed Du Yui from her room and back to the dining table. Noticing her reluctance to speak, she took the initiative to ask Chen Yang, "Darling, are you truly planning to open a supermarket in Qingshui?" Hearing her refer to him as darling for the first time filled Chen Yang with warmth, prompting him to respond with greater ease. "If you support me, then I'm definitely going to open that supermarket. Lin Wei rolled her eyes at him, thinking, what do you mean if I support you? Of course I will support you. Since he was feeling ambitious, she was more than willing to fuel his enthusiasm further. But can you manage to run 2 supermarkets simultaneously? You have no experience in this area at all. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Chen Yang admitted, though he had never operated a supermarket. However, he was financially equipped and had experienced an era of rapid development, understanding better than many how to generate profit. Don't boast, Lin Wei remarked, sensing Lin Zhangwo's displeasure at Chen Yang's bravado. She gently nudged him with her foot and added, you need to outline a concrete plan so dad and sister-in-law can understand whether this is feasible. Chen Yang quickly grasped Lin Wei's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I plan to secure a few storefronts at the newly established Shuangli market at the south gate. The planning there is rather lackluster, and the storefronts are small, which fails to attract major businesses. Small vendors, constrained by funds, are mostly holding off. My aunt mentioned that the developer has lowered the price from 150,000 to 100,000 per unit, yet many storefronts remain vacant. Despite its smaller scale, Shuangli Market boasts an excellent location. Surrounded by a vocational school to the east and old residential areas on all sides. Establishing a unique supermarket there would ensure a steady stream of customers. Noticing Chen Yang's mention of unique, Lin Wei's curiosity piqued. Darling, what kind of unique supermarket do you have in mind? Chen Yang continued, I have 2 ideas. The first is to sell agricultural products, and the second is to offer inexpensive clothing. Selling agricultural products poses some challenges, as the nearby old neighborhoods already have established temporary markets, and people generally won't travel further for groceries. Selling clothing, however, could be sourced from wholesale markets or manufacturers in southern cities. For instance, popular jeans retail for dozens to over 100 per pair, yet wholesale prices could be as low as 10 or even a few dollars. The profit margins are substantial. Perhaps selling agricultural products isn't feasible. Clothing seems more promising. Du Wei, who cooked daily and was well-versed in grocery shopping, would certainly not venture far for produce. However, Chen Yang countered, selling agricultural products isn't entirely off the table. Most people have a tendency to seek bargains. With a little marketing and lowering our prices slightly below market rates, they won't mind making the extra trip. But if you lower the prices, how will you make a profit? Du Wei, lacking business experience, struggled to comprehend Chen Yang's perspective. Chen Yang elucidated. We can reduce costs on the supply side. Typically, vendors procure from agricultural wholesale markets, but we could source directly from rural areas or counties, transforming the middleman's markup into profit. Lin Wei pondered this for a moment. While we save on the middleman's markup, won't the labor costs for sourcing from rural areas, transportation fees, and potential losses during transit result in higher overall costs? Chen Yang explained it. We could collaborate with local township governments or village committees to establish an agricultural product collection point, centralizing deliveries. This would increase their income while addressing underemployment. We would save on labor costs, achieving a win-win situation. Lin Wei found herself admiring Chen Yang's ingenuity in considering partnerships with grassroots organizations. Qingshui City, being the poorest in Dongjiang province, had counties under its jurisdiction that bore the stigma of poverty. Prior to returning to Qingshui, Suli had emphasized the issue of agricultural products going unsold in various counties. Chen Yang's approach had inadvertently sparked new ideas for her future work. As far as I know, local grassroots officials only pay attention to large distributors. They might not regard your small supermarket highly. Chen Yang chuckled. Even mosquito meat is meat. I can't speak for other places, but in our hometown, those greedy officials can be swayed with a little incentive. Resolving issues is a matter of moments. Once we establish a reputable brand, they will come seeking us out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhangwo's brow furrowed, and Lin Wei discreetly kicked him again. Feigning a threat, Lin Wei said, Darling, my dad despises corrupt officials more than anything. If you dare associate with them, be wary of my family's discipline. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chen Yang quickly corrected himself. I can initially raise the purchasing price of our products and negotiate with them later once the market is established. Lin Zhangwo appeared unimpressed with Chen Yang's words. He extinguished his cigarette and solemnly advised, "There are many ways to make money. It's best to avoid any crooked paths. If I ever discover any wrongdoing on your part, do not expect any leniency." With that, he donned his police uniform and exited. Once his footsteps faded away in the hallway, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. His father-in-law was indeed a difficult person to please. At that moment, Lin Wei wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck from behind and softly reassured him, "Darling, it's all right. Since my dad used the phrase no relatives, it shows he considers you family now. But you must promise me to avoid any illegal activities in the future." Chen Yang reflected on her words, realizing he had at least escaped the anticipated reprimand. In this regard, he felt luckier than his previous life as Zhang Jun. His intention to open a supermarket in Shuanglin Market was also a way to irritate Zhang Jun. In a few years, the Zhang family planned to acquire the entire Shuanglin Market and rebuild it as a commercial complex, and he intended to be the thorn in their side. Chen Yang even contemplated having Lu Shiji come to Qingshui ahead of schedule to intercept this project. Chapter 29. Old classmates. While Lin Wei and Du Yue busied themselves with packing at home, Chen Yang drove alone to Shuanglin Market at Qingshui South Gate. Before its development, this site had been a dilapidated machine processing factory, rarely frequented by anyone aside from an elderly caretaker. However, in stark contrast to the desolation within, the area outside the factory buzzed with life. Situated at a busy intersection, a night market sprang to life every evening from 6 to 9, where laid-off workers and rural migrants set up stalls selling various goods and delectable snacks. On weekends, the activity could last all day. Chen Yang's memories of this place were primarily tied to his uncle, Zhao Donghai. Chen Yang's aunt, Chen Chunmi, had struggled to find stable employment in Qingshui due to her rural household registration. After marrying Zhao Donghai, she became a full-time homemaker. Zhao Donghai held a modest position as a worker at the Qingshui textile factory, earning a meager salary of 300 yuan a month, barely scraping by to support their family. In order to ensure Chen Yang could continue his studies, Zhao Donghai devised a plan to earn extra income by setting up a stall at the night market outside the processing plant. From that moment on, whenever he had free time, Chen Yang would accompany Zhao Donghai to sell small goods at their stall. On prosperous days, Zhao Donghai would treat him and Zhao Qian to local delicacies such as cotton candy, candied hawthorn, and stinky tofu, which are the culinary highlights of Qingshui City. These moments became some of Chen Yang's most cherished memories from his junior high school years through to his graduation in senior high. In his second year of college, it was a letter from his cousin Zhao Qian that informed him of the impending demolition of the processing plant. Upon returning home for winter break, he was met with a scene of complete devastation, as the area had been reduced to ruins. The night market had also been relocated to the vicinity of the Qingshui Medical College. Standing before the new yet desolate Shuanglin Market, Chen Yang found himself puzzled by the developer's intentions. The area, slightly over 10,000 square meters, had been entirely constructed into a uniform single-story facade, which he deemed rather wasteful. Even an additional floor for storage or residential purposes would likely have elevated the investor's enthusiasm. Nonetheless, for Chen Yang, the size of the space was not a concern. What mattered was the advantageous location. Within 5 years at the latest, Shuanglin Market would undergo redevelopment, and its value would multiply significantly. As he walked along a row of closed roller shutters, he located the marketing center for Shuanglin Market at the entrance beside the street. The marketing center was modest, occupying roughly 20 square meters. Peering through the glass door, Chen Yang observed a middle-aged man and a woman engaged in idle conversation beside a fan. The man appeared to be in his 40s, showing signs of balding, while the woman, dressed in a black uniform, was turned away from him, obscuring her age. On the desk lay various documents and promotional flyers, accompanied by a white landline telephone. This stark and desolate scene was hard to reconcile with the notion of a newly established market's marketing center. "Is that you, Chen Yang?" Upon entering through the glass door, the woman, who had been speaking with the middle-aged man, instinctively turned around. Recognizing Chen Yang immediately, she sprang to her feet, greeting him with palpable enthusiasm. "Who are you?" Chen Yang struggled to endure the uncomfortable scent of overpowering perfume that filled the air. rifling through his memories, but failing to recall who this heavily made-up woman might be. "I am Zhang Linlin," the woman replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone as she playfully chided him. "What? Have you forgotten your old classmates after getting into a prestigious university? You are Zhang Linlin?" Chen Yang widened his eyes, scrutinizing her closely. Aside from a faint resemblance to her high school physique, her face had transformed entirely. Her monolid eyes now appeared double-lidded, and her once round face, marred by teenage acne, had been refined and beautified with makeup. Furthermore, the quiet demeanor she once shared with him in school had evidently changed, as she now exuded a more sociable air. "How do I look? Do you think I'm prettier than before?" Zhang Linlin proudly accentuated her curves, gazing at Chen Yang with a hint of self-satisfaction. Chen Yang nodded. While she might not compare to Lin Wei or Lu Qingqing, Zhang Linlin was indeed a striking beauty. "So, are you here to look at the shops, or are you here to see me? Let us start with the shops." It seems our talented Chun has struck it rich." Zhang Linlin's expression dimmed slightly. She had harbored a crush on Chen Yang during high school, but her insecurities had led her to bury those feelings deep within her. After graduation, she had worked tirelessly to improve her appearance, hoping to present a more refined version of herself. To her dismay, Chen Yang's demeanor towards her remained unchanged. "I want to purchase a few storefronts to rent out for my aunt. Could you show me if there are any suitable options, preferably those facing the street?" Chen Yang directly stated his intentions, as he needed to reunite with his aunt's family in the textile factory's residential area and could not afford to waste much time. "Really struck it rich, huh?" Zhang Linlin's mood lightened upon realizing Chen Yang was serious. The sales performance at Shuanglin Market had been dismal after 3 months since its opening. Half of the stores remained unsold. Many of her colleagues had left for other real estate companies, but Zhang Linlin had stayed because it was close to home. She served tea, engaged in conversation, and even risked being taken advantage of by clients. On good days, she might sell 2 or 3 storefronts, while on bad days, she would sell none at all. Witnessing her declining income month after month, Zhang Linlin had contemplated seeking employment elsewhere. However, while showing Chen Yang the storefronts, she made a point to caution him about the investment risks. After all, most of the hundreds of merchants she had interacted with were not optimistic about the development prospects of Shuanglin Market. She did not wish to jeopardize her old classmate, especially someone she had once secretly admired, for the sake of a small commission. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised by Zhang Linlin's approach. Typically, salespeople favored exploiting acquaintances, yet she took the unconventional route, highlighting each storefront's shortcomings. Nevertheless, he was more concerned about the street-facing location than the inherent value of the shops themselves. The only regret was that among the 5 remaining vacant storefronts, only 4 were connected. The last one was not only isolated, but also the most awkwardly shaped triangular space. Regarding pricing, the information from his aunt was inaccurate. Only the triangular storefront was priced at 100,000, while the others were priced at 150,000. Zhang Linlin, however, was straightforward. Upon learning Chen Yang wanted 5 storefronts, she immediately reduced the total price by 40,000. Chen Yang felt Zhang Linlin was quite fair and selected 5 contiguous storefronts within the market. Each storefront measured 30 square meters, larger than the exterior ones by 10 square meters, yet priced the same. Had it not been for his cash flow constraints, he would have considered acquiring even more. After Chen Yang completed his payment of 141,000 in full, Zhang Linlin was finally convinced of his wealth. She excitedly embraced him in a jubilant hug. Just as she contemplated taking the intimacy a step further with a kiss, a cold and fierce female voice cut through the moment from outside the marketing center's glass door. "Who is this enchanting creature? Keep her distance from my man." Chapter 30. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Chen Yang was taken aback by Zhang Linlin's sudden embrace and instinctively pushed her shoulders away, creating distance between them. Zhang Linlin, chastised by Lin Wei, snapped back to reality. She had initially believed Chen Yang's substantial purchase was a gesture to win her affection, only to realize she had misinterpreted the situation. He had a partner. Gazing at the imposing woman outside, whose beauty, grace, and demeanor far surpassed her own, Zhang Linlin felt an inexplicable wave of shame wash over her. Wishing she could vanish into the ground, Lin Wei had changed into a fitted white blazer, complemented by black high heels, and was carrying 2 gift bags in hand. She nudged the glass door open with her elbow and sauntered into the marketing center, teasing Chen Yang. "Darling, I sent you to buy storefronts, not to bring home a siren. Are you dissatisfied with my efforts?" Chen Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed to the still-dazed Zhang Lin, attempting to clarify. "This is my high school classmate. We haven't seen each other in years, so she might be a bit excited." "Is that so?" "Quite excited indeed." Lin Wei pulled Chen Yang closer to her side and addressed Zhang Lin in broad daylight. Old classmates should maintain a sense of decorum. If rumors spread, it would not reflect well on either of us. Zhang Lin lowered her head, feeling a tinge of shame as she apologized to Lin Wei. "I'm sorry. I was indeed quite rude just now. I hope it doesn't affect your relationship." Lin Wei smiled. "Not at all. There are plenty of younger and more beautiful vixens around him. If I were to take offense every time, I'd be worn out. This lady, I must apologize for our employees' inappropriate conduct. Please accept our sincere apologies. To make amends, I would like to offer you 3 months of waived property fees on behalf of the company. How does that sound?" At that moment, Zhang Lin's middle-aged supervisor stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Wei did not respond immediately. Instead, she picked up the contract documents from the desk and perused them briefly. After finishing, she began to tease Chen Yang, saying, "Darling, I have heard that the market prospects are not particularly bright. You are so fervently supporting your old classmate's venture, investing your entire fortune, yet reaping no benefits at all. Could it be that you are truly captivated by her charm?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that Chen Yang might reconsider under Lin Wei's persuasion and promptly exclaimed, "We have already offered a discount of 40,000 on the total price. If you're still dissatisfied, we can waive the property fee for another year." 3 years. 3 years is excessive. I do not wish to hear any explanations. If you cannot grant 3 years, then I will withdraw from the purchase. Let us cancel it now. Very well, 3 years it is, Lin Wei replied. Now, I would appreciate it if you could assist us in completing the subsequent formalities. I shall treat you to a meal in gratitude later. Handing the gift bag to Chen Yang, Lin Wei linked her arm with his, and together they exited the sales center. Watching them depart, Zhang Lin finally exhaled in relief and expressed her gratitude to her middle-aged superior. "Manager Luo, thank you so much for your help just now." "What are you thanking me for?" "I am merely looking out for the company's performance," Manager Luo replied, shaking his head with a sigh. He cautioned Zhang Lin, "It would be wise for you to keep your distance from that old classmate. His partner is evidently not an ordinary person." Zhang Lin's expression dimmed. It was rare to reunite with someone she admired, only to see it slip away like a fleeting dream. Her fate was truly unfortunate. Meanwhile, Chen Yang brought Lin Wei to the car and, curious, asked her, "Weren't you at home packing your belongings? Why have you come back?" Lin Wei laughed. "I calculated that you would encounter a romantic entanglement today, so I specifically came to help you out. And what about these gifts?" Chen Yang pointed to the gift bags resting on the back seat. Lin Wei smiled. "You have treated my family with such kindness. I must reciprocate. Here are 2 boxes of fine tea that my father has treasured for your aunt and uncle to enjoy." "Then I shall thank you on their behalf," Chen Yang replied. Though his family did not drink tea, he could not dampen Lin Wei's thoughtful gesture. "In fact, even if you came empty-handed, my aunt would still be delighted." "Really? Do I possess such charm?" "Absolutely. A noble lady marrying a commoner is indeed a great fortune. I cannot even imagine how ecstatic my aunt will be upon learning of this." "Haha, then you're still flirting with other women?" "What can I do? Being handsome is a burden. Perhaps I should undergo some cosmetic procedures to make myself less attractive?" "You should go ahead. I'll just divorce you later." Lin Wei blithely bin Chen Yang's waist. She was a connoisseur of beauty and could not allow her husband to become unattractive. The woman named Zhang Lin was not a concern for her. "Truly, there is nothing between me and Zhang Lin. She is simply not my type." "Oh, then what type of woman do you prefer? Aside from you, there is no other woman." "What about Lu Qingqing? She is our junior. She likes you." "Who she likes is of no concern to me. I only have eyes for you." "Humph. A man's words are often deceiving. I find it hard to believe you." Lin Wei felt at ease with other women, but she had to be wary of Lu Qingqing. That girl was beautiful and vivacious, innocent and pure. Even she found herself drawn to her, let alone Chen Yang, who shared a past with her. Chen Yang remained silent as he drove. He had experienced similar situations in his previous life, and prolonging the conversation could lead to unnecessary arguments. Seeing Chen Yang's silence, Lin Wei added, "If she is willing to be a mistress and does not openly provoke me, I could feign ignorance." Chen Yang shot her a sidelong glance. This woman had turned the political landscape of Qingshui County upside down in her previous life. Would she tolerate a third party in her relationship? Lin Wei, can we not have more sincerity and less scheming between husband and wife? Hey, I'm speaking from the heart. Oof. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Chen Yang parked the car at the entrance of Unit 2, Building 9, of the Qingshui Textile Factory's residential area. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his cousin walk out from the hallway. She was slightly shorter than Lin Wei and possessed a more cheerful disposition than the Chen Yang of his previous life. Upon seeing him, she joyfully leaped toward him, her light blue floral dress fluttering gracefully in the air. "Brother, you're back." Chen Yang raised his hand to block Zhao Qian's attempt to embrace him. There was a vinegar jar in the car, and he truly did not want to find himself in more trouble. "Brother, what are you doing? It's been a year since we last met. Can I even get a hug? Are you still my brother?" Your sister-in-law is here." Chen Yang pointed to Lin Wei, who emerged from the passenger seat with a smile. "You must be Qian. I've heard so much about you from Chen Yang, but I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person." Chen Yang was speechless. Had he said anything? He had merely given a brief introduction about his aunt's family on the way back to Qingshui, nothing more. "Sister-in-law, you are truly stunning." Zhao Qian released Chen Yang and happily embraced Lin Wei. Chapter 31. The ancestral grave of the Chen family is smoldering. "Have you two obtained your marriage certificate?" Chen Shunmei was already astonished to see her nephew return with a beautiful girl. But she was even more shocked when Chen Yang informed her that they had registered their marriage, since the tragic passing of his brother and sister-in-law. Chen Shunmei's sole wish had been to ensure the continuation of the Chen family lineage. In the past 2 months, she had arranged several blind dates, eagerly awaiting Chen Yang's return to meet someone. To her surprise, the child seemed to be even more eager. Chen Shunmei scrutinized Lin Wei carefully. This girl was remarkably beautiful, with an admirable demeanor, far superior to the several candidates she had sought out. It seemed her nephew had a far better eye for quality. Chen Shunmei pulled Zhao Donghai into the bedroom, where they discussed matters for quite some time before re-emerging. She called Lin Wei over and took out a slightly plump red envelope and a savings book from her pocket. "Shaolin, according to the customs of her hometown, it is customary for the bride's family to present a token on their first visit. This envelope is a token of our goodwill as parents. Additionally, there is 10,000 yuan in this savings book, which Chen Yang has sent back during his years in college. I have been saving it for him to use for marrying a wife. Since you are now married, I entrust this money to you." Lin Wei grunted at Chen Yang, and upon seeing him nod, she graciously accepted the envelope and savings book, respectfully bowing to Chen Shunmei and Zhao Donghai. "Thank you, auntie-uncle." Seeing that Lin Wei had no hint of disdain, Chen Shunmei felt even more fond of her future niece-in-law. She approached the portrait of Chen Yang's parents and lit 3 incense sticks, murmuring some familial words before inviting Chen Yang and Lin Wei to pay their respects 3 times. After paying their respects to Chen Yang's parents, Chen Shunmei and her husband began to prepare dinner in the kitchen, with Zhao Qian joining them to help. Once they had left, Lin Wei leaned in to whisper to Chen Yang, "Does your aunt not know about your good fortune?" Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "The security situation at the textile factory is poor, and thefts are common. My aunt cannot keep secrets and could easily attract unnecessary trouble." Lin Wei was well aware of the security situation in Qingshui City and understood Chen Yang's reasoning. "When you plan to tell them?" "Not just yet," Chen Yang said, glancing towards the kitchen. He lowered his voice and added, "For now, please cooperate with me and say that the house in Xingqing is yours, so they can move there to be with Qian. I want to do that." Lin Wei resolutely refused. If the entire family moved to Xingqing, Chen Yang's attention would inevitably shift there. "Unless you promise to stay in Qingshui with me." "Stop joking," Chen Yang said earnestly. "The shops in Xingqing are still under renovation. Your aunt's housing, our new home, still needs to be furnished." not to mention the layout of the supermarket, inventory, and initial marketing efforts. All of these matters require my presence. Lin Wei countered, what about the Shuangli market here? You made a promise in front of my father and sister-in-law. Do you intend to renege? Chen Yang replied, I can manage the Qingshui side through phone communication. Lin Wei remarked, aren't you also remotely directing operations in Qingshui just the same? Chen Yang responded, of course. It is not the same. In Qingshui, your brother has many friends and numerous matters can be resolved through connections. However, Star City is a completely blank slate. Every step requires my direct involvement, especially the supermarket, as it is the foundation where my aunt's family has long settled. If I do not manage it well, how can I find peace of mind? Lin Wei still could not comprehend. Did you not purchase 10 storefronts at Shuangli Market? The ones facing the street can be used for your aunt to open a supermarket, and the others can be utilized by my sister-in-law and my brother's comrades to sell agricultural products. Wouldn't that resolve the problem? She queried. Your aunt and her family have lived here for so many years. They may not wish to permanently relocate to Star City, correct? Chen Yang shook his head. In his previous life, after Zhao Donghai was laid off, he took Chun Chunmei to Star City to accompany Zhao Qian. There, they spent another 10 years selling goods at a stall before they could purchase a house. During the Spring Festival, Chen Yang also drove from Deep City to Star City to reunite with them. His memories of Qingshui were more like fleeting reminiscences shared over tea and meals. In truth, after the real estate industry thrived, a peculiar phenomenon emerged throughout the entire Dongjiang province. Rural residents flocked to county towns to buy homes and settle down, while those in county towns rushed to cities or the provincial capital to do the same. Residents of prefecture-level cities all moved to the provincial capital to acquire homes. Each family was influenced by the notion of ascending to greater heights. Even as life became increasingly burdensome, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Of course, these events would unfold in the coming years, and Chen Yang was unable to articulate this to Lin Wei at present. He could only assure her that once he managed the supermarket affairs, he would return to Qingshui without delay. Lin Wei could only half believe Chen Yang's words as she leaned in to threaten him. If you deceive me, I will find someone to bring you back and beat you to death. Chen Yang was taken aback by her inclination toward domestic violence and promptly cautioned, Lin Wei, you are the spouse of the police chief and a future civil servant. You must think twice before breaking the law. Lin Wei flashed a mischievous smile, retorting, those playful matters between husband and wife cannot be deemed illegal, can they? You little rogue. Chen Yang vowed to ensure that dangerous items like belts and whips would never be present in their home. After a bit of playful banter, dinner was finally ready. During the meal, Chen Yang shared the news of opening a supermarket in Star City with Chun Chunmei and her husband. Upon hearing that he could join Zhao Qian in Star City, the couple expressed no objections. Chen Yang then mentioned that Lin Wei had arranged a new housing arrangement for them. To his surprise, Chun Chunmei immediately rejected the offer. Chen Yang, this house is meant for your marriage. We cannot accept it. Aunt, we have another new house, just opposite the one you're staying in, he countered. Does little Lin know about this? Chun Chunmei asked, glancing nervously at Lin Wei, not wanting the housing issue to impact her nephew's marital happiness. Since Chen Yang had already given his assurance, Lin Wei was more than willing to play along. My parents work in Qingshui. They only go to Star City during the Spring Festival. You can comfortably stay there for now. Chun Chunmei still hesitated, concerned that hesitation might lead to complications. Chen Yang discreetly poked Lin Wei in the waist. After contemplating, she added, Auntie, Uncle, if you do not stay, Chen Yang will be unhappy. If he is unhappy, I will not be happy either. You wouldn't want us to start quarreling right after getting married, would you? Chun Chunmei and her husband exchanged glances, ultimately conceding. After Chen Yang and his wife departed post-dinner, Chen Chunmei turned to Zhao Donghai with a serious expression. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, accompany me back to our hometown. We shall pay our respects to our ancestors and check whether the old Chun family grave is emitting any smoke. Zhao Donghai chuckled. Did you not visit last time when Chen Yang was accepted into Star City University? There was nothing then. This time is different. Our Chen Yang not only graduated smoothly from university, but also married an exceptional wife, Chen Chunmei asserted with unwavering confidence. Our old Chun family's grave will undoubtedly have smoke this time. Chapter 32. The Lin family meeting at 8 in the evening. Lin Jiangwo convened a small family meeting. In attendance were Chen Yang, Lin Wei, Du Wei, and Lin Feng, who had just returned from mission. Chen Yang had met Lin Feng on several occasions, not only during a meal at the Lin household, but also once in Star City during their junior year. At that time, Lin Wei had brought Lin Feng to the restaurant where Chen Yang worked. While settling the bill, Lin Feng had unexpectedly patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and uttered a cryptic remark. "Brother, you can come to me for a drink whenever you are feeling down." However, he merely said that and left, not leaving any contact information. Due to losing contact with Lin Wei in his previous life, Chen Yang had never sought out Lin Feng. He had never pondered deeply on the meaning behind that statement. Seeing Lin Feng again today, he patted Chen Yang's shoulder once more, sighing, "Brother, you ultimately could not escape my sister's clutches." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wei delivered a sharp kick to his leg. Chen Yang observed the playful banter between the siblings, feeling utterly bewildered. Throughout their 4 years at university, Lin Wei had maintained a somewhat distant demeanor towards him. It was only after their relationship deepened that she became more intimate. Yet, judging by Lin Feng's words, she had shown interest in him during their junior year. Why had she never expressed it? Before Chen Yang could inquire about Lin Wei's feelings, Lin Jiangwo, having finished watching the evening news, officially declared the family meeting to commence. Today, we shall discuss 3 matters. First, regarding Wei Wei and Chen Yang's marriage. Your grandfather is not supportive. I, in principle, do not oppose. But Wei Wei's mother wishes to reserve her opinion until she returns from her business trip. Second, concerning the wedding, there is no rush. We will wait for Wei Wei's mother to return and persuade your grandfather before proceeding. After addressing the first 2 points, Lin Jiangwo turned to Lin Wei and Chen Yang and inquired, "Do you have any opinions?" Chen Yang shook his head, indicating he had none. From Lin Jiangwo's remarks, it was clear that he was no longer as opposed to the marriage as he had been during their earlier encounter, which left him feeling quite content. As for Lin Wei's grandfather, Chen Yang had never met him, so he refrained from expressing an opinion. Lin Wei, however, had a different perspective. "Dad, marriage freedom is now emphasized. Even if Grandpa does not support it, it does not change the fact that Chen Yang and I are already legally married. Let us not forget that you and Mom also had a love match. If my maternal grandfather held the same views as Grandpa, you may not even be my father now." Lin Jiangwo's face twitched as he struggled to suppress the urge to lash out, coldly huffing. "What use is it to tell me this? I have not opposed it. If you have the ability, go reason with your grandfather." Lin Wei retorted, "I refuse to do so. He is already retired and still restless, just wanting to scold people. My second uncle ran off to Yun City to escape him." Lin Jiangwo shot her a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? That was a normal job transfer." Lin Wei pouted, scoffing. "Is it a normal transfer to go from the second to last economically performing city in the province to the very last?" Lin Jiangwo seemed disinterested in furthering that topic. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke alone. Noticing his silence, Lin Wei continued, "Regarding the wedding, I would prefer to wait until Chen Yang's new house is renovated. The house is in Star City, and construction has yet to commence. The earliest we could move in would be by the end of the year. Also, the new deputy mayor has approached me about working at the government office. Please help me with the matter." Upon hearing that Lin Wei intended to work in the government office, Lin Jiangwo's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, causing ash to fall everywhere. He looked at his daughter with astonishment. "How did you come to know Su Li?" Lin Wei replied, "She is a senior at Star City University and was once the chairperson of the student council." Lin Jiangwo inquired further, "What is she like?" Lin Wei, however, shook her head and said, "We only officially met yesterday and merely exchanged a few casual words. I find working under her supervision far more meaningful than at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, which is why I agreed." Lin Jiangwo had no objections regarding his daughter's job transfer. Working under the vice mayor would undoubtedly offer better prospects than at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Were it not for the need to avoid suspicion, he would have preferred his daughter to work at the Public Security Bureau. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity that his daughter was now relinquishing. Lin Jiangwo cast a glance at Chen Yang, suddenly torn. If he allowed Chen Yang to take the position at the bureau, it would leave a leadership void in matters concerning his son and daughter-in-law, which could lead to complications. Conversely, denying Chen Yang the opportunity might appear as favoritism towards his son and daughter-in-law. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to consult Chen Yang first. Chen Yang, do you wish to work at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Chen Yang had already expressed his stance to Lin Wei and remained steadfast in his decision. Dad, I won't be going to the bureau. I need to focus on renovating the new house and preparing for 2 supermarkets. I simply cannot spare the time. Seeing that Chen Yang was resolute, Lin Jiangwo refrained from further persuasion and proceeded to discuss the 3rd agenda item of the meeting. I have discussed the idea of opening a supermarket at Shuangli Market with Wei Wei's mother, and we both find it feasible. Lin Jiangwo then turned to Chen Yang and inquired, do you have a specific plan? On his way home, Chen Yang had already formulated his business strategy. He replied, I secured the storefront this afternoon. The next steps involve renovation and handling various business, tax, and related procedures. As for the supply, I plan to establish an agricultural products trading company that will directly supply the supermarkets. Lin Jiangwo was somewhat puzzled by Chen Yang's approach and asked, are you sure you can manage both the company and the supermarket? Chen Yang explained, the company and supermarket will operate independently, primarily to mitigate unnecessary risks. I will elaborate further on this later. Regarding staffing, we can recruit a group of high-quality sales personnel from the Labor Bureau and provide them with training. They will negotiate partnerships with vegetable vendors and farmers on behalf of the company. With attractive incentives, nothing is insurmountable. Lin Jiangwo sensed a hint of recklessness in Chen Yang's ambition and cautioned, starting a company is not as simple as it sounds. Be careful not to jeopardize your own assets with such grand plans. Lin Feng understood that Chen Yang's intentions were to assist him and not to entangle his sister's husband too deeply. He also advised Chen Yang, perhaps starting with a small supermarket would be wiser. Once you've gained some experience, we will support your ambitions, no matter how grand they may be. Chen Yang recognized their concern was well-meaning, but remained resolute in his decision. He reassured them, rest assured, I'm not acting impulsively, nor do I fear risks. Moreover, the agricultural products company is merely the beginning. I intend to branch out into other industries in the future. My goal is to achieve financial independence by the age of 30. Lin Wei gave Chen Yang an encouraging thumbs up, expressing her unwavering support for any venture he undertook in Qingshui. Darling, go for it. Even if you incur losses, I will take care of you. Seeing Lin Wei's endorsement of Chen Yang, Lin Jiangwo chose not to voice any further objections. In fact, he found himself somewhat hopeful that Chen Yang might accomplish something significant. Chapter 33. Partners Chen Yang's decision to establish the agricultural products supermarket was primarily a precaution against Zhang Jun. That fellow was still recuperating in Xinjiang, but would inevitably return. Given his vengeful nature, he would certainly seek ways to undermine Chen Yang's supermarket. With the Lin family providing support, Zhang Jun will be deterred from resorting to unscrupulous methods, focusing instead on operational strategies. Thus, his remaining tactic would be to engage in price wars and secure supply sources. Chen Yang was unafraid of competition. Rather, he feared a competitor who would stop at nothing to deplete resources. Such tactics could not only jeopardize his cash flow, but also dampen the enthusiasm of his friends, Du Wei and Lin Feng. By forming an agricultural products trading company that supplies the supermarkets, Zhang Jun's animosity would shift from the supermarket to the company. He might even offer special discounts to the supermarket in attempts to poach Chen Yang's clients. In an era where information was not as readily accessible, Chen Yang felt less apprehensive about competition between companies. After all, Zhang's primary businesses were real estate development and entertainment. The agricultural sector was merely a foray initiated to curry favor with Lin Wei during her grassroots assignment. In this life, they were starting from scratch, just like Chen Yang. Although they could not match his financial resources, Chen Yang had a 2-decade lead in information. As long as he established a presence in rural areas, sourcing would pose no challenge. In terms of sales, with the Lin family's official resources, Chen Yang could secure a substantial client base. Even if Zhang Jun invested heavily in public relations, Chen Yang could redirect his business to Xinjiang or nearby cities. In such a scenario, Even if Zhang Jun attempted to eliminate Chen Yang, he would find himself powerless. After all, Zhang Dagua would never allow his son to recklessly exhaust family resources for personal vendettas. After the Lin family meeting concluded, Chen Yang opened the laptop Lin Wei had brought back and meticulously documented the processes and preparations required to establish the agricultural products company and supermarket. The supermarket aspect was straightforward. With a storefront and personnel, he merely needed to focus on sales. However, for the company, every step and detail required careful consideration. From market research to site planning, from personnel recruitment to equipment procurement, and from brand promotion to operational management, Chen Yang could afford no oversight. By the time he recorded all necessary considerations, it was already late into the night. Immersed in his entrepreneurial aspirations, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He wished to share his grand plans with Lin Wei, but noticed she had already fallen asleep. Acknowledging that Lin Wei had endured a long day moving between Xingqing and Qingshui, he refrained from disturbing her and decided to browse online instead. As soon as he logged on to QQ, a message popped up from Lu Qingqing. "Senior, are you still awake? Are you missing me? Missing you? Not a chance. Is the school internet still functioning at this hour? I'm at home. I'm watching a Chinese Odyssey. It's hilarious. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Want to join me? Have you finished watching it? Yeah, I've seen it twice. Then didn't you realize it's essentially a tragedy about unrequited love? It does seem pretty tragic." Chen Yang suddenly felt a bit foolish for bringing up such a topic. "Don't cry when I return to Xingqing. I'll treat you to Haagen-Dazs." "Really? Don't you dare renege on that promise. Am I the kind of person to go back on my word? Who promised to be with me, but then ran off with a senior? What about your senior? Aren't you two together? Or did her family cast you out, leaving you homeless? She's asleep. Can't you miss me a little? Hee. If you're not doing well with her, I have my chance. Are you not afraid she'll beat you up? Afraid of what? It's hundreds of miles away. She can't fly." Chen Yang sighed, with Lin Wei's intellect. There was no need for her to personally travel to Xingqing. Emir Su Mingwei had managed to keep Lu Qingqing in check without detection. Furthermore, Lin Wei had been involved with the student union at Xingqing University for 4 years. She had more than one undercover operative at her disposal. "Senior, why are you still awake so late? I'm preparing to start an agricultural products trading company and am working on the initial preparations." "Are you planning to develop in Qingshui?" "Yes, I will definitely start in Qingshui. If all goes smoothly, I'll consider expanding to Xingqing or other cities later. Do you need a partner? Are you interested in joining?" "Well, being in my senior year is quite boring. Learning some entrepreneurial experience from you wouldn't be bad. I must warn you, second-generation wealthy individuals often struggle in entrepreneurship. You might be better off familiarizing yourself with your father's company and securing your position as a successor." "I refuse to succumb. I shall carve my own path through sheer determination. I aim to demonstrate to my senior that I am indeed the more accomplished woman." Chen Yang rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to encourage Lu Qingqing to awaken to reality when a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him from behind. What a surprise. Sneaking off to rendezvous with an old flame while I was asleep. Lin Wei snatched the mouse from Chen Yang's hands, perusing their chat history. Upon discovering the absence of any flirtatious exchanges, she smiled with satisfaction. She nudged Chen Yang aside and sent a message to Lu Qingqing on QQ. "Dear Qingqing, when might you visit Qingshui? I'd love to treat you to Haagen-Dazs." "Does Qingshui even have Haagen-Dazs? You big liar. Tired. Goodbye." Lu Qingqing hastily logged off. Lin Wei turned her attention back to Chen Yang, inquiring with a smile, "Are you considering a partnership with her for a business venture? Or do you wish to maintain that lingering romantic connection?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes and replied, "The market in Xingqing is vast, and the Lu family's resources are formidable. Partnering with Qingqing is undoubtedly one of the best options for expanding the company. Of course, if you oppose her involvement due to personal sentiments, I shall wholeheartedly support your stance." Lin Wei was pleased with Chen Yang's perspective and offered her own thoughts. "As a wife, I would prefer Qingqing not to get involved. Yet, as a resident of Qingshui, I do hope for the influx of capable capital to support the city's development." Chen Yang recalled someone and suggested to Lin Wei, "How about I invite Qingqing's cousin to invest in Qingshui? He is a developer of the Sunshine Garden community, possessing both ambition and resources." and would undoubtedly be keen on the market here. Lin Wei furrowed her brow with concern. Given the current dire circumstances in Qingshui, do you think her cousin would be interested? Rest assured, I am over 60% confident, Chen Yang replied, being cautious not to overstate. He knew that the Lu Group's forthcoming investments in Qingshui would be substantial, with Lu Shiji overseeing their operations there. Seeing Chen Yang's confidence, Lin Wei half-jokingly remarked, "If you truly manage to bring the Lu Group here, I might just tolerate Lu Qingqing's presence around me." Chen Yang sighed, unwilling to engage in trivial disputes. He began to undress, preparing for a shower and sleep. However, Lin Wei had no intention of letting it go. She slowly shed her lingerie and pounced on Chen Yang, pinning him to the bed. "Wait, I haven't showered yet." "No worries, I don't mind your dirtiness." Chapter 34. Return to Xingqing. Chen Yang had only spent 2 days in Qingshui when Lin Wei officially reported to the municipal government. Su Li, much like in her past life, was parachuted in from the province to serve as the deputy mayor in Qingshui, overseeing agriculture, water resources, and forestry. This time, however, her secretary was Lin Wei. Once Lin Wei commenced her duties, she quickly reverted to her former busy self, reminiscent of her days as the student council president. At the supermarket, Chen Yang handed over the keys to the Shuangli market to Du Yue and withdrew 100,000 in cash, granting her full authority to manage the renovations, market research, and various operational procedures of the supermarket. Chen Shumei's intention to return home for ancestral worship was dissuaded by Chen Yang. The renovation of the Sunshine Garden Community Supermarket had been supervised by Zhao Xiaoli, as she was Lu Shiji's subordinate and had her own responsibilities. It felt excessive to keep burdening her with his matters. Thus, Chen Yang hoped that his aunt's family could arrive in Xingqing ahead of time to take over the work there. As for the issue of their ancestral home being occupied, Chen Yang was in no rush to address it, with Lin Wei now serving as the secretary responsible for rural agriculture. He knew that mentioning it to the relevant leaders of Qingshui at the right moment would swiftly resolve the problem. Based on Chen Yang's understanding of the grassroots leaders in Qingshui, he surmised that Lin Wei might not even need to initiate the conversation. Since they were planning to settle in Xingqing long-term, Zhao Donghai needed to inform relatives and friends of the Zhao family, wishing to delay their departure by a few days. His reluctance to leave, coupled with Zhao Qian needing to attend a class reunion, naturally meant that Chen Chunmei would stay as well. Ultimately, Chen Yang had to set off alone. Given the forthcoming responsibilities, Du Yue would need to juggle the supermarket and the Lin family's daily needs. So Chen Yang decided to leave his new car for her use. By the time he took a taxi from Qingshui to the Shida-affiliated high school housing complex, it was already midday. After scheduling a time for the telecom installation technician to come, he headed to Grandpa Zhang's renowned establishment for a bowl of rice noodles. Having not seen Chen Yang for a few days, Grandpa Zhang's demeanor was somewhat frosty. While Chen Yang was eating, he quietly sat beside him, scrutinizing Chen Yang intently. "Grandpa, do I have flowers on my face?" "Indeed, rotten peach blossoms." "What about that tall, striking girl? What's her story?" "You mean Lin Wei? She is my wife." "What? You rascal are already married? So what's the deal with that girl, Qingqing?" Seeing Grandpa Zhang beginning to fume, Chen Yang recounted the emotional entanglement involving Lin Wei, Lu Qingqing, and himself. Grandpa Zhang listened in shock, his expression shifting from anger to envy and ultimately settling on displeasure. "Chen Yang, take it easy. Don't think that just because you have a handsome face, you can do as you please. From what I know about Qingqing's father, your days of bliss may be numbered." Chen Yang felt he was being overly anxious. "I haven't even touched Qingqing's hand. What reason does he have to come after me?" Grandpa Zhang snorted, saying, "What you do or don't do is irrelevant. What matters is whether Qingqing is happy. If she is not, her father will have every justification to intervene. The Lu family doesn't appreciate reasoning. What should I do?" Chen Yang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, and the rice noodles lost their flavor. "Chill out." Noticing Chen Yang's sour mood, Grandpa Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, his expression darkened again as a familiar red Porsche slowly approached them. "Senior, you're back?" Lu Qingqing leaned out of the car, greeting Chen Yang cheerfully. Chen Yang had disclosed his travel plans to Lu Qingqing, so he curiously asked, "How did you know I was back?" Liu King beamed. Susutolme. She has my spy now. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. This girl was too naive, so easily swayed by Su Mingwei. He cautioned Lu Qingqing. Su Mingwei can betray Lin Wei. She could just as easily betray you. It's even possible that news of my return was intentionally leaked by Lin Wei. Why would they do that? Lu Qingqing didn't quite grasp the implications of Chen Yang's words. Chen Yang explained, if Su Mingwei regains your trust, your whereabouts will be back under Lin Wei's control. Won't they? Senior, that's too despicable. Lu Qingqing suddenly understood, her anger flaring. I'm going to confront Su. She deceived me again. Chen Yang quickly intervened. My dear lady, just let it go. After all, we are innocent. Let them stir the pot as they please. I can't just let this go. Lu Qingqing pouted, even dissatisfied with Chen Yang's insistence on their innocence. How about after the technician installs the broadband, I treat you to Haagen-Dazs? All right, you're the best, senior. Lu Qingqing's mood brightened instantly. Grandpa Zhang, I'll have a bowl of rice noodles too. Grandpa Zhang shot a glance at Chen Yang, signaling him to maintain some boundaries before rising to prepare the rice noodles. Lu Qingqing exited the car and moved the stool previously occupied by Grandpa Zhang closer to Chen Yang. He quickly scooted away to maintain a safe distance. Lu Qingqing continued to shift closer, and Chen Yang kept retreating, causing the two to circle around the table, much to Grandpa Zhang's annoyance. If you two want to play house, do it elsewhere. Don't disrupt my business. Chen Yang had no choice but to halt and hasten his consumption of the rice noodles. After finishing, he paid and said to Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa, if Qingqing's father comes by, you must testify that I am innocent. Uncle Zhang was quite perceptive and immediately sensed that Chen Yang was attempting to lead him into a trap. After ensuring that Lu Qingqing had her rice noodles packed, he promptly urged the two to depart hastily. Senior, you and Grandpa Zhang are acting all secretive, exchanging glances. Are you hiding something from me? Lu Qingqing, despite her innocent nature, possessed keen observational skills. She quickly discerned that there was something amiss between Chen Yang and Uncle Zhang. No, I was simply curious about what kind of person your father is, so I inquired a bit from Grandpa Zhang. My dad, he is quite impressive. Although he tends to be stern, he is very caring towards me. Chen Yang sighed internally. Uncle Zhang's words seemed genuine. As long as Lu Qingqing remained unhappy, her father would inevitably come to confront him. He decided to take things one step at a time. Once the telecommunications technician installed the broadband, Chen Yang fulfilled his promise and took Lu Qingqing out for Haagen-Dazs. Afterward, he checked the renovation progress of the supermarket at Sunshine Garden Community and arranged a temporary residence for Chen Chunmei's family nearby. Chen Yang wished to treat Zhao Xiaoli to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but she declined. Zhao Xiaoli implied that this was a task assigned by Lu Shiji, and she was merely executing her boss's orders, suggesting that the favor should be attributed to Lu Shiji. Someone who consistently considers their employer's interests undoubtedly has a promising future. Strangely, Zhang Jun, who had collaborated closely with Lu Shiji in his past life, had never mentioned Zhao Xiaoli to Chen Yang. Could it be that this woman, as Lu Qingqing speculated, was indeed Lu Shiji's secret lover, hidden away in a gilded cage? Chapter 35. The first meeting with Lu Shiji, June 30th, 2002, was a date of special significance for football enthusiasts. On this day, the World Cup final would see Brazil and Germany vie for the ultimate championship. Following the national team's elimination in the group stage, domestic fans had lost some interest in the World Cup. However, as the tournament progressed to the semifinals and finals, their attention was rekindled. As dawn broke, Lu Qingqing knocked on Chen Yang's door, insisting on dragging him to the Nike store to purchase a jersey of the Brazilian national team. Chen Yang had observed Lu Qingqing's room and noted that, aside from a lack of Brazil's merchandise, there was scarcely a hint of any football-related items. Clearly, she was merely a fair-weather fan. To Chen Yang's surprise, there were indeed quite a number of such casual fans like Lu Qingqing. By the time they arrived at their destination, a long queue had formed outside the store, all waiting to buy jerseys of the Brazilian team. Chen Yang, unwilling to wait, suggested they buy a knockoff from a cheaper store for the day. Lu Qingqing, however, frowned upon the idea, claiming it disrespected the Brazilian national team. Thus, They waited a full 3 hours to finally acquire the jerseys. When selecting numbers, Chen Yang chose the number 9, idolizing Ronaldo. Lu Qingqing opted for the number 10 for herself and selected 11 for her cousin Lu Shiji. Qingqing, will I be disrespectful wearing this jersey when I go out to eat with your brother? No way. My brother is a diehard fan of Brazil. Oh, does your brother also like Ronaldinho? Who is Ronaldinho? The one who wears number 11. Oh, it seems he prefers Ronaldo. That's number 9. You should have chosen that for him. That's all right. Number 9 is too common, and number 11 is unique. Seeing 9, 10, and 11 together is visually pleasing. Chen Yang was left speechless. The logic of a casual fan was indeed beyond comprehension. Upon exiting the store, Chen Yang glanced at his phone and noted that it was only noon, still early for their scheduled gathering. He considered taking a stroll around Sunshine Garden Community. But Lu Qingqing drove straight to Wuju, located on the outskirts of Xingqing. Chen Yang had initially thought Wuju was merely an upscale private dining establishment, only to discover it was a private estate styled in traditional Hui architecture. The entire estate was enclosed by a picket fence, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant flowers, occasionally graced by the melodious chirping of birds. Following Lu Qingqing, he alighted from the car and wandered along the corridor of the courtyard, turning a couple of corners until they arrived at the entrance adorned with a plaque reading Figuiyuan. At the entrance stood a beautiful waitress dressed in Wuju's uniform. She seemed to recognize Lu Qingqing and smiled as she opened the door, inviting them inside before gently closing it behind them. Inside sat 2 individuals, a woman whom Chen Yang recognized as Zhao Xiaoli, the sales manager from Sunshine Garden Community, and a man donned in the Brazilian number 9 jersey, none other than Lu Shiji. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing enter, both rose to their feet. Lu Shiji smiled and extended his hand to shake Chen Yang's. You must be Chen Yang. I've heard so much about you from Qingqing. Meeting you today, I can see you truly are a remarkable young man. Thank you, Mr. Lu. In the presence of a distinguished entrepreneur like yourself, I'm but a fledgling. I look forward to learning from you. Chen Yang scrutinized Lu Shiji, about 30 years old, standing approximately 175 meters tall, with a robust physique and a firm handshake. In terms of looks, he was indeed handsome and charismatic. Such a wealthy and attractive man would always be a favorite among women, which explained why his wife seemed anxious. Please, no need for such formalities. You make me sound like an old man. I'm only a few years your senior. Just call me bro like Qingqing does. All right, from now on, I shall call you Jiege. Lu Shiji nodded in satisfaction and invited Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing to the dining table, instructing the waitress outside to bring the food. At this moment, Lu Qingqing handed the purchased jersey to Lu Shiji. Brother, this is the jersey I bought for you. Lu Shiji opened the bag, and his expression instantly soured upon seeing the number 11. Qingqing, you must have made a mistake. My favorite is number 9. I chose number 9 for Chen Yang and number 10 for myself. So the 11 is just for you. You could have picked 2 number 9s, right? Didn't you say September 10th? 11 is the unbeatable combination? If you get 2 number 9s, wouldn't that break the combination? Seeing Lu Qingqing's earnest expression, Lu Shiji had no choice but to accept. Chen Yang, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, suggested, Jiege, how about we swap? You wear the 9, and I'll wear the 11. Lu Shiji declined Chen Yang's kind offer, stating, we have different heights and builds. It wouldn't suit us to switch. He then handed the jersey to Zhao Xiaoli for safekeeping. Lu Qingqing still regarded Zhao Xiaoli with a hint of suspicion. Brother, it's a private gathering. Why did you bring an employee along? Lu Shiji explained. She came to deliver Chen Yang's property certificate. It's mealtime, and I couldn't let her return to the office on an empty stomach. Lu Qingqing pouted, but chose not to argue further. Lu Shiji then asked Zhao Xiaoli to retrieve Chen Yang's property certificate. A large cardboard box filled with red certificates was produced. In addition to the property certificates, there were also ownership documents for storefronts and parking spaces. Chen Yang took a glance and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly to secure a single mortgaged apartment worth several million. Now he effortlessly possessed dozens of high-end properties outright. The sensation was ineffably delightful. Chen Yang, what is your relationship with Zhonglin? Lu Shiji inquired with curiosity, perplexed as to why Chen Yang, who was dating his sister, was also bestowing a house upon another woman. He had investigated Zhong Lin and discovered her close ties to a police officer, whose background even the Liu family found intimidating. She is the wife of my wife's childhood friend. Your wife? You're already married? Liu Shiji's mind nearly short-circuited, his gaze darting between Liu Qingqing and Chen Yang, his expression growing increasingly grim. Then what is the nature of your relationship with Qingqing? Chen Yang clarified, we are merely friends and schoolmates. Liu Shiji appeared unconvinced, scrutinizing Liu Qingqing with an appraising gaze. I remember you didn't say it quite like that. Liu Qingqing pouted her lips and spoke with evident displeasure. We could have enjoyed a much closer relationship, but a cunning vixen has stolen the opportunity from us. After saying this, she revealed how Lin Wei had tricked Chen Yang into obtaining a marriage certificate, and how Su Mingwei had persuaded her to distance herself from him. Liu Shiji found himself both amused and exasperated. His cousin, overly sheltered by their uncle, was utterly oblivious to the treacheries of the world. Fortunately, aside from matters of the heart, the situation had not spiraled out of control. Chen Yang, now that you are married, it would be wise to maintain your distance from my sister. My uncle's most cherished possession is Qingqing. Should he become angry, I cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 36. Enemies cross paths. Liu Qingqing's father was a prominent figure in a leading technology company in the country, someone Chen Yang had only seen in the media in his previous life. Even without reminders from Uncle Zhang and Liu Shiji, Chen Yang was well aware of the repercussions of offending the Liu family. Naturally, even without the looming shadow of the Liu family, he would never toy with Liu Qingqing's affections. There were few in the world who genuinely cared for him, and Liu Qingqing was undoubtedly one of them. Hurting those who were kind-hearted towards him was not in Chen Yang's nature. After lunch, Zhao Xiaoli left first. Liu Shiji asked Chen Yang to hand over a box containing the property certificate to the waiter for safekeeping, then led both Chen Yang and Liu Qingqing to the backyard. There, they discovered a quaint bar, furnished with an array of alcoholic beverages and a large LCD screen. Chen Yang surmised this was likely where they would gather to watch the game that evening. Liu Shiji ordered a pot of exquisite Longjing tea and invited Chen Yang and Liu Qingqing to sit in the central booth. The booth sofa was plush and comfortable, and just as Chen Yang was about to close his eyes and rest, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind him. "ISNT this, Liu Zong. I heard you've been struggling financially, borrowing money left and right. What brings you to such a high-end establishment for leisure? Planning to dine and dash?" Chen Yang turned to see the speaker, a young man clad in a flamboyant shirt adorned with floral patterns, sporting a gaudy gold chain. He appeared to be of a similar age to Liu Shiji, with an ordinary appearance yet an audacious demeanor. More importantly, the two cronies trailing behind the young man were none other than Zhang Jun and Tang Kun, familiar faces to Chen Yang. So this fellow has just been released from the hospital? What a small world. Haha, it seems this establishment isn't owned by Boss Zhang. Whether I dine and dash is none of your concern, is it? Liu Shiji remained unfazed by the provocation, not even granting the young man a glance. Hey, Liu Zong, don't take offense. I'm merely worried for you. I fear you might not have the chance to enjoy such a lifestyle in the future. Boss Zhang, please refrain from making wild accusations. I'm just a humble businessman. How could I dare compare myself to such a distinguished figure? Turns out Boss Zhang has someone he fears. I thought you were the top dog of Dongjiang. Haha, are you not afraid, Liu Zong? I'm not stealing or robbing, nor engaging in unscrupulous dealings. What do I have to fear? Liu Shiji, what do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. Boss Zhang knows full well. I have important guests to attend to, so please excuse me. Liu Shiji chose to ignore the flamboyant young man, whose face contorted with rage, yet he dared not retaliate. Ah, is that not Chen Yang? A country bumpkin, yet an important guest of Liu Zong. How peculiar. Zhang Jun, seeing his companion humiliated, stepped forward to defend his honor. Although he didn't dare confront Liu Shiji, he redirected his ire towards Chen Yang. Does my guest require a lackey to pass judgment? Liu Shiji offered no acknowledgement to Zhang Jun, his tone laced with disdain. Zhang Jun was taken aback to find himself, the heir of the Zhang family, regarded as a mere lackey in Liu Shiji's eyes, causing his composure to shatter. "You Liu, who are you calling a lackey?" Liu Shiji replied coolly. "Whoever fits the description should take heed." Zhang Jun's face flushed with indignation, his anger boiling over. Initially intending to mock Lu Shiji using Chen Yang's identity, he found himself the target of ridicule instead. He shot a glance at Tang Kun, hoping the strategist could salvage his pride. However, Lu Qingqing preemptively delivered a cutting remark. Some people are quite pitiable, pursuing a woman for 7 years without even a touch, only to see her end up with another man. I heard she even pursued him. Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing an annoyed glare. This girl truly dared to speak her mind, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions from Lin Wei. Yet, the most uncomfortable party was Zhang Jun. His face, already red from anger, now exhibited bulging veins, his eyes wide with fury, trembling uncontrollably. He glared at Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing, his rage igniting like a blazing inferno, growing ever stronger. He longed to pounce upon them like a ferocious beast and tear them apart. Yet, he ultimately refrained from acting, fully aware he could not overpower Chen Yang. His bodyguard, Zhao Xuanfa, was currently undergoing rehabilitation and detention. Lu Qingqing, as fellow alumni, must you speak so harshly? Tang Kun, concerned for Zhang Yun's embarrassments, hurriedly intervened. I merely stated facts, Lu Qingqing retorted dismissively. As far as I know, your specialty lies in stealing classmates' girlfriends. It's amusing to see this flaw has spread to others. Tang Kun was left speechless, realizing Zhang Jun's suspicious gaze had shifted toward him, prompting him to lower his head and feign ignorance. The flamboyant young man, recognizing he was gaining nothing from this encounter, took his leave with Zhang Jun and Tang Kun. As they departed, Zhang Jun couldn't resist throwing a parting threat at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, just you wait. This isn't over. Chen Yang paid him no mind, secretly amused by the turn of events. After all, this commotion had effectively severed the partnership between Lu Shiji and Zhang Jun from his past life. Chen Yang, fear not. This is Qingqing. We, the Lu family, can provide you with support. Lu Qingqing reassured him, patting her somewhat modest chest with confidence. Chen Yang shot her a glance, bemused by her audacity. Her simple words struck at the heart of their adversaries. Thankfully, Lu Shiji was present. Otherwise, a beating would have been inevitable. Nevertheless, witnessing Lu Qingqing render Zhang Jun and Tang Kun speechless brought Chen Yang a sense of satisfaction. Chen Yang, rest assured, no one dares to act recklessly in Weiju. Lu Shiji further comforted him. Though he knew Chen Yang had substantial backing in Qingqing, it was still prudent to offer some platitudes until the truth was publicly acknowledged. Chen Yang had complete faith in Lu Shiji's assurances. To have constructed such an expansive private estate in Qingqing, the owner of Weiju undoubtedly possessed significant influence. The trio continued to sip tea and engage in conversation. Gradually, more patrons arrived at the small bar for the gathering. Lu Shiji would occasionally rise to greet them, many of whom Chen Yang recognized as future luminaries of the Dongjiang business scene. As the clock approached 6, Lu Qingqing ushered Chen Yang and Lu Shiji back to the luxurious garden, where they each donned Brazil national team jerseys before returning to the bar. By this time, many patrons had also changed into team jerseys, some supporting Brazil while others donned German colors. The supporters divided themselves into two factions with remarkable camaraderie. Interestingly, Zhang Jun, Tang Kun, and the flamboyant young man had also arrived, clad in German jerseys. Chen Yang recalled that both Zhang Jun and Tang Kun were ardent fans of Brazil. Had they defected at the last minute? What was the meaning of this sudden twist? Chapter 37. Losers bark like dogs. The small bar quickly filled to capacity. Chen Yang noted that the number of supporters for both teams was roughly equal, each boasting a dozen or so fans. After the match concluded, they could even arrange an offline game. As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, the large LCD television mounted on the wall flickered to life, broadcasting a preview of the World Cup final. Two commentators from CCTV animatedly shared their insights regarding the competing teams. Chen Yang, who do you think will seize the championship? Lu Shiji, having learned from Lu Qingqing about Chen Yang's recent lottery win, was eager to gauge Chen Yang's expertise. I believe Brazil will triumph. Chen Yang declared. As an ardent supporter of the Brazilian team, Lu Shiji was pleased with this response, yet found it somewhat dismissive. He pressed further. What makes you so confident in Brazil's victory? In an effort to provoke Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan, Chen Yang deliberately patted his jersey, retorting, as a fan of Brazil, "Should I root for Germany instead?" Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan, overhearing this, lowered their heads, anxious that Chen Yang might expose their allegiance to the German team. Liu Shiji had anticipated a more elaborate discourse from Chen Yang, but was left bemused by his terse reply. At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached the bar, distributing a stack of cards to each booth. Chen Yang glanced at them and realized they were betting slips for the match. The betting format mirrored that of foreign sports books, allowing wagers on win-lose-tie outcomes, as well as half full-time results and scores. "Chen Yang, are you interested in placing a bet?" Liu Shiji casually inquired, noticing Chen Yang's curiosity about the betting. "Is it legal?" Chen Yang hesitated, well aware of the domestic prohibition against gambling on sports. Legality is subjective. It's all about what people decide. Liu Shiji chuckled, patting Chen Yang on the shoulder. "Here in Dongjiang, it's completely safe." With such encouragement, Chen Yang felt tempted. After all, he knew the ultimate outcome. This was a golden opportunity. "Brother Jia, how does it work?" "The minimum bet starts at 1 million, with no upper limit. It depends on your financial capability." Chen Yang sighed with regret, lamenting that had he known, he wouldn't have purchased so many properties. If he had waited to place his bets here, he could have acquired an additional unit. A country bumpkin like him couldn't even muster 10,000, let alone 1,000,000. Zhang Jun, seated in the adjacent booth, had been eavesdropping on Chen Yang and Liu Shiji's conversation. Seizing the opportunity, he began to mock Chen Yang. "Zhang Peng, keep your lapdog in check. This is Wuyuju, not your doghouse." Chen Yang, being brought by Liu Shiji, had already endured Zhang Jun's provocations, which finally roused Liu Shiji's temper. "Zhang, my cousin speaks the truth. Your friend is merely a rustic who cannot play in such elite circles." The flamboyant youth in a floral shirt cast a derisive glance at Liu Shiji, adding with a smirk, "I presume even you, Liu, can hardly afford to play now?" Liu Shiji retorted with a cold smile, "My financial capacity is not for you to judge." Liu Qingqing, noticing the disdain between the two men, felt her temper flare. Rising from her seat, she pointed at Zhang Jun and exclaimed, "How about we make a wager? If Brazil wins tonight, you must get down on the floor and bark like a dog for 3 minutes." Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as he too anticipated a Brazilian victory. Just as he struggled for words, the floral shirt youth, Zhang Peng, preemptively interjected, "Deal. If Germany wins, you must also bark like a dog for 3 minutes." Their ruckus stirred the emotions of others, and a middle-aged man clad in a Brazil jersey discreetly approached Liu Shiji, earnestly asking, "Shiji, do you genuinely believe Brazil will win?" "Mr. Wang, I can't say for certain," Liu Shiji replied with a rueful smile, gesturing towards Chen Yang. "It's my brother who has faith in Brazil's success." Mr. Wang immediately turned his attention to Chen Yang, inquiring with curiosity, "Young man, would you care to share your thoughts?" Not wanting to expend energy on explanations with someone he barely knew, Chen Yang feigned mystery, replying, "It's merely a guess." Mr. Wang's expression fell, mirroring the disappointment of Liu Shiji and Liu Qingqing. "Senior, surely we won't have to bark like dogs?" Liu Qingqing suddenly grew anxious. If Germany were to win, they would have no choice but to abide by the wager. Chen Yang admired Liu Qingqing's audacity amidst such a gathering of business elites. She was bold enough to wager barking like a dog. Those 3 foolish men were equally peculiar for accepting the bet. If they wished to play, so be it. He was confident of his victory. "How do you plan to bet?" Liu Shiji whispered, hoping to avoid further disturbances from the Zhang brothers. "Brother Jia, I'm short on cash. Could you lend me some? How much do you need? How much can you lend? Given our relationship, 1,000,000 should suffice." "Brother Jia, surely our bond is not that strong. Let's make it 10 million. Liu Shiji was taken aback by Chen Yang's boldness, recognizing the magnitude of his wager. Chen Yang's financial background was well known to him, and such a substantial bet indicated great confidence. "Speak, how shall I place the bet?" "I will handle it for you." "Yes, let's go for a halftime draw." Liu Shiji fell silent, gazing intently at Chen Yang, confirming, "Brother, are you absolutely certain?" Chen Yang nodded emphatically. Liu Qingqing, someone who relished excitement, had previously accompanied Liu Shiji in betting but had experienced more losses than wins. With Chen Yang's bold wager, her enthusiasm rekindled. "Brother, let me place a bet of 1 million too." Liu Shiji hesitated for a moment while filling out the betting slip, ultimately inscribing an amount of 21 million. Mr. Wang, observing Liu Shiji's bet, stealthily approached for a closer look. Upon seeing the staggering amount, his pupils dilated. Although he was unaware of Chen Yang's background, he was familiar with Liu Shiji's financial situation. Betting 21 million on a mere hunch was incredulous. Mr. Wang promptly returned to his seat, filling out his own slip for 10 million on a halftime draw. Of course, not everyone shared Mr. Wang's penchant for following suit. Most attendees had their own strategies. Some wagered on Brazil's victory, others on Germany's. Some placed bets on high scores, while others opted for low. The only awkward one in this gathering was Zhang Jun. He favored Brazil's chances, but had foolishly wagered against Liu Qingqing, thus compelled to back Germany. To mitigate potential losses, he limited his bet to 1 million. In contrast, Tang Kun, who lacked the privilege to bet, maintained a much brighter demeanor. His sole concern was the prospect of publicly barking like a dog if Germany were to lose. Naturally, if he had the power to decide, he would never have accepted such a bet. Those with even a rudimentary understanding of the game knew Brazil's overall strength far surpassed that of Germany. Yet, Zhang Jun's foolish cousin had a penchant for Germany. And Zhang Jun, who secretly favored Brazil, failed to enlighten his cousin. What a collection of inept companions. Chapter 38. He is just a pretender. Not long after placing their bets, the match commenced, and all eyes turned to the LCD screen. Chen Yang, already privy to the final outcome, found himself less engrossed in the match than the others. Just as he was about to inquire about the details and rules of Liu Shiji's bet, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he beheld a group of elegantly dressed waitresses in black uniforms entering the establishment. Each waitress was tall and graceful, moving with a light and poised gait. They each balanced a delicately crafted tray, filled with various enticing items: flying Moutai liquor and German black beer, alongside an array of meticulously carved fruit platters exuding delightful aromas, as well as marinated delicacies, cold dishes, and peanuts, all perfect accompaniments for the drinks. The beautiful waitresses moved in synchronized harmony, expertly trained, as they approached each booth from left to right, gently placing their trays upon the tables. Once the event concluded, they each stood beside their booth, quietly and courteously inquiring whether the guests required any further services. "Chen Yang, would you prefer white liquor or beer?" "Beer." "Then let us all indulge in beer." As soon as Liu Shiji finished speaking, the beautiful waitress promptly opened 3 bottles of German dark beer from her tray. Chen Yang jested with the waitress. "Miss, your speed is impressive. Are you afraid we might not spend enough?" The waitress smiled gently at Chen Yang and replied, "Handsome, all the services we provide here are complimentary. Feel free to drink. I can fetch more if you need it." Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly, having presumed that wealthier establishments demanded higher expenditures. To his surprise, this carefree establishment deviated from the norm. Liu Shiji quickly discerned Chen Yang's discomfort and explained with a smile, "All services here are exclusively for members. The annual membership fee ranges from 5 million to 20 million. Non-members cannot patronize this place unless recommended by a member." At that moment, the average income in Dongjiang province was a mere 700 yuan per month. 5 million could sustain a family for many years. Nevertheless, Chen Yang understood that affluent individuals did not merely acquire memberships for exceptional services. It was predominantly a matter of business interests. "Brother Jia, what level of membership do you hold?" "Golden member, the 10 million tier." Indeed, he was among the affluent. Chen Yang took a sip of beer, striving to calm his emotions. He had thought that winning 20 million had opened the door to a new world. But today he found himself confronted with an even more exclusive gateway. If he could cultivate some connections here, would it not be simpler to triumph over the Zhang family? Chen Yang's gaze shifted toward Zhang Jun's booth, where he, along with Tang Kun and Zhang Peng, was completely engrossed in the match. On the field, a formidable attack by the German team was thwarted by the Brazilian defense. Zhang Jun slammed the table in exasperation, cursing, "Damn it! How did that not go in? Close is utterly useless. Damn it, Ronaldo had a clear shot. Thankfully, it didn't go in. How close was that? Damn it, even after extra time. The whistle hasn't blown. Throughout the first half, Zhang Jun's tirade did not cease, his emotions fluctuating with the rhythm of the game. His behavior irritated not only those supporting Brazil, but also displeased fans of Germany. After the halftime whistle, others suggested expelling Zhang Jun from a booth. Realizing the growing discontent, Zhang Peng quickly intervened to mediate. Zhang Jun fervently apologized, promising to remain silent in the second half, which quelled the unrest. Chen Yang felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhang Jun. He clearly preferred Brazil, but was compelled to root for Germany, which was performing poorly in his eyes. Chen Yang understood Zhang Jun well. Despite his current assurances, he would undoubtedly be the first to explode with joy when Brazil scored in the second half. Mr. Liu, the young brother you brought, is truly astute. Calling the first half a draw was indeed spot on, Wang Zong exclaimed as he approached Liu Shiji, giving Chen Yang a thumbs up. All eyes in the room shifted to Liu Shiji and Chen Yang. Some among them had seen Liu Shiji's betting slip and considered it overly risky. Wang Zong's comment caused them to reconsider their earlier judgments. Brother, what made you confident about the halftime draw? A youth with a center-part hairstyle among Brazil supporters inquired curiously, aware that all eyes were on him. Chen Yang quickly fabricated a rationale. This is the finals, and both teams are of similar caliber. They will undoubtedly play cautiously, leading to a stalemate. Experienced teams typically reserve their energy for the second half. Hence, I anticipated a draw. Upon hearing this, everyone found Chen Yang's reasoning plausible. However, dissenting voices emerged. Tang Kuan was the first to challenge Chen Yang. Don't listen to him. He doesn't even understand the offside rule. He's just a faux fan. Yes, we're roommates, and his football knowledge is all thanks to us, Zhang Jun added in support of Tang Kuan. Liu Jiu is skokfit, koniron ting tang Kuan. You claim Chen Yang is a faux fan. Then why did he predict the halftime draw correctly? Why couldn't you? Clearly a lucky guess. Tang Kuan retorted without hesitation. Well then, show me your own lucky guess, Liu Shiji replied, summoning the waitress to have Tang Kuan place a bet in front of everyone. I have no money. Tang Kuan lowered his head in embarrassment. The minimum bet was 1 million, and even selling his family's farm wouldn't suffice. If you have no money, then be quiet. Liu Shiji dismissed Tang Kuan and turned to Zhang Jun, questioning him with a hint of sarcasm. You wouldn't be broke too, would you? Zhang Jun, of course, had the means. However, as he observed the first half, despite Brazil holding a slight advantage, it did not seem enough to dominate the German team. Germany was known for being slow starters. Once they adapted to Brazil's rhythm, a comeback was not out of the question. Just as Zhang Jun was deliberating, Zhang Peng made a decisive move. Germany typically excels in second halves. They will surely prevail over Brazil. I'll bet 10 million on Germany winning. Those supporting Germany erupted in applause for Zhang Peng's decision. Liu Shiji ignored Zhang Peng and continued to query Zhang Jun. Do you also foresee a German victory? Zhang Jun had little choice but to nod in agreement. He suddenly regretted coming here with Zhang Peng to watch the match, feeling he had been saddled with a foolish ally. How could the Zhang family entrust the Star City operations to such a simpleton? Having received Zhang Jun's response, Liu Shiji no longer paid him any mind and turned to Chen Yang. What is your take? Chen Yang was reluctant to voice his opinion. He feared that if everyone followed his advice and bet on Brazil, it might lead to their downfall. During the 1998 World Cup, Brazil was considered the top contender, and their star striker Ronaldo mysteriously fell ill before the finals, resulting in their loss to France. Many suspected match fixing, yet evidence remained elusive, leaving only speculation regarding manipulation by the bookmakers. As a reborn individual, Chen Yang could not prevent such interference. Once the butterfly effect took hold, not only would Brazil potentially lose the championship again, but many present would also incur significant losses. This was a burden he could not bear. I am a Brazil fan, and I still believe Brazil will win, Chen Yang finally replied, after a moment of hesitation, providing an ambiguous answer. Liu Shiji was dissatisfied with this response, and the others who had anticipated Chen Yang's insight felt let down. In that moment, the happiest individuals were undoubtedly Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan. I told you he was just guessing, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you do, don't you? He's just a faux fan. Chen Yang ignored him, while the others, already disillusioned with Zhang Jun, chose not to engage. Realizing he was making a fool of himself, Zhang Jun returned to his booth, sulking with his drink. At that juncture, the beautiful waitress approached Lu Shiji and said, "Mr. Lu, the bets you placed earlier have been settled, with odds of 1 to 2, resulting in a total of 42 million. Will you be placing any bets for the second half?" Lu Shiji did not respond immediately but turned to Chen Yang, asking, "Are you in?" After contemplating, Chen Yang inquired of the waitress, "Can we bet on the score?" The waitress confirmed and fetched a laptop from the bar, displaying the real-time score odds for Chen Yang. Upon seeing that the odds for Brazil to win by a score of 2 to 0 were 6 to 1, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He lowered his voice and said to Lu Shiji, "Place a bet for me, 10 million on Brazil winning, and 10 million on Brazil winning 2 to 0. Lu Shiji paused for a moment, suddenly perplexed by Chen Yang's confidence. "You lack faith in Brazil winning, yet you dare to bet on the score? The score is surely a gamble." Chen Yang chuckled. "As long as Brazil wins, I will still profit. Are you still optimistic about Brazil's victory?" Lu Shiji's spirits soared once again. 80%, perhaps. Chen Yang hesitated to express too much confidence. Lu Shiji nodded in satisfaction. He would back Brazil even at 60%. "Brother, like Chen Yang, I'm betting 1 million on Brazil to win, 1 million on Brazil scoring 20. Lu Qingqing, with unwavering faith in Chen Yang, placed her bet without a second thought. Upon noticing that both Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing had made their decisions, Lu Shiji requested another betting slip from the waiter. This time, he wagered 31 million on Brazil winning and 1 million on Brazil scoring 20 against Germany. As Lu Shiji filled out the slip, Chen Yang reminded the waiter to keep their bets confidential. However, he did not anticipate that these future business tycoons of Star City were quite cunning. The moment Lu Shiji completed his slip, Wang Zong snatched it away. Soon, a flurry of people followed suit, with even those who supported Germany switching sides. Zhang Jun, who had been sulking with a drink, suddenly felt even more despondent. Chen Yang shared in his distress. If the outcome of the match were altered by everyone's wagers, he would lose 10 million. Chapter 39. Let the bullets fly for a while. Can't you all have some principles? We are supporters of the German team. How can we bet on Brazil to win? Zhang Jun was furious to see everyone following Chen Yang in betting on Brazil. What does a kid know? Betting on Brazil doesn't mean we don't support Germany. If Germany wins, we are happy. If Brazil wins, we profit. Either way, we don't lose. The rebuttal from the German supporters nearly made Zhang Jun explode with rage. Betting on the opposing team to ensure one's own victory. What kind of logic is that? If this strategy were effective, the national football team would have already claimed the World Cup. Zhang Jun continued to drink in frustration, wishing to drown his sorrows. Chen Yang was equally troubled, especially upon hearing the German supporters discuss their intention to deliberately heat up Brazil's prospects. Would history be rewritten? The second half of the match commenced swiftly. Germany launched an attack, threatening Brazil's goal twice within just 3 minutes. Zhang Jun, who had been sulking, immediately perked up, shouting at the screen, "Go Germany, crush Brazil, score 1. The German supporters echoed his enthusiasm without resentment this time. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Brazil's supporters was far more somber. Chen Yang continuously munched on fruit to mask his inner turmoil, while Lu Qingqing clutched his arm tightly, gritting her teeth. Lu Shiji remained silent, fixated on the screen, and the other supporters were equally engrossed in the unfolding drama. Germany, score 1. Score 1. Shang Yunis Excitement. The German team seemed to play with newfound vigor, their aggressive tactics putting Brazil in disarray, diminishing the once mighty trio's brilliance. "Senior, Brazil 1-0 lose, right? I don't know. Let the bullets fly for a while." Chen Yang recalled a classic line from a renowned domestic director's film. At this moment, anxiety was futile. As long as Brazil did not concede, the suspense of the match would endure. "Go Brazil." Lu Qingqing, dissatisfied with the atmosphere, was the first to stand up and rally against the German supporters. "Brazil, score 1. Lu Shiji joined his sister in support. "Go Brazil. Brazil, score 1. Other Brazilian supporters chimed in, and the bar erupted into cheers, drowning out the commentators. The only ones remaining composed were the professionally trained waitresses by the booth. Chen Yang, seated on a plush sofa, appeared calm, but inside, his emotions roiled like a tempest. He had not ceased eating since the second half began, either shoving various delectable fruits into his mouth or relishing the fragrant snacks. Yet, his eyes remained glued to every movement on the pitch, missing no detail. What reassured him was that, despite Brazil's passive play, there was no indication of theatrics among the players. In the 67th minute, Ronaldo successfully intercepted the ball from Germany's midfielder Hamann. He swiftly passed it to Rivaldo, whose shot was parried by German goalkeeper Kahn, but he fumbled it. Ronaldo soared in to capitalize on the mistake. The ball found the net. Brazil led Germany 1-0. It's in. It's in. Liu Qingqing excitedly embraced Chen Yang and planted a kiss on his cheek. Liu Shiji, initially ready to celebrate with Chen Yang, froze at his sister's action. Fortunately, Chen Yang reacted quickly, shaking off Liu Qingqing's grip and raising a beer bottle to the Brazilian supporters, exclaiming, "Let us drink to Brazil's goal. Cheers!" The Brazilian supporters responded enthusiastically, eager to release their pent-up energy after a lengthy wait. On the other side, the German supporters were drowning their sorrows in drink. Zhang Jun, livid, vented at the television. "That damn Kahn, how could he fumble that? What a sham. Shut up. Without Kahn, would Germany even reach the finals? I think you're the one who's barking mad." "Exactly. From the start, you've been non-stop showing zero class." "Zhang Peng, don't bring this type again. It's such a buzzkill. Guys, don't get mad after the match. I'll take everyone to heaven on earth to unwind. Just let him be quiet. Don't ruin our match viewing." Zhang Jun gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could hurl the bottles on the table at these irritating German supporters. "Let me be quiet? You all were shouting louder than me just now. What nonsense." The match continued, and after conceding, Germany's offense grew even fiercer. Faced with Brazil's tight defense, they frequently attempted long-range shots from outside the box, putting Brazil's goal under considerable pressure. "Go Germany! Score one! Score one!" The German supporters were once again fired up. "Hang in there, Brazil! Go Brazil! Score another!" Brazil's supporters, led by Liu Qingqing, rallied energetically for their team. Zhang Jun, witnessing this scene, rolled his eyes in frustration. "Damn it, they should be quiet. Yet they're making even more noise." Zhang Jun fervently wished for the match to end in a draw, hoping to see both side supporters infuriated. Especially Chen Yang, who he heard had placed a hefty bet. If Brazil couldn't win, he would have to sell an organ to repay his debts. Just thinking about it was satisfying. Unfortunately for Zhang Jun, Germany was not performing as he had imagined. In the 79th minute, Ronaldo broke through Kahn's defenses once again. "I won. We won." Liu Qingqing joyously embraced Chen Yang once more. "Chen Yang, you're truly brilliant." Liu Shiji seemed to have been prepared, swiftly holding Chen Yang's face to deftly prevent Liu Qingqing from going further. Liu Qingqing shot her brother a fierce glare, while he pretended not to notice. Chen Yang had regained his composure after Brazil's first goal. Now he felt more secure. Even if there was some script, it shouldn't affect Brazil's victory. "Stay calm. Stay calm. The match isn't over yet. The match has yet to conclude. Come on, Germany. Hurry up and equalize the score." Zhang Jun shouted vehemently, his frustration unabated, indifferent to the opinions of others. A group of incompetent teammates. He swore he would never support them again. Go for it. Germany, go for it. Brazil. As time trickled away, the match ultimately ended with Brazil triumphing over Germany with a score of 2-0. Brazil claimed the prestigious World Cup trophy for the 5th time in their history, marking their victory after an 8-year hiatus. Zhang Jun, disheartened, collapsed onto the sofa. He deeply regretted supporting Germany alongside Zhang Peng, a misguided choice that allowed a pretender to steal the limelight from him. And that pretender was none other than the person he loathed most in life. Chapter 40. The Master of Wuju. "Zhang, you lost. Hurry up and bark like a dog." Liu Qingqing, snapping out of her excitement, immediately sought Zhang Jun to fulfill their wager. "I refuse to bark. If you have the guts, come and make me." Zhang Jun could never demean himself in front of Chen Yang. After uttering those defiant words, he stormed off with a grim expression. In his wake, Tang Kuan hurriedly followed. "I apologize. My younger brother is being unreasonable. I'll go have a word with him." Zhang Peng, noticing Zhang Jun's departure, quickly concocted an excuse to chase after him. Shameless. Lu Qingqing cursed in the direction they vanished. What is the point of bickering with such people? Lu Shiji, in high spirits, disregarded the Zhang brothers. He gazed at Chen Yang with admiration. Brother, you truly are a hidden gem. It was purely coincidental. I was genuinely in the dark. Chen Yang replied earnestly to Liu Shiji. Lu Shiji rolled his eyes. Even at this juncture, the lad still feigned innocence. Little brother, you are truly a reincarnation of the god of wealth, General Wang exclaimed, seizing Chen Yang's hand enthusiastically. He had won tens of millions today, recovering his previous losses. In that moment, Chen Yang was his savior. It was indeed a fluke. Chen Yang maintained his stance. Regardless of your luck, you deserve my gratitude today. General Wang produced a prestigious business card and handed it to Chen Yang, speaking sincerely. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Within my capabilities, I will go to great lengths for you. Chen Yang accepted the card and smiled as he bid farewell. After General Wang departed, others in attendance approached to express their thanks to Chen Yang. However, their words were merely superficial pleasantries before they left. How hypocritical. All they can do is utter sweet nothings. They can't even treat us to a meal. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but voice her disdain after everyone had left. Alas, such is human nature, Lu Shiji said with a faint smile, turning to Lu Qingqing and softly adding, in my days of glory, I was surrounded by those who called me brother, reveling in merriment. But what of it? When I found myself in dire need of funds before I could even speak, they scurried away as if I were a plague. Such is the fickleness of human relationships. Chen Yang will encounter this too. Experiencing it firsthand is not a bad thing. As a reincarnated individual, Chen Yang resonated with Lu Shiji's perspective. However, at this moment, his primary concern remained the issue of cashing in on their winnings. After all, Lu Shiji had only filled out 2 slips without actually paying. The winnings amounted to 31 million from the match and 11 million from the score, totaling over 100 million. The other party had every reason not to honor the payout. Jiegu, you don't think our winnings will bounce, do you? Don't speak nonsense. Lu Shiji hastily signaled Chen Yang to be quiet. However, his warning came too late. From a corridor of the courtyard, a woman clad in a teal qipao and red high heels approached them slowly. She was tall and, while not strikingly beautiful, possessed an above-average allure. What unsettled Chen Yang was the commanding aura she exuded, one that even men would find intimidating, making them instinctively retreat. Sister Xian, what brings you here? Is this not my territory? Am I not allowed to come? Of course. You can go wherever you wish. Lu Shiji replied with a forced smile, while Lu Qingqing obediently greeted her as Sister Xian. Sister Xian ignored them, her piercing gaze fixed on Chen Yang as she coldly stated, if I heard correctly, you were just doubting the integrity of Wuyuju? Faced with her fierce glare, Chen Yang felt somewhat overwhelmed, awkwardly explaining. I noticed Jie Gu forgot to pay when placing the bets, which made me a bit worried. Upon hearing this, Sister Xian paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Shiji with a peculiar expression. Shiji, have you lost your wits over money? You brought someone in without even clarifying the rules of Wuyuju? Lu Shiji repeatedly apologized, deflecting the blame onto Zhang Peng and Zhang Jun's Sister Xian. It was the 2 Zhang brothers stirring up trouble, causing me to forget the important matters. He then elucidated the betting rules of Wuyuju to Chen Yang. It turned out that membership expenses at Wuyuju are directly deducted from the member card. Those who gamble here will have funds preloaded onto their cards. Even if one forgets to recharge, each membership card has an overdraft limit. Lu Shiji's card had a 2 million yuan overdraft limit, and he had preloaded 10 million, giving him a total spending limit of 30 million. Their initial bet was 21 million, which did not exceed the spending cap. The second bet used the half-time settlement amount, so there was no issue of exceeding limits. Thus, Chen Yang's concerns were indeed unfounded. Chen Yang quickly apologized to Sister Xian, with Lu Shiji and Lu Qingqing also chiming in to speak on his behalf. All right, you all go on ahead. I have something to discuss with this young man. After dismissing Lu Shiji, Lu Qingqing, and the attending staff, Sister Xian turned her attention back to Chen Yang, finally recovering from the shock of the match. He felt a new wave of anxiety wash over him. Young man, does Lin Yada know you came here to play? She doesn't. Then you are aware of how much her family detests lawbreakers? Yes, but Diego said it was safe to gamble here. Of course it's safe. However, your actions are still illegal at their core. If her father finds out, he might very well disown you. Chen Yang awkwardly scratched his head. Given his understanding of Lin Jiangwo, Sister Xian's warning was not mere exaggeration. How about I just forfeit my winnings? You can consider that I never came. Betty Sabet. Do you think the credibility of Wiyuju is a mere faade? Sister Xian shot him a fierce glare, stating, "You will receive your money, but I will deduct some handling fees." No problem. Chen Yang did not question the reasoning behind it, nodding in agreement. You have no background, and suddenly receiving a large sum of money makes you an easy target for those with ulterior motives, Sister Xian explained. I simply wish to avoid implicating Lin Yadu because of your actions. Chen Yang hastily expressed his gratitude, then curiously asked, Sister Xian, what is your relationship with my wife? Consider her a younger sister. Sister Xian's expression darkened abruptly as she warned Chen Yang, you're already married, yet you're so close to Qingqing. Are you attempting to play both sides? Chen Yang quickly clarified, Sister Xian, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Qingqing is innocent. Sister Xian snorted, reminding him once more in a threatening tone, if you dare do anything to wrong Lin Yadu, I will make sure you can't survive in Dongjiang. Chen Yang nodded. This woman commanded a respect that even Lu Shiji and his sister feared. He, a mere commoner, could not afford to offend her. Of course, even without Sister Xian's intervention, the Lin family loomed over Chen Yang like an insurmountable mountain. Marrying a government official's daughter truly came with immense pressure. Chapter 41. Keeping Lu Qingqing busy. Of the 70 million in winnings, Sister Xian only granted Chen Yang 60 million, with a remaining sum of 10 million. It was mentioned that this would serve as a legitimate source of funds through handling fees. However, the specifics of the operation were not disclosed, and Chen Yang did not inquire further. As long as there were no subsequent complications, an additional 10 million would be inconsequential. After all, it was merely unexpected wealth. Upon leaving, Sister Xian took the time to remind Chen Yang to maintain his distance from Lu Qingqing. This was a matter Chen Yang had already addressed after solidifying his relationship with Lin Wei, but to little effect. As long as he remained involved with Lu Qingqing, misunderstandings would inevitably arise. However, moving away from the family compound of Shida-affiliated high school to sever ties with Lu Qingqing completely would portray him as heartless. Should Lu Qingqing take drastic actions out of despair, her father would undoubtedly seek retribution against Chen Yang. Of course, he was not willing to abandon Lin Wei for Lu Qingqing, as the consequences would be far graver. Even if Lin Wei chose to show mercy, he could not escape the scrutiny of Lin Jiangwo and Lin Feng. Now, there was also the ominous and enigmatic Sister Xian to consider. In essence, he found himself caught between two formidable women, one wielding power and the other wealth, both of whom he could not afford to offend. That night, Chen Yang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find restful slumber. He even briefly dreamed of his past wife, Zhang Mei. She was a woman of beauty, kindness, and gentleness, an ideal partner in the eyes of most men. Her only flaw was her naive nature, making her susceptible to manipulation. Despite a tinge of nostalgia, Chen Yang was resolute in not rekindling his relationship with Zhang Mei, as her connection to Zhang Jun destined her to become a mere tool for others' gain. He could not afford to stumble twice over the same woman. The sound of knocking interrupted Chen Yang's reverie. He surmised it must be Lu Qingqing in feigned ignorance. The persistent knocking continued, accompanied by her calling his name. Reluctantly, he opened the door. Senior, didn't you say we were going to partner in starting a company? I have no classes this morning. Let us go handle the paperwork together. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Qingqing's genuine ambition to embark on a career. The instances of wealthy heirs succeeding in entrepreneurship were scant, while failures were plentiful. Take Lu Shiji, for example. He had recently been pursued by creditors due to poor sales in the Sunshine Garden community. Ultimately, it was Lu's grandfather who intervened to alleviate the financial strain. Lu Qingqing's future success would likely also hinge on the support of her family. However, If Lu Qingqing truly wished to venture into entrepreneurship, it would be beneficial for Chen Yang. She was currently idle and devoid of financial worries, her attention fixated on him. Only by engaging her in productive endeavors could her focus be diverted. Qingqing, are you serious? Of course. I aspire to become a woman more formidable than Lin Wei. Observing her unwavering confidence ignited a spark of inspiration in Chen Yang. Qingqing, if you join me in selling agricultural products, it may prove difficult to surpass Lin Wei. Then what should I do? In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, if you can create a large-scale, comprehensive website, you could become a national or even global sensation. In that case, Lin Wei would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Then, I shall create a website. Lu Qingqing was quickly captivated by Chen Yang's vision. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her face. Senior, do you know how to create a website? It's quite simple. First, register a domain name, purchase hosting, and then hire someone to develop the site. Your father is in tech. You could enlist a few experienced programmers from his company for assistance. You could also recruit talent from the university. Lu Qingqing inquired further, what will our website's theme be? Chen Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting, I recommend you focus on a website dedicated to women. It could encompass various domains such as fashion, beauty, health, relationships, and career development, providing high-quality content and convenient services tailored specifically for female users. Senior, you truly possess vast knowledge. Lu Qingqing's sparkling eyes radiated admiration and respect, making Chen Yang feel somewhat bashful. In truth, I am merely emulating what others have done. The specifics of execution and how to excel beyond them will require your own efforts. Indeed, I will strive to outperform others. Lu Qingqing clenched her right fist, as if making a promise to Chen Yang and rallying her own courage. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Yang urged her to take swift action. Though it was Lu Qingqing's first foray into entrepreneurship, and she had Chen Yang's encouragement, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, she called her father to share her aspiration of creating a website. Lu's father wholeheartedly supported his daughter's dream and handed her an already partially developed website, which had a basic structure in place. The site was named Qing Wang, seemingly a gift from her father. Chen Yang accessed the site on his computer. It featured a clean design and a series of practical modules, essentially ready to go. All that remained was to infuse it with content relevant to women. Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency with which wealthy individuals operate. He suddenly felt a pang of concern that this website might not keep Lu Qingqing occupied for long. Nonetheless, at this stage, there was no better way to divert her attention. They could only proceed step by step. With the website established, the next step was to recruit talent and gather information. Chen Yang suggested Lu Qingqing start by posting on the university forum at Xingqing University. After all, college students possess vibrant minds, strong curiosity, and a keen sensitivity to new cultures and ideas. Involving them in the website's development would yield remarkable results. Simultaneously, targeted promotional activities could be conducted at Xingqing University to advertise Lu Qingqing's site. Since it was a project initiated by one of their own, the university's leadership would undoubtedly offer robust support and encouragement. Students would also be keen to participate, sharing relevant information and contributing to the site's growth. As long as they could gather a substantial audience, half the battle for the website's success would be won. Naturally, the initial phase of the website's development did not require a large team. Chen Yang envisioned hiring one front-end engineer and one back-end engineer to ensure the site operated smoothly. Once Lu Qingqing became thoroughly familiar with the website's operational processes, they could expand the team further. By 2002, mainstream portal websites in the country were well established, and technical talent was plentiful. What was lacking was the capital for website operation, maintenance, and future research and development. With Lu Qingqing now holding a substantial sum of 12 million, and Chen Yang as her strategic advisor well-versed in the internet's trajectory over the next 2 decades, she was more than capable of standing out in a fiercely competitive landscape. However, before Qing Wang could evolve into an internet giant, it remained a fledgling endeavor. The early recruitment efforts would require thoughtful consideration. Chen Yang, using Lu Qingqing's account, posted a recruitment announcement in the forum titled, Let women understand the world. Let the world understand women. Chen Yang welcomes your participation. Chapter 42. This girl would be wasting resources if she didn't start a business. Let women understand the world. Let the world understand women. If I'm not mistaken, this Chen Yang is a website aimed at women, correct? Driven by curiosity, I took a look, but aside from a few basic frameworks, there was no content whatsoever. It was as blank as a canvas. What is the theme of the website? Did the poster start recruiting without any preparation? Perhaps a spur-of-the-moment endeavor? Can it sustain itself long-term? Faced with a barrage of questions from netizens, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, Chen Yang was prepared. After contemplating for a moment, he began to respond to the posts. For website builders, is it not far more gratifying to sketch towering skyscrapers on a blank canvas? I can see that the establishment of Chen Yang was somewhat hasty, yet it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. We possess a clear thematic vision and a well-structured plan, along with adequate funding. Those in the know should discern that our website framework is quite sophisticated and underpinned by robust core technology. Our presence at the school to recruit talent aims to inspire more contemporaries to actively engage in the construction of our platform. The future of Chen Yang should not be limited to a singular female element. Rather, it ought to evolve into a vast and diverse community, shaped by individuals from various backgrounds. Here, everyone can fully express their unique talents and abilities, engage in meaningful exchanges, learn, collaborate, and collectively create a vibrant realm that belongs to our generation. Should anyone be interested in our initiatives, whether as a team or an individual, feel free to reach out to me via email or direct message. In order to spare Lu Qingqing from telephone harassment, Chen Yang only provided her email address. Senior, should we establish an office? Of course. It would be preferable to situate the office near or within the school. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment before taking out her phone and making a call. Hello, Professor Luo, this is Lu Qingqing. I am looking for a place to set up an office near the school. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Chen Yang is my project. Rest assured, I am genuinely committed to making something substantial out of this. Thank you, Professor. I'll be right over. With just a few brief words, Lu Qingqing secured the office space, inciting a tinge of envy and jealousy in Chen Yang. Such a talent wasted not embarking on entrepreneurship. After enjoying breakfast at Old Zhang's, Chen Yang intended to take a taxi to Sunshine Garden Community. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on having him accompany her to inspect the office location. The school is bustling with people. My relationship with Lin Wei is already an open secret. What would others think if they saw us together? Chen Yang resolutely declined Lu Qingqing's request. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she acknowledged the validity of Chen Yang's reasoning and ultimately drove off alone. After watching her vehicle disappear down the road, Chen Yang hailed a taxi to Sunshine Garden Community. Upon arrival, he instinctively headed to the sales office to greet Zhao Xiaoli. To his surprise, Lu Shiji was also present. Having won 30 million yesterday, a hint of triumph was evident on his face. Chen Yang, you're a wealthy man now, yet you still hesitate to acquire a car? I do have a car. It's parked in Qingshui, and I haven't driven it back. I heard from Qingqing that you bought a Jetta. Frankly, it doesn't quite match your current status. You should consider upgrading. If finances are tight, feel free to browse my garage. I have BMWs, Benz S, and Audis. Take your pick and drive away. Chen Yang felt that his enthusiasm was a bit excessive, as if he sought something in return. Jiego, do you have something on your mind? Haha, my younger brother is perceptive. You've caught on quickly. There's a new international city development project in Hushi that I'm preparing to compete for, but I'm short on funds. Not lending. Chen Yang recalled that the international city project was not developed by the Lu family. He had heard Zhang Jun mention that the project manager who secured it encountered troubles, resulting in a 5-year halt. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he sensed something was amiss and hoped to shield Lu Shiji from getting embroiled in it. You're being ungrateful. If it weren't for my lending you 10 million yesterday, would you have won that much? Lu Shiji appeared displeased, gesturing with his finger to express his dissatisfaction. Chen Yang, unfazed, smiled and responded, if you're pursuing other projects, I can support you, but not the international city project. Why not? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Did Xinjia say something to you? Yes, Chen Yang did not directly answer his question, as he too was uncertain why the International City project had issues. Liu Shiji sighed in reluctance, realizing that if Xinjie had warned him, he was indeed out of luck. Brother, I still have quite a few vacant properties. Why not take some more at the original discounted price? Chen Yang shook his head. He aspired to become a property investor, but understood it required time. He needed to rent out the existing vacancies first, ensuring a stable income before considering additional acquisitions. Jiege, this property has significant potential for appreciation. You truly needn't rush. Do you really have faith in this property? Liu Shiji, seeing Chen Yang's unwavering confidence, was somewhat moved. Sunshine Garden Community was his inaugural venture in real estate. Initially, he had ambitious plans to create a unique high-end community in Xinjiang. But upon the project's completion, sales met with a disheartening reception. The affluent dismissed the layout as insufficiently grand, while the less fortunate found the prices exorbitant. After several months, a large portion of inventory remained unsold. This is one of the best school district properties in Xinjiang's future. The lack of attention now is simply because people have yet to grasp the significance of school district real estate. Chen Yang advised Liu Shiji. You should invest more time and effort into promoting it, helping everyone recognize the value of this community. Liu Shiji found merit in this suggestion, but was reluctant to lose Chen Yang as a significant client. Why not purchase more? Wouldn't you earn more in the long run? Brother, the more I buy, the higher the vacancy rate in the community. Without foot traffic, how can this property appreciate? All right, I'll find someone to advertise. Liu Shiji, realizing he couldn't persuade Chen Yang, conceded. Chen Yang had intended to use this opportunity to encourage Liu Shiji to develop in Qingshui. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking. He could see that as long as Liu Shiji clung to the burden of Sunshine Garden Community, he would have little inclination to pursue other developments, much less abandon the exceptional investment environment of the provincial capital for a lower-tier city. After their conversation, Liu Shiji retrieved a set of car keys from his desk drawer, offering Chen Yang the choice of any vehicle for transportation. Chen Yang accepted, selecting a BMW. Having faced disdain from Liu Qingqing and Lin Wei, he had contemplated acquiring a better car. However, with so much on his plate recently, he lacked the time to test drive a new vehicle. Since Liu Shiji had spare cars available, it seemed prudent to try one out. Chapter 43. Chen Bing Treats. Once behind the wheel of the BMW, Chen Yang found himself entering a new realm. He visited the market to inspect goods and order shelves and cabinets for the supermarket. As soon as he parked, a swarm of salespeople surrounded him, eagerly promoting their products. This level of attention had never been afforded to him while driving the Jetta. During negotiations, every merchant was exceptionally courteous, serving tea and patiently explaining their offerings. Naturally, the prices they quoted were inflated, clearly treating Chen Yang as an easy target. After a morning of dealings, only a few merchants were willing to collaborate. Reflecting on the situation, Chen Yang decided to alter his approach. He retained the business cards of the salespeople and, once back in the car, began calling them one by one, promising a 5% commission, which finally yielded the actual bottom-line prices. With the true prices in hand, subsequent negotiations proceeded much more smoothly. After analyzing the data, Chen Yang ultimately selected 4 suppliers that offered the best cost-performance ratio. As he prepared to leave, he called the unsuccessful salespeople outside the market and compensated each with 50 yuan. Surprisingly, a few attractive female salespeople declined the compensation, expressing a desire to engage with Chen Yang privately. Still grappling with unresolved issues concerning Liu Qingqing, he dared not invite any new troubles into his life. After a series of tribulations, the day swiftly elapsed. As dusk approached, Chen Bing unexpectedly called, inviting Chen Yang to dinner at their temporarily rented accommodation. Chen Yang considered returning home too early. Encountering Liu Qingqing would likely result in a prolonged ordeal, so he accepted Chen Bing's invitation. Chen Bing's temporary residence was situated near their police station, nestled within an old residential complex. The facilities were antiquated, and life was far from convenient. A scion of privilege, reduced to a life of hardship for the sake of a woman. Chen Bing could certainly be regarded as a lovesick man. Upon seeing Chen Yang emerge from his BMW, Chen Bing was taken aback. Have you swapped cars again in just a few days? Chen Yang explained that it was a borrowed vehicle while handing over some fruit purchased from a roadside stall. Chen Bing did not inquire further and led Chen Yang to his temporary abode, a modest one-bedroom apartment, approximately 40 square meters in total area. The kitchen was hastily constructed in the corridor, and for lavatory needs, one had to venture downstairs to the communal restroom. The living conditions starkly contrasted with their previous riverside community. However, despite the lack of comfort, the place was kept remarkably tidy, even in temporary quarters. Zhong Lin diligently maintained it. Such a gentle and virtuous woman. No wonder Chen Bing was utterly smitten. During dinner, Chen Bing suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Brother, have you offended anyone lately?" Chen Yang casually replied, "My college classmate Zhang Jun. Aren't you aware?" "Not him." Chen Bing shook his head. "Yesterday, someone was investigating you through higher channels." An image of the tall, domineering woman from Wuju flashed in Chen Yang's mind. "Brother Bing, do you know Sister Xian?" "Sister Xian?" Chen Bing looked at Chen Yang with a hint of surprise. "Is her name Yi Xian?" "I'm not sure. I went to Wuju to watch the World Cup final with friends yesterday. She is the owner there." Chen Yang did not pry into Sister Xian's real name and could only relay what he knew. "That would be Yi Xian." Chen Bing sighed in relief. "She was very close to Lin Wei when they were young. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, she shouldn't make things difficult for you." Curiosity about the woman from the previous night consumed Chen Yang, prompting him to ask, "What kind of woman is Sister Xian?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bing summarized, "Very intelligent, quite dangerous, and rather domineering." Chen Yang reflected on his encounter with Sister Xian the prior evening and found Chen Bing's assessment to be quite accurate. Chen Bing cautioned, "The connections at Wuju are intricate. Yi Xian is merely the figurehead. If you wish to avoid causing trouble for Lin Wei and Uncle Lin, it's best to refrain from visiting." Chen Yang nodded slightly, in agreement with Chen Bing's words. In truth, even without Chen Bing's admonition, he had already resolved in his heart never to set foot in that intimidating establishment again. He understood that it was not merely an ordinary entertainment venue. Leaving aside everything else, the gambling aspect alone had ensnared countless individuals, leading them inexorably toward an abyss of ruin. Chen Yang was merely a reborn individual, not an omnipotent deity. He could not always rely on luck as he did the previous night. After dinner, Chen Yang inquired about the progress of Chen Bing's new house renovation, feeling a sense of responsibility as he had enlisted Zhao Xiaoli to find the renovation company. Chen Bing expressed satisfaction with the contractor's progress, assuring Chen Yang not to worry. However, Zhong Lin appeared hesitant to speak up. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Yang addressed her. "Sister-in-law, the matter of your house renovation was specifically entrusted to me by Lin Wei before she returned to Qingshui. If there are any difficulties, please feel free to voice them." Zhong Lin glanced at Chen Bing and quietly confided to Chen Yang, "The renovation of the new house requires a considerable sum of money. I wish to work at the sales office, but he disagrees. His refusal is understandable. I wouldn't agree either." Chen Yang concurred with Chen Bing's stance. He elaborated to Zhong Lin, "The work at a sales office is quite complex, dealing with a diverse clientele. You are so beautiful. Should you encounter someone with ulterior motives, it could easily lead to trouble." Zhong Lin hesitated at this, prompting Chen Yang to continue, "Regarding the renovation costs, you need not worry. I am on the verge of opening a supermarket and am in need of assistance. If you don't mind the labor, you could come help out at the supermarket." Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to cover the renovation expenses, Chen Bing immediately objected. "No, I feel embarrassed about the house. How could I let you cover the renovation costs?" Chen Yang had no choice but to invoke Lin Wei's name. "This is a task entrusted to me by my wife. If you have objections, you may discuss it with her." Chen Bing promptly lowered his head, falling silent. Chen Yang added, "You need not feel burdened. In truth, I have a request of you as well." Chen Bing lifted his gaze to Chen Yang, inquiring, "What is it?" "I lack the time to handle the various formalities for the supermarket. I hope to leverage your network of connections." "Not a problem," Chen Bing replied. "After the supermarket opens, we will encounter numerous issues, both legal and illicit. I will do my utmost to assist." "Very well. You take care of the supermarket-esque troubles, and I will help you with the renovation issues. That should settle everything, right?" Are you attempting to entice me into corruption? Chen Bing jested. First and foremost, I am not asking you to misuse your authority for illicit activities. Moreover, I am running a legitimate business with no intentions of tax evasion. I merely seek to avoid interference from those with ulterior motives. Lastly, the house issue is a personal matter between Lin Wei and you. I merely wish to provide a rationale that allows you to accept it without guilt. If you refuse, you may discuss it with my wife. Chen Bing smiled wryly. After much circling, the conversation inevitably returned to Lin Wei. Chapter 44. A fire in the backyard. The supermarket opens. Chen Yang had initially intended to offer Chen Bing shares in the supermarket. However, upon seeing his cautious demeanor, he abandoned the notion. He did not seek to bribe Chen Bing. Rather, he believed this friendship to be worth cultivating. When it came to matters, Chen Bing genuinely contributed, far superior to the superficial friends from his past life. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Yang departed from Chen Bing's home, the backyard was set ablaze. Upon returning home, Chen Yang discovered a text message from Chen Bing, stating that he seemed to have misspoken and urging Chen Yang to take care. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wei's call came through. Darling, I heard you went to Yuju? Yup, I accompanied Liu Shiji to watch the World Cup final. Is that so? I heard from Sister Xin that Qingqing was there too, and you two appeared quite close. That's a misunderstanding. Em innocent. Innocent or not, you know in your heart the truth. And how do you explain the gambling? About that, I promise I won't gamble again next time. I've already informed Sister Xin. If you dare to go again, I'll break your legs. Chen Yang was a loss for words. This woman was merciless enough to threaten her own husband. Chen Bing, too, had no business mentioning Yuju to her. Your money is of dubious origin. It should be donated to charity. Didn't Sister Xin say it has been handled legally? I paid $1 million as a fee, regardless of how she handled it. Your gambling income is illegal. When you return to Qingshui, use it for poverty alleviation and helping farmers under the company's name. Can I just contribute half? No. There's no room for negotiation. Then I want to come back. In that case, I will tell Uncle Chun that you forcibly got his future daughter-in-law drunk and coerced her into marrying you. How do you think you will handle that? You're twisting the truth. You're shameless. Ah, my dear husband, you should just obediently return. There are many matters to attend to tomorrow. I'll hang up now. In frustration, Chen Yang hurled his phone onto the sofa. What kind of wife had he married? One who specialized in setting traps for her husband. He paced twice around the living room, growing increasingly agitated before dialing Chen Bing's number. To his surprise, it was Zhong Lin who answered. Chen Yang, your brother has had a bit too much to drink and has already fallen asleep. As for the paperwork, rest assured, I will personally handle it for you tomorrow. Was he truly intoxicated? Yes, indeed. With a sense of resignation, Chen Yang hung up the call, firmly believing that Chen Bing was merely evading him after making a blunder. The thought of the 60 million he had just secured slipping away was genuinely heart-wrenching. Regret washed over him. How could he have succumbed to Lin Wei's alluring charm? Had he steadfastly remained with Liu Qingqing, even if their love bore no fruit, at least he would have secured the wealth he was entitled to. Ultimately, he would still be a billionaire. That night, Chen Yang was plagued by numerous dreams, each one depicting him being robbed by various creatures. After enduring until dawn, he swiftly called Liu Shiji. Brother Jia, I've contemplated all night and have decided to support your venture. I will purchase all those vacant properties. Chen Yang, I met with my team yesterday and discussed the concept of school district housing that you proposed. We find it quite intriguing and have resolved to promote this theme vigorously, aiming to establish Sunshine Garden as the finest residential community in Star City. If I sell all the houses to you, it would not only burden you further, but also contradict my original intention for this community. So will you sell or not? You know this is my first independent venture outside the family, and I truly desire a perfect outcome. Just tell me, how much more do you want? As brothers, how could I ask for more money? If you wish to buy, I can lower the price by 500 per square meter based on market rate. However, I can only offer you a maximum of 10 units. Chen Yang's plan was to invest the entire 60 million in properties and then lease them out for free in a charitable manner. By the time the prices at Sunshine Garden appreciated, he would be able to sell without regret. Now, with Liu Shiji only willing to sell 10 units, It seemed pointless to play mind games with Lin Wei over a few million. After ending the call with Liu Shiji, Chen Yang opened his laptop to search for newly developed properties in Star City. Aside from a project developed in collaboration with the Zhang family, which showed significant appreciation potential, the rest were rather unpromising. He would never assist the Zhang family in clearing their inventory and had to temporarily abandon his real estate investment plans. Nonetheless, despite Chen Bing's evasive phone demeanor, he efficiently handled the necessary arrangements. Within 2 days, Chen Yang, accompanied by Zhong Lin, completed all the required paperwork. The preparations for the grand opening were exceedingly tedious, prompting Chen Yang to contact Qin Shunmei to urge them to expedite their moving process. Subsequently, he ordered a large sign from an advertising shop near Sunshine Garden. He decided not to create a brand for the supermarket and simply adopted the name Sunshine Garden. After extensive discussions with the shop owner regarding the design details and requirements, he confirmed the sign. Following that, Chen Yang reached out to various suppliers, meticulously informing them of the types, quantities, and delivery dates of the goods needed, while emphasizing the importance of punctual and adequate supply. Seeing Chen Yang offered well met, Liu Shiji arranged for several strong male employees to assist him. With many hands making light work, the originally cumbersome tasks were swiftly completed through their collective efforts. Gazing at the neatly arranged and revitalized supermarket, Chen Yang inhaled deeply, a surge of indescribable emotions welling within him. His first supermarket after Rebirth was finally set to open. On July 5th, the day after Chen Shunmei's family arrived in Star City, Chen Yang's Sunshine Garden Lifestyle supermarket officially announced its grand opening. Liu Shiji had procured 6 large floral arrangements to adorn the entrance, along with a plethora of firecrackers, and had dispatched the female sales staff from the sales office to welcome customers. After having avoided the spotlight for a few days, Chen Bing also made an appearance, carrying a floral arrangement and inviting his friends from the vicinity of Sunshine Garden to show their support. Liu Qingqing had also gathered her newly hired employees and some close friends to join in the festivities. Their mutual friend, Su Mingyue, was also present. The overwhelming turnout filled Chen Yang's heart with an indescribable joy. To express his gratitude for their support, he reserved several tables at a nearby 5-star hotel, treating the attendees to a feast and distributing generous red envelopes of cash to everyone present. Undoubtedly, the most emotional was Chen Shunmei. She had never anticipated that her reclusive nephew would transform so dramatically after completing his university studies. Not only had he achieved professional success, but he also surrounded himself with a loyal and passionate group of friends. Chapter 45. The Slippery Su Mingyue. Chen Yang's foremost wish upon his rebirth was to repay the nurturing kindness of his aunt's family. Securing them accommodations in Star City and opening a lifestyle supermarket to ensure stable income marked the fulfillment of that aspiration. However, Qin Shunmei was deeply distressed to see Chen Yang distributing thousands of yuan in red envelopes on the very first day of business, viewing it as a significant loss equivalent to a year's salary before Zhao Donghai's layoff. With newfound wealth, Chen Yang no longer felt the need to scrimp and save as he had in his past life. He reassured Chen Shunmei, "Aunt, before you arrived, all the preparations for the supermarket were managed by President Liu and his staff. All the paperwork was efficiently handled by Zhong Lin through Chen Bing's connections. The red envelopes I distributed were, in truth, a token of gratitude for their assistance. Moreover, running a supermarket is not akin to selling goods on the street. If the city management shows up, one cannot simply run away. We will face not only the city management, but also various regulatory bodies such as commerce, taxation, fire safety, and health inspections. If you are hesitant to spend money to maintain good relations, any oversight could lead to fines or even closure, resulting in far greater losses." Though still pained, Chen Shunmei found it difficult to counter Chen Yang's reasoning. Concerned that she might dwell on the issue further, he added, "Aunt, in business, one must spend a gain. As long as we manage the supermarket well, these expenses will quickly be recouped, even yielding greater profits." Chen Shunmei could only nod in reluctant agreement with Chen Yang's perspective. Since it was the inaugural day, Chen Yang concluded the supermarket's operations by 10 o'clock at night. Due to the low occupancy rate at Sunshine Garden, The day's revenue amounted to only 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, Chen Yang was quite satisfied with this outcome. Earning 2,000 in a day translates to 60,000 in a month, and with a 20% gross margin, that equates to a net income of 12,000 yuan. After deducting various expenses and labor costs, he would still profit at least 6,000 yuan, a significant improvement over street vending. Seeing the sales surpass 2,000 yuan for the day finally brought a smile to Chen Shumei's face. Before driving back to his residence, Chen Yang assigned Zhao Chen a small task, asking her to explore nearby supermarkets and shopping malls when she had the chance to better understand market trends. Seizing a moment when Chen Chunmei and Zhao Donghai were preoccupied, he discreetly slipped her 2,000 yuan in cash for her to spend freely. As Zhao Qian was about to embark on her journey as a medical university student after the summer, Chen Yang hoped she could enjoy a carefree life until graduation, fulfilling a promise he had failed to keep in his previous life. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. Noticing that the light in Lu Qingqing's room was still on, he knocked on her door. To his surprise, Su Mingwei was also present. Both were clad in pajamas, yet their spirits were high, seemingly far from ready for sleep. Upon inquiry, Chen Yang learned that they had been engaging in discussions on women's lifestyle topics on the Qingyuan forum. Seeing Lu Qingqing so engrossed in the development of her website brought Chen Yang a sense of relief. After a brief conversation with them, Chen Yang returned home to rest. Perhaps due to several consecutive days of busyness, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered a message from Su Mingwei, inquiring whether he had any interest in investing in stocks. Chen Yang found Su Mingwei to be quite enigmatic. During their school days, she had been an undercover agent placed by Zhang Jun beside Lin Wei. At the same time, she did not conceal her undercover identity from Lin Wei. Now, she was once again an operative, this time embedded by Lin Wei next to Lu Qingqing, who was also aware of her true role, yet managed to maintain a friendship with her. This woman was slippery and utterly unreliable. Chen Yang even harbored suspicions that she was still in contact with Zhang Jun. Given the recent dismal stock market conditions, Su Mingyue's sudden approach about investing in stocks raised questions about Zhang Jun's influence. It was well known that Zhang Jun was the one most eager to see Chen Yang falter. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang decided to accept Su Mingyue's invitation. He replied to her message, and she soon knocked on his door. Chen Yang, thank you for supporting my venture, Su Mingyue expressed, extending her hand for a handshake, which he declined. This girl, to be fair, was indeed a beauty, with her almond-shaped eyes, apple cheeks, and curvaceous figure. If not for her conservative attire and the habitual black-rimmed glasses, she would undoubtedly have numerous admirers. In his previous life, it was only on her wedding day that everyone discovered her true colors. Of course, Chen Yang's deliberate coldness towards Su Mingwei stemmed not only from a desire to avoid suspicion, but also from annoyance at her repeated interference in his affairs. Zhang Jun had learned about his marriage certificate with Lin Wei, and the Cold War with Lu Qingqing was all orchestrated by Su Mingwei. For her own gain, it seemed she was willing to betray anyone. Speak plainly. Are you here on behalf of Zhang Jun, my wife, or Qingqing? Chen Yang inquired. Su Mingwei smiled and replied, Can I come for myself? After some contemplation, Chen Yang conceded that she indeed seemed to be acting solely for her own interests. Very well. Considering our shared history as classmates, I shall assist you in opening an account. Just opening an account? Su Mingwei appeared somewhat dissatisfied, continuing to probe Chen Yang. Aren't you planning to grow your funds a bit more? Chen Yang reminded facette. I recently purchased a property and opened a supermarket. I don't have much spare cash left. Su Mingwei laughed. Stop pretending. I know you made a substantial profit recently, around 80 million, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately understood who had leaked the information. Was it Zhang Jun or Tang Kuan who informed you? Tang Kuan, that guy tried to seduce me. He let it slip while boasting. She confessed. So did you too. Sorry, I'm not interested in that fickle man. What if I were to try to seduce you? So mean you counter. I'm here, and Qingqing is aware. Chen Yang glanced at Lu Qingqing's door, which was indeed ajar. He suspected she was eavesdropping inside. Su Mingwei, why don't you come inside? Let us close the door and discuss this in private. Just as he spoke, Lu Qingqing opened the door and dashed out of her room. Seeing Chen Yang merely conversing with Su Mingwei in the corridor, she flashed a silly grin. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Are you going to cook for us? Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing a glance, as he was not one to casually prepare meals for others. However, feeling in good spirits that day and with no pressing matters at hand, he couldn't resist the sight of Lu Qingqing's pitifully clutching her stomach and eventually returned to the kitchen to prepare 3 bowls of beef noodles. Chen Yang, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Any woman would be fortunate to be yours, Su Mingwei remarked, relishing the meal and praising his cooking. Is that so? Have I captured your heart? He teased. Forget it. I can't afford to offend that tigress in your family. Onenite, Susu. Lin Wei is indeed a fierce tigress. Chen Yang finally comprehended why Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei could quickly mend their relationship. They were both victims of circumstance. His wife truly elicited a mix of affection and exasperation. Chapter 46. Qingqing Heavy Industry. Empathy is a natural human trait. Witnessing both Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei lamenting their mistreatment by Lin Wei, Chen Yang felt a kinship with their plight, having earned 6 million through his own efforts. What justification did Lin Wei have to use it for charity? In his previous life, when burdened by mortgage debts, he had not seen any philanthropist extend a helping hand. The more Chen Yang pondered, the more displeased he became. He resolved to heed Su Mingwei's advice and explore the stock market. Since it was Saturday, he could not open an account, so he decided to glean insights about the current market from Su Mingwei. Assuming Chen Yang was a novice, Su Mingwei instructed him to open his computer and download stock trading software, subsequently launching into an explanation of the various basics of stock trading. In a bid to avenge the grievances of her past betrayals, Chen Yang feigned ignorance, allowing her to elaborate for several hours. Only when she was parched and hoarse did he deem the introductory course concluded. Senior, did you purchase your finance degree? How can you be so clueless? Lu Qingqing, despite being engrossed in her own website, had been attentively monitoring Chen Yang and Su Mingwei. Noticing Su Mingwei's exhaustion, she couldn't help but voice her frustration on behalf of her friend. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, investing carries risks. One must tread carefully. If I were to plunge my money in without understanding the situation, it would be akin to tossing it into water. Lu Qingqing huffed, realizing she couldn't best Chen Yang an argument. So, she stood up to fetch a glass of cold water for Su Mingwei. All right, don't be upset. Can I treat you both to dinner at an Italian restaurant? Chen Yang, having calmed down, decided not to press Su Mingwei further. This woman was quite cunning. Should he push too hard, she might create additional pitfalls for him. Upon hearing about the dinner invitation, Lu Qingqing joyfully cheered, I want pizza. And you? Chen Yang turned to Su Mingwei, as she was the one who truly deserved recompense. Su Mingwei softly replied, I'm fine with anything. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Chen Yang chuckled, don't feel too aggrieved. If Zhang Jun were to break my legs, you, the informant, would share some responsibility. I am sorry. I didn't anticipate he would take such extreme measures. Su Mingwei quickly apologized. In truth, she too felt a chill at the thought of Zhao Xuanfa hiring someone to inflict harm. She hadn't expected Zhang Jun to resort to such drastic actions for Lin Wei. Chen Yang was too apathetic to decipher whether Su Mingwei's apology was sincere. After all, once the matter with the Sunshine Garden community was resolved, he would return to Qing Shui, and there would be few opportunities for future interactions. Whether Su Mingwei had the capability to leverage Lu Qingqing's resources to ascend to higher positions was her own affair. The trio drove to Pizza Hut. Lu Qingqing ordered a 15-inch Super Supreme pizza and began to indulge heartily. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire her appetite. Remarkably, she never seemed to gain weight. In contrast, Su Mingwei exhibited much more restraint, savoring her food slowly and finishing only a small slice. Clearly, she was deliberately managing her weight. After Lu Qingqing finished her meal, Chen Yang drove them back to their residence. Currently, Lu Qingqing was entirely focused on building her website, spending her days immersed in forums. Her meals and sleep intertwined with thoughts about the site's progress. Chen Yang found her intense concentration somewhat disconcerting. As for Su Mingwei, her interest appeared to be feigned. Chen Yang suspected her initial intention was to persuade Lu Qingqing to invest in the stock market, but upon noticing Lu Qingqing's dedication to her website, she shifted her focus onto him. As expected, No sooner had Chen Yang returned to his room than Lu Qingqing sent him a text, urging him to pay particular attention to Xingqing Heavy Industry. In his previous life, Xingqing Heavy Industry had been a star enterprise in Dongjiang Province, boasting a market value exceeding hundreds of billions. As a seasoned investor, Chen Yang had conducted an in-depth study of Xingqing Heavy Industry. He recalled that the company had seemingly undergone a restructuring around the end of the year. At that moment, Ming Wei prompted Chen Yang to pay attention to this particular stock. Could it be that she had received some insider information? Chen Yang hastily opened his computer to check the stock price of Xingqing Heavy Industry, only to find it had plummeted for 5 consecutive days, currently standing at merely 6 yuan. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the company's performance was dismal, with employees not having received their salaries for several months, and a vice president embroiled in a scandal involving the embezzlement of tens of millions of public funds, now under investigation by relevant authorities. As he scrutinized the details of the investigation, he found the vice president's face vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled seeing that individual during the World Cup at Wuju, clad in a German national team jersey, mingling among Zhang Jun's group. Indeed, gambling could lead one to dire straits. With executives embezzling funds and employees facing unpaid wages, it was no wonder the stock price continued to plummet. However, Xingqing Heavy Industry was, after all, a star enterprise supported by the Dongjiang Province. The upper management could not possibly ignore the current debacle. From Chen Yang's memories of his previous life, he knew that this industrial giant would soon rise again. Ming Wei's suggestion to keep an eye on Xingqing Heavy Industry took him by surprise. In this light, it seemed she possessed a certain discernment and was not merely a pawn sent by Zhang Jun to ensnare him. Chen Yang called Yi Xin. Sister Xin, may I inquire about something? What is it? Has there been any significant movement at Xingqing Heavy Industry recently? Who told you such nonsense? There's nothing going on. Don't go around asking. Really? There's nothing at all? Absolutely nothing. Haven't you returned to Qingshui yet? Are you not afraid of kneeling on a washboard? If she is not after my money, I wouldn't mind kneeling on a durian, to be honest. You can do as you wish. I haven't said anything. Chen Yang pondered her tone and felt his suspicions were likely correct. It wouldn't be long before Xingqing Heavy Industry released favorable news regarding its restructuring, leading to a surge in stock prices. Suddenly, he realized his available capital was somewhat limited. He quickly called Lu Shiji. Brother Jia, I'm a bit short on funds lately. Could you lend me some money? Are you joking? You're short on money? Seriously, could you lend me a few million for some liquidity? Several million? You're not being fair. Making money on projects without me? I don't have any projects. I just genuinely need some funds for circulation. Then I'm afraid I must decline. No voting. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yang hung up. It wasn't that he was unwilling to be honest with Lu Shiji, but he was wary of too many ears. If news of Xingqing Heavy Industries' asset restructuring were to leak prematurely, he would lose his chance to invest. Soon after, he recalled a former classmate, Luo Zhikai, who worked in the investment department of Xingqing Bank. With over 60 million in savings and a property title, he felt it reasonable to approach his old classmate for a loan. Chapter 47, Blocked. Chen Yang rummaged through his university contacts and found Luo Zhikai's number. Hello, Lao Luo. It's Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what do you need? Well, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Hello, what did you say? I can't hear you. Why is the signal so poor? Before Chen Yang could finish speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. He tried calling back, only to be met with a message indicating the line was busy. He attempted once more, but the same message greeted him. All right then, he has blocked me. Chen Yang muttered to himself. How could a mere few years after graduation lead to such a harsh reality? He had tried to help Luo Zhikai achieve better performance, only to be met with such treatment. Forget it, missing out on a little profit is no big deal. Chen Yang silenced his phone and lay down for a midday nap. Days devoid of work pressure were truly blissful. In the investment office of Xingqing Bank, after blocking Chen Yang, Luo Zhikai dialed Lin Wei. Lin Wei, your boyfriend is quite lacking. What is wrong with Chen Yang? After graduation, rather than seeking a proper job, he is out borrowing money from everyone. A person with no ambition like him? I suggest you break up with him. Look at me. I'm much better off. Well, he is more handsome than you. Also, he isn't my boyfriend. He is my husband, legally registered. You two are married? When did that happen? A few days before graduation. He might be looking to finance some project from you. However, I have other uses for that money. So you'd better not agree to him. Wait, you're saying he has some funds? How much? Whatever the amount, you cannot agree to him. I'm accompanying my boss on a business trip now. The signal is poor. I'll talk to you later. Luo Zhikai was bewildered. He remembered Chen Yang as a poor student who had worked throughout his studies. Could it be that working had led him to become wealthy? And Lin Wei had actually married Chen Yang. Did that mean he had no chance at all? Oh well, love is gone. But the career must continue. Luo Zhikai quickly removed Chen Yang from his blacklist and redialed his number. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Has he blocked me too? Luo Zhikai slapped himself hard. After a moment's thought, he called Zhang Jun. Old Zhang, let me ask you something. Is Chen Yang doing well now? Humph. Just a stroke of luck. Don't worry. His good days won't last long. Old Zhang, you're roommates. Why is your relationship so strained? Is it really because of Lin Wei? Humph. He is just relying on his pretty face. Once he returns to Qingshui, reality will hit him hard. Mark my words. He won't last 3 months with Lin Wei. By the way, I heard from Lin Wei that they seem to be married. What? Married? How could that be? You didn't know? It seems they kept it quite deep. Those two. Let us see how long they can be happy. Old Luo, what does that Chen guy want from you? According to Lin Wei, he wants financing for some project. I've been on a business trip, so the signal is poor. We haven't discussed specifics. Do you know what he has been busy with lately? He has been mingling with Lu Shiji from Sunshine Real Estate. He is likely trying to compete with us for the international New City project. Old Luo, you must not lend him any money. If you need performance, you can always come to me. All right, I'll turn him down then. From now on, I'll only cooperate with you. After hanging up Zhang Jun's call, Luo Zhikai attempted to reach Chen Yang again, but still no response. The fact that Chen Yang was collaborating with a real estate mogul indicated that he must have access to at least 8-digit funds. Luo Zhikai was beside himself with frustration. He had missed out on a potentially lucrative deal. At Sunshine Garden Community, Lu Shiji had already circled the supermarket several times without seeing Chen Yang. Since regaining his capital at Weiju, Lu Shiji had come to believe that Chen Yang was a harbinger of fortune. Any project he was involved in was bound to be profitable. However, Chen Yang's sudden request for a loan without providing any reason left him utterly perplexed. He sensed that there was a significant opportunity at stake, yet Chen Yang was unresponsive, driving him to the brink of madness. Ching, is Chen Yang with you? No. We just had a meal together. He should be resting at home. Oh, do you know if he has any major plans coming up? Major plans? It seems he is looking to start an agricultural product trading company. An agricultural product trading company? Didn't you just open a supermarket? Why start another business? That. I do not know. You'll have to ask him yourself. I'm very busy right now with a plethora of tasks online. I can't chat any longer. Lu Shiji was left speechless. Chen Yang is intent on establishing an agricultural product trading company, while Lu Qingqing is preoccupied with developing a website. Ironically, he has become the most idle among them. This won't do. He cannot allow the younger generation to surpass him. He must promptly identify a project to engage in. After a brief slumber of merely an hour, Chen Yang awakens to discover an abundance of missed calls. The majority are from Luo Zhikai, followed by Lu Shijie and Lin Wei. Luo Zhikai's call to Chen Yang was undoubtedly prompted by inquiries from Lin Wei regarding his situation. Such opportunism is something Chen Yang has resolved to disregard. The inability to secure a loan merely results in a minor loss of profit. Lin Wei's call is undoubtedly concerning the matter of 60 million. With the vastness of the world, it is prudent to evade such entanglements for the time being. Nevertheless, he returns a message to Lin Wei, assuring her that he will soon return to Qingshui and that she need not worry. As for Lu Shijie, Chen Yang intends to delay any engagement. After all, there remains a considerable interval before the restructuring of Xingqing heavy industry, and once his funds have fully entered the fray, Lu Shijie will also have the opportunity to partake in the spoils. Chen Yang opens his computer and peruses the major portal websites, yet finds little additional information regarding Xingqing heavy industry. It appears that the company's internal confidentiality measures are quite effective. Subsequently, he visits Lu Qingqing's Qing Wang. Following a few days of technical adjustments, the overall layout of the website is significantly more pleasing than it was at the outset. The only drawback is the scarcity of content pertaining to female topics, and the categorization is insufficiently detailed. In terms of the forum, despite the establishment of numerous sections, the themes remain rather ambiguous. Aside from a few sections that exhibit a modicum of traffic, the majority languish in desolation. After some contemplation, Chen Yang decides to post in the most popular spam section regarding a reward plan for outstanding original authors on the website. Effective immediately, anyone who successfully publishes high-quality original content on the homepage or in the dedicated forum will receive a cash reward of 10 yuan for each piece, provided it is verified as 100% original by the back-end review. Exceptional authors will also be eligible for signing bonuses, increased recommendations, and more generous treatment. This reward plan will last for an entire month, with all final interpretations of the event's terms reserved exclusively for the website. Chapter 48, The Performance. As a forum administrator, Chen Yang promptly pins his post to the top. Boss is generous. May I inquire if I can repost articles published on other websites here and still be eligible for rewards? Generous? Writing an article is incredibly taxing and time-consuming. A mere 10 yuan per piece is rather paltry. Indeed, Qing Wang was founded by university students with limited funds. 10 yuan per article is commendable. At least it helps us cover some internet expenses. What the previous poster said is true. Our original intention for being here is to share snippets of our lives. If the boss does not provide rewards, shall we cease our creative endeavors? May I ask what the requirements are for signing a contract with the website? What are the benefits? As the discussion among netizens intensifies, Lu Qingqing finds herself at a loss for words and can only pull the instigator into her room. Senior, what should we do? Should we consider increasing the rewards? No need. Our primary objective is to expand the content library of the website. With each article priced at 10 yuan, if we aim for a daily output of 1,000 pieces, we can successfully add 30,000 reasonably good articles to our site with 300,000 yuan. That is sufficient. Once the overall recognition and influence of the website have increased, and we need to upgrade the brand's quality, we can then contemplate enhancing the rewards. After speaking, Chen Yang utilizes Lu Qingqing's account to reply in his pinned post. Dear family, Qingqing is just starting her entrepreneurial journey, and funds are limited, so please bear with us. The rewards for this activity are merely intended to add a touch of excitement to your online experience. Qingqing hopes that everyone can treat this place as a second home, contributing to the growth of the website together. Once Qing Wang flourishes, Qingqing will surely provide more substantial gifts and bonuses for all family members. In principle, as long as the articles are original, rewards will be issued. Regarding contracted authors, the preliminary pricing is 100 yuan for the outright purchase of article rights or a base salary of 1,500 yuan plus bonuses. For exceptionally talented family members, we can discuss further details. Chen Yang's reply leaves Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue, who are observing, a bit taken aback. Senior, you are rather sentimental. Chen Yang, I always thought of you as quite honest, yet here you are, quite the charmer. It seems I have misjudged you all these years. Chen Yang really surugit nonchalantly. Qingqing, this is your account. Even if I am sentimental, it's on your behalf. Su Mingyue, I am now a married man. If you keep staring at me, it could lead to misunderstandings. Lu Qingqing pouted and playfully pinched Chen Yang, indicating her mild annoyance. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, averted her gaze, falling silent, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Su Mingyue's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Zhang Jun calling, and she hesitated momentarily. Answer it, put on speaker. Chen Yang, harboring doubts about Su Mingyue, wished to test her. Reluctantly, Su Mingyue complied with Chen Yang's instruction. Su Mingyue, Lin Wei married that bumpkin. Why didn't you inform me? I had no idea. Lin Wei didn't tell me about their marriage. You must be mistaken. Su Mingyue promptly deflected the blame. It was Lin Wei who told Luo Ji Kai directly. How could it be a mistake? Then I really don't know. We lost contact after graduation. Is that so? Truly. If you don't believe me, ask Tang Kun. We just had dinner together a couple of days ago. Is that so? Do you know anything about that bumpkin situation? Is he working on any projects currently? This question left Su Mingyue at a loss for an answer, and she could only cast an inquiring glance at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, using Lu Qingqing's notebook, typed the words International New City in a blank form reply. It seems to be the International New City, but I am not entirely sure. You might want to inquire with other classmates for more information. Su Mingyue offered a perfunctory response and quickly ended the call, with Zhang Jun. Chen Yang had no interest in any clandestine secrets between Su Mingyue and Zhang Jun. As long as they did not disrupt his profit-making plans, he was unconcerned. Since Zhang Jun would seek Su Mingyue to inquire about his situation, it was certain that he had already spoken with Luo Zhikai to avoid raising any alarms. Chen Yang realized he must refrain from applying for loans from Xingqing Bank or any other banks, as Zhang Jun would undoubtedly seek to uncover his plans and thwart them at all costs. After careful consideration, Chen Yang decided to enlist Lu Shijie to stage a performance. Xingqing for the next few days. Keep an eye on Su Mingyue and make sure she does not disclose any information about me to Zhang Jun. Understood. Su for the next few days. You are my responsibility. Su Mingyue looked bewildered as she watched Chen Yang depart, feeling as though she had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous game. After placing a call to Lu Shijie, Chen Yang drove directly to the Sunshine Garden sales office. Lu Shijie was already waiting impatiently at the entrance, and before Chen Yang could even park, he began to complain. You got quite the attitude now. I try to discuss something with you, and you don't even pick up the phone. What else do you have going on besides selling houses? Houses can be sold by my subordinates. Have you found a profitable project and are now trying to keep it all to yourself? If there were a profitable project, I certainly wouldn't forget you. The truth is, there's nothing at the moment. Then why are you looking for me? I've been busy lately. Chen Yang urged him to get in the car and rolled up the window. Brother Jia, if you can help me stage a little performance, I promise to reward you with a delightful surprise. Ah, you rascal. I knew you were hiding something. Speak up. What role do you want me to play? Do you remember Zhang Jun? He is Zhang Peng's younger brother, the one who watched the game at Weiyuju with me, my classmate. Is he causing you trouble again? No, he thinks that I'm collaborating with you on the International New City project. I'd actually like him to believe we are indeed working on it. Lu Shijie pondered over Chen Yang's words, as if a realization dawned upon him. You're not thinking of setting a trap for him, are you? Chen Yang nodded. Lu Shijie still couldn't comprehend. Is there truly an issue with the International New City project? Where did you hear such news? Don't inquire about things that don't concern you, Chen Yang replied, feigning mystery. Otherwise, Xinjia won't let me off lightly. Lu Shijie shot Chen Yang a disdainful glance. Among the people around him, there were plenty who pretended, but Chen Yang was undoubtedly the most exceptional. He possessed a profound background, yet always donned the guise of an ordinary citizen, enduring ridicule for being a country bumpkin without losing his temper. Such a person would be a good friend, but a formidable enemy. He suddenly harbored a premonition. The Zhang brothers were about to face a significant downfall. Of course, Lu Shijie was equally displeased by the Zhang brothers' actions. If he could see these two get a taste of punishment, he would be more than willing to cooperate. Chapter 49. Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. After reaching a consensus with Lu Shijie, Chen Yang arranged to meet Luo Zhikai at Weiyuju. Weiyuju, with its high standards and excellent service, was the ideal venue for business negotiations. More importantly, the fact that he met Luo Zhikai there would surely reach Zhang Jun's ears eventually. Old Luo, have you blacklisted me? Chen Yang, how could I do such a thing after 4 years of camaraderie? The signal was just poor at that time. Is that so? Then you should suggest to your superiors to install a better signal amplifier. If a bank, such an important institution, has poor reception, how can it serve the public? I have already suggested it. It will surely improve in the future. Allow me to introduce. This is General Liu from Sunshine Real Estate. Hello, General Liu. I've heard much about you. I didn't expect you to be so young. Luo Zhikai excitedly extended his hands to shake Lu Shijie's, only to be met with rejection. Lu Shijie's demeanor was quite aloof, merely offering a courteous nod, a courtesy extended solely because of Chen Yang. In the case of other ordinary bank employees, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Luo Zhikai felt awkward and humiliated, yet maintained a forced smile. Chen Yang, wishing to alleviate the tension, suggested that Lu Shijie lead them to a private room at Weiyuju. As he was a member, The staff would ignore him without Lu Shiji's guidance. However, Chen Yang was stopped at the entrance of Fuguiyuan by a staff member who informed him that Xinjie wished to see him. Being singled out immediately upon arrival made Chen Yang highly suspicious that there were surveillance cameras at the entrance of Yuju. Following the staff's direction, he arrived at Xinjie's office. She leaned back in her genuine leather chair, eyes closed, appearing somewhat fatigued. Xinjie, did you need something? Did I not tell you not to come again? Why are you here? I'm just discussing matters with an important client. I'll leave once we finish. So an ordinary bank employee has become an important client. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Xinjie slightly opened her eyes. Casting a displacet glund at Chen Yang. And this Lu Shiji, his standards are lowering, bringing over unreliable people. Do you think I run a restaurant here? Chen Yang chocolate. This restaurant of yours isn't cheap. It costs 10 million. Xinjie scoffed and remarked. Then make sure to eat well, so that Lin doesn't feel I've mistreated her man. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, Xinjie called him back. About the matter you inquired about earlier, what is going on? A friend recommended that I buy this stock. I know nothing about it, and am afraid of being scammed, so I can't ask you. Oh, you'd better keep your distance from that friend. Recommending stocks that have been locked down for days is truly unscrupulous. All right, I'll sever ties with him immediately. These stockbrokers are too unreliable nowadays. They scam acquaintances just for a bit of performance. If it weren't for your warning, I might have fallen for it too. I'll make an exception for you today. You're not allowed to come again in the future. Chen Yang nodded repeatedly and swiftly exited Xinjie's office. Upon returning to Fuguiyuan, Lu Shiji had already ordered the dishes. Luo Jikai was patiently recommending Xingqing Bank's loan services to him. Lu Shiji, who interacted with bank personnel at least at the managerial level, had no interest in someone of Luo Jikai's rank. He was merely here to assist Chen Yang in luring the snake out of its hole. Seeing Chen Yang arrive, Lu Shiji relaxed and signaled him to take over. Chen Yang wasted no time and directly addressed Luo Jikai. Old Luo, General Lu, and I plan to partner on a major project and require some funds for turnover. Just tell General Lu how much you can lend. As a newcomer in the industry, Luo Jikai held little sway at Xingqing Bank. He had originally intended to bring his superior along, but abandoned that idea after Chen Yang mentioned that outsiders couldn't be casually brought into Yuju. General Lu, how much do you need to borrow? Lu Shiji remained silent, simply extending 5 fingers. 50 million? That's no problem. 500 million. The excitement that had just ignited in Luo Jikai was instantly extinguished. His department did not handle credit business. While he could manage 50 million through his superior's connections, 500 million would undoubtedly require the involvement of the credit department as manager or higher-ups. That was beyond his scope. General Lu, the amount you're requesting is too large. I need to consult my superior. After saying this, Luo Jikai stepped outside to call his superior. Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. Can your classmate at this level really bait the Zhang brothers? Rest assured, Chen Yang whispered to Lu Shiji while keeping an eye on the door. Knowing Zhang Jun, he will definitely seek out Luo Jikai to investigate our matters. Lu Shiji nodded, half convinced. His role was to cooperate in the act. Since Chen Yang was confident, he preferred not to worry. What did Xinjie want with you? Nothing much, just casual conversation. Lu Shiji was skeptical. He felt Chen Yang was hiding something from him, but was too hesitant to ask Xinjie directly. That woman had a notoriously bad temper and would lash out at the slightest inconvenience. He dared not resist. Luo Jikai soon returned, stating that his superior wanted to invite Lu Shiji and Chen Yang for dinner the following day to further discuss the 500 million loan business. Lu Shiji had no objections. If they could truly secure 500 million, he was eager to pursue the International New City project. Even if they couldn't acquire the prime land, a secondary option would suffice. After all, it was a lucrative opportunity. Unless the top real estate firms in the country intervened, no local property company could monopolize it all. With the business discussions concluded, the remaining task was to relish the free services of Wiyuju, something Chen Yang had long anticipated. Meanwhile, Luo Jikai appeared to have unlocked the door to a new world. When leaving, he lingered, gazing longingly at Wuju for quite some time. Unfortunately, He lacked the qualification to become a regular here. He didn't even have 50,000, let alone 500,000. Moreover, even with wealth, one needed the owner of Wuyuju's approval to become a member. For example, when Liu Shiji recommended Chen Yang for membership, it was outright denied by Yi Xinjie. Not only that, he had now lost the privilege of tagging along with Liu Shiji to enjoy free services. It was utterly unfair. Chen Yang and Luo Zhikai departed, each carrying their own regrets. As Chen Yang had anticipated, their dining experience at Wuyuju swiftly reached Zhang Jun's ears. Enraged, the latter shattered a delicate blue and white porcelain cup. That scoundrel Luo Zhikai. I knew he was untrustworthy. He swore during the day to sever ties with Chen Yang, only to turn around and conspire with others. He fumed. Tang Kun, starting tomorrow, keep a close watch on Luo Zhikai. The moment you spot him with Chen Yang, notify me immediately. Chapter 50. The wife of an official ultimately commands respect. Chen Yang did not accompany Liu Shiji to the meeting led by Luo Zhikai. Upon returning home, he discovered that his Jetta, which he had left in Qingshui, was parked downstairs. Lin Wei was unaware of Chen Yang's address and had not called to announce her arrival. Thus, there was only one possibility: Lin Wei had come. Puzzled, Chen Yang hurried home and, as he passed the corridor, heard Lin Wei's voice emanating from Liu Qingqing's room. Approaching, he found Lin Wei reclining on the sofa in Liu Qingqing's living room, leaning against Su Mingyue, looking utterly exhausted, her skin noticeably tanned. Upon seeing Chen Yang, a smile graced Lin Wei's face. "Darling, are you surprised?" Chen Yang nodded, indeed surprised but also somewhat alarmed. Lin Wei had traveled all this way, likely due to the matter of the money he possessed. It felt rather peculiar that a mere deputy mayor's secretary would expend such effort for the sake of her superior's political achievements. However, seeing her weariness tugged at his heartstrings. "You came all this way. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Where have you been gallivanting off to without a care for me?" Lin Wei pouted weakly, sending shivers down the spines of Liu Qingqing and Su Mingyue. "Senior, if you wish to indulge in such affections, do so at home. Don't disrupt our work." Liu Qingqing voiced her discontent, initiating an impromptu dismissal. Lin Wei, undeterred, continued to coquette with Chen Yang. "Darling, I can hardly move. Will you carry me home?" Liu Qingqing could no longer contain herself and feigned retching, while Su Mingyue pretended not to notice. Fearing another quarrel, Chen Yang promptly scooped Lin Wei into his arms and headed back to his own home, where he proceeded to boil noodles for her. By the time the water was ready, Lin Wei had already dozed off on the sofa. Concerned for her health, Chen Yang carried her back to his bed and tucked her under a blanket. Gazing at his weary wife, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Given the Lin family's background and his current financial situation, Lin Wei could have easily chosen a life of comfort. Yet, much like in his previous life, she opted for the most arduous path. Was power truly so intoxicating, or did Lin Wei possess an innate sense of social responsibility that surpassed that of ordinary individuals? Chen Yang found himself unable to fathom it. Returning to the living room, Chen Yang dialed Liu Shiji's number to inform him of Lin Wei's arrival, advising him to attend the meeting alone the following day. As a seasoned figure in the business realm, Chen Yang had no concerns about revealing any vulnerabilities. After hanging up, Chen Yang found himself aimlessly passing time, so he opened his computer to browse the internet. Following Chen Yang's announcement of a bonus task, the engagement on Qing Wang surged. With article submissions multiplying rapidly, the homepage and forum experienced a meteoric rise in popularity. In addition to support from the students of Xingqing University, numerous prominent authors from other major websites flocked to join the fray. Although the price of 10 yuan per article seemed somewhat low, the entry threshold was equally modest. As long as the work was original, there was money to be made. In such circumstances, no one would let an opportunity to capitalize slip by. Liu Qingqing and Su Mingyue had been engrossed in the forum, likely neglecting their meals. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before preparing 2 bowls of noodles to deliver to them. Once in work mode, Liu Qingqing transformed. Even during mealtime, her focus remained glued to the computer screen. This reminded Chen Yang of his own past, when he first learned to navigate the internet, similarly neglecting everything else. He would spend entire days immersed in various forums, chatting and posting, blissfully unaware of the frivolity of such behavior. Of course, Chen Yang was merely joining in for the sake of it, while Lu Qingqing was genuinely dedicated to her career, which marked a fundamental difference between them. Lin Wei slept for 4 hours before waking up to finish her noodles, then spent some intimate time with Chen Yang before drifting back to sleep until dawn. After breakfast, the couple began discussing the utilization of the 60 million yuan in funds Chen Yang possessed. Lin Wei informed him of the severe surplus of agricultural products in several counties under Qingshui's jurisdiction. She hoped Chen Yang would acquire these products under the company's name and then redistribute them to Qingshui City or beyond. Chen Yang expressed strong opposition to this notion. His company had yet to be registered, and even after registration, he would need to recruit personnel to develop the market, necessitating a lengthy process. If the 60 million yuan worth of agricultural products could not be swiftly sold, the consequences would be a vast array of spoiling goods. Not only would this waste money and food, but it would also harm the environment and create significant social repercussions. Of course, Chen Yang could distribute vegetables to citizens for free, earning the title of a benevolent benefactor. However, this would trigger another chain reaction. If citizens had access to free vegetables, they would no longer consider spending money on produce. Consequently, other merchants would find their goods unsold, leading to spoilage. Thus, the problem would remain unresolved while Chen Yang would inadvertently garner a multitude of adversaries. If someone with ill intent were to secretly undermine the situation, accusing Lin Wei of using public resources for personal gain and intentionally disrupting the market, it wouldn't just jeopardize Chen Yang's funds. Lin Wei could also face repercussions, potentially losing her position as secretary. As a reborn individual, Chen Yang understood human nature better than many of his peers. Accomplishing a task could be daunting, yet dismantling one could be easily achieved with mere baseless gossip. After hearing Chen Yang's analysis, Lin Wei realized her own idea had been somewhat hasty. Darling, when you plan to register the company, let's wait until the Shuanglin Market supermarket opens. First, we need to establish sales channels. The subsequent issues will be far simpler to manage. I hail from the countryside and understand rural conditions better than you do. The surplus of agricultural products isn't a new issue. It stems from officials blindly following trends, planting whatever is in demand without considering the balance and needs. The immediate priority should be to create a comprehensive, timely, and accurate agricultural market information platform. Through this platform, we can promptly publish information regarding prices, supply and demand relationships, and market trends for agricultural products across various regions. This way, farmers can reasonably plan their planting schedules based on market demand, and merchants will know where to procure the products they need. All right, then I'll return to discuss this with my superior and see if your method is viable. Lin Wei decided to heed Chen Yang's advice and prioritize building the platform. However, she remained concerned about the funds Chen Yang held. During this time, don't engage in any reckless activities. Even if you do invest, it must be in the development of Qingshui. Don't forget that it is the land of Qingshui that has nurtured you. Chen Yang Siget, his parents had perished in a car accident, and the perpetrator remained at large. Their land and ancestral home had been seized with no one to seek justice. The memories associated with Qingshui were solely filled with sorrow. Were it not for his marriage to Lin Wei, he would have little desire to return. Nevertheless, to see Lin Wei reclaim her position as a government official in Qingshui County, Chen Yang would still endeavor to develop there. After all, having a wife who is an official ultimately commands a measure of respect. Chapter 51. The snake emerges from its den. Lin Wei heeded the advice given. When Chen Yang proposed building the platform first, she took the initiative to consult Lu Qingqing regarding website development. Lu Qingqing, relishing the opportunity to assert herself, immediately demanded that Lin Wei serve her tea and even bowed down in homage. Ultimately, she found herself pinned down and subjected to a playful scuffle. Resigning to the role of an unpaid instructor, she harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing she had pursued martial arts in her youth. Qingqing, could you lend me a couple of technicians for a few days? You must clarify first. Are you borrowing or stealing? Borrowing is certainly out of the question. I am just getting started and am inundated with tasks. Then let us resort to seizing it. If you have no shame, rest assured, it will only take a few days. Once the platform is established, I will repay you immediately, Lin Wei assured Lu Qingqing with utmost sincerity. Provide me with the address, and I will have my father send a few technicians over. The few individuals I have at hand are truly overwhelmed. Very well. I still have faith in the technology of the Lu Group. Every encounter with you brings misfortune. Do not come around in the future. That will be rather difficult unless you finance the renovation of the new house for Chen Yang and me. Once Chen Yang moves out, you can have your wish fulfilled. I am not that foolish. Then there is no other choice. I shall have to return. Susu, keep an eye on her and ensure she does not harass my man. Oh dear, my stomach is unwell. Su Mingwei exclaimed as she clutched her abdomen and hurried into the restroom. Alas, the world is harsh, and human hearts are no longer as they once were. Just a few days in, my dearest friend has betrayed me. Those who are righteous gain support. Those who stray lose it. The eyes of the public are keenly observant. Is that so? Then I shall have no choice but to obliterate you both. Lin Wei swiftly lunged at Lu Qingqing, and they began to tussle fiercely. The two women continued their quarrel until Chen Yang finally returned. He had purchased 2 sets of high-end skincare products, one for Lin Wei and the other for her to present to Vice Mayor Su. He also procured some southern fruits that were rather difficult to find in Qingshui, filling the back seat and trunk of his Jetta to the brim. Darling, are you suggesting I return to being a fruit vendor? Lin Wei remarked, gazing at the abundant mangosteens, longans, bayberries, lychees, and peaches, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although they were all her favorite fruits, the quantity was excessive. Chen Yang replied earnestly, if you cannot finish them, you can gift them to your superiors and colleagues. You have just started your job. Fostering good relationships with everyone can only be beneficial. I know, but your tones sound just like my mother's. Though Lin Wei felt a tinge of impatience, she was nonetheless pleased. In this day and age, finding a man who is both beloved and kind is no easy feat. Has your mother returned from her business trip? Chen Yang, reminded by Lin Wei, recalled that he had not seen his mother-in-law during his previous 2 visits to her home. Not yet. When she returns, she will likely come to Xingqing first. Oh, what brings her to Xingqing? Both my grandparents are in Xingqing. Would you like to accompany me? I have been quite busy lately. Let us wait until you have some free time to go together. Look at you so timid. Fear not. My grandparents are more open-minded than our own. Oh, I must treat them well. That is essential. I must return to Qingshui. Take good care of yourself. Lin Wei embraced Chen Yang, waved goodbye to Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei, who were watching from upstairs, and then drove away from the Shida-affiliated family compound. Just as she departed, Lu Shiji called. Chen Yang, that classmate of yours is truly a scoundrel. He stood me up. He even claimed that my reputation in the banking sector of Xingqing is poor, and they are entirely dismissing the loan matter. So, it seems the Zhang brothers have taken the bait. I will make a call to confirm and get back to you shortly. After hanging up with Lu Shiji, Chen Yang dialed Luo Jikai. Thankfully, he had not been blacklisted again. Old Luo, what's the situation? I heard you stood my friend up? Chen Yang, I truly did my best. Our leadership has assessed General Lu's situation and deemed the risk too high. Coincidentally, Zhang Jun's company is also seeking a loan of 500 million. Their financial strength far surpasses that of General Lu, and being classmates, I could not voice any objections. How about this? Let's have you and General Lu over for dinner another day, and I will apologize to you both in person. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang meticulously recalled events from his past life and vaguely remembered Zhang Jun mentioning that the incident involved the 8th plot of the International New City project. Thus, he called Lu Shiji back. Brother Jia, go to Yuja now. Do your utmost to convey to the Zhang brothers that you are determined to secure the 8th plot of the International New City. You only know how to command me. Why don't you go yourself? I would love to go, but I lack the qualification. With your good relationship with Sister Xin and no shortage of funds, how difficult could it be to obtain a membership? It is indeed quite challenging. I was just issued a ban by her and cannot visit Wiyuju anymore. You have some nerve. I will go once more. Regardless of the outcome, you must adequately compensate me. To be on the safe side, after hanging up, Chen Yang sought out Su Mingwei and asked her to leak his intention to bid for the 8th plot of the International New City project to Zhang Jun. Su Mingwei resolutely declined, clearly stating her disinterest in becoming embroiled in the enmity between Chen Yang and Zhang Jun. Chen Yang understood her fear of retaliation from Zhang Jun and did not press further. After taking a shower at home, Chen Yang lounged on the sofa, awaiting news from Lu Shiji while watching television. The station was once again airing the summer classic Journey to the West. In the past, Chen Yang believed that Sun Wukong was the most formidable character in Journey to the West, capable of traversing heaven and earth, vanquishing demons and spirits, and achieving the impossible. However, he later realized that this character was merely a sycophant, defeating only the weaker demons without connections, while the more nefarious and well-connected ones were left unscathed. The entire Journey to the West merely portrayed the intricacies of human relationships in the bureaucratic realm. Thus, Chen Yang hoped that Lin Wei would ascend even higher in the political arena. He could refrain from abusing power for malevolence. Yet he did not wish to become a pawn whose fate was subject to the whims of others. After sporadically watching 2 episodes of Journey to the West, Chen Yang's phone finally rang again. It was EXIN calling. Chen Yang, didn't you intend to establish an agricultural product trading company? Why are you investing in real estate instead? Agricultural products cannot compete with the profitability of real estate. How did you know I was investing in real estate? Oof. Lu Shiji and the Zhang brothers are about to come to blows on my turf. Is that so? Then I must come help. I cannot let Brother Jie suffer losses. You better behave. The matters here do not concern you. The International New City project is fraught with peril. If things go awry, do not blame me for not warning you. After hanging up with EXIN, Chen Yang felt quite relieved. It was evident that the Zhang brothers had taken the bait. And EXIN's warning conveyed an additional message. There were indeed issues with the International New City project. That was sufficient. The more the Zhang family lost on the International New City project, the lower the difficulty of Chen Yang's revenge would become. With a stroke of good fortune, he might not even need to return to Qingshui to settle his score. Chapter 52. Direct Surge in Stock Price. Stimulated by financial incentives. The registration numbers for Qingwang skyrocketed from 2,000 to 10,000. This surge also led to an influx of nearly 3,000 high-quality articles, leaving the novice entrepreneur Lu Qingqing exhilarated, causing her to stay awake until the early hours of Monday. Su Mingwei had been preoccupied with thoughts of the stock market, and as soon as dawn broke, she knocked on Chen Yang's door. Chen Yang, will you be opening a trading account today? I am not particularly knowledgeable about stocks. Chen Yang feigned difficulty, responding. Do not worry, I will guide you, and I guarantee you will profit. Su Mingwei assured him confidently. Chen Yang inquired, but what if I incur losses? Will you compensate me with your own body? Su Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. The stock market is notoriously unpredictable. It is, of course, impossible to win every time. When she assured Chen Yang of profits, it was merely a professional habit. If losses were to occur, what could she do if he demanded her as compensation? Let us go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Anticipating that Lu Shiji would soon come looking for him, Chen Yang did not prolong the banter with Su Mingwei. The two made their way to Xingqing Securities, where they swiftly completed the account opening procedures. Chen Yang did not intend to engage in long-term trading. He only requested Su Mingwei to adjust his commission rate to 1/10,000th. Once completed, Chen Yang asked Su Mingwei to take a 2-day leave and then sent her back to Lu Qingqing to continue her supervision. Su Mingwei did not resist Chen Yang's request. She opened the securities software on Lu Qingqing's computer and noted that Xingqing Heavy Industry was still declining at market open. Yet the rate of decline had begun to slow down. It appeared as though it was on the verge of rebounding. Chen Yang is a new user and will only be able to trade the next day. Therefore, Su Mingwei is not in a rush. What piques her curiosity is how much capital Chen Yang will invest. If he manages to invest 60 million, her performance evaluation will be secure. Moreover, Chen Yang has a close relationship with Lu Qingqing's cousin, which could potentially bring her an even more promising client. Thus, Su Mingwei is more concerned about the market fluctuations of Xingqing Heavy Industries. She worries that the stock might surge before Chen Yang has the opportunity to buy, or conversely, that it may continue to decline after he has made his purchase. This sense of apprehension persisted until the following day. After entrusting Su Mingwei to Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang went to Sunshine Garden Community to meet Lu Shiji. Chen Yang, let me make this clear. Within 5 years, I will ensure that Zhang Peng kneels before me and calls me father. He is even worse than a dog, and you wish to take on the role of his father? What a forward-thinking notion. Liu Shiji kike Chen Yang in frustration. I am enduring this for your sake. Rest assured, once they bid on Lot 8, there will definitely be surprises. Chen Yang remained confident in his memory. As long as Zhang Jun secures that contentious piece of land, even if he doesn't end up drinking tea, he will surely suffer significant losses. As for what might transpire, he was equally curious. Is that the crux of the matter? What about my benefits? Do you have a stock account with Xingqing Securities? No. Then use Xingqing's account for now, and help me bring in some business on the side. What do you mean? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang, puzzled. Are you planning to venture into the stock market? I study finance. Is it strange to enter the stock market? Not strange. Not strange. I just want to know how confident you are. It's a secret. Prepare some funds. But don't overdo it. The stock market is risky, and investments should be made with caution. Well, considering our brotherly bond, I'll put up 10 million just to play along. Chen Yang instructed Lu Shiji to continue bewildering the Zhang brothers at Wuju while he drove to the bank to transfer 60 million into his newly opened stock account. That day, many in Xingqing found it hard to remain calm. Chen Yang closely monitored the fluctuations in Xingqing heavy industry stock price, which oscillated from opening to closing before ultimately dropping by 5 points. Lu Shiji had another heated argument with the Zhang brothers at Wuju, then angrily returned home to prepare funds. The Zhang brothers celebrated their recently acquired 500 million loan at Tianshang Renjian until dawn. It was said that Zhang Jun had made a purchase for the entire venue. Instant fame. EXIN kept a close watch on the market changes concerning Xingqing heavy industries and let out a long sigh of relief after the closing bell. Lu Xingqing's website gained another 5,000 new users that day, with its popularity continuing to surge. Su Mingyue checked Chen Yang's window every hour, fearing he might suddenly disappear. Night fell, then dawn broke. The next morning, Su Mingyue once again roused Chen Yang from his slumber with her knocking. She appeared haggard, dark circles under her eyes framed by her black glasses, looking somewhat pitiful. Chen Yang, have you made up your mind? Will you buy or not? Let us buy. Communicate with your superiors. I plan to purchase 10 million shares of Xingqing Heavy Industries at a price within 6 yuan. Additionally, Xingqing's cousin might also invest 10 million. Su Mingyue's delicate hands, previously tucked into her jeans pockets, began to tremble uncontrollably, as if manipulated by an unseen force. She could even distinctly feel her blood igniting and surging through her veins like a blazing torrent. She hurried back to Lu Qingqing's room to retrieve her phone. After taking a deep breath for what felt like an eternity, she reported the situation to her superior in what she hoped was the calmest tone possible. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within Xingqing Securities. The management convened an emergency meeting to inquire about the situation regarding Xingqing Heavy Industries. However, no one had the answers. Ultimately, the question was tossed back to Su Mingyue. I just thought this stock was bound to rebound, which is why I recommended my friend invest a little. I never anticipated he would buy so much. Su Mingyue's response left the management team bewildered. What kind of affluent friend is this? Just after opening an account, he invests 70 million. Which wealthy family does Chen Yang belong to? They had never heard of him. Despite their doubts, the adage the customer is king prevailed. The demands of the king must be met. After the market opened, Xingqing Securities began to accumulate shares aggressively, purchasing 10 million shares of Xingqing Heavy Industries at an average price of 5 yuan and 90 cents. Lu Qingqing's account also acquired 170,000 shares at the same price. The swift actions of Xingqing Securities caught the attention of other firms, who scrambled to investigate the internal affairs of Xingqing Heavy Industries. However, their calls were met with silence. No useful information was obtained. Everyone was too preoccupied to care, blindly following suit. Within half an hour, Xingqing Heavy Industries hit the limit up. The forums of major brokerages buzzed with speculation about the significant good news surrounding Xingqing Heavy Industries. Meanwhile, within Wuju, Yi Xen gritted her teeth and dialed Chen Yang's number. Chen Yang, didn't you say you knew nothing about stocks? Who told you to buy Xingqing Heavy Industries? My classmate. She said it would rise today, so I bought in. I didn't expect it to really hit the limit up. Did no one give you insider information? Is there insider information? No. If you can run away, hurry. If you can't, don't cry. Chapter 53. Xingqing Heavy Industries suspended trading. Ultimately, Xingqing Heavy Industries closed at a price of 627 yuan, with a trading volume exceeding 1 billion on that day. Its influence caused other stocks related to construction machinery to also turn red, with the entire sector's daily trading volume surpassing 6 billion. After the closing bell, many sought to uncover the critical inside information regarding Xingqing Heavy Industries. Unfortunately, none could secure a definitive answer. Just as speculation regarding the unusual phenomena surrounding Xingqing Heavy Industries reached a fever pitch, two explosive pieces of information related to the company surfaced online. The first piece of information pertained to Su Mingwei, a mysterious individual, claiming to be a relative of an internal staff member at Xingqing Securities, posted a revelation. A certain employee of Xingqing Securities had successfully seduced two affluent second-generation rich men into investing in the stock market. It was said that these two young men had no understanding of market trends and merely followed the subjective judgment of the employee, recklessly investing 70 million in Xingqing Heavy Industries. Unexpectedly, their miscalculated gamble revived the company. The second piece of information came from someone claiming to be a relative of an insider at Xingqing Heavy Industries. This informant disclosed that the company was preparing for a restructuring, with related preparations already underway in secrecy. The first piece of news was too gossip-laden for serious consideration, merely serving as light-hearted conversation. However, the second revelation was genuinely explosive. This indicated that the stock of Xingqing Heavy Industries would completely resurrect, soaring in value. Damn it, I sold at the limit up today and bought a case of beer to celebrate my successful recovery. Now you tell me I missed out? How can I drink this beer now? Just drink it upstairs. Alcohol can both uplift spirits and drown sorrows. Selling at the limit up at least recouped some losses. I thought it would drop further and sold at the opening price. Now, I'm reflecting on my choices up here on the rooftop. Brother, don't act impulsively. Life has many beautiful things. Beyond money, there are family and friends. Moreover, as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to recover. Hee hee. Xingqing Heavy Industries is a star enterprise in Dongjiang Province. I knew the higher-ups wouldn't neglect it. I replenished my shares before the market closed yesterday, and now I'm ready for takeoff. Speaking of which, we ought to thank those two wealthy second-generation men. Without their extravagant spending igniting the insider information, Xingqing Heavy Industries would likely have continued to decline for some time before it rebounded. By the way, I'm quite curious about how attractive that salesperson from Xingqing Securities must be. It is truly astonishing how this individual could captivate the hearts of two wealthy heirs simultaneously. In the household of Lu Qingqing, Su Mingyue's countenance was quite bleak. The rumors regarding her alleged seduction of affluent heirs to invest in stocks had already permeated the forums of Qingwan. Despite her fervent attempts at clarification, very few were inclined to believe her. Overwhelmed by a barrage of slander and defamation, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Observing this, Lu Qingqing comforted her while simultaneously contacting Chen Yang to address the predicament. Chen Yang instructed Su Mingwei to directly call her superior and unequivocally demand an investigation into the truth. Otherwise, he threatened to initiate legal action against the entirety of Xingqing Securities. An hour later, Xingqing Securities issued a statement on their official website, clarifying that the rumors of Su Mingwei enticing wealthy heirs to invest in stocks were entirely unfounded. The employee responsible for disseminating the falsehoods had been summarily dismissed. Following the release of this information, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to repost it at the top of the Qingwang forum. With the truth unveiled, public opinion swiftly shifted to sympathize with Su Mingwei and denounce the fabricators of the rumors. Chen Yang, thank you, Su Mingwei exclaimed, tears of gratitude filling her eyes. In truth, she had sought assistance from her superiors soon after the rumors surfaced, but they had shown little concern. However, once Chen Yang intervened, the matter was promptly resolved. Chen Yang displayed a nonchalant demeanor regarding her gratitude. You need not overthink it. I merely sought to clear my own name. If Lin Wei were to discover my indiscretions, I would never be able to return to Qingshui. Lu Qingqing laughed. Well then, You may remain in Xingqing to accompany me. Chen Yang rolled his eyes in response, sensing that she still lacked sufficient engagement. Xingqing, Qing Wang is experiencing rapid growth, which is certain to attract envy from competitors. Exercise caution, for similar troubles may soon beset you. Indeed, I shall be vigilant. To alleviate Su Mingyue's emotional turmoil, Chen Yang suggested she consider a change of employment. However, she declined, wishing to demonstrate her capability to thrive within Xingqing Securities. Chen Yang did not press the matter further. In a past life, Su Mingyue had labored in this industry for a decade without success, ultimately marrying a man 20 years her senior and becoming a full-time housewife. It appeared that in this lifetime, she would be compelled to tread the same path. After all, Lu Qingqing had little interest in the stock market, and Chen Yang had no intentions of long-term investment. As a woman devoid of connections or resources, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to excel without compromising herself. Having resolved Su Mingyue's issues, Chen Yang received another call from Lu Shiji. Chen Yang, do you truly possess no insider information? I assure you, I do not. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Xingqing. Then why is it that, just as you purchase stocks, news of Xingqing Heavy Industries restructuring emerges? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. I do not believe that. It must be that Xingjie disclosed the information to you. Huh, then you should ask her. I dare not. I heard she had a quarrel today, and I haven't the courage to approach Wuju. With whom did she argue? I am unaware. Perhaps you should find out? I shall not. I have already been told she forbids me from returning to Wuju. Then let me inquire further. Can you increase your investment tomorrow? I cannot say. My knowledge of stocks is limited, and it would be wise for you to consult an expert. You're not knowledgeable, yet you invested heavily in Xingqing Heavy Industry. I did so to support a former classmate's enterprise. She must be quite beautiful. I must remind you, you are a married man. Brother, you are married as well. Lu Shiji realized he would not extract any answers from Chen Yang, and thus ended the call. He had already consulted several acquaintances familiar with stocks, all of whom viewed Xingqing Heavy Industries prospects positively. Yet, he placed greater faith in Chen Yang. Since making Chen Yang's acquaintance, Lu Shiji's fortunes had turned. He won bets on sports, saw stock prices soar, and previously unsellable properties became hot commodities. Truly, he was a veritable god of wealth in his life. Lu Shiji now regretted not having invested more in the stock market. With Xingqing Heavy Industries stocks hitting their ceiling and favorable restructuring news breaking, the possibility of acquiring more shares was nearly non-existent. Indeed, as Lu Shiji had surmised, after 3 consecutive days of price surges, Xingqing Heavy Industry finally announced a suspension for restructuring. Just as the insiders had revealed, the company officially merged with Dongjiang Construction, a star enterprise in excavator manufacturing, under the auspices of the Dongjiang Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Unbeknownst to Lu Shiji and Chen Yang, an investigation targeting both of them had been conducted in secrecy. Fortunately, this inquiry concluded with insufficient evidence. Chapter 54. The Chen Family Ancestral Home. Before a recently demolished, dilapidated residence in Xinjia Village, Panlong Town, Qingshui County, 2 unusual guests arrived today. Lin, you say Chen Yang is unfortunate? Within a month, he amassed a fortune of 100 million, and it is likely to increase further. Yet, you claim he is fortunate? Both his parents are deceased, and their ancestral home has been razed. I am quite eager to witness his reaction upon returning to this scene. It should be quite amusing. He likely already knows, which is why he does not wish to return to Qingshui. Is that so? Then the people of this village truly deserve condemnation for pushing that calamity to Xingqing to torment me. Xingjie, you have investigated this yourself. It was merely an accident, unrelated to my Chen Yang. If he had not invested in Xingqing Heavy Industry, none of this would have transpired. Were it not for a greedy fool taking the fall, I would have faced the wrath of the old man. Xinzi, why not invest in Qingshui and do some good for the country and the people? Uncle, you would surely be pleased. Stop right there. I cannot endure another moment in this desolate place. Yet you still came? Did you not bring me here? I am well aware of your ulterior motives. You feel too embarrassed to face it yourself and wish for me to advocate for your man. Do you not? I assure you, that will not happen. Then, Let Chen Yang continue to stir up trouble for you in Xingqing. Humph. Do you believe I will not find someone to put him in a sack? My dear sister, that happens to be your brother-in-law. Huh. I have already beaten my own man. What is my brother-in-law in comparison? Very well. But first, you must resolve matters here for me. My dearest sister. All right. However, you must promise me to send that calamity back to Qingshui post-haste. No problem. Leave it to me. After the two women reached an agreement, they swiftly departed Qinjia village in their vehicle. An hour later, Chun Dingfang, the village secretary of Qinjia village, received a phone call from the secretary of the town party committee, enduring a 2-hour tirade. Filled with pent-up anger, Chun Dingfang immediately summoned all members of the village committee to the village office, unleashing a 2-hour scolding upon them. Following the meeting, the entire Qinjia village was abuzz. Everyone was aware that Chen Yang had struck it rich outside and was acquainted with high-ranking officials whom even the county party secretary of Qingshui could not offend. Upon his return, some individuals would find their lives quite unpleasant. Within the supermarket at Sunshine Garden Community, Chunmei, who was arranging merchandise, suddenly received a call from an old friend from Qinjia village, informing her that the family's ancestral home had been demolished and the land redistributed by the village. Enraged, Chunmei immediately called Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you need to pack your things and come back to our hometown. Why should I return? Our ancestral home has been demolished. I am aware. When did you find out? Why did you not inform me? Our household registration has already been transferred. Making a fuss is futile. Moreover, we have settled in Xingqing, and it will be rare for us to return. Even if the old house had not been demolished, it would eventually fall apart. That is unacceptable. It is the foundation left by our ancestors. I must return to confront them. And perhaps I should go back. The supermarket is already short-staffed. If you leave as well, we will have to close. That is acceptable. If they refuse to be reasonable, we will take our grievances to the county government or the municipal government. I refuse to believe that there aren't any reasonable places in this world. With that, Chen Yang ended the call. The fact that Chunmei was aware of the ancestral home indicated that Lin Wei had already visited Qinjia village. In light of this, it was imperative for him to return to Qingshui. Xingqing heavy industry was still under suspension, and Chen Yang had originally planned to take his cousin Zhao Qian on a trip to the south, while also purchasing some furniture for their new home. Now, however, he had to make a detour back to Qingshui first. Chen Yang sought out Liu Shiji, intending to purchase the BMW he had borrowed. Liu Shiji explained that the car had been acquired by the company to evade taxes and that leaving it idle in the garage was a waste. He offered for Chen Yang to use it freely, even reimbursing him for fuel and tolls. Chen Yang, despite his initial reluctance, ultimately accepted Liu Shiji's generous offer. He took a leisurely drive around Xingqing, procuring some cosmetics that Lin Wei frequently used, along with cigarettes and liquor favored by Lin Jiangwo, before packing his bags and heading back to Qingshui. By the time he arrived at the Lin family home, night had already fallen. Nevertheless, upon learning of Chun Yang's return, Lin Jiangwo postponed dinner. Noticing the copious amounts of tobacco and alcohol Chen Yang had brought back, he couldn't help but voice his disapproval before allowing everyone to move the items into his collection room. After dinner, Chen Yang inquired about matters concerning his hometown. This is from Sister Xin. She hopes you will remain in Qingshui and refrain from causing trouble in Xingqing. Trouble? What trouble have I caused? I am an upstanding, law-abiding citizen, Chen Yang retorted, only to receive a sharp pinch from Lin Wei. How dare you speak of lawfulness? Just a matter of betting on football is enough to land you in jail for a while. Chen Yang glanced cautiously at the door and whispered to Lin Wei. Dad doesn't know, does he? Lin Wei scoffed. If he knew, would he still allow you to dine at home? He would have already subjected you to severe punishment. You should take that money and contribute to society instead. I've heard you made quite a sum in the stock market this time. It should be sufficient. All right, since the lady of the house has spoken, how can I refuse? Chen Yang felt considerably more at ease now that he had ample cash on hand. Engaging in charitable endeavors could also reduce taxes, and even if Lin Wei hadn't mentioned it, he would have contributed a sum. As long as the company could expand, he would not hesitate to invest, whether it be 60 million or even 600 million. Lin Wei was quite pleased with Chun Yang's attitude. The conversation shifted back to the ancestral home. The village committee of Chenjiao village had convened and agreed to allow him to move his household registration back, also approving the construction of a new house on the ancestral land. They expressed hope that he would contribute to the local economy. Chen Yang felt a wave of discontent wash over him. They were returning what rightfully belonged to him, yet he was expected to owe them a favor? That hardly seems fair, he remarked. Lin Wei countered, Chenjiao village is, after all, where you lay your roots. Not everyone there is ill-intentioned. You can distinguish the bad from the good and support the latter. Sighing, Chen Yang replied, you are too optimistic. Human nature is complex. Those who feel slighted will find ways to retaliate. Honest people cannot contend with the wicked, and they are often easily swayed by them. Lin Wei was not convinced. Chen Yang proposed, how about we make a bet? I will return and undertake a project, letting the honest and hard-working individuals handle it. If it ultimately fails, you must refrain from interfering in my affairs henceforth. Lin Wei shook her head resolutely. You think you can trap me? Not a chance. As long as you are my husband, your matters are my concern. Seeing his scheme thwarted, Chen Yang chose to lie down on the bed, feigning indifference. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei locked the door and pounced on him like a tiger, descending upon its prey. Chapter 55. Registering the Common People Trademark. Chen Yang did not rush back to Chenjiao village. Since the locals wished for him to invest, the longer he delayed his return, the more leverage he would gain. Moreover, since this was an investment, it was essential to first establish the company. Acting under the company's name would not only facilitate various transactions, but also enable him to avail of more local preferential policies. After careful deliberation, Chen Yang resolved to name the new company Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company, Limited. Following discussions with Du Yue, he also decided to name the upcoming supermarket Common People Life Supermarket. His rationale was straightforward. The phrase common people possesses a natural affinity in society, with extraordinary attention and influence. In his previous life, a certain chain pharmacy had transformed this trademark into a publicly listed enterprise. Chen Yang aspired to harness the same name to bolster his agricultural products trading company. To ensure the longevity of the agricultural company and supermarket, Chen Yang diligently applied to register Common People as a trademark on the trademark website. Upon investigation, he found that the trademark had not yet been registered. With Lin Zhangwo's connections at the Qingshui City Industry and Commerce Bureau, the registration process for the company and supermarket proceeded swiftly. The trademark approval would require time, but Chen Yang was not in a hurry. After all, he was the first to register, making it difficult for others to claim it afterward. The 4 adjoining storefronts in Shuangli Market had been opened up and renovated. To save costs, Lin Feng had enlisted his unemployed friends to assist. Aside from the specialized tasks of demolishing walls, laying floors, installing ceilings, and electrical work, the rest was handled by their own people. When Chen Yang visited the site to inspect the progress, apart from the less than satisfactory wall painting, everything else seemed satisfactory. He had no desire to make further modifications. After all, choosing the Common People trademark was in line with a down-to-earth approach. Given the current living conditions of the common people in Qingshui City, overly lavish renovations would only create a sense of distance. As a gesture of gratitude for Lin Feng and his friend's assistance, Chen Yang decided to treat them to dinner. Lin Feng suggested the veteran restaurant they often frequented, but upon inspection, Chen Yang found it unsatisfactory due to its small size and lack of convenience for discussions. Ultimately, he reserved a large private room at the Qingshui Grand Hotel on Lin Wei's recommendation. It was fortunate he had secured a spacious room, otherwise it would have been awkward. When word spread that Chen Yang intended to discuss the future development of the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company during dinner, Lin Feng, his future brother-in-law, wasted no time inviting over more than 20 friends. His intent was clear. He hoped Chen Yang would arrange positions for all his friends in the company and supermarket. Chen Yang did not mind this at all. During his time at the Lin residence, he had already gathered information about these individuals from Du Yue. Aside from a few comrades from Lin Feng's military service, the rest were retired veterans he had met during gatherings at the veteran restaurant. Retired soldiers are known for their discipline, strong execution capabilities, and good physical condition, with some possessing specialized skills. As long as their character was sound and they were willing to work hard, Chen Yang could entrust them with the company's logistics and security tasks. especially regarding security. Given his already strained relations with Zhang Jun, it was crucial to be proactive. Although the Lin family provided a safety net, it was wise to remain vigilant. During dinner, Lin Feng took the initiative to propose that Chen Yang, as the future company president, deliver a speech. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with everyone and not wanting to prolong their meal, spoke briefly. First, I want to express my gratitude for all your hard work over these past few days. Without your contributions, the renovation of the Common People Life supermarket would not have progressed so swiftly. I also appreciate your willingness to forego various social engagements to join us this evening. Now, regarding the future operations of the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company, I can, in principle, arrange a position for each of you with a salary on par with state-owned enterprises. However, we must still adhere to the proper procedures. After you return, please prepare a personal resume for me. We will assign specific roles based on your individual circumstances. Lastly, feel free to order whatever you desire to eat and drink tonight. Consider it a celebration for your joining the company. As Chen Yang concluded, everyone rose to applaud. Since he needed to drive, Chen Yang raised a cup of tea in place of alcohol to toast everyone 3 times, then handed over the drinking duties to Lin Feng. He and Lin Wei then took their leave. Chen Yang's intention in this was to ensure that Lin Feng would be the one to maintain goodwill with the group. Simultaneously, there is a hope that they can indulge in carefree revelry without restraint. Once the establishment of the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company is officially underway, there will be an extended period of busyness, and such opportunities for gathering will become scarce. On their way home, Lin Wei suddenly proposed an overnight stay at Aunt Chen Yang's house. Upon inquiry, Chen Yang discovered that the soundproofing in the Lin family home was inadequate, and their nighttime activities had stirred public discontent. In fact, Chen Yang had also contemplated purchasing a property in Qingshui City. However, due to recent commitments in Xingqing and Lin Wei's own work obligations, he had to postpone this plan. Moreover, Chen Yang had no intention of moving into the housing area of the textile factory. Zhao Donghai's unit housing, still standing, was an outdated structure lacking independent kitchens and bathrooms, rendering it quite inconvenient. While a brief stay would be manageable, Lin Wei would undoubtedly find it intolerable over an extended period. After much contemplation, Chen Yang ultimately suggested renting an apartment near the municipal government where Lin Wei worked. The area offered both convenience and accessibility, facilitating Lin Wei's commute while allowing them to relish their time together as a couple. Lin Wei was exceedingly pleased. That evening, Chen Yang and Lin Wei sat by the ancient city wall pier along the Qingshui River for an extended period. Lin Wei shared numerous tales with Chen Yang, discussing her family matters as well as her aspirations in Qingshui City. In that moment, Chen Yang realized that Lin Wei's background was even more formidable than he had surmised. She had forsaken a brighter future in Xingqing to return to Qingshui, driven solely by her desire to fulfill her ambitions through her own capabilities. Although somewhat idealistic, such resolve was truly admirable. Based on the developments of her previous life, it was evident that Lin Wei had achieved remarkable success. Under her leadership, Qingshui County had not only escaped poverty, but had also become one of the leading economic counties in Dongjiang province. Naturally, since Chen Yang's rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, their marriage had altered the trajectory of Lin Wei's career as well. Currently, she served as the secretary to the vice mayor, and barring unforeseen circumstances, her time at the grassroots level would likely be postponed. What would her future hold? Would she continue as the benevolent overseer of Qingshui County, or ascend to a position of authority in another city? Chen Yang found himself unexpectedly looking forward to that day. Of course, throughout this journey, he intended to diligently manage his People's Agricultural Products Trading Company, contributing to Lin Wei's idealistic path. After all, they were now partners sharing both joys and hardships. Chapter 56. Vice Mayor Su. Chen Yang had the storefronts in Shuanglin Market tidied up. One would serve as a temporary office for the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company, while the other 4 would function as storage for the Agricultural Products Supermarket. As for the corner storefront facing the street, Chen Yang planned to open a lottery shop. In impoverished regions, the dreams of overnight wealth were all the more prevalent. Given Shuanglin Market's strategic location and high foot traffic, it was well suited for the lottery business. Moreover, during significant football events, Chen Yang could draw upon his memories to glean insights from the lottery director. After finalizing the intended uses for the storefronts, Chen Yang began posting job advertisements. Most of Lin Feng's acquaintances were suited for manual labor, while the administrative roles required individuals with higher educational qualifications. However, after a day of interviews, the results were less than satisfactory. Those who met the criteria lacked experience, while those with experience held overly conservative views, lacking the spirit of innovation. Chen Yang contemplated posting recruitment notices on the Xingqing University Campus Forum and the Youth Network, but worried about being discovered by Zhang Jun. After all, he and Liu Shiji were currently setting a trap for that individual. Revealing his business endeavors in Qingshui at this juncture would only raise alarms. With no other options, Chen Yang turned to Lin Wei for assistance. Having served as the student council president at Xingqing University for 3 years, she possessed an extensive network and might be able to recommend suitable candidates discreetly. However, Lin Wei informed Chen Yang that her superior, Vice Mayor Su, wished to meet him. Before his rebirth, Chen Yang had little interaction with Su Li. One was an ordinary citizen, while the other was a high-ranking official, representing two entirely different worlds. Vice Mayor Su's sudden desire to meet him was likely a result of Lin Wei's influence. Whether the meeting was of a professional or personal nature remained unspecified. But Lin Wei merely instructed him to meet at the Qingshui Grand Hotel. With a sense of trepidation, Chen Yang made his way to the Qingshui Grand Hotel. Under Lin Wei's guidance, he encountered the legendary Vice Mayor Su. Chen Yang had seen Su Li on television in his previous life. She was indeed a stunning beauty. Upon meeting her in person, he noted not only her beauty, but also her poise. When she greeted him, there was no trace of superiority in her demeanor. After assessing Chen Yang for a moment, Su Li smiled and playfully remarked, "Chen Yang, you look even more handsome in person than in your graduation photo. No wonder Lin Wei is fond of you. If I were a decade younger, I might be smitten too. Thank you for the compliment, senior." Chen Yang dared not jest with her, instead cautiously inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Li nodded, stating, "I have 2 matters for you today. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for the skincare products you sent. I truly appreciate them. However, the brand is quite expensive, and to avoid any implications, I believe I should reimburse you." With that, Su Li produced an envelope from a briefcase and extended it to Chen Yang. He declined to accept it, explaining, "That skincare product was intended for Lin Wei. I was primarily concerned about her skin while accompanying you on your excursions. As for your portion, it was merely a thoughtful gesture on her part, and I have no claim to it." Seeing that Chen Yang would not accept the money, Su Li handed the envelope to Lin Wei, who also refused it. "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I sent you the cosmetics mainly to avoid misunderstandings. If we travel together and you come back sunburnt while I remain fair-skinned, what would others think? Wouldn't they accuse me of dereliction of duty as your secretary? If you find it inappropriate, I can forego such gifts in the future." By saying that, "You've made it my fault," Su Li replied, somewhat amused. Lin Wei's convoluted reasoning made it difficult for her to continue adhering to her principles. Not one to be rigid, and knowing Lin Wei's good intentions, she decided not to press the matter further. Su Li was aware of Lin Wei's background and did not require special attention from her superior. As for Chen Yang, it turned out that she actually had a favor to ask of him. "Chen Yang, I've heard you've started an agricultural products trading company. How is that progressing?" "The business registration is still underway, and the office is temporary with a lack of personnel. It will likely take at least a month to become fully operational." "A month is rather slow. You can begin preparations in the meantime. I've heard from Lin Wei that your supermarket is about to open. Have you resolved the supply issue?" "I've reached a verbal agreement with local agricultural wholesalers to provide goods until the company is fully operational." "Oh, have you considered bypassing wholesalers and sourcing directly from agricultural bases?" "That is a bit challenging. Finding suitable production sites and negotiating prices requires time. Additionally, there are transportation logistics to consider. If the volume is substantial, storage becomes another concern. Currently, my company lacks the capacity to handle such complexities. If I can help you coordinate these issues, how much volume can you manage?" That depends on market demand. My preliminary plan is to conduct a month-long promotional campaign for the supermarket, estimating a daily sale of 2 tons, totaling around 60 tons. Suli appeared somewhat disappointed. 60 tons was merely a drop in the bucket given Qingshui City's current agricultural surplus problem. Nevertheless, since Chen Yang was determined to invest in the agricultural sales sector, she was more than willing to extend her support. Here is a list of industries in Qingshui City and the surrounding counties. Take a look and see if anything interests you. I can have Lin Wei make you a copy later. Chen Yang received the documents Lin Wei handed him, quickly scanning through them and noting the agricultural production bases related to Qingshui County. Although the suburbs are nearby, the competition is fierce, with resources nearly exhausted and no price advantage to speak of. When it comes to investing in the county, his first choice remains his hometown of Qingshui County, a place where he has spent his formative years. Even if some unpleasant events have transpired, they do not diminish his affection for the place. Subsequently, Suli inquired about Chen Yang's plans to establish an agricultural product trading company. In order to secure the enthusiastic support of this senior and mayor, Chen Yang did not hold back his ambitions. I plan to first establish stable procurement and sales channels in Qingshui City. Once the business stabilizes, I will develop a mature logistics system to distribute Qingshui's agricultural products to every corner of Dongjiang province. His tone was quite ambitious, suggesting he could sell agricultural products even in the remote rural mountains. Where there is demand, there is a market. Cities have their needs, and rural areas have theirs. The only issue is that the current transportation conditions in rural areas are deplorable, narrow, rugged, and riddled with potholes. In some places, the roads are merely muddy tracks, almost impassable during the rainy season. Such transportation conditions directly cause a significant increase in transportation costs, deterring merchants who wish to explore the market. Suli expressed her agreement with Chen Yang's viewpoint. If Qingshui City had better information infrastructure, the current issue of unsold agricultural products would certainly be less severe. However, this is not a problem that can be resolved overnight. It requires substantial human, material, and time resources. My work in Qingshui City is just beginning. In Chapter 57, titled Plan for Creating an Online Sales Platform, Suli not only provided a list of procurement locations, but also promised certain project subsidies and tax incentives for the local agricultural products trading company. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised by the government's willingness to offer assistance and immediately assured Su Li of his commitment to strengthen the company and contribute to the agricultural sector of Qingshui City. Upon returning home, Chen Yang called Lu Qingqing, requesting her assistance in initiating a charitable activity to support farmers on the Qing Network Forum, specifically promoting the unsold agricultural products from Qingshui County. Lu Qingqing expressed her confusion. Senior, Qingshui County is so far away. Who would travel such a distance to buy agricultural products? You should be organizing this activity in Qingshui instead. Chen Yang replied, we will definitely conduct activities here in Qingshui, but we can also try our luck in Xingqing. My goal is to spread the word and let the market determine the fate of these farmers in Qingshui County. Lu Qingqing was not very pleased. Aren't you just helping your senior sister with her work? I'm not interested. Chen Yang asked her, Qingqing, have you ever considered establishing an online sales platform like eBay once the Qing network scales up? Lu Qingqing, having no prior experience with online shopping, curiously inquired, what is an online sales platform? Chen Yang explained, it's a platform for selling goods online. The website facilitates transactions, allowing sellers and buyers to negotiate prices. Once a price is agreed upon, if the buyer and seller are in close proximity, they can complete the transaction offline. Alternatively, buyers can pay online, and sellers will deliver the goods to the address provided by the buyer via a logistics company. Lu Qingqing remarked, it sounds quite complicated. I feel like I won't do well at it. Chen Yang immediately painted a bright picture for her. Online sales are still in their infancy in our country, so they may seem a bit complex. However, with hard work, success is inevitable. If you can make it happen, you could become a prominent figure. Not just a strong woman in the world, but at least one who draws attention domestically. Lu Qingqing was intrigued. Does that mean I would be better than senior sister? Absolutely. Chen Yang encouraged her verbally while making a gesture of surrender to Lin Wei. who was giving him a disapproving look. Lu Qingqing was pleased. "So, what should I do?" Chen Yang replied. "Let us use this charity activity as a pilot experiment to gauge public acceptance of online shopping. If the results are promising, we can plan further activities to pique their interest. Once the timing is right, we can consider building the platform officially." Lu Qingqing agreed. "We can try that. However, I don't know much about agricultural products, so you'll need to provide me with the copy." Chen Yang assured her it would not be a problem and, after hanging up, instructed Lin Wei to prepare the copy. Lin Wei was also quite interested in Chen Yang's idea. If a genuine online sales platform could be established, agricultural products from Qingshui City could not only be sold throughout Dongjiang province, but also reach across the nation. Even if it did not entirely resolve the issue of unsold goods, it could significantly alleviate the situation. She felt it necessary to report this to Su Li during work hours. While waiting for Lin Wei to draft the copy, Chen Yang called Du Yue, suggesting she rent several vehicles equipped with loudspeakers, adorned with advertisements announcing significant discounts for the opening of the local farmers' product supermarket, and promote them throughout the city. Initially, Chen Yang had only intended to advertise in the southern district where Shuanglin Market was located, but after his conversation with Su Li, he decided to broaden his reach. He wanted to involve more people in the activity. With a resident population of at least several 100,000 in the urban area of Qingshui City, and assuming each person consumes a pound of agricultural products daily, the total demand is considerable. With the added incentive of a grand opening promotion, Chen Yang was confident that this would attract more customers and increase sales. The original plan of selling 2 tons per day might even double to 4 tons or more. To facilitate this, he also planned to rent a large cold storage facility specifically for perishable products. With all plans in place, Chen Yang set off early the next morning, driving back to Panlong town. Instead of returning to Qinjia village, he went directly to the town government and sought out Zhou Zhengyang, the party secretary of Panlong town. He had heard from Lin Wei that Zhou was affiliated with the Yi family and had previously intervened to help resolve issues regarding the ancestral home. Zhou Zhengyang, just over 40, was of modest height with slightly dark skin, suggesting he spent considerable time outdoors. He was a practical individual. Upon learning that Chen Yang was introduced by Vice Mayor Su, Zhou Zhengyang's demeanor became exceptionally warm. "Chen Yang, on behalf of all the citizens of Panlong town, I welcome you back to invest. Secretary Zhou, just for your assistance in resolving my family's troubles, I must return to lend my humble support," Chen Yang replied. "Ha! Mr. Chen is too kind. I am merely performing my duty. It is truly outrageous that your own relatives would engage in such despicable acts. Family matters should not be aired in public. Let us focus on business. Although Vice Mayor Su provided me with a list, I still need to consult you about the actual situation." "No problem. I'll take you to various production bases for a visit. I guarantee you the best discounts on anything that catches your eye." Discounts are not necessary. The farmers find it challenging enough to develop their industries. I only hope to minimize my transportation costs. Zhou Zhengyang looked at Chen Yang with surprise. He had encountered many businessmen, and they typically sought policies or discounts, making it a first to meet someone who did not wish to take advantage. "Mr. Chen, if you do not want discounts, then the transportation costs will be covered by the town government. We also hope to establish a long-term cooperative plan with conscientious merchants like you. As transportation costs are one of the major expenses in agricultural sales, Zhou Zhengyang's willingness to have the Panlong town government cover them delighted Chen Yang. Consequently, when placing orders, Chen Yang increased his initial procurement plan from 60 tons to 180 tons. Simultaneously, he signed a contract with Zhou Zhengyang and the Panlong town government, ensuring immediate payment upon the arrival of goods in Qingshui City, provided the products were satisfactory. After paying the deposit, Chen Yang recalled his plan to assist farmers and mentioned it to Zhou Zhengyang, inquiring if he would be interested in collaborating. Zhou Zhengyang, upon learning that Chen Yang intended to help sell their products in Xingqing, excitedly clasped Chen Yang's hand. "Mr. Chen, you are truly a benefactor to our Panlong town. Secretary Zhou, there is no need for such formality. I am merely following Vice Mayor Su's commission." Chen Yang preferred to remain low profile, allowing Su Li to take the credit. Moreover, he felt uncertain about Zhou Zhengyang. apprehensive that he might present a facade to the officials of Panlong Town while harboring ulterior motives. By introducing Su Li, he ensured that the promotional plans for the agricultural products supermarket would remain unaffected. After bidding farewell to Zhou Zhengyang, Chen Yang refrained from returning to Chenjikan, knowing that Zhou would inevitably disclose his return. In due course, those who needed to contact him would do so. Chapter 58. Watermelons at 8 cents a pound. Watermelons for sale. Wholesale at 8 cents, retail at 10. As Chen Yang drove away from Panlong Town, he was unexpectedly halted by a little girl selling watermelons. He stopped the vehicle and observed the girl, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with large, expressive eyes and her hair styled in braided pigtails. She wore a black floral dress and held up a piece of cardboard inscribed with charcoal, declaring the price of watermelons. Wholesale at 8 cents, retail at 10. Behind her, a small wooden table was adorned with several slices of watermelon, while a long array of green-skinned watermelons lay piled nearby. "Little sister, why are you selling watermelons here all alone? Where are your parents?" "My mother went home to cook, and my father is working in the field," the girl replied, pointing toward the watermelon patch in the distance. Chen Yang followed her gesture and spotted a man bent over, laboring about 400 meters away. "Uncle, would you like to buy some watermelons? Ours are sweet and inexpensive. Just try a piece." The girl quickly offered him a slice. Chen Yang took a bite, finding it both sweet and grainy, truly a fine watermelon. He was intrigued as to how such quality could be sold for merely 10 cents a pound, especially when in the urban area of Qingshui. Watermelons typically fetched a minimum of 60 cents, with prices in Xingqing exceeding $1. "Little sister, could you call your father over? I'd like to purchase a larger quantity." "Sure. Please wait a moment, uncle." Fearing he might drive away, the girl hurriedly called for her father. The watermelon farmer, hearing his daughter's voice, quickly approached. He was of modest stature, robustly built, and appeared to be in his 30s, with sun-darkened skin. "Boss, how many watermelons would you like to buy? May I ask why your watermelons are so cheap?" If we don't sell them cheaply, they'll rot in the field," he lamented. "Why aren't they being collected? I see many vendors selling watermelons in the city, their trucks lined up along the road. This year, many are growing watermelons with the same price. Vendors will obviously choose those closest to save costs. Then you could rent a vehicle to transport them to the city." "Easy for you to say, boss. Doesn't renting cost money? The fare from here to Qingshui is at least 300 yuan. If we don't sell in a day, the cost doubles. 8 cents a pound means 5 tons would only yield 800 yuan. After deducting 600 for 2 days' expenses, there's only 200 left. We still need to eat, pay sanitation fees, and cover the return fare. In the end, there is hardly anything left." Chen Yang recalled Lin Wei mentioning that farmers engaged in large-scale cultivation receive subsidies, and he inquired, "Does the government not have any support policies or planning subsidies for you?" "Subsidies? What subsidies?" The farmer scoffed. "I've seen the list of agricultural support from the municipal government, and it seems our watermelon field isn't on it." "Boss, you must be unaware. Only those with connections will benefit. Our village has 500 acres of watermelons. Naturally, support is prioritized for those with relationships or who have done favors. I can barely afford my child's school fees. Where would I find extra money to give gifts? I heard those who did are still waiting in line." Chen Yang fell silent. The list Su Li had provided included many watermelon production bases. Driving to Panlong Town, he had seen numerous watermelon fields along the way. This indicated that, apart from the listed production areas, there existed even more unknown watermelon fields. Given the scale of cultivation, it was surprising that there were not better market conditions. More critically, if the watermelons from the production areas could not be sold, the prices in the market would not decrease significantly either. The vendors would not incur losses, while it was the oblivious farmers who suffered. "How many mature watermelons do you have left?" Chen Yang asked. "There should be over 10 tons. "All right then, please pack 300 pounds for me to take home. If I can arrange a vehicle tomorrow, I'll come back for the rest." Chen Yang took out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the farmer, who expressed his gratitude profusely. The farmer packed the watermelons into 4 burlap sacks and placed them in the back seat and trunk of Chen Yang's car. He then fished out 6 yuan in change and handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang declined, suggesting they settle the wholesale price of 8 cents when he returned with a larger vehicle. The farmer insisted on leaving the change in the passenger seat. Unable to argue, Chen Yang, noticing the sun was nearly setting, bade farewell to the father and daughter before driving back to Qingshui City. He called Lin Wei, who was at home, and drove down to the Lin residence, carrying 2 bags of watermelon upstairs. The remaining 2 bags he intended to place in the supermarket at Shuangli Market to quench the thirst of the employees working there. Upon hearing that watermelons were merely 8 cents a pound, the Lin family was taken aback. Lin Wei thought Chen Yang was joking. That's impossible. In my report, the cheapest wholesale price for watermelons in Qingshui County is 2 jiao a pound. Chen Yang explained, the 2 jiao price likely includes shipping costs. It's also possible that certain officials' relatives or those who have given favors are involved. Those overlooked farmers, unable to sell their watermelons and unwilling to let them rot in the fields, must continue to lower their prices. The hardest part is that even with lower prices, they may still fail to sell. Lin Wei lapsed into silence. If Chen Yang was truthful, the issue of unsold agricultural products in Qingshui was likely even more severe than anticipated. Chen Yang, our supermarket's promotional plan does not include fruits. How will you handle purchasing over 10 tons of watermelons at once? Do you? He expressed her concern, particularly since their existing warehouse was already allocated. The goods Chen Yang ordered from Panlong Town would incur costs for cold storage. Adding such a large quantity of watermelons would significantly increase storage expenses. After some contemplation, Chen Yang proposed, we can distribute 100 pounds to each employee as a form of advance welfare. The remainder can be sold at Shuangli Market. If others sell for 60 cents, we can sell for 30, and they will surely sell out. Du YQ should. But that means you will incur a loss on this transaction. That is not a good omen. Chen Yang sighed. I never intended to make a profit. My primary goal upon returning was to engage in charitable acts. Lin Wei playfully kicked Chen Yang, warning, don't complain in front of me. As a wealthy individual, you must possess a greater sense of social responsibility. Doing good deeds can also accumulate virtue for future generations. Chen Yang gazed at Lin Wei with anticipation. My dear, when you plan to bless me with a chubby little boy? Lin Wei's cheeks flushed as she playfully shoved a piece of watermelon into Chen Yang's mouth. I'm quite busy right now. There's no time for children. Just enjoy your watermelon. As Chen Yang chewed on the watermelon, he silently sighed. Given Lin Wei's workaholic nature, he feared that fulfilling his father's wishes would be a challenging endeavor. Chapter 59. The Sales Miracle of Qingshui City, My Daughter. Are you and Chen Yang hiding something from me? No. Really? Absolutely not. Really not. Lin Jiangwo scrutinized Lin Wei's subtle expressions and movements, and upon seeing no signs of deceit, he felt a sense of relief. If this agricultural products supermarket fails to turn a profit, we can pursue other ventures. Do not let your brother's affairs affect your relationship. Dad, you're overthinking it. This supermarket will definitely be profitable. Initial losses incurred from promotional activities are merely to attract customers. Many new stores in Xinjiang operate this way. Engaging in promotional activities need not take an entire month. That young man won a prize recently, and during this period, he has indulged in purchasing a house, a car, and even opening a supermarket, all without restraint in his living expenses. It appears he has already depleted a significant portion of his funds. If that supermarket continues to incur losses, how will you manage in the future? Father, you worry too much. He owns dozens of properties in Star City. Even if this supermarket were to fail, he could still sustain himself through rental income. Moreover, it is certain that this supermarket will ultimately turn a profit. You say he has dozens of properties? Isn't the highest prize just 5 million? Are the property prices in Star City truly that low? To be precise, he won 20 million, and that is merely the wealth he possessed upon his return. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should have exceeded 9 figures by now. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with the possibility of us starving. Lin Jiangwo suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. His salary and bonuses accumulated over decades were barely sufficient to afford a single house in Qingshui. Yet, Chen Yang managed to amass over 100 million in just 1 month. Is money now so easily earned? You can keep boasting. Lin Jiangwo decided to conclude his conversation with Lin Wei feeling that his daughter was merely weaving a tale to persuade him to accept Chen Yang. In truth, such persuasion was unnecessary. The young man's recent conduct had already earned his approval. After several days of preparation, the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket finally opened its doors. Due to the overwhelming number of patrons, police officers, traffic enforcers, and city management officials from the southern district of Qingshui City were deployed en masse to maintain order. The atmosphere resembled a festive celebration, with Qingshui Television even sending reporters to conduct live interviews with the queuing citizens. As this was the first entrepreneurial venture of his daughter-in-law and son-in-law, Lin Wei took the time to drive over and observe. When his gaze fell upon the serpentine line of shoppers that resembled a colossal dragon, an intense sense of shock surged through him, overwhelming his entire inner world. Lin Wei had witnessed gatherings of thousands at employee meetings and concerts with tens of thousands in attendance. Yet he had never encountered a queue of over 1,000 for purchasing groceries. This was no longer an era of planned economy, where citizens had to queue for ration goods. There were dozens of agricultural markets throughout Qingshui City that fully satisfied the grocery needs of the populace. Thus, to amass such a crowd in one place for shopping was indeed a remarkable feat. What Lin Wei remained unaware of was that Chen Yang had rented 4 vehicles to traverse the 4 districts of Qingshui City, broadcasting announcements through loudspeakers for 4 consecutive days. The prices at the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket were genuinely favorable. Cabbage that sold for 60 cents per pound at the market was priced at 30 cents. Green peppers that cost 1 yuan were sold for 70 cents, and 12 yuan for string beans was reduced to 70 cents. While loofah was priced at 60 cents instead of 1 yuan, and pumpkins, originally 80 cents, were offered at 50 cents. Essentially, every product they sold was at wholesale prices or even lower. Furthermore, Chen Yang arranged for several individuals to distribute water and watermelons to the queuing citizens and the law enforcement personnel maintaining order. With low prices and excellent service, it was nearly impossible for the business to falter. Originally, the plan was to sell 6 tons of products in a day, but by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that goal had already been reached. Fortunately, Chen Yang had stocked enough inventory for 3 days and had personnel on standby in the cold storage. By the time the store closed at 8 in the evening, total sales had surpassed 10 tons. Achieving sales of over 20,000 pounds in a single day set a remarkable record for Qingshui City. To avoid disrupting future sales plans, Chen Yang called Zhang Jun that night and requested an increase in the daily supply of agricultural products to 10 tons. Simultaneously, Chen Yang made some adjustments to the sales strategy. He decided to allocate additional staff to serve customers making large purchases directly from the warehouse. This adjustment proved effective, as the sales volume exceeded 15 tons the following day. Subsequently, Chen Yang continued to modify the supply volume. Due to the limited size of the store and insufficient manpower, the supply was ultimately capped at 20 tons per day. Of course, behind the high sales figures lay considerable losses. Within a week, the losses at the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket had reached 30,000 yuan, not accounting for labor and utility costs. Lin Wei struggled to comprehend Chen Yang's actions. Even if he aimed to attract customers to the supermarket, spending over 100,000 yuan was excessive. As the city's police chief, his annual income was barely 30,000. This young man could squander several years' worth of his earnings in just 1 month. Meanwhile, Su Li had been closely monitoring the sales performance of the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket. Dui Wei's income and expenditure reports were delivered to her daily by Lin Wei. To be honest, she admired Chen Yang's vision and decisiveness. Once this promotional event concluded, the whole of Qingshui City would remember the existence of the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket. Henceforth, whenever citizens sought affordable agricultural products, the first place they would consider would be the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket. This effect was far superior to advertising on television. In fact, Chen Yang spent less on this endeavor than he would have on television ads while achieving a better promotional outcome. This young man is indeed a commercial prodigy. It is a pity that he is merely selling agricultural products. Su Li resolved to meet with Chen Yang again, hoping to glean further insights from him on resolving the issue of unsold agricultural products in Qingshui City. However, Lin Wei informed her that Chen Yang had returned to Star City. After a 7-day restructuring, Star City Heavy Industry had reopened for business. Following its reopening, it experienced consecutive price surges, with the current market price exceeding 12 yuan, more than doubling since Chen Yang's initial purchase. Liu Shiji had been calling Chen Yang daily over the past few days. Besides discussing plans to outmaneuver the Zhang brothers in the International New City project, he sought to know when Chen Yang intended to sell his stocks in Star City Heavy Industry. Of course, Liu Shiji was not the only one interested. Yi Xian and Su Mingwei were also keeping a close eye on Star City Heavy Industry. Yi Xian frequently urged Chen Yang, "Why haven't you sold the stocks yet?" While Su Mingwei often remarked, "Chen Yang, I believe Star City Heavy Industry has risen sufficiently. We should withdraw soon." Chen Yang remained unperturbed, knowing that the stock had the potential to triple in value. Such a lucrative opportunity was not to be easily relinquished. His return to Star City was primarily to participate in the bidding for the International Star City project. As Liu Shiji had been fishing for nearly half a month, and it was time to reel in the catch. Zhang Jun, the one who got beat at the bidding conference. In preparation for the bidding conference for the International New City project, Chen Yang specifically purchased a tailored Armani suit from the Star City International Shopping Center. When he arrived at the bidding venue clad in his new attire to meet Liu Shiji, the latter, fearing his spotlight might be overshadowed, rushed in without greeting him. Looking dapper today. Planning to charm some wealthy lady? Xinjia, you shouldn't say such things carelessly. I'm a married man. Then why aren't you spending time with your wife in Qingshui? What brings you to Star City? Yi Xian shot Chen Yang a disdainful glance, sensing that he was up to no good by coming here. Liu Shiji had been fixated on Lot 8 of the International New City and had recently clashed with the Zhang brothers. It was likely that Chen Yang's visit was to support Liu Shiji. These two fellows had recently made a considerable profit and could indeed achieve remarkable results at this auction. However, Yi Xian was merely there to observe the excitement. She had already given her warnings. Chen Yang and Liu Shiji were determined to ignore her advice and face the consequences, so she was not inclined to interfere further. After greeting Chen Yang, Yi Xian mingled with other attendees. Just as Chen Yang was about to head toward the venue to join Liu Shiji, he was intercepted by Zhang Jun. Looking sharp today. Who do you plan to seduce? Zhang Jun, accompanied by 3 others, appeared decidedly more assertive today, likely due to the presence of Zhao Xuanfa among them. Chen Yang disregarded Zhang Jun, instead turning to the disheartened Zhao Xuanfa and inquired, "Is it truly worth sacrificing your future for a scoundrel?" Zhao Xuanfa bowed his head in silence, offering no response to Chen Yang's question. Zhang Jun, however, was incensed. "You country bumpkin, stop trying to sow discord. If it weren't for you seducing Lin Wei, would he have been detained?" Chen Yang smirked at Zhang Jun and retorted, "My relationship with Lin Wei is entirely legitimate. Unlike some who indulge in self-deception and resort to underhanded tactics when they fail to attain their desires, ultimately causing harm to themselves." In a fit of rage, Zhang Jun aimed a kick at Chen Yang, who deftly sidestepped, causing Zhang's momentum to send him sprawling to the ground. "You bastard, I'll fight you." Shang Yun shouted. "Zhao Xuanfa, why are you still standing there? Hit him." Zhao Xuanfa hesitated, recalling the warning he received upon leaving the detention center, to avoid provoking Chen Yang, lest he find himself incarcerated once more. Noticing Zhao's inaction, Chen Yang chose to ignore them and join the other attendees as they entered the auction venue. Liu Shiji beckoned Chen Yang to sit beside him, then began to complain, "You rascal, we're only here to put on a show. Is it necessary to dress so dapper? One might think you're here to charm wealthy women." Chen Yang surveyed the room and indeed spotted several attractive ladies, but none could rival the striking presence of Yi Xian, who was seated in the front row, engaged in conversation with friends. At that moment, she appeared ethereal and refined, like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, or a proud plum blossom standing against the cold. Noticing the gaze from behind, Yi Xian abruptly turned her head, and upon recognizing Chen Yang, shot him a fierce glare. Chen Yang quickly turned away and resumed chatting with Liu Shiji. After a while, Zhang Jun and his brother entered with Tang Kuan and Zhao Xuanfa. This time, Zhang only glared menacingly at Chen Yang, refraining from any further aggressive actions. After all, This was a government-sanctioned auction, and any disruption could result in immediate expulsion, tarnishing the Zhang family's reputation. Both Liu Shiji and Zhang Jun had their sights set on Lot 8 of the International New City project. Thus, during the preceding auctions, both sides merely observed. When it was time for Lot 8, as the host announced the starting bid of 60 million, Zhang Jun immediately raised his bid. 80 million, he declared, casting a provocative glance at Chen Yang and Liu Shiji. 100 million. Liu Shiji countered defiantly. Lot 8 spanned 80 acres, the largest and most prime piece of land in the project. Liu estimated its value at 200 million. Should the bidding exceed that, he was prepared to withdraw. 120 million. Zhang Jun's bid was accompanied by an arrogant glare aimed at Chen Yang and Liu Shiji. Having secured a loan of 500 million from Xingqing Bank, he was determined to seize Lot 8. 140 million. 160 million. 250 million. Chen Yang's sudden bid drew the attention of the entire room, startling Liu Shiji, who looked at Chen Yang with confusion. I thought we were just acting. Are you serious? Don't worry, the fish will bite. If not, will you cover the extra? I'll cover it. Liu Shiji perked up at that. 250 million, first call. 250 million, second call. 250 million. 300 million. Zhang Jun could not allow this impoverished upstart to snatch away the prize he coveted, so he raised his bid by 50 million. This time, Liu Shiji tightly gripped Chen Yang's hand, fearing he might impulsively raise the bid again. 300 million, first call. 300 million, second call. 310 million. Zhang Jun instinctively glanced at Chen Yang and Liu Shiji's position, realizing they had not placed a bid and momentarily hesitated. But he quickly regained his composure. 320 million. 330 million. 340 million. 350 million. 400 million. Zhang Jun was now thoroughly agitated, glaring fiercely at the other bidders, wishing he could consume them whole. Perhaps his fury intimidated his opponents, as there was no further bidding. Ultimately, Zhang Jun secured Lot 8 for 400 million. An impoverished fool is still an impoverished fool. If you lack funds, don't mingle in such high-end circles. He mocked Chen Yang triumphantly. This isn't your home. I can come and go as I please. Who are you to interfere? Chen Yang remained in high spirits, completely unfazed by Zhang Jun's taunts. Liu Shiji joined in the mockery. The landlord's foolish son has a unique understanding, spending 200 million more. He thinks the auction house belongs to him. How laughable. Let us leave before we catch his stupidity. Chen Yang urged Liu Shiji as they quickly made their exit, leaving Zhang Jun seething in frustration. He suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered. Zhang Jun glared at the middle-aged businessman who had bid against him, convinced he was in cahoots with Liu Shiji and Chen Yang, deliberately conspiring to hoodwink him. Bastard, how dare you play me? Ouch, that hurts. Ouch, Zhao Xuanfa. Come save me. Zhang Jun, having failed to overpower the businessman, found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a beating from the man's bodyguards. Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan could only watch from a distance, too intimidated to intervene. Had it not been for Zhang Peng summoning security in a timely manner, Zhang Jun would have ended up in the hospital for several days. At that moment, Yi Xen, who had been observing, finally grasped the reason behind Chen Yang and Liu Shiji's inquiries about Lot 8. Reflecting on their antics, especially Liu Shiji's recent foolishness in her presence, she could not help but feel the urge to strike someone. Chapter 61. The handsome deliverman driving a BMW. Fool! I allocated a budget of 200 million for land acquisition, and you squandered 400 million. Have you spent 4 years studying finance in Xingqing only to learn to be a fool? Dad, that land is in an excellent location. Its value will surely appreciate. Am I unaware of its potential appreciation? The question is, can we afford to wait? You borrowed 500 million from a bank. How will you repay that? There's still 100 million. We can kick off the project immediately. You think this is child's play? The project paperwork is not so easily handled. Get back to Qin Shui. You needn't concern yourself with matters in Xingqing. Dad, give me one more chance. I promise I can do it well. If you're not back in 3 days, I'll consider you no longer my son. Zhang Jun lay despondently on his bed, having hoped to carve out a niche for himself in the business world through the International New City project, only to be outsmarted by the combined efforts of Liu Shiji and Chen Yang. He later learned that Liu Shiji's budget was also a mere 200 million. Had Chen Yang not intervened, he could have acquired the land for a much lower price. That damn country bumpkin. I will make you pay. Outside the supermarket at Yangwan Huayuan Community, a semi-trailer truck adorned with banners promoting poverty alleviation and agricultural assistance stood parked, loaded with 30 tons of watermelons transported from Qingshui County. The market price for Xingqing watermelons was 8 cents per pound, but here they were sold for only 5 cents. Purchases exceeding 50 pounds were delivered free of charge. Once this news spread, a throng of buyers flocked to the scene. Chen Yang had specially ordered numerous sets of T-shirts emblazoned with the common folk's emblem. He established a rule that whether selling or delivering in either Qingshui or Xingqing, all employees must wear them. This was also a form of brand promotion. After returning from the auction, Chen Yang changed out of his suit and donned the designated work shirt for deliveries. Liu Qingqing's poverty alleviation initiative via Qingwang had begun to show results, with many users placing orders in the forum. However, they still exhibited a degree of resistance to online payments, insisting on paying upon delivery. Chen Yang had brought only 2 employees with him, as their presence was sufficient to handle the delivery workload. Concerning the online orders, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. You are, after all, a billionaire tycoon. How could you stoop to the level of a courier? Isn't that a bit undignified? Liu Shiji expressed both disdain and confusion towards Chen Yang's actions. What do you know? This is about experiencing life. Chen Yang chuckled as he asked Liu Shiji, would you care to try it yourself? I'm not as bored as you are. Liu Shiji promptly shook his head in refusal. At this moment, he merely sought a haven of comfort to revel in, celebrating the successful vengeance against the Zhang brothers. Chen Yang, driving Liu Shiji's BMW, proceeded to deliver watermelons according to the list provided by Liu Qingqing. His endeavors quickly gained traction on the Qing network. Dear family, we have received the watermelons from the Agricultural Assistance Initiative. They are incredibly sweet and delicious. The best part? The delivery man is a handsome fellow. Can you believe he arrived in a BMW to deliver a few dollars worth of watermelons? So touching. Upstairs, you didn't just buy 1 watermelon, did you? They actually delivered it? My heart aches for the BMW guy's fuel costs. It's true. The courier is indeed handsome. I ordered 50 pounds, and he even helped me carry them to the 7th floor. So considerate. If I weren't married, I would surely want to embark on a passionate romance with him. Wake up. The BMW guy is merely experiencing life. How could he possibly engage with an ordinary person? To match him, one would have to be a daughter from a wealthy family. Could it be that the BMW is borrowed? I noticed the work shirt he wore bore the logo of the common folk. Perhaps he is genuinely just an ordinary person. What you say makes sense. Someone who truly owns a BMW wouldn't be a courier. That car must belong to someone else, or perhaps it's his boss's. Absurd. What kind of boss would provide a BMW for his employee to make deliveries? Does anyone know the license plate number of that BMW? I have a friend in the transportation department who wishes to meet his boss. I've checked. That car is registered under Sunshine Real Estate Company, owned by Liu Shiji, who is actually related to our station master. Oh, station master. Would you mind revealing your relationship with Mr. Liu? Yes. It would be best to also share the courier's contact information. I mean no harm. I simply wish to invite him for a meal to express my gratitude for delivering my watermelons. Liu Qingqing found herself rather troubled. She never anticipated that Chen Yang, as a business owner, would personally deliver goods. If he was going to deliver, why drive a BMW? This was causing quite the stir, and now she had to help clean up the mess. Dear family, the head of Sunshine Real Estate is my brother, and he is already married, so please refrain from harboring any intentions. The deliver man is one of our forum's administrators and is also in a relationship. The main purpose of this initiative is to alleviate poverty and assist farmers from remote areas. I urge everyone to refocus on the charitable endeavor. Dear family, I must share some unfortunate news. I have experienced a breakup. Upstairs, my circumstances are quite favorable, and I am still single. Would you consider dating me? Oomph. Do you own a BMW? Are you a real estate mogul? No BMW, but how about a bicycle? Goodbye. In this day and age, you think a bicycle would suffice to win a woman's heart? Upstairs, love is sacred. How could it be mixed with material wealth? That is too vulgar. My apologies, but I am indeed quite mundane. I would rather weep in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. Farewell. Oh, I see. She is a gold digger. What a pity. She has already taken. So what if I am? I would rather be a mistress than date a penniless fool like you. Observing the escalating argument, Lu Qingqing promptly intervened. Dear family, everyone has their own perspective on love. We cannot force others to accept what they do not favor, whether in love or in matters of wealth. Harmony is paramount. I hope everyone can engage in cheerful conversation here. Lu Qingqing's mediation finally quelled the discord, yet discussions surrounding Chen Yang persisted. With each delivery he made, fresh updates were posted on the Qing Network forum. Due to his exemplary service, he was bestowed with the charming title of BMW Prince. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, he had become an online sensation. He was currently en route to the Hillside Villa district in the northern area of Star City to deliver the final order of the day. This was a person with a kind heart, having requested 300 pounds of watermelon. However, during the phone call, the customer also asked if he could pick up a fast food order. It was somewhat surprising that residents of a villa district would not hire a servant to cook. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, Chen Yang decided to accommodate her request. Chapter 62. Yi Xian's Best Friend. Wulong Mountain stretches across the entirety of the northern area of Star City, named for its long, serpent-like form that resembles a sleeping dragon coiling upon the earth. It is not only a national 5A scenic area, but also a favored destination for relaxation and recreation. Chen Yang had once visited Wulong Mountain during his school days and had contemplated exploring the Wulong Mountain Villa upon passing its entrance. Unfortunately, access is highly restricted, and ordinary individuals are not permitted to enter for a visit. Even today, arriving in a BMW, the security personnel only allowed entry after confirming with the owner. Chen Yang drove to Villa number 7, where he found Yi Xian standing at the door with her arms crossed. He wondered if he had arrived at the wrong location and double-checked the house number. What are you looking at? The watermelon is mine. Sister Xian, what a coincidence to see you again. Give me the takeout first. Chen Yang hurriedly handed over the takeaway, and once she opened the door, he drove the BMW into the courtyard. Where should I place the watermelons? Anywhere. Her villa, spanning over 600 square meters, indeed allowed for such freedom. Chen Yang carried the bags filled with watermelons into the living room of Yi Xian's villa and then prepared to make his exit. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he was called back by Yi Xian from upstairs. Aren't you going to take the payment? No need. Consider it a small tribute from your junior. Chen Yang truly wished to avoid lingering too long with this unpredictable woman, fearing that he might inadvertently ignite her temper with an ill-chosen word. Enough chit-chat. Hurry upstairs. Reluctantly, Chen Yang ascended the solid wooden staircase to the second-floor living room. He discovered that besides Yi Xian, there was another woman in a white tank top sitting on the sofa, enjoying the boxed meal he had purchased. Hello, BMW Prince. The woman waved her disposable chopsticks at Chen Yang. BMW Prince? Chen Yang was somewhat bewildered. The woman was indeed quite attractive, with an appealing figure, though she appeared a bit infatuated. Meeting for the first time, she had already given him a nickname. Yet he neither considered himself a prince nor aspired to be a BMW prince. You become quite famous for your deliveries. The users on the Qing network and this lady before you now refer to you as BMW Prince. Yi Xian, mind your language. I am currently a single woman. So what? He already has a family. Do you remember that girl from the Hu family? She is now his wife. Oh, Lin Wei got married? When did that happen? I never received an invitation. These two got hitched in a flash. I only learned about it recently. What a pity. Such a handsome little lamb has been claimed by that girl. Chen Yang stared blankly at the two women before him, especially at the one enjoying her fast food, who spoke in such predatory terms, referring to him as a lamb. Were they planning to devour him? Perhaps I should take my leave. We can gather another time. Chen Yang prepared to escape, feeling that the atmosphere was laden with unease and not conducive for extended presence. Stop. Who said you could leave? Yi Xian shot him a glare and pointed at the woman beside her, introducing her. This is Shun Anna, my best friend, a master's degree in management from Harvard University. You will be in charge of her from now on. Isn't that inappropriate? I have a family. What are you thinking? Didn't you ask Lin Wei to find you some talent? She has experience working in Fortune 500 companies. She is more than capable for that small enterprise of yours. Indeed. Welcome. Chen Yang, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to grasp Shun Anna's hand firmly. This sudden change in demeanor left both Yi Xin and Shun Anna momentarily bewildered. "Remove your clumsy hand," Yi Xin exclaimed, giving Chen Yang's hand a sharp smack, warning him, "Remember, you are a married man." Chen Yang quickly released his grip, chuckling, "Rest assured, Sister X, my interest lies primarily in Sister Anna's capabilities." Ah, the words of men are often deceitful. Who would believe that? Ye King retorted. Perhaps I should seek out someone more competent. Observing Yi Xin's skepticism, Chen Yang contemplated making a hasty exit. "Hold on, you two should have a discussion first. If you cannot reach an agreement, we can reassess." Yi Xin seemed resolute in her endeavor to promote Shun Anna, refusing to let Chen Yang slip away. "What is there to discuss?" Chen Yang cautiously inquired, glancing at Shun Anna, who continued to enjoy her fast food. "Discuss your grand plans with her." Ye Kin urgit. "Oh, my plan is simply to sell agricultural products." "Is that all?" "Yes, just selling agricultural products." Yi Xin was left speechless, realizing that Chen Yang was intentionally playing the fool. Reluctant to accept Shun Anna. The issue was, she herself did not wish for Shun Anna to remain in Xingqing. "I heard from Lin Wei that you intend to establish an agricultural trade company covering the entire Dongjiang province. Is there any truth to that?" "Yes, but that's a future endeavor. As of now, our company consists of a temporary office and a few hardworking laborers. The rest is just blank paper." Blank paper is excellent. It allows Anna to fully unleash her talents. The conditions in Qingshui are quite harsh. Sister Anna has returned from studying abroad in America, and I fear she may not adapt well. Worry not. As long as you can keep your lower half in check, the rest will be manageable. Chen Yang found himself in a state of considerable distress. He could only turn his gaze towards Shun Anna, hoping she would choose to withdraw. After finishing a mouthful of food, Shun Anna expressed her thoughts. "As far as I know, the domestic agricultural products are severely unsold. Chen Yang, this poverty alleviation initiative for farmers is likely running at a loss, isn't it?" Chen Yang nodded. "Then don't pursue it. Consider a different industry. I think Qingshui is quite promising. How about I introduce you to Qingshui? Their owner is my junior." "Sound good." "Good what?" Just as Chen Yang and Shun Anna appear to be reaching a consensus, Yi Xin promptly interrupted. She pointed at Shun Anna and said, "Your current situation is not suitable for staying in Xingqing. But selling agricultural products really lacks prospects. If it fails, how will I navigate the business world in the future?" Shun Anna was not particularly pleased. "He has money, doesn't he?" Yi Xin gestured towards Chen Yang, stating, "Over 100 million. Shun Anna's eyes sparkled, and she became animated. "Then that's fine. We can have a good time." "A good time? Do you think this is a game?" Chen Yang quickly interjected, protesting, "No. My temple is too small. Sister Anna should soar in broader skies." Yi Xin dismissed Chen Yang's concerns, adamantly maintaining her stance. "I believe Qingshui's skies are quite nice." Shun Anna nodded in agreement. Chen Yang sought further justification, but Yi Xin did not grant him the opportunity. "All right, it's settled then. I'll call Lin to arrange accommodation for Anna." Chen Yang, reluctant to voice another protest, was pulled downstairs by Yi Xin. "Chen Yang, take her with you first. I will explain the specifics to you later. If you help me with this, you can come to me whenever you encounter difficulties in the future." Seeing her firm resolve, Chen Yang could only nod in agreement. In this situation, the only course of action was to safeguard his finances. Without funding, Shun Anna would struggle to persist and would naturally depart on her own accord. Chapter 63. Encountering President Wang again. Yi Xin, Chen Yang seems quite afraid of you. Is there something going on between you two? Shun Anna felt that there was an underlying issue between Yi Xin and Chen Yang. What are you thinking? My husband is still alive, and you want me to find another? Shun Anna sensed that Yi Xin was not lying, feeling somewhat reassured. Then you should treat him better. Don't affect my superior-subordinate relationship with him. Ha! You and Lin are cut from the same cloth. Saying seriously, let me remind you, he's a married man. Shun Anna chuckled. Rest assured, my wounds have yet to heal. Even if I were to seek a new relationship, I wouldn't poach from my own circle. Yikin nodded in satisfaction. That's good. In fact, There was an opportunity for you to take revenge this time, but unfortunately, it was disrupted by Chen Yang and that brother with the surname Zhang. Shun Anna expressed indifference. No worries, I've already forgotten that person's existence. I hope so. EXIN was not convinced. This woman nearly resorted to violence upon hearing her fiancé had a mistress. If her people hadn't intervened in time, she would likely be visiting a prison in America right now. Really, if you don't believe me, take me to their wedding tomorrow. I promise I won't cause a scene and will even wish them a long and happy marriage. Hurry and pack your bags. I'll take you to Qingshui tonight. So soon? What about the watermelon I bought? Give it to the security guard. That's not appropriate. It was personally gifted by my future boss. He has given more than just that to you. And besides, I paid for it. All right then, let us head to Qingshui. It's been over a decade. I wonder if Lin still remembers me. After leaving Wulong Mountain Villa, Chen Yang received a call from Lu Shiji, asking him to come to Sunshine Real Estate Company for an urgent matter. He drove to the Xinhui building on Jiefang Road in Xingqing and found Lu Shiji's office on the 13th floor. The scale was quite impressive, occupying over 600 square meters of space entirely for their company. Upon hearing that Chen Yang had arrived, the receptionist promptly escorted him to Lu Shiji's office. To Chen Yang's surprise, in addition to Lu Shiji, there was a familiar face from Yuju. Hello, President Wang, it's been a while. Hello, Chen Yang. What brings you here? Chen Yang recognized Wang from his business card, knowing he was in the timber business. Due to a lack of business interaction, Chen Yang had no immediate plans to connect with him. Unexpectedly, they met again today at Lu Shiji's company. I have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you. Chen Yang, are you interested? Wang directly got to the point. Chen Yang, intriguet, asked. What kind of business? Wang explained, I have a plot of land in the southern suburbs of the city, originally intended for a factory. Due to recent changes in business, I wish to sell it. Are you interested in taking it over? Chen Yang looked at him puzzled. Wang, you should discuss selling the land with Lu. He is in real estate. Before Wang could respond, Lu Shiji interjected, explaining that area is too remote. Currently, developing residential properties there poses significant risks. Chen Yang still did not grasp Lu Shiji's point. So if I buy it, there is no risk? Lu Shiji clarified. You could establish a transfer station there. It's south, quite close to the new South train station under construction. Is it really that close? Chen Yang felt a spark of interest. Lu Shiji held up a finger, stating, it's only a kilometer away. Would you say that is close? Just a kilometer? That location must be quite good. Chen Yang said, Du hesitata. Wang, how large is that piece of land? What is the price? Wang replied, 10 acres. I purchased it for 10 million. And I'm offering it to you at that original price. The urban development in Xingqing will expand to the outskirts within a few years, and land prices will rise accordingly. Hearing that it was available at the original price, Chen Yang decided against bargaining. All right, my money is still in the stock market. Is it acceptable if I pay you in a few days? No problem. Chen Yang, you've done me a great favor. Wang excitedly shook Chen Yang's hand, feeling that Chen Yang was his lucky star. Gentlemen, I'll treat you tonight. Just let me know where you'd like to go for a good time. It depends on the intentions of General Chen. I am quite indifferent. You may proceed. I must return home to report to my wife. Chen Yang was aware of their destination and politely declined. Very well. I shall take you to see Mr. Wang's land tomorrow. Lu Shiji, recognizing that Chen Yang's interests diverged from his own, did not press the matter further. After bidding farewell to Lu Shiji and Mr. Wang, Chen Yang called EXIN. Hello. Sister XIN, is Sister Anna there? She is beside me. What is the matter? I just purchased a plot of land near the Southern High-Speed Railway Station in Star City. I was wondering if she could expedite the process and handle the subsequent paperwork. Did Mr. Wang sell you that piece of land? Indeed, Sister XIN is aware. He is a member of Wuju, so such an important matter would naturally prompt him to seek my assistance in connecting with buyers. However, the few buyers I contacted deemed the price of 20 million too steep. Oh, that explains why he only wanted 10 million from me. We're en route to Qingshui. You handle the paperwork yourself. All right, my company's materials and seal are in Qingshui, so please remember to bring them back when you return. Understood. After hanging up, EXN, visibly irate, remarked to Shun Anna in the passenger seat, how is it that Chen Yang is so fortunate? He wins the lottery, bets on games and wins. And his stocks soar. We've only been apart for a few hours, and he has managed to acquire another desirable plot at a bargain. It seems he monopolizes all the good fortune in the world. Chen Yang pondered. Unless he is the reincarnation of a fortune god, there must be some ancestral blessing at play. Impossible. Xin quickly dismissed Chen Yang's speculation. I secretly took a feng shui master to examine his ancestral grave. It was quite ordinary, seemingly just a random plot of land. Chen Yang gazed at Xin in astonishment. I knew it. You must have some unresolved issues. Even his ancestral grave is on your mind. Xin rolled her eyes at her. I merely took a glance. I did nothing. Chen Yang was skeptical. She knew Xin well. With your temperament, how could you have done nothing? Xin swore. I truly bear no grudge against Chen Yang. I'm simply curious about his luck. Still unconvinced, Chen Yang suddenly felt something outside the window, watching her as the sky darkened. Yiking, should we not wait until tomorrow to leave? Something feels off. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing by day have nothing to fear from ghosts at night. We are upright, and just, what is there to fear? Xin remained unmoved. Suddenly, a black dog leaped from the grass by the roadside. Bang! Chapter 64. The capable CEO Chen Yang was fortunate today, having acquired a promising plot for 1 million, due to its proximity to the high-speed railway station. He intended to establish the future headquarters of a trade company for agricultural products for the common folk. The 30 tons of watermelons transported from Qingshui had sold half, netting him 15,000 yuan. With an 8-cent purchase price and selling at 5 jiao, after deducting costs, labor, and shipping, he had earned several thousand. The remaining, after losses, would yield at least over 10,000. He deemed it necessary to establish several distribution points, not only to sell more watermelons, but also to mitigate losses from the agricultural supermarket for the common folk. As for delivery, having heard that he had become an internet celebrity on Qingwang, Chen Yang decided not to personally handle it any longer. Furthermore, the cargo capacity of his BMW was limited and far less efficient than that of a truck. Each delivery prompted Chen Mei to express her concerns about expenses. Chen Yang, understanding her frugality, refrained from arguing, recognizing that this aunt had painstakingly supported both him and Zhao Qian through college by being meticulous with finances. Such deeply ingrained habits could not be altered overnight. After dinner, Chen Yang arranged accommodations for his staff before preparing to head home, only to receive another call from Xin. Chen Yang, please come to Yuju to pick up Anna. Sister Xin, didn't you say you were heading back to Qingshui? I have a last-minute matter to attend to. Hurry over. At this late hour, why not wait until tomorrow? That one do, we must leave tonight. Chen Yang found this peculiar, sensing that Chen Yang must be involved in something significant. The social situation in Star City had been stable these past few days, and he had not heard of any earth-shattering events occurring. His curiosity about Xin's anxiety grew. As she remained silent, Chen Yang decided to subtly probe Chen Yang. To his surprise, upon asking a few questions, she saw through his intentions. Chen Yang, you need not be anxious. It's nothing serious. It's just that my fiancé is getting married tomorrow, and I am not the bride. Chen Yang fell silent. Such matters would be disheartening for anyone. In truth, there are many good men in this world. Consider yourself fortunate to have avoided a scoundrel. Thank you for the consolation. I understand the logic, Chen Yang replied, not wishing to delve further into her romantic troubles. Seeing her quiet, Chen Yang drove on, but after about half an hour, Chen Yang suddenly became tense. Her eyes fixed on the roadside. Chen Yang, have you seen anything strange? Not at all. Why do you ask? Have you dreamt of anything unusual lately? Perhaps a family elder? Not at all. I've been utterly exhausted these days, sleeping soundly until dawn. Oh, I see. That's quite fortunate. Chen Yang found Chen Yang's behavior odd. Did the professors in the United States still teach about ghosts? Not at all. I'm a staunch materialist. Then have you perhaps done something you regret? Does it involve me? Absolutely not. I'm just a bit tired. Let me rest for a while. Chen Yang quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. As they had only just met, Chen Yang felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply. Throughout the journey, his phone received numerous calls. Lin Wei had already received Xin's call, inquiring about their arrival time in Qingshui so she could arrange accommodations. Du Wei needed to report on the supermarket's performance. Facing daily losses and a busy schedule, her situation mirrored that of Chen Mei. Lu Qingqing notified him to check his email for the latest poverty alleviation orders. Her tone was enthusiastic, leading Chen Yang to estimate that the order volume was substantial. Su Mingwei persistently questioned when he would sell off his shares in Xingqing Heavy Industry. Chen Yang reassured her to get some rest. In his previous life, Chen Yang had been overwhelmed by financial constraints. In this life, even with wealth, he still felt incredibly busy. What an irony. He couldn't help but sigh. With your charm, how could you ever feel troubled? The feigning Shun Anna noticed Chen Yang's discontent after he finished his calls and became curious. First, the so-called charm you mention only pertains to my wife. The rest are merely professional relationships. Second, everyone has their burdens. Is that so? What troubles you? I'm simply too busy and have no time to enjoy my wealth. Sister Anna, you're a Harvard graduate and a senior executive at a Fortune 500 company. Your capabilities must be impressive. I shall entrust the management of my trade company to you. Don't burden me with psychological pressure. I believe in your capabilities. Chen Yang, I am not an 18-year-old girl. If you wish to brainwash someone, at least choose an appropriate target. Shun Anna felt a surge of annoyance. Initially, she had ambitions to achieve great things, but Chen Yang's comments made her feel as if she had boarded a ship destined for trouble. Sister, I felt an immediate connection upon first seeing you. Why don't we become sworn siblings? Enough. I am merely going to Qingshui to clear my mind. Your agricultural company holds no interest for me. Shin Anna could not bear Chen Yang any longer and decided to continue feigning sleep. Chen Yang sighed, what a pity. I was hoping you could assist me in taking the company public. Planning to go public? How much do you intend to invest? Shin Anna's interest piqued instantly. Chen Yang raised a finger, 100 million. What do you think? Shin Anna brightened at the prospect. No problem, as long as you're willing to spend money. I'm happy to play along. Money is certainly not an issue. However, Chen Yang, concerned that she might not take her career seriously, added, you must discuss your plans with me first. Good steel must be used on the cutting edge, right? Shun Anna let out a cold laugh, realizing that this young man was quite astute. While he spoke of brotherhood, when it came to financial matters, he was all business. Don't worry, sister. I've seen plenty of the world. A mere 100 million is not something I take lightly. Let us enjoy our collaboration. Chen Yang attempted to shake hands with Shun Anna again, but she declined. Drive safely and pay attention. As you command, my esteemed CO. Shin Anna felt a shiver run down her spine. Observing Chen Yang's smug smile, she suddenly feared that this trip to Qingshui might not bode well. At midnight, the two finally arrived at Qingshui. Lin Wei had already booked a room for Shun Anna at the municipal government's guest house. Nevertheless, Shin Anna insisted on staying at Lin Wei and Chen Yang's rental, claiming she hadn't seen Lin Wei in ages and wished to catch up. Thus, they indeed spent the entire night chatting, reminiscing about the joyful days of their childhood and sharing the intriguing stories from their lives apart. Surprisingly, by dawn, both were quite energetic. After breakfast, one set off to work at the government office with a spirited demeanor, while the other sat intently in Chen Yang's makeshift office, reviewing various documents and stamps of the local agricultural products company. This scenario left Chen Yang both worried and pleased. He was concerned that a fatigued Shin Anna would face repercussions from EXIN, yet he was delighted to finally have a capable CEO to share the burdens of a new company. Chapter 65, Confirming the Headquarters Address. Chen Yang prepared the necessary materials and stamps for his journey to Xingqing to handle the land transfer procedures with General Manager Wang. He instructed Shun Anna to explore Qingshui City to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Shun Anna disagreed, insisting on accompanying Chen Yang to Xingqing, claiming she wanted to immediately enter work mode. As the boss, Chen Yang naturally wished for Shun Anna to quickly step up and share the workload. Yet he had not forgotten EXIN's instructions. At least for today, Shun Anna could not stay in Xingqing. However, before Chen Yang could devise a reason to decline Shun Anna's request, she had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. With no other option, he called EXIN to discuss the situation. She advised him to drive slowly and to delay their arrival until after the scoundrel's wedding was over. Chen Yang found it difficult to comprehend EXIN's reasoning. Why should Shun Anna avoid the scoundrel when he was the one in the wrong? Yet Xian's voice on the phone was stern. Chen Yang, if you don't want to witness a tragedy, you'd better keep a close watch on Anna. A tragedy? Was the other party part of the underworld, intent on murder? I would actually prefer if that scoundrel were in the mafia. That would simplify matters. What is there to fear? My concern is for Anna. She truly might resort to violence. All right, I shall try to arrive later. As Chen Yang gazed at the slumbering Shin Anna, her delicate features appeared serene and peaceful, with long eyelashes gently resting upon her closed eyes, resembling two crescent moons. The slight upward curve of her lips seemed to carry a hint of an elusive smile, evoking a sense of affection. Such a gentle soul could have violent tendencies? Chen Yang was reluctant to believe it. Yet, having been warned by Xian, he felt the need to remain vigilant. With only 10 kilometers remaining to Xingqing, he parked the car by the roadside, locked the passenger door, and began to rest his eyes. However, he had not been resting long when Shun Anna awoke, urging him to hurry and sign the contract with General Manager Wang, lest he change his mind. Chen Yang was confident that General Manager Wang, who intended to develop in the south, would not backtrack. He sensed that Shun Anna was merely seeking an excuse to create a scene at the scoundrel's wedding. In principle, he supported Shun Anna's desire to disrupt the event, provided she did not act excessively. To mitigate any potential issues, Chen Yang called Lu Shiji, asking him to arrange for General Manager Wang to sign the contract at Weiju. With 3 strong men present, surely Shin Anna would not cause any trouble. Chen Yang drove to Weiju. Although Xian was absent, she had already informed her subordinates to allow Chen Yang entry. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yang voiced his grievances to Shin Anna. Sister Anna, you should talk to Sister Xian. We are all business people, so why can others come, but I cannot? Is it that I cannot afford the membership fee? Shun Anna smiled and replied, if Xian doesn't want you there, she must have her reasons. If you truly have difficulties, she can help you resolve them without you needing to be present. Chen Yang countered, there are many business people here. I simply wish to make a few more connections and expand my network. Is it too much to ask? Shin Anna disagreed with Chen Yang's viewpoint. Based on my experience abroad, you don't need to do that. Those with true strength will naturally seek you out as a friend. Conversely, no matter how hard you try, you won't gain recognition otherwise. Chen Yang responded, the situation in our country differs from that abroad. Without engaging in personal relationships, many matters simply cannot be accomplished. I can't always rely on Sister Xian to intervene for everything. Shun Anna inquired, should I speak to her on your behalf and seek a small favor? Chen Yang nodded eagerly. Ultimately, however, Xian still refused, stating that if there were matters to be addressed, Shun Anna, as the CEO, could handle them. Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, Lu Shiji and General Manager Wang arrived promptly. After dining together, they inspected the site, and upon confirming that everything was in order, Chen Yang officially signed the land transfer contract. Shun Anna suggested that Chen Yang establish the headquarters of the Agricultural Products Trading Company on this plot of land. Her reasoning was straightforward. As the provincial capital, Xingqing boasted a better brand image than Qingshui, with a broader array of resources and comprehensive supporting services. Lu Shiji concurred with her perspective and willingly took on the responsibility of constructing the headquarters. Initially, Chen Yang had only intended to set up the Agricultural Products Trading Company and supermarket to resolve the marital discord between his brother-in-law Lin Feng and his wife. He had never envisioned such grand endeavors. Yet, under various influences, not only was he now heading toward an IPO, but he also needed to establish a headquarters. It was quite a poignant realization. After careful consideration, Chen Yang ultimately decided to accept Shun Anna's proposal to build a headquarters in Xingqing and a branch office in Qingshui. With sufficient funds at hand, other concerns became trivial. Once all tasks were completed, Chen Yang took Shin Anna to rest at Xian's villa in Wulong Mountain Villa. When it was just the two of them, Shan Anna suddenly broke down in tears, crying fiercely, filled with sorrow and despair. Chen Yang watched, his heart aching. Yet he refrained from intervening. He understood that only by allowing Shun Anna to fully express her emotions could they steer towards a more positive direction. Chen Yang, why are men so quick to change their hearts? We once loved each other for 10 years, yet after just 4 years apart, he has turned his back. I believe the primary reason lies in the distance. While distance can create beauty, it also fosters estrangement. In a long-distance relationship, even 4 months can be unbearable. Is that so? Yet why can't I let go? Perhaps it's because you lack an affinity for American culture or the culture there. Deep down, you may not wish to integrate into that world. Now that you're back, you will eventually meet someone more suitable. I'm not that foolish. It's not as though I can't survive without men. That's true. Focus on your work. I'm counting on you to help the company go public. All right, you should head back now. I need some time alone to reflect. Chen Yang did not move, even though Shen Anna had already vented her emotions. Until Yi Xin returned, he remained uneasy. He knew that individuals experiencing emotional setbacks were often very sensitive. Even if they did not intend to harm others, they could inadvertently hurt themselves. Regardless of the outcome, it was not what he wished to witness. Shen Anna, observing that Chen Yang showed no signs of leaving, reclined on the sofa, curling up her body as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Witnessing her pitiable demeanor, he could not help but sigh inwardly. In his past life, he too had been grievously wounded by love. A woman who had shared his life for 2 decades turned out to be merely a pawn in a grand scheme. Ironically, even in his suffering, he had to grit his teeth and shoulder the responsibilities of a man. Had it not been for Zhang Jun's company facing an unexpected crisis, and Tang Kuan revealing the truth, he would still be ensnared in a web of delusion. Chapter 66. Seizing the primary market. Chen Yang found himself waiting in vain for Yi Xin to return home. As darkness fell, he resorted to using her kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of beef noodles. This woman was much like Lu Qingqing, with her refrigerator brimming with ingredients, yet refusing to cook. As the noodles boiled, Shen Anna was drawn by the enticing aroma and made her way down. Upon tasting them, she found them to her liking and gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. Chen Yang, you are quite impressive, earning money, handsome, and your noodles are delicious. I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Wei. Chen Yang really shed hair price, though he feigned modesty, replying, to be honest, aside from being somewhat handsome, I'm rather average in other respects. Shen Anna gazed at him, suddenly struck by a revelation. With a sigh, she remarked, actually, that person, aside from his culinary incompetence, is quite similar to you. In my youth, I even fell out with my parents for him, only to end up alone in the end. Chen Yang inquired, who is this person? What does he do? Let me take care of him. Shen Anna replied, his name is Wang Yichen, the future heir of Wang Real Estate. Wang Real Estate? Chen Yang paused, realizing that it was the same company that had, in his previous life, been embroiled in the International New City No. 8 debacle. Rest assured, his days of fortune are numbered. Why? Shen Anna, intrigued by Chen Yang's confidence, asked. Chen Yang, feigning mystery, replied, I just quietly cast a spell on him. Shen Anna shot him an incredulous glance and continued eating her noodles. I truly did. Chen Yang insisted earnestly. My spell is quite effective. He will surely face retribution. Though Shen Anna remained skeptical, she felt a warmth in her heart. It had been years since she had enjoyed the company of someone who could lift her spirits during her gloomy moments. After finishing her meal, and with Yi Xin still absent, Shen Anna broached the topic of work, discussing the agricultural product surplus in Qingshui City. She suddenly conceived what she believed to be a brilliant idea. Chen Yang, I think you should seize this opportunity to sign long-term contracts with those involved in the agricultural industry. By capturing Qingshui City's primary market, you will gain leverage for future wholesale and retail endeavors. That's a daunting task. There are thousands of farmers involved in the industry in Qingshui City. I'm no Sun Wukong, able to manifest countless shadows to conduct business negotiations, Chen Yang admitted, though he had contemplated this before. He had recruited staff at the Labor Bureau in Qingshui City for several days, but found no suitable candidates. There's no need for you to personally handle everything. Shen Anna suggested, hire more salespeople and delegate tasks to them. Chen Yang sighed. Most of the residents in Qingshui City are laid-off workers. While they may follow instructions, getting them to engage in sales is genuinely challenging. They are reluctant to even venture to the county towns surrounding Qingshui. Shen Anna pondered for a moment and said, you could recruit in Xingqing. With the current lack of job placements for university graduates, if you offer a higher salary and better benefits, I'm certain many would be tempted. University students are quick learners. If you invest in some professional training, they could be ready to work in no time. Chen Yang found her reasoning sound and readily agreed with her suggestion. Shin Anna continued, "As for the contracts, I recommend you hire the best lawyers. Don't hesitate to spend a little more. It's crucial to bind these merchants to our company to prevent competitors from exploiting them later." Chen Yang hesitated at this suggestion. The list of farmers in Qingshui City had been provided by Su Li. If the contracts were overly stringent, any unrest from the farmers would inevitably involve Su Li and Lin Wei. Conversely, if he did not utilize Su Li's list, the manpower and time required would multiply, leading to inefficiencies and heightened risk of detection by competitors. While engaging a professional legal team was an option, the contracts should not be overly complex. They must be comprehensible to the farmers, ensuring that if disputes arose, they would be in a position of strength. Shun Anna cautioned, in business, one must not be overly merciful, otherwise it could lead to significant losses. Chen Yang explained, "If the contracts are too harsh, my wife will certainly disapprove. She oversees agriculture and rural affairs, and the farmers list was provided by her team. If anything goes awry, they would bear the responsibility." Shun Anna fell silent. Had it been Xin, she would undoubtedly have supported her without hesitation. But Lin Wei was different. Her grandfather had been a renowned iron-fisted figure during his tenure in Dongjiang province. If they angered him, both she and Chen Yang would suffer the consequences. "How about we ease the terms for the Qingshui city contracts while tightening them for other regions? Since you're aiming to establish a network across Dongjiang province, it would be wise to lay the groundwork early." Chen Yang, lacking a better solution at the moment, reluctantly accepted her counsel, his primary concern being the impact on Lin Wei's future. Once they reached a consensus, Xin finally returned. Seeing Chen Yang and Shun Anna in pleasant conversation surprised her. "You two have been alone together for so long. Given that someone here has an emotional void, I hope nothing untoward has transpired?" Shun Anna shot Xin a glare. "Can men and women not converse about anything other than that? For instance, work? Absolutely not. Yekin replied digicivity. At least, the unpleasant men I've encountered have all masked their ulterior motives under the guise of work." Chen Yang sensed a clash with Xin and prepared to retreat. "What? Feeling guilty? I knew you two must be up to something." Xin Jia, have you ever seen a man and woman engage in such activities without disrobing? Are we to believe in soul cultivation? Soul cultivation? Is that even a thing? Chen Yang decided to leave. Continuing the conversation might lead Xin to spread unfounded rumors to Lin Wei, and he had no desire to become the topic of gossip. As Shun Anna witnessed Chen Yang fleeing, she hurried after him to remind him, "Don't forget to prepare 10 million in startup funds for the company account." Chen Yang, wishing for his stocks to rise for a couple more days, replied, "You might want to borrow from Xin GF for now. I'll repay her once I sell the stocks." Xin, recalling Chen Yang's stocks, felt irritated. "Borrowing is fine, but you must pay interest. Not much, just 1 million. Heh, the interest negotiations are between you and our CEO. If she agrees to reduce company expenses, I have no objections," Chen Yang quipped before driving off. Once Chen Yang's car disappeared, Shun Anna turned back and began to scold Xin. "Chen Yang is at least Lin Wei's man. Can't you treat him a bit better?" Xin was both amused and exasperated by Shun Anna's remarks. "This guy has made a fortune in the stock market riding on my shoulders. Anyone else would have been dealt with long ago. And as for the International New City project, despite my warnings for him to stay out of it, he still managed to mess it up. You should have seen how those two were flirting. It was truly nauseating." "Don't worry," Shin Anna said nonchalantly. "Chen Yang has assured me that the days of that scoundrel are numbered." Xin was left speechless. Shin Anna had actually fallen for such a flimsy ruse aimed at deceiving naive women. Chapter 67. The Scapegoat Zhao Xiaoli. After Chen Yang emerged from the Wulong Mountain Villa, he received a call from his aunt, Chun Chunmei, urging him to visit the Sunshine Garden community due to an urgent matter. Upon his arrival at the entrance of the community, he was met with a throng of onlookers surrounding the sales office, their animated discussions drawing even the attention of a police vehicle from the local precinct. Chen Chunmei was standing at the roadside near the entrance, and upon noticing Chen Yang's car, she hurried over. Chen Yang, just moments ago, a few women assaulted Xiao Zhao and berated her as a mistress. You must go and check on her, she implored. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Yang instructed his aunt to return to the supermarket before he called Lu Shiji. Brother Jia, there's a commotion at the sales office instigated by your wife. What's the situation with Manager Zhao? What situation could there be? It's merely my wife, idle at home, letting her imagination run wild, he replied. Are you certain there's nothing amiss? Chen Yang said. I'm with you daily. If there were an issue, would I conceal it? Besides, I have no habit of courting danger in my own backyard. So, there is indeed someone else? Men are prone to frivolous escapades. I maintain my boundaries. What about your wife? It's undesirable for her to persist in this ruckus. Allow me to make a call to have her return. As for Zhao Xiaoli, let her take a break for a while. Her salary and bonuses will remain unaffected. You must address the root of the problem. If your wife continues to cause disturbances, it will adversely affect the entire community. Understood. Please help me reassure Zhao Xiaoli, and I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up, Chen Yang waited in his car for a few minutes. Shortly thereafter, 5 women exited the sales office. The leader, in her 30s, was quite attractive, albeit somewhat lacking in physical fitness, and walked with an air of hostility. Her demeanor suggested she was Lu Shiji's first wife. Chen Yang, wishing to avoid entanglement in Lu Shiji's domestic affairs, waited until they departed before exiting his vehicle. The police officer present was a friend of Chun Bing, who had also attended the supermarket's opening. Chen Yang greeted him, slipping him 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and requesting his assistance in dispersing the crowd. Once the spectators had cleared away, Chen Yang entered the sales office. Inside, chaos reigned. Zhao Xiaoli sat sobbing on the floor, her hair disheveled, her clothing reduced to mere undergarments, and her face bearing distinct handprints. Several female employees from the sales department surrounded her, offering comfort. Chen Yang had someone help Zhao Xiaoli into her coat, and, on behalf of Lu Shiji, instructed the other employees to leave for the day. Manager Zhao, Mr. Lu has advised you to take a few days off to avoid the turmoil. Your salary and bonuses will continue, as usual. Zhao Xiaoli did not respond. Instead, her sobs grew louder. Chen Yang sighed, saying, I know you are innocent. It is absurd that a young woman, merely for her beauty, is disregarded for her professional capabilities and wrongfully accused of being a mistress. Yet this is the harsh reality. If you occupy a lower position, you must endure various rumors and slanders. Feeling wronged, Zhao Xiaoli lamented, I neither steal nor cheat. I work diligently every day. Why must I suffer such indignity? When Miss Lu came last time, I explained everything, and I have kept my distance from Mr. Lu, yet they still refuse to believe me. Chen Yang found it peculiar. Lu Shiji had been with him consistently, and Zhao Xiaoli had been primarily at the supermarket aside from work. There was no reason for Lu Shiji's wife to confront her. Contemplating, he asked, Have you offended anyone recently? Zhao Xiaoli shook her head. Chen Yang speculated, Could it be that someone is envious of you, deliberately slandering you to Mrs. Lu? If they can displace you, they can take your position. Zhao Xiaoli furrowed her brow, acknowledging the possibility. However, with a dozen employees at the sales office, she had no idea who might be plotting against her. Moreover, Mrs. Lu was known to be entirely unreasonable. Chen Yang advised her, Perhaps you should heed Mr. Lu's counsel and take a break. Once your position is usurped, the truth will inevitably come to light. Zhao Xiaoli's spirits dampened further at his suggestion. Mr. Chun, this idea is hardly beneficial. Are you suggesting that I endure this injustice and also lose my job? Reassuring her, Chen Yang said, Rest assured, Mr. Lu is not a heartless individual. He will surely compensate you for the wrongs you have endured. Should you find yourself bored during your leave, I may have some side work for you. Zhao Xiaoli inquired, You're not going to ask me to sell watermelons, are you? Chen Yang chucked. Selling watermelons can indeed be profitable, though it comes with exposure to the elements, lacking the comfort of selling houses. Naturally, I would seek to utilize your strengths. Selling watermelons would hardly do you justice. What exactly do you have in mind? Zhao Xiaoli pressed. Chen Yang explained, My agricultural products company intends to expand operations, adding numerous storefronts in Xinjiang and surrounding cities. As someone experienced in real estate sales, you must have an extensive network. Would you be interested in assisting in securing storefronts? I will offer you a bonus of 2,000 yuan for each one acquired. Zhao Xiaoli felt a surge of excitement. Selling homes is about persuading others to spend, while purchasing properties places you in a position of demand. Mr. Chen, what type of storefronts are you looking for, and do you have specific requirements? Chen Yang considered. In the 8 districts of Xinjiang, I aim for 4 stores in each district, with 4 to 6 storefronts per store. The storefronts should not be too proximate to one another and must be located near essential service areas. Zhao Xiaoli calculated in her mind. Completing this task could earn her a bonus of at least 265,000 yuan, enough to purchase a decent apartment in Xinjiang or to start her own business. Mr. Chen, are you certain you're not jesting? Chen Yang replied, you possess great capability and a kind heart. I have long appreciated your efforts at my aunt's supermarket, and I have not had the chance to express my gratitude. Consider this task as a means of repaying a favor. Mr. Chen, I have merely done inconsequential things. This favor seems rather grand, Zhao Xiaoli expressed with slight embarrassment, as her monthly salary and bonuses barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. Chen Yang's offer would save her a decade of toil. Favor is favor, and work is work. If the storefronts you find do not meet my expectations, you will not receive the payment, he clarified. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in assurance. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will dedicate myself to this endeavor. Pleased with her commitment, Chen Yang noted her still seated on the floor and teased. You surely have no time left to lounge on the ground now, do you? Embarrassed, Zhao Xiaoli rose and dusted herself off. All right, I will speak with Mr. Liu and arrange for him to provide you with a vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Yang waved goodbye to Zhao Xiaoli before returning to the supermarket to update Chen Chunmei. His aunt held a favorable view of Zhao Xiaoli. Chapter 68. A Fortune in the Billions. A truckload of 30 tons of watermelons, sold below market price, still yielded over 20,000 yuan in profit. Chen Yang was astounded by the remarkable return rates in the primary agricultural market. Of course, he recognized that such a lucrative period would not last indefinitely. The nature of domestic merchants is to follow trends. As soon as the public's agricultural product supermarkets flourish, many competitors would inevitably emerge, leading to a vicious cycle of cutthroat competition. Thus, Chen Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Shun Anna's perspective in order to seize the primary market before everyone else fully comprehended the situation. He did not aspire to monopolize the entire Dongjiang province. Acquiring some quality resources would suffice. As for enlisting Zhao Xiaoli to procure storefronts, this strategy aimed not only to establish a presence in Xinjiang, but also to reduce operational costs. The future of brick-and-mortar businesses faces challenges from the rise of e-commerce, with exorbitant rents being a significant factor. Chen Yang did not wish to be constrained by rental costs. By purchasing the storefronts and leasing them to the public agricultural product supermarket for operation, he could secure stable rental income while flexibly adjusting rental strategies based on the supermarket's profitability. If the supermarket operates successfully, flourishing in business and generating substantial profits, then Chen Yang will be able to derive greater rental income from it. Moreover, even in the unfortunate event of the supermarket incurring losses, Chen Yang need not fret over potential significant losses. He can judiciously adjust the rent in accordance with the actual circumstances, thereby assisting the supermarket in reducing operational costs, alleviating financial pressure, and enhancing the likelihood of weathering the storm. In essence, as long as the shop belongs to him, regardless of the supermarket's fluctuating operational status, Chen Yang can adeptly navigate the challenges and remain in a position of strength. With regard to the charity initiative by Qin Wang aimed at supporting local farmers, Chen Yang intends to incorporate a selection of locally sourced agricultural products. When compared to the conventional vegetables available in the market, these distinctive products, particularly the rare mountain goods, are far more likely to entice purchasing interest. After conferring with Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang initiated a month-long essay contest on the Qingwang Forum, themed exploring the beauty of mountain goods, savoring nature's gifts. To encourage broader participation, he established a grand prize of 5,000 yuan, one first prize, 3 second prizes of 3,000 yuan each, 10 third prizes of 1,000 yuan each, and 50 special participation awards of 100 yuan each. Additionally, Chen Yang reached out to Lin Wei via telephone to inquire if she could enlist Su Li's assistance in recruiting several esteemed editors and writers from Dongjiang province to serve as judges for the final assessment of the contest. Lin Wei responded promptly, confirming that Su Li agreed to help coordinate and would also provide Chen Yang with photographs of distinctive agricultural products from Qingshui City. Chen Yang subsequently incorporated these images into the contest details, offering creators clearer inspiration and direction for their submissions. Following the launch of the essay contest, numerous netizens from other counties in Dongjiang province who had come to Xingqing to develop their careers eagerly participated, bringing a fresh wave of traffic to Qinghuan. After incurring a slight financial loss, Chen Yang formally began contemplating the sale of shares in Xingqing Heavy Industry, as his financial obligations had become quite pressing. Mr. Wang required 10 million for land acquisition, while the launch capital for the local agricultural products trading company also amounted to 10 million. Zhao Xiaoli's venture into purchasing a shop was conservatively estimated to exceed 30 million. The company had officially commenced operations, necessitating the search for a suitable office space and the acquisition of vehicles, in addition to the commuting vehicle for himself and Shun Anna. A fleet of small delivery trucks was also required, which would likely consume several million. Furthermore, expenses related to long-distance transport, storage of goods, and employee wages represented a significant financial burden. Nonetheless, despite his financial constraints, Chen Yang insisted that Su Mingyue sell the stocks at no less than 18 yuan. Fully aware that this figure was not the ceiling for Xingqing Heavy Industry post-restructuring, with expectations of surpassing 20 yuan. Su Mingyue had been unable to eat or sleep well for several days, plagued by dreams of Xingqing Heavy Industries stocks turning green. Yet, Chen Yang remained calm and even offered her words of comfort. Once Chen Yang finally relented, she felt an immense sense of relief and immediately shared the news with the company's executives. The upper management of Xingqing Securities had also been awaiting Chen Yang's announcement. They suspected that he possessed insider information and had discreetly acquired some shares of Xingqing Heavy Industry, although most believed the company had the potential for a higher valuation. After a collective meeting, they decided to align their strategies with Chen Yang's. The substantial sell-off by Xingqing Securities quickly caught the attention of investors. After all, it was Xingqing Securities' significant investment that had catalyzed the revival of Xingqing Heavy Industry. What's going on? Is there trouble with Xingqing Heavy Industry again? Not sure, but I placed 10 limit orders at a rising price just to test the waters, and they executed instantly. I placed an order for 50 shares at 18 yuan, and it also executed immediately. I was hoping to ride the coattails of this, but it seems I might end up being the one left behind. Don't panic. Institutional sell-offs don't necessarily signal bad news. They may have simply made enough profit to exit early. If there were genuinely negative news, the market would have tanked. Rest assured, I've checked with insiders, and there are no issues with Xingqing Heavy Industry. Despite the fluctuations instigated by Xingqing Securities, the market enthusiasm remained undeterred, and Xingqing Heavy Industry ultimately closed at its upper limit. For Chen Yang, the future trajectory of Xingqing Heavy Industry had become inconsequential. In this transaction, he had accrued a profit of 120 million, firmly establishing himself as a billionaire. Chen Yang, what stock do you plan to purchase next? Su Mingyue inquired with great delight, having earned a commission of 42,000 yuan from the sale of Chen Yang and Lu Shiji's stocks. Additionally, her position had transitioned from a regular employee at Xingqing Securities to a business manager. Shouldn't that question be directed at me? Chen Yang reminded her. Wasn't Xingqing Heavy Industry your recommendation? Su Mingyue paused in surprise. She had always assumed Chen Yang had insider information, as the company executives had consistently reinforced that notion. She was astonished to realize that Chen Yang had merely acted on her recommendation without prior knowledge of the situation. Well, I suppose I should do some research. Suddenly, Su Mingyue felt an immense weight of responsibility. Having just made a promising start, she could not afford to tarnish her reputation. After hanging up with Su Mingyue, Chen Yang received a call from Lu Shiji. Chen Yang, which stock should we buy next? This time, I'm planning to invest a bit more. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for Su Mingyue's recommendation as well. However, I must caution you that the stock market carries risks, and not every investment guarantees returns. What amount are you considering investing? 20 million. And you? I'll keep 10 million for some fun. Chapter 69. Wealth in the deep mountains has distant kin. Since the opening of the local agricultural product supermarket, Chen Yang had been traversing between Xingqing and Qingshui, leaving him somewhat fatigued. With over 100 million now in his account and a total net worth approaching 200 million, he decided to take a brief respite to recharge his body. Chen Yang called his cousin, Zhao Qian, intending to take her to the Xingqing International Shopping Center for a leisurely outing. As she was about to embark on her university journey, he wanted to broaden her horizons and prevent her from being deceived by unscrupulous individuals. In his previous life, Zhao Qian had endured a tumultuous romantic journey. In her freshman year, she encountered a dubious character from outside the campus, and later suffered at the hands of a scoundrel, only finding her true happiness at the age of 30. With his rebirth, Chen Yang certainly wished for her to avoid repeating such misfortunes. However, upon arriving at the supermarket in Sunshine Garden Community to pick up Zhao Qian, he encountered two guests from Chenjia village, one male and one female. The male, Chen Dali, had been a classmate of Chen Yang in elementary school, and they had played together as children. He was of modest height, around 170, with dark skin and a robust physique, clearly accustomed to physical labor. The female was Chen Dali's mother, Ma Xiaoyun, in her 40s, one of the few women in Chenjia village with whom Chen Chunmei could converse. Perhaps due to their overnight train journey, they both carried an unpleasant odor. Having experienced the days of traveling on green-skinned trains, Chen Yang was not bothered by their scent. In fact, he found himself quite fond of the mother and son. In his previous life, after Chen Yang's ancestral home was occupied, they had been among the few in the village willing to speak out on his behalf. Aunt Yun, Dali. It has been a long time. Chen Yang, I can't believe you still remember Aunt Yun. Emma Xiaoyun Grusping Yang S. Hendigfli Reminiscing. It's been 10 years since we last met. You've grown so tall. Chen Yang smiled. Dali and our classmates. I often visited your home for meals as a child. How could I forget? Let us not dwell on those times, Ma Xiaoyun said, feeling somewhat embarrassed that Chen Yang remembered their childhood. You know our family situation is modest. We don't have much to offer. Chen Yang was reminded of fond memories, feeling a pang of nostalgia. In their childhood, when the entire village was impoverished, everyone supported one another, helping to navigate through tough times. Rather, it is after certain individuals suddenly acquire wealth that the complexities of human nature begin to unravel. A segment of the affluent seeks to elevate their status above others in the village, engaging in various machinations against those they deem inferior. Conversely, some impoverished individuals, who are unwilling to exert effort, feign brotherhood while covertly plotting mischief, secretly wishing for the wealthy to be reduced to their former selves. Additionally, a group of honest but destitute individuals finds themselves caught in the middle, enduring the oppression of both factions. Consequently, Chen Yang is exceedingly reluctant to return to that community. However, the members of that community have no intention of letting him go, dispatching Ma Xiaoyun and her son as intermediaries. Chen Yang, we are here at the behest of the village chief. We hope you can return and lead everyone to a better life. Aunt Yun, if you're struggling in our hometown, you may assist in my Aunt's supermarket. Salary and benefits will not be an issue. As for returning, let us not discuss it. I'm no longer a member of Chun Family Village. Chen Yang, the matter of your household registration's return has been collectively approved in the village meeting. Moreover, the land left by your father has also been returned. Let's put this past us. After all, we share some kinship. Chen Yang snurred sleek flee. When he was without money or influence, those very people had turned their backs on him. Now that he possesses wealth and a powerful background, they suddenly remember their familial ties? What a farce. Aunt Yun, please convey to the village chief that I am quite busy lately and have no time to return. Ma Xiaoyun sighed, choosing not to press further. She understood Chen Yang's feelings. Those people were indeed oppressive. Were it not for the unbearable nuisance, she would not have taken on this thankless task. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Yang turned to Chen Dalai, asking Dalai, what are your thoughts? Will you stay here to help, or return home to develop? Chen Dalai genuinely wished to stay, but reality constrained him. Chen Yang, my father is immobile, and I still have my grandparents to care for. If I leave, my mother will be overwhelmed. Chen Yang had heard about his situation from Chen Chunmei. His father, while working with a small construction team in the village, had suffered a leg injury due to inadequate safety measures. Lacking funds for treatment at a major hospital, he was left with lasting complications and now walked with a limp, unable to perform strenuous labor. Why not consider starting a small business in town? I can assist with the funding. Chen Yang scratched his head awkwardly. I have never engaged in business. I know nothing about it. Chen Yang replied. Ignorance can be remedied through learning. I am aware of your family's circumstances. Relying solely on farming will not suffice. Here's what we can do. Open a store for purchasing agricultural products and sell them to my trading company. You won't need to deliver. I will arrange for pickups. Chen Yang, filled with excitement, grasped Chen Yang's hand, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Brother, you truly are a wonderful person. If you need anything in the future, I, Chen Yang, will go through fire and water for you. Chen Yang Chuklet, I am merely extending a helping hand, considering our shared past as classmates. Whether this endeavor succeeds will depend on your own efforts. Dalai nodded fervently, while Ma Xiaoyan, moved by the exchange, praised Chen Yang profusely in front of Chen Chunmei. Chen Chunmei, though offering polite words to Ma Xiaoyan, felt a surge of joy within. Chen Yang had achieved so much. At last, she felt she had fulfilled the expectations of her brother and sister-in-law, providing some measure of pride to the ancestors of the Chen family. Subsequently, Chen Yang patiently explained the detailed operational procedures and precautions for opening the agricultural products store to Chen Dalai. Before they knew it, several hours had passed. After lunch, Chen Yang took Chen Dalai and his mother on a tour of Star City, purchasing essential items and local specialties that were unavailable in Chen family village. Once their errands were complete, he escorted them to the train station. As a result of this flurry of activity, their plans to visit the International Shopping Center were postponed. Zhao Qian was not particularly pleased and insisted on compensation from Chen Yang. Unable to refuse her, he suggested she enroll in a driving school. Once she obtained her driver's license, he would buy her a car. With a vehicle, she could go wherever she pleased and even take Chen Chunmei and her husband on trips. Zhao Qian was delighted by this prospect and forgave Chen Yang. Chen Chunmei, observing from the side, couldn't he help but voice her concerns about their new house still needing renovations and furniture, lamenting how such expenditures would affect their future. Chen Yang released Miled, refraining from argument. The older generation held different perspectives, making communication challenging. Even if he disclosed his true financial standing to Chen Chunmei, it would likely change nothing. Indeed, he hesitated to reveal that he possessed 200 million, knowing it would only further disrupt her peace of mind. Chapter 70 reported. Chen Yang did not anticipate that, having spent only a few days in Star City, he would be compelled to return to Qingshui. Early one morning, Du Wei called him, informing him that the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket had been formally reported by a group of merchants, accusing Chen Yang of leveraging his father-in-law Lin Zhangwo's connections to engage in monopolistic practices. To mitigate the situation, Lin Zhangwo had already agreed via phone for Du Wei to temporarily cease operations. Upon finishing the call, Chen Yang sensed something amiss. The legal representative of the supermarket was Du Wei. He had always operated from the shadows and had not even attended the grand opening. How did these accusers come to know of his involvement? Chen Yang was not particularly worried about the supermarket's operations being affected, as all procedures were legitimate, and the promotional pricing was aimed at addressing the surplus of agricultural products in Qingshui, supported by Deputy Mayor Su Li in charge of agriculture. Lin Zhangwo had not exercised any privileges in this process. The individuals behind the reports must have had ulterior motives, managing to uncover Chen Yang's hidden role and his relationship with Lin Zhangwo in detail. Despite Du Wei's assurances that he need not worry, he resolved to drive back to Qingshui. Upon arriving at Shuangli Market, Chen Yang found the doors of the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket indeed shut. Scattered on the ground outside were numerous flyers proclaiming slogans condemning collusion between officials and merchants. Venturing inside Shuangli Market, he discovered Du Wei and Lin Feng's comrades sorting goods in the storefront. Outside, a throng of elderly individuals had gathered, imploring Du Wei to reopen the supermarket. Du Wei, unable to defy Lin Zhangwo's orders, could only patiently persuade them, but the results were far from satisfactory. Seeing Chen Yang return brought Du Yue a sense of relief. "Chen Yang, what should we do? Dad won't allow us to sell anymore," and they refused to leave. After contemplating, he advised sister-in-law, "Gather the perishable vegetables and set aside a portion for our employees. The rest we should distribute for free. Vegetables spoil quickly, rather than letting them rot in storage. It's better to assist those in need. If we don't collect money, Dad won't object." Du Yue expressed concern. "But we have a ton of vegetables prepared for today. Are we really giving them all away?" "Let us give them all away," Chen Yang replied after a moment's thought. "Limit it to £5 per person to prevent waste. Open the storefront first, and we'll close after distribution." Once Du Yue agreed, she instructed everyone to move the vegetables into the supermarket. The elderly, hearing they could receive free vegetables, hurried to line up. When everyone had departed, Du Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen Yang, you really didn't need to come back. Your brother has already sent someone to investigate who is behind this. The truth will soon be revealed." Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "Clearly, they are targeting me. If I hide away like a turtle, it will only complicate matters further." Du Yue conceded that Chen Yang had a point, but still cautioned him. "Chen Yang, Mom is back, and the old man will be coming over tonight. You should prepare yourself mentally." The patriarch of the Lin family had explicitly opposed Chen Yang's marriage to Lin Wei, and Chen Yang had long since lost hope in that regard. He was more concerned about his mother-in-law, Hu Qingwan's attitude. "Sister-in-law, how does Mom evaluate me?" "Neither very good nor very bad," Du Yue replied. "She mentioned that you have many female friends in Xingqing, and the relationships seem rather ambiguous." Chen Yang was taken aback that his mother-in-law had secretly investigated him, and he protested loudly. "Sister-in-law, they are merely work acquaintances. I haven't done anything inappropriate." "Du Y should. What I say doesn't matter. You should just go home and come clean." However, from the tone I've heard from Mom, it seems she hasn't uncovered anything too serious. Chen Yang responded, "Not to mention serious issues, there aren't even any minor ones." He heard that there was a free vegetable giveaway, and an exceedingly long line had formed outside the supermarket, attracting both traffic police and city management. To avoid wasting public resources, Chen Yang divided everyone into 3 groups to distribute the vegetables, quickly clearing out the stock. Once that was done, he decisively announced the closure of the store. During this period, everyone had been busily overwhelmed. To reward these hard-working employees, Chen Yang personally bought 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes, 2 bottles of Wuliangye, and handed over 300 yuan for them to enjoy a hearty meal at the veterans' restaurant. Du Yue found Chen Yang's behavior quite baffling. She said to him, "You live like this, and no amount of money will suffice." Chen Yang smiled. "Sister-in-law, one must invest to reap rewards. If I treat them well, they will work harder, and the supermarket will earn more." Du Yue reminded him, "Where are we making money? We've been losing money." Chen Yang replied, "Although we are at a loss, we have won the hearts of our customers. Haven't you noticed how they can't do without us now?" Du Yue pondered for a moment and remarked, "That's true. If you hadn't returned today, I genuinely wouldn't have known how to handle those elderly folks." Chen Yang declared, "Sister-in-law, I'm planning to open 3 more stores, 1 in each of the 4 districts. Do you zomavat astonis it? Isn't that a bit hasty? Our current store isn't even profitable yet." Chen Yang responded, "I wish to keep a low profile, but these people won't allow it. I can only go along with their wishes." Du Yue said, "With our current staff, we might struggle to keep up. We'll need to hire more." Chen Yang replied, "Go ahead and recruit. Let's have 4 people at each store, and the rest can handle logistics. Additionally, I'm planning to purchase 4 trucks for delivering goods to the districts and between the various branches. You can coordinate the drivers and accompanying personnel later." Du Yue felt a headache coming on. This would require a significant amount of money. Curiously, she asked Chen Yang, "Just how much money do you have to spend?" Chen Yang replied, "Sister-in-law, a man's wallet is a secret that should not be pried into. It's best if you refrain from inquiring." Du Yue shot him a disapproving glance. "What nonsense! I know exactly how much money your brother has." Chen Yang looked at her earnestly and asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Du Yue suddenly felt a twinge of uncertainty. Chen Yang Sigit, foreseeing that Lin Feng would not have a pleasant night in bed. However, what could be done? After all, his own day had not been easy either. It was better to share the burden than to suffer alone. Of course, Chen Yang did not return to the Lin family home with Du Yue. He first went back to the apartment he rented with Lin Wei. This approach served two purposes. It helped him avoid a premature encounter with the elder Lin, thus evading the risk of being questioned alone, and returning with Lin Wei would allow them to support one another in case of any unexpected developments. As the saying goes, when a couple's hearts are united, their strength is unbreakable. Chapter 71, The Inquiry from Old Man Lin. This was not Chen Yang's first visit to Lin Jiangwo's home. Yet today, he felt particularly anxious. The closer they got to the door, the tighter he gripped Lin Wei's hand. Sensing his unease, Lin Wei softly comforted her husband. "Don't worry, I have you back." Upon hearing her words, Chen Yang felt a slight relaxation, but it was short-lived. Once they entered the Lin household, Chen Yang instantly felt as though he was being scrutinized by piercing gazes. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had been targeted by a sniper's crosshairs, leaving him paralyzed with tension. In the living room, Old Man Lin sat centrally on the sofa, flanked by Lin Jiangwo and his wife, with Lin Feng and his spouse respectfully accompanying them. As Chen Yang entered with Lin Wei, all eyes were fixed on him. Despite his hair being gray, Old Man Lin's eyes remained sharp as blades, meticulously assessing Chen Yang as if he intended to dissect him into various pieces. Lin Jiangwo, with a cigarette clenched in his mouth, wore a gloomy expression, clearly in a foul mood. Hu Qingwan also scrutinized Chen Yang, occasionally nodding and then shaking her head, unable to determine whether her initial impression of her new son-in-law was positive or negative. In contrast, Lin Feng and his wife displayed the friendliest expressions. Du Yue discreetly gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. Lin Wei squeezed Chen Yang's palm, signaling him to greet them. Chen Yang finally shook off his tension. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, greetings. Come here. I have something to ask you." Old Man Lin beckoned with a slight gesture of his finger, indicating for Chen Yang to approach. Chen Yang, unsure of Old Man Lin's intentions, nervously stepped forward. His right hand remained tightly clutching Lin Wei's, as if it were his last lifeline, pulling her alongside him. "Grandfather, Dad. Mom, what is going on? I haven't done anything wrong. Why does this feel like a trial?" Lin Wei felt the atmosphere was off as soon as they entered and protested unhappily. "Such insolence. This is all your father's indulgence." Old Man Lin shot Lin Wei a glare and coldly huffed. "I merely want to ask Chen Yang a few questions. Why the urgency?" Lin Wei pouted. "If you have something to ask, just ask it. Why so serious?" Ignoring Lin Wei, Old Man Lin turned to Chen Yang and asked, "In your supermarket, are you engaging in any underhanded dealings under your father's name?" "No." Chen Yang shook his head. "All procedures are legitimate, even if I relied on some connections. It was merely to expedite the process." Old Man Lin queried again, "And what about Vice Mayor Su? Have you done anything under her name?" Chen Yang responded, "When I was sourcing goods in Qingshui County, I mentioned Vice Mayor Su to the Secretary of Panlong Town, but it was Vice Mayor Su who suggested I go." Lin Wei quickly interjected, "I can attest to that." The list of unsold agricultural products from Qingshui City was personally handed to Chen Yang by Vice Mayor Su. She hoped he could help alleviate some pressure for the government. Old Man Lin scrutinized Lin Wei with skepticism, coldly retorting, "What could a rural lad possibly do to assist Vice Mayor Su? Don't fabricate stories to protect him in front of us." Lin Wei took out her phone and said to Old Man Lin, "Grandfather, I can call Vice Mayor Su right now, and you can ask her directly." Old Man Lin waved his hand. Since Lin Wei dared to confront her directly over the phone, it seemed there would be no issues with Vice Mayor Su. After a brief pause, he turned to Chen Yang and said, "I heard from UAE that since opening, the supermarket has been operating at a loss daily. Now a slew of merchants are accusing you of maliciously disrupting the market. How do you explain that?" Chen Yang replied, "Selling at low prices is a common marketing strategy for new stores. It's not just in Qingshui City, but the majority of businesses nationwide operate this way. The losses we are experiencing mainly stem from labor costs and cold storage fees. As for the accusation of malicious market disruption, I believe it does not hold water. Although the supermarket supplies 20 tons of goods daily, 3/4 are claimed by vegetable vendors, leaving only about 5 tons for citizens, approximately 10,000 pounds. Considering each citizen consumes about 5 pounds, only around 2,000 people benefit from the low prices. With hundreds of thousands of permanent residents in Qingshui City, how significantly can 2,000 people impact the market? Old Man Lin thoughtfully analyzed Chen Yang's words and found them quite reasonable. If Chen Yang is indeed truthful, then the allegations of collusion among officials and businessmen maliciously undermining the market are entirely unfounded. This aligns perfectly with the investigative results previously reported by Lin Wei. Now, let us address the second matter. What grievances exist between you and your classmate, Zhao Xuanfa? Why does he persistently seek to trouble you? Zhao Xuanfa? Chen Yang had not anticipated that this disturbance among the merchants would be orchestrated by Zhao Xuanfa from behind the scenes. However, he swiftly recalled another individual. Grandfather, I harbor no conflict with Zhao Xuanfa. If there are any grievances, they pertain to another person. This individual should be familiar to Dad. His name is Zhang Jun, and he has dined at our home during our school days. Old Master Lin glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the existence of such a person. Old Master Lin then inquired of Chen Yang, "What animosity do you hold against Zhang Jun?" Chen Yang looked at Lin Wei and, with a hint of pride, replied, "I have married the woman he has long desired." The atmosphere turned somber as Old Master Lin Jiangwo, and his wife fell into collective silence. Tracing the matter back to its roots, they discovered that the source of the turmoil lay within their own household. At this juncture, all parties understood the situation clearly. This farce was instigated by Zhang Jun, who had financially supported Zhao Xuanfa in his efforts to slander Chen Yang, inadvertently dragging Lin Jiangwo into the fray as well. Initially, Old Master Lin had come to hold Chen Yang accountable, even hoping to use this incident as a means to expel him from the Lin family. He was taken aback by the absurdity of the truth, feeling that further inquiries would be futile. "Qingwan, do you have anything to add?" "Dad, I have nothing further to contribute." Hu Qingwan shook her head, understanding Old Master Lin's intent, but unwilling to involve herself. Chen Yang's marriage to Lin Wei, albeit without their consent, had become a reality. To sever their bond now would not only harm Chen Yang, but also inflict pain upon her own daughter. Old Master Lin then turned his gaze to his son. "Jiangwo, what about you?" Lin Jiangwo, diverting the topic, remarked, "I need to have a word with Zhang Dagua about how he raised such a son. Since there are no objections, I shall take my leave." Old Master Lin, who held a lack of fondness for Chen Yang, rose with a stern expression, noticing that his son and daughter-in-law were not united in their stance, and departed. Hu Qingwan quickly stood up to intercept Old Master Lin. "Dad, dinner will be served shortly. Let Jiangwo accompany you home afterward. I'm on a diet. You all enjoy your meal." Old Master Lin disregarded Hu Qingwan's entreaties, leaving in a huff. "Jiangwo, aren't you going to see your father off?" Hu Qingwan shot Lin Jiangwo a glare, prompting him to sigh in resignation and follow after. Once Old Master Lin exited, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Lin Wei pulled Chen Yang onto the sofa, slicing a piece of watermelon to ease his nerves. Hu Qingwan observed this scene with a shake of her head and a sigh. This daughter of hers was nearly a mirror image of her younger self. Chapter 72. Establishing a Membership System. Farewell, Zhao Xuanfa. After dinner, Hu Qingwan summoned Chen Yang to the study, as she had matters to discuss. "I have heard that you share a close relationship with the daughter of the chairman of the Lu Group. What is the nature of this relationship?" "She is a junior of mine and Lin Wei's. We are merely friends. Recently, my company has engaged in some charitable activities on our website, which Lin Wei is aware of. And what of the young lady Su Mingyue, who assisted you with your stock dealings? She is my university classmate and Lin Wei's close friend, working at a securities firm, and requested my assistance in acquiring business. Is it truly just a simple friendship? I have heard you invested 60 million in her venture all at once." "That is accurate. I was impressed by her analysis of Xingqing Heavy Industries stock and decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, it paid off. In the future, refrain from such speculative ventures. Conducting business steadily can yield profits without causing your family undue concern." "Understood. I will keep that in mind." Hu Qingwan had originally intended to inquire whether Chen Yang was privy to any insider trading information, but after some reflection, she abandoned the thought. Since the provincial authorities had found no conclusive evidence, there was no need to burden her own family member, as long as Chen Yang and Lin Wei's relationship remained intact. That was sufficient. With the interference of Shun Anna no longer present, Chen Yang was finally able to relish the joys of married life in their rented abode. He felt an indescribable obsession and affection for Lin Wei's graceful, curvaceous form. Whenever his gaze fell upon her silken skin, her elegantly long legs, and her petite waist, his heart would race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest. Lin Wei, in turn, was more inclined to conquer her partner with an air of aloof regality. After their passionate encounters, the weary Lin Wei nestled against Chen Yang and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, now in a contemplative state, began to devise preparations for the supermarket's reopening. Although the incident had been instigated by Zhang Jun's covert machinations, it indirectly validated that the supermarket's low-price promotional activities had provoked a collective animosity among the surrounding merchants. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for Zhao Xuanfa, a non-local, to rally them together. After a night of contemplation, Chen Yang resolved to establish a unique membership system for the supermarket. The membership would be divided into two categories: one for regular members, granting a 10% discount on regular goods, a 30% discount on promotional items, and a 50% discount on vegetable products after 6 p.m. The other category would be for VIP members, enjoying a 50% discount on all items. As for the membership criteria, anyone with a purchase record at the Common People's Agricultural Products Supermarket could apply for regular membership. For VIP membership, Chen Yang decided to raise the bar somewhat, requiring a cumulative spending of 10,000 yuan to qualify. To provide some leeway for the merchants, he included an additional condition. Any single purchase exceeding 100 yuan would temporarily grant VIP membership status, and such spending would count towards the total for VIP membership. The following morning, Chen Yang ordered 2,000 paper regular membership cards and 100 VIP magnetic cards from a printing shop. He also printed a notice regarding the establishment of the supermarket membership system to be posted at the entrance. Upon reading the announcement, the patrons expressed a hint of disappointment. Having grown accustomed to purchasing vegetables at half price, the sudden increase to discounts of 70 to 90% felt quite jarring. The only consolation was that they could still acquire somewhat less fresh vegetables at half price after 6 p.m. As for the VIP membership, there was little controversy. The 100 yuan threshold was not overly demanding for the merchants, who could easily find ways to pool their resources. Despite the reluctance, a long queue formed outside when the supermarket reopened. People are pragmatic, even with a 20% increase in prices. The Common People's Agricultural Products Supermarket still offered lower prices than the market. However, dissatisfaction lingered among some, particularly those merchants who had protested en masse the previous day. Upon learning of the supermarket's reopening, they collectively returned to voice their grievances, brandishing placards accusing the authorities of collusion and maliciously undermining the market. They blocked the supermarket entrance, preventing staff from conducting sales. Their actions did not incite anger in the employees. Instead, they ignited the fervor of the waiting crowd outside. What a bunch of lunatics! They refused to sell us affordable vegetables while trying to prevent others from doing so. Indeed, they're solely focused on profit, with no regard for our livelihoods. Damn it! If they won't let us live well, they shouldn't expect to thrive either. Let us band together and take them down. A middle-aged man in black led the charge toward the obstructive merchants, quickly rallying a throng of supporters. The merchants blocking the door had never encountered such a scene and fled in terror. Those who were slower to react were swiftly knocked to the ground, greeted by a barrage of fists and kicks. Du Yue, fearing for lives, urgently called for the staff to intervene. After considerable effort, and with the timely arrival of local police to mediate, the enraged crowd was finally pacified. Du Yue once again made a call to summon an ambulance, transporting the beaten vendor to the hospital. Naturally, she would not bear the medical expenses. These individuals were inherently malicious, intent on causing havoc. The fact that she did not allow her staff to join in the beating was already a display of considerable mercy. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had located the mastermind behind the scenes, lurking in a corner across the street. Zhao Xuanfa, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I previously spared you. Yet, I am dismayed to find that you have not learned from your past mistakes. Zhao Xuanfa appeared visibly anxious. He believed he had hidden well, only to find himself exposed. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. I was merely passing by," he retorted. Chen Yang sneered. "Passing by? Would you like me to bring those individuals over to confront you?" Zhao Xuanfa lowered his head in despondence. Chen Yang, perplexed by his silence, questioned, "I fail to understand. Having been deceived by Zhang Jun once, why have you not yet awakened to the truth?" Zhao Xuanfa sighed. "Chen Yang, you are fortunate. You cannot fathom my plight." Chen Yang responded, "No matter your struggles, they do not justify your treachery. We were university classmates, sharing the same space for 4 years. Even if our bond was not profound, there is no enmity between us. You have repeatedly stabbed me in the back. Where has your conscience gone?" Zhao Xuanfa sighed again, remaining silent. Chen Yang threatened, "If you do not provide me with a reason, do you believe I would hesitate to send you back inside? This is Qing Shui. It is my territory, and I possess ample means to ensure your return." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanfa's expression turned pained as he confessed, "My mother heard that my academic qualifications were revoked, causing her to suffer a heart attack and requiring hospitalization, with surgical costs amounting to 100,000 yuan. We are financially destitute, unable to secure a loan, and I had no choice but to seek Zhang Jun's assistance. You could have sought my help instead of colluding with him to undermine me. I thought you would not. You dismissed me without even attempting to see my side, indicating your tragedy is not worthy of sympathy." Chen Yang, unwilling to engage in further fruitless conversation, turned to leave for the supermarket. "Chen Yang, I have answered your questions. You will uphold your promise, will you not? When did I ever promise you anything? However, you should first contemplate the fate of those vendors you have sent to the hospital. Once they recover, how will they retaliate against you?" Chapter 73. Zhao Xuanfa was apprehended again. "Dad, do not worry. I will definitely transfer the money tomorrow." Outside the Hongliman bar in Qing, Shui City, Zhao Xuanfa hung up the phone with his father, feeling an immense weight on his shoulders. Although Zhang Jun had agreed to lend him 100,000 yuan for his mother's surgery, there were conditions attached. He must sabotage Chen Yang's agricultural products supermarket. With Chen Yang's supermarket still operational, his mission remained unfulfilled. Would Zhang Jun provide him with funds? He felt a profound lack of confidence. However, the hospital was pressing. His father had called several times that day. If he did not procure the funds soon, his mother's condition would become irreversible. Zhao Xuanfa was filled with regret. Had he not heeded Zhang Jun's advice to become a pawn in his schemes, he could have graduated smoothly and returned home to secure a satisfactory job. Now, with his academic credentials stripped, he was unable to find employment, and his mother was suffering a heart attack due to his actions. Most infuriatingly, after revealing his mother's urgent need for surgical funds to Zhang Jun, he found not sympathy, but coercion to continue engaging in unscrupulous activities. Now that he had failed to accomplish his task and had been exposed by Chen Yang, acquiring funds for his mother's treatment seemed increasingly bleak. Yet, for the sake of his mother, he felt compelled to approach Zhang Jun once more, swallowing his pride. Zhao Xuanfa trudged into the Hongliman bar, weaving through the crowded throng to reach the private room on the second floor. Inside, the scene was utterly grotesque. Zhang Jun and Tang Kun were each embracing two flamboyantly dressed women, gyrating wildly to the rhythm of the music. Their excitement suggested they had indulged in illicit substances. "Brother Jun, my mother's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. Could you possibly transfer that 100,000 yuan to me? What does your mother's surgery have to do with me? If you want money, you must first accomplish your task. Brother Jun, just give me the money first. After my mother undergoes surgery, I will work tirelessly for you." "Huh, you are more of a hindrance than a help. What use do I have for someone like you?" Zhang Jun dismissed Zhao Xuanfa, resuming his revelry with the woman at his side, appearing thoroughly lost in a haze of narcotic illusions. Fury surged within Zhao Xuanfa as he clenched his fists, yearning to charge at Zhang Jun and deliver a beating. However, he ultimately lacked the courage. This was Zhang Jun's territory, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. Should he strike, his survival would be in jeopardy. "Young Master Jun, trouble is brewing." A multitude of police officers has arrived outside. A man clad in a black suit burst into the private room, urgently calling out to the oblivious Zhang Jun. Noticing Zhang Jun's lack of response, he shoved aside the woman beside him and hastily dragged Zhang Jun towards the bar's emergency exit. Zhao Xuanfa's heart raced with fear as he desperately followed them, having just emerged from detention and wishing to avoid re-entering. Unfortunately, he had not run far when someone struck him on the back of the head, and a wave of dizziness engulfed him, rendering him unconscious. Today, Chen Yang had the rare opportunity to take the initiative, preparing to reap the rewards of victory when Lin Wei's phone suddenly rang. Wei, come to the police station. Your classmate, Zhao Xuanfa, says he urgently needs to see you. Zhao Xuanfa? He came to the police station looking for me? No, today. The Bureau conducted a surprise inspection of entertainment venues throughout the city. Your classmates, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, were both found with issues. Tang Kuan was caught using soft drugs and was incoherent when apprehended. Zhao Xuanfa collapsed in the escape passage of the Honglinman bar, with a bag of drugs concealed in his pocket. Why does he want to see me? I don't know. He claims there is a life and death matter that Chen Yang is aware of. All right, I will come over. Lin Wei hung up the call with Lin Feng. Questing appelé Glen et Chen Yang. What exactly is going on between you and Zhao Xuanfa? Chen Yang suddenly recalled something, saying, his mother is suffering from a heart condition and urgently needs 100,000 yuan for surgery. Lin Wei appeared confused. He is colluding with Zhang Jun to undermine you. How can he still have the audacity to ask you for money? Chen Yang shook his head. He did not ask me for money. Lin Wei seemed perplexed. Then why does he want to see me? Do I have money to give him? Let's go and find out. At this point, Chen Yang had lost interest. Both Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan were involved with Zhang Jun, and with both apprehended for drug involvement, it was unreasonable that Zhang Jun was nowhere to be found. The two changed into clean clothes and drove to the municipal police station. Along the way, the wailing of police sirens filled the air, as if the skies of Qingshui City were enveloped in an impenetrable web of law enforcement. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Feng had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Brother, what is the situation? Your classmate had a bag of drugs hidden in his pocket, but refuses to admit ownership. Our colleagues have been questioning him for the truth, but he remains tight-lipped, insisting he will only speak to you. Lin Wei seemed to understand something, refraining from further questions, and followed Lin Feng to the interrogation room. Zhao Xuanfa sat inside the interrogation room, his head wrapped in a white bandage, his demeanor despondent and his complexion pale. Upon seeing Lin Wei and Chen Yang enter, a glimmer of hope flickered in his despairing eyes. Lin Wei did not greet him warmly. She cut straight to the chase, asking Zhao Xuanfa, what do you need from us? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Zhao Xuanfa's cheeks as he sorrowfully pleaded with Lin Wei. Lin Wei, considering our bond as classmates, could you possibly lend me 100,000 yuan? The doctor says if my mother does not undergo surgery soon, she will not survive. Lin Wei coldly remarked, you repeatedly assist in perpetuating evil, seeking every conceivable means to harm my husband, yet you still have the audacity to come to me for a loan? Zhao Xuanfa wept. I am bewitched and deserve my fate, but my mother is innocent. Lin Wei sighed. They all knew Zhao Xuanfa's mother, a kind-hearted and good woman. During their university years, she had often sent them local delicacies. How could such a wonderful person give birth to a scoundrel like him? Chen Yang, if you save my mother, I will confess all the misdeeds Zhang Jun has committed. Is that agreeable? Zhao Xuanfa, seeing Lin Wei unwilling to relent, shifted his hope to Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not provide him with a direct answer. Then tell me, what exactly has he done? No. Zhao Xuanfa shook his head, insisting, you must first agree to lend me money to save my mother. Chen Yang turned to leave. Even at this juncture, he still wished to negotiate terms. Lin Wei reached out to stop Chen Yang, then spoke to Zhao Xuanfa. Go ahead. As long as your information is credible, I promise to do my utmost to help your mother through this crisis. The incident of hiring someone to harm others at the school gate was instigated by Zhang Jun. I know this for certain. Is there anything else? Zhang Jun borrowed 500 million from Xingqing Bank and gifted 2 million to the bank's officials. Do you have evidence? No, I heard Zhang Jun discussing it with others. Anything more? The disturbances outside the supermarket were orchestrated by Zhang Jun. He also arranged for people to spread rumors about Uncle Lin and Chen Yang's relationship. Do you have proof of his involvement? No. Zhao Xuanfa, can you provide anything of substance? Zhang Jun is a drug addict. Today at the Hongleman bar, besides me and Tang Kun, Zhang Jun was also present. When the police arrived, he was already in a daze and was taken away by his bodyguards. I chased after them and was knocked unconscious. And the items found in my pocket were truly not mine. Chapter 74. The Frenzied Zhang Dagua. Zhao Xuanfa's luck wasn't entirely dismal. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the Hongleman bar, the police discovered he had not been inside for long and had not engaged in selling drugs. The package of drugs found did not bear his fingerprints. However, following a hair analysis, the police found evidence of his recent drug use. He would soon face corresponding administrative detention penalties. With his incarceration, trouble returned to Chen Yang. Should he lend Zhao Xuanfa the 100,000 for his mother's surgery? If he followed his heart, Chen Yang would prefer not to lend it. Zhao Xuanfa's recent actions had continually driven Chen Yang to the brink. Such a person, Chen Yang would prefer to see languish in prison until death. Yet, as Lin Wei had pointed out, Zhao Xuanfa's mother was also pitiable. After raising her son with great difficulty, he was expelled from school, ruining his future, and she herself had developed heart disease. Chen Yang, having been a father in a past life, understood the arduous nature of raising children. He too had often seen his blood pressure rise due to his children's rebellious behavior. From a parent's perspective, he felt deep sympathy for Zhao Xuanfa's mother. Seeing Chen Yang hesitating, Lin Wei proposed a solution. She pulled a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and said, "Let's toss this coin. If it lands on heads, we help his mother once. If it shows the national emblem, we pretend nothing happened tonight and go back to sleep." Chen Yang found this acceptable. He took the coin and tossed it into the air, but just as he was about to catch it, Lin Wei snatched it from the air. Chen Yang sighed, suddenly filled with a premonition. "I bet it will be heads." Lin Wei smiled, opened her palm, and indeed it was heads. "Darling, aren't you afraid he won't repent and will come back to deceive me again? Rest assured, I will protect you." Chen Yang shot Lin Wei a sidelong glance. Her innate confidence was a mystery to him. However, since marrying Lin Wei, Chen Yang's fortune had indeed improved significantly. In contrast to Zhao Xuanfa, Chen Yang was more concerned about Zhang Jun's feelings after being betrayed. The matter Zhao Xuanfa had revealed might be difficult to substantiate, yet drug use would undoubtedly be traceable unless Zhang Jun hid in a mouse hole indefinitely. Of course, Chen Yang did not remain idle. Upon returning home, he immediately messaged Liu Shiji, requesting him to spread the news about Zhang Jun bribing senior executives at Xingqing Bank through No Worries Pavilion to vex the Zhang family. Liu Shiji outright refused, stating that such financial undercurrents, even with evidence, could not be publicly disclosed. Otherwise, the entire financial circle of Xingqing would ostracize them. If the opposing side had a powerful background, retaliation could ensue. In business, few were entirely clean. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before mentioning the news of the Zhang family's assets being seized in Qingshui. This time, Liu Shiji agreed, believing it could be used effectively to irritate his adversary, Zhang Peng. In the office of the International New City Project Development Department of the Zhang Group in Xingqing, Chairman Zhang Dagua was on the verge of madness. He had expelled everyone from his office and smashed everything within it, yet still felt unsatisfied. Calling home to vent his frustrations. "I told you to keep an eye on that ungrateful son. How could you let him provoke Lin Jiangwo? Do you want my life to be even more difficult? Darling, I only just learned about this from those below. Moreover, this wasn't Xiaojun's idea. It was that director Huang's doing. It's Huang's ambition to step on others to rise. That's his affair. Are you all so foolish as to become his stepping stone? What could a deputy director possibly use to contend with a director who also holds the position of secretary of the political and legal committee? If you cannot win over Lin Jiangwo, why make him an enemy of the Zhang family? What should we do then? The police just came and said they suspect Xiaojun of drug use and want to take him in for questioning. What? He.S. using drugs? I don't know. He.S. not answering his phone. Then send someone to find him. If located, he must turn himself in immediately and then be sent to a rehabilitation center. If he can't kick the habit, you and that ungrateful son must leave the Zhang family." After taking a blood pressure pill and calming down, Zhang Dagua immediately called Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo did not answer. He dialed another number. "Director Huang, is this a convenient time to talk? Old Zhang, I must apologize for today's events. I didn't expect Secretary Lin to make a surprise inspection and sweep through all entertainment venues in Qingshui City. No problem. I just want to know, is this serious? That is hard to say. A large number of drug users were found in your bar, and your son was involved. Additionally, 2 wanted criminals were apprehended on the scene. I suspect you will definitely face a business suspension. Director Huang, we've known each other for many years. You can't just stand by and watch. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to prevent this from escalating. However, as you know, some relationships require nurturing. You can trust me. I understand the rules. Well, I have a pile of cases to deal with, and I'll probably have to burn the midnight oil. After hanging up, Zhang Dagua cursed Director Huang's ancestors. Using his son as a pawn is one thing. Now I have to spend money to smooth things over. Is there anyone worse than this in the world? Thinking of the myriad of troubles at home, Zhang Dagua longed to fly back immediately. Yet, he was truly unable to leave. The International New City project was more complex than Zhang Dagua could have ever imagined. In order to smoothly advance this project, he had truly exhausted all means, tirelessly running around, humbling himself to plead with everyone. Various social occasions and business negotiations had become the norm in his life during this period. Even in his sleep, his mind was preoccupied with how to win over those in power. However, it is disheartening to note that despite expending millions on public relations efforts, the elusive threshold to success remains unfound. Each time a glimmer of achievement appears on the horizon, it ultimately reveals itself as mere illusion, intensifying his pressure and deepening his despondency. Even more troubling is Zhang Dagua's pervasive sense that a mysterious force is deliberately targeting the Zhang group. Whenever a semblance of progress is made, inexplicable obstacles and challenges emerge, as if an unseen hand orchestrates these setbacks. Yet, no matter how diligently he investigates or seeks clues, he remains unable to uncover definitive evidence to substantiate such suspicions. This feeling of impotence is driving him to the brink of madness. He suddenly realizes that the project Zhang Jun acquired at a high price from others could very well become the noose that leads to the downfall of the Zhang group. If this situation is not addressed judiciously, the commercial empire he painstakingly built may come crashing down. That wretched son, once back in Qingshui City, shall face severe consequences. Chapter 75. Installation of the Cash Register System. After transferring 100,000 yuan to Zhao Xuanfa's father, Chen Yang had Zhao Xuanfa write an IOU, mandating repayment within 5 years. Zhao Xuanfa, with a criminal record in Dongjiang and having offended Zhang Jun, must develop elsewhere to repay the debt swiftly. Chen Yang's intention is to distance him from his own circle of life, opting for a clean break. To his delight, both Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan have also found themselves behind bars with Zhao Xuanfa. Tang Kuan was apprehended for drug use at the scene, while Zhang Jun, after fleeing, returned to surrender. Though Zhao Xuanfa was not under the influence at his arrest, he had previously partaken with Zhang Jun and the others, hence facing penalties as well. 3 addicts, it seems, truly do not belong to the same household. Chen Yang muses curiously about the scene when these 3 convene in detention. Will fists fly in fierce combat? Or will they collapse into tears, lamenting their past decisions? What perplexes Chen Yang most is who advised Zhang Jun to involve Lin Jiangwo in their grievances. Is it not folly for a businessman to provoke the highest authority of local law enforcement? Zhang Jun, living a life of luxury, arrogant and ignorant, is easily swayed. But how could Zhang Dagua, seasoned in the business realm and adept in both lawful and unlawful matters, turn a blind eye? The police action last night was evidently a warning from Chen Yang's father-in-law, a clear signal to Lin Jiangwo. Infuriated, the Zhang group's prospects in Qingshui will likely deteriorate in the near future, a development Chen Yang fervently anticipates. The Zhang group has borrowed 500 million from Xingqing Bank, with 200 million earmarked for kickbacks and 400 million for land acquisition. Only 80 million remains. Should Qingshui, their mainstay, cease to provide financial support, it would be impractical to realize the International New City project with such limited funds. Nevertheless, the Zhang Group, as the wealthiest private enterprise in Qingshui, is not easily toppled. By making decisive sacrifices, selling off some assets in Qingshui to cover the gap for the International New City project, the crisis could still be averted. With Zhang Jun absent, the operations of the common people's agricultural supermarket have returned to normal. 2,000 paper membership cards were distributed within a day. Chen Yang, should we consider hiring additional cashiers? I fear we may soon be overwhelmed. Do you expressed her concerns? Previously, vegetable prices were fixed, with weights directly translating to costs. Now, with memberships offering various discounts, 10%, 20%, or even 50%, peak periods could lead to errors. Chen Yang disagreed, asserting that the current staffing levels in Qingshui are adequate. We are not a large shopping mall. Our customer flow is limited. If you're worried about being overwhelmed, I will arrange for a specialized cash register system to assist with transactions. Can computers really handle cash transactions? Du YQ incroyable. Her surprise evident, as though a new world had opened before her. Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed, computers can not only facilitate transactions and reduce the risk of miscalculations, but also provide clearer insights into product sales. This will save considerable labor costs. Eagerly, do you, he responded, then please expedite the process. It would ease my burdens. Chen Yang explained, the membership system is not overly complex. Just remember the holiday discount of 20% and the regular discount of 10%. VIP members won't typically visit the store. Aside from the discount on vegetables after 6 in the evening, the 50% discount can generally be disregarded. But we must also track the total spending of each regular member, which is a considerable task, DUE pointed out. We aren't implementing a point system for lottery entries or gift exchanges, so detailed statistics aren't necessary, Chen Yang reassured her. And what if they wish to upgrade to VIP status? She continued, those wishing to become VIPs will keep their own records. Generally, regular consumers find it challenging to meet the VIP criteria without group purchases, Chen Yang replied. But what if they do meet the criteria? She pressed. Simple. We just issue them a VIP card, he said with a shrug. What if everyone becomes a VIP member? How will we profit? Du YQ question. Chen Yang smiled. As the primary sales outlet, we can adjust product pricing as necessary. By slightly lowering prices during procurement and raising them upon sale, we can secure profit margins. Yet, do you remained unconvinced? Can we arbitrarily change product prices? Will the members accept it? Aren't you concerned they might report us to consumer associations? Chen Yang clarified. The market is ever-changing. Adjusting prices accordingly is both reasonable and justified. As long as our prices remain lower than competitors and our service superior, objections should be minimal. Even if there are complaints, we can establish a final authority for explanations. Seeing that Chen Yang had accounted for all potential risks, DUE fell silent. She found him somewhat enigmatic. Despite his youth, he exhibited a remarkable depth of understanding. Yet, she also admired his maturity and composure. In addition to admiration, DUE felt a deep gratitude towards Chen Yang. Since the opening of the common people's agricultural supermarket, Lin Feng had been spending increasingly more time by her side, enriching her daily life significantly. Chen Yang, an action-oriented individual, expressed his intent to develop the cash register system during the day with DUE, and later that evening, shared his vision with Shun Anna during a phone conference. Shun Anna wholeheartedly supported the procurement of cash register equipment and the establishment of a stable cash register system. Recognizing that for the company to grow and thrive, high efficiency, superior service, and quality were imperative. Equipping the chain supermarkets with the most advanced cash register systems would enhance operational efficiency and elevate the company's brand image. Shun Anna acted swiftly. The following day, she arranged for the delivery of 2 cash registers to Qingshui. After instructing DUE on various operational procedures, the technician left a contact number for after-sales service. Experiencing the convenience of the cash registers only deepened DUE's respect for Chen Yang. She thought to herself, this brother-in-law truly seems capable of anything. With DUE's concerns alleviated, Chen Yang began scouting for storefronts for branch locations in Qingshui. Should the company headquarters be situated in Xingqing, the personnel structure in Qingshui might become cumbersome. Following the conclusion of promotional activities, there would surely be surplus staff. Opening additional stores would not only resolve the excess labor issue, but also maximize customer outreach. Armed with the success of the first store, Chen Yang felt confident about expanding the branches. He believed that even in his absence from Qing Shui, as long as there was financial backing, Du Yi could manage effortlessly. His performance expectations for Qing Shui were not exceedingly high. As long as the stores did not incur losses after accounting for labor and other expenses, he considered it a success. If customer traffic increased and elevated the company's visibility, it would be a win for him. The primary focus of the chain supermarkets would still remain in Xingqing, the provincial capital. In Chen Yang's heart, Suicheng serves as a pivotal hub for agricultural products. Here, the produce from various counties converges before being dispatched uniformly to Star City or other urban locales. Furthermore, Chen Yang intends to establish his own warehousing and logistics center, thereby enhancing his service to the headquarters. Chapter 76. A New Company, New Colleagues. Chen Yang spent an entire day driving around the urban area of Suicheng. Yet his endeavors yielded little success. The locations he favored were either not for sale or were priced exorbitantly, leaving little room for appreciation. Having seldom returned to Suicheng after his graduation in his past life, he remained largely unaware of the city's future urban planning. He could only recall that most new developments were situated away from the city center, while the old town retained much of its original character. Chen Yang was inclined to invest in the storefronts of new developments, not only due to their significant potential for appreciation, but also because he could acquire multiple units in a single transaction. Conversely, the older storefronts, aside from those in the downtown commercial district, held little investment value. Additionally, negotiating with individual owners proved to be a cumbersome task. Du Yi was preoccupied with running errands between the supermarket and the Lin family, unable to divert her attention. After some contemplation, Chen Yang sought the assistance of Zhang Linlin, who was still employed at the Shuangli Marketing Center, asking her to keep an eye out for suitable properties. Given her expertise in the field, Chen Yang generously offered her a reward of 1,000 yuan for each successful transaction. Having addressed matters in Suicheng, Chen Yang prepared to return to Star City. Presently, Shen Anna was managing various affairs single-handedly at the headquarters. As the owner, Chen Yang felt rather remiss for being so hands-off. In recent days, Yi Xin had incessantly called Chen Yang, berating him for his perceived lack of compassion, accusing him of exploiting a woman recently wounded in love. Chen Yang countered that work could serve to fill emotional voids, suggesting that Shen Anna's current state might not be entirely detrimental. This only provoked further ire from Yi Xin. To evade her incessant phone calls, Chen Yang decided to head back to Star City. Shen Anna had rented an entire floor above Liu Shiji's company in the Xinhui building to serve as a temporary headquarters for the Ordinary People's Agricultural Product Trading Company, with an annual rental fee of 300,000. Upon his arrival, Chen Yang discovered that the office had been impeccably furnished, with nearly all necessary office supplies in place. With the assistance of Xin and Liu Shiji, this did not come as a surprise. What did astonish him, however, was that Shen Anna's CEO office was larger than his own as chairman, complete with a private lounge. Judging by Xin's continuous complaints, it seemed Shen Anna had been residing at the office for the past few days. Indeed, she appeared determined to immerse herself in work to fill the emotional void. Sister Anna, I believe your current working method presents certain issues. Dedicating yourself tirelessly to work without respite will not yield optimal results. One must understand that only by judiciously arranging breaks and achieving a balance between work and rest can true work efficiency be attained. Just like a vehicle, if it is driven continuously without maintenance or rest, it is prone to malfunction or even breakdown. We are no different. Prolonged exposure to high-pressure work environments inflicts immense strain on both body and mind, inevitably impacting performance over time. You need to pause. Chen Yang, my current work mode is quite normal in the beautiful country. You need not worry. I'm not worried, but someone is. He quipped. Don't mind Xin. She has always had it easy, so she wouldn't know the hardships of starting a business. Since we have the resources, we can hire a few more people to share the burden. Are you instructing me on how to manage? Or should you take on the role of CEO? All right, forget I said anything. Seeing that he could not sway Shen Anna, Chen Yang resigned himself to the situation. He explored his temporary office and noted that Shen Anna's preparatory work was indeed meticulous. In addition to their 2 offices, departments for human resources, finance, procurement, sales, legal affairs, warehousing and logistics, quality inspection, market research, and cybersecurity had all been established. Once staffed with the appropriate personnel, a complete company structure would be in place. Chen Yang felt quite pleased with Shun Anna's efficiency. Sister Anna, when do you plan to hire? Norus. First, take me to the airport to pick someone up. Who? A former colleague, here to manage the human resources department. What is her capability? Fairly competent, sufficient for a company of our scale. Chen Yang was left speechless. He was preparing to invest 100 million, yet Shun Anna still deemed their scale inadequate. To whom could he voice his grievances? Driven by curiosity, Chen Yang drove to Star City International Airport to fetch the newcomer. To his surprise, after just a few minutes, Shun Anna dozed off in the passenger seat. To allow her to rest a bit longer, Chen Yang parked the car upon arrival and refrained from waking her. Instead, he took the prepared pickup sign to the exit. He held the sign aloft for half an hour before finally spotting a woman in a black suit, pushing a large suitcase toward him. In her 30s, her gaze was as chilling as a deep pool, profound and frigid, dissuading anyone from gazing too long, as if a mere glance could freeze them. Clad in a black suit that accentuated her slender figure, she resembled a layer of icy armor, shielding her from the warmth and enthusiasm of the outside world. Her steps were resolute, each one radiating an air of undeniable aloofness, as if the clamor and splendor of the world held no significance for her. Are you Chen Yang? Hello, I am Chen Yang. You must be Luo Shui. Hello, boss. I am indeed Luo Shui. You don't quite match Anna's description. Oh, is that good or bad? She said you were a prodigy. Yet, I find you to be just slightly more handsome than an ordinary person. Indeed, you are correct in your assessment. I am, in fact, quite ordinary, merely fortunate to have acquired wealth that was never rightfully mine. Thus, I have become your employer. And where is Anna? Wasn't she supposed to personally pick me up? She asked, resting in the car. I've been away from Star City these past few days, leaving her to manage everything alone, so she must be exhausted. Let me be clear, I am not Anna, and I do not work overtime. Fair enough. I hope you can persuade her to take it easy. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If one's health deteriorates, what use is earning a fortune? One must have the fortune to enjoy it. Luo Shui fell silent. This new boss was unlike any she had previously encountered in publicly listed companies. He did not conform to conventional expectations. While others relished in maximizing the exploitation of their workforce, he displayed an air of indifference. Such a boss may be easy to work with, but whether he could lead them to greatness remained uncertain. At that moment, Shun Anna hurriedly approached from behind Chen Yang. Shui, I sincerely apologize for not being able to personally welcome you. I ended up dozing off. Luo Shui replied with a smile, no worries. It's just as good if the boss picks me up. Shun Anna nodded and introduced Luo Shui to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, I'd like to formally introduce you to our new colleague, Luo Shui. Luo Shui, this is our future boss, Chen Yang. Chapter 77, Business is Business, and Personal is Personal. Chen Yang booked 2 rooms at a hotel near the Xinhui building for Shun Anna and Luo Shui to rest. Given that he had allowed Shun Anna to stay at the office, EXIN would undoubtedly voice her incessant complaints. Since she was unwilling to return to EXIN's villa, Chen Yang arranged accommodations at a nearby hotel. With Luo Shui, a former colleague of Shun Anna's, keeping an eye on her, it was unlikely any significant issues would arise. However, Shun Anna insisted that Chen Yang reserve 6 rooms, indicating that 4 more individuals would be arriving later, all of whom were her former classmates and colleagues. At a rate of 100 yuan per room, 6 rooms would total 600 yuan. Since all were invited from out of town, they would likely require long-term accommodations. Calculating based on a monthly rate, that would amount to 18,000 yuan per month. This is merely a matter concerning Shun Anna and her friends. Should there be a need to recruit additional personnel in the future, the expenses will undoubtedly escalate. Sister Anna, I have an available unit in Sunshine Garden Community. Would the company be interested in leasing it to renovate for employee accommodations? Shun Anna was somewhat perplexed by Chen Yang's insinuation. She inquired, boss, why must the company lease the property when you can simply renovate it for us to live in? Chen Yang replied, business is business, and personal is personal. The house is my private property, It can be leased to the company or to individuals. If I were to provide it for free to the company, I would be sacrificing a source of income. Are you implying that we would use company funds to renovate your house and then pay rent to reside in it as our dormitory? In an instant, Shun Anna grasped Chen Yang's meaning, though she still found it somewhat peculiar. Exactly. Chen Yang nodded. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of the company. The renovation costs can be deducted from future rent. Shun Anna considered Chen Yang's proposal to be feasible. Renting anyone's property is still renting, and there was no need to oppose her boss over such trivial matters. Furthermore, Chen Yang's house was still in its bare shell state, allowing them to design the renovations according to their preferences, making it more comfortable to live in later. However, Shun Anna had a few queries that required Chen Yang's clarification. Will we stay before the house is renovated? Chen Yang responded, you can arrange this yourself. You may stay at a hotel or rent a few existing units nearby for the interim. Then let's stay at a hotel. Shun Anna preferred not to waste too much time searching for accommodations and chose the most convenient option. Chen Yang then returned to the front desk and negotiated with the hotel manager, ultimately securing 6 guest rooms for 12,000 yuan per month. After handing the room keys to Shun Anna, he drove home to rest. Anna, your boss is not the genius you described. He is, in fact, quite the villain. The company hasn't even started yet, and he is already scheming to profit from it, draining its resources. How can a company sustain itself this way? Luo Shui expressed her dissatisfaction with Chen Yang's actions. Shun Anna disagreed with Luo Shui's perspective. Chen Yang has the right to rent his property to any entity or individual. Since the renovation costs can be offset against the rent, there is no exploitation of the company involved. Moreover, the company is essentially his. Even if there are losses, they are his to bear. Why should we employees be in such a hurry? While that may be true, Luo Shui said with a hint of concern, but if he is so calculating, won't we be exploited in the future? Shun Anna smiled. A boss who is astute is not necessarily a bad thing for the company. Besides, he is not as you imagine. He is quite kind and generous. Once you become more acquainted with him, your current impression will surely change. I hope so. Luo Shui pouted. She had left her job at a foreign company and traveled a great distance, hoping to embark on a significant venture with Shun Anna. If a new boss proved difficult to work with, it would indeed be challenging. Not long after Chen Yang returned home, he received a call from Zhao Xiaoli, who informed him that she had found some promising shops and inquired when he would be available to take a look. Chen Yang, having driven all day and feeling fatigued, arranged to meet her the following morning. Shortly thereafter, Shun Anna called again to ask if he would go to the company to meet the new employees. Since he had already scheduled to meet Zhao Xiaoli to view the shops, he requested that the meeting time be postponed by 1 day. After hanging up with Shun Anna, he received another call from Su Mingyue, who wanted to recommend a few stocks to him. Chen Yang Ditzlinet. He had been monitoring the stock market during his leisure time, and the overall trend was discouraging. The stock he had previously purchased, Xingxing Heavy Industry, had peaked at over 20 yuan before beginning to decline, now sitting at just over 16 yuan. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment for stock trading. There was a rapid knock at the door. Chen Yang speculated it might be Lu Qingqing and opened the door, only to find Su Mingyue standing outside. Su Mingyue, you still reside here? She explained, yes. There were several vacant rooms at Qingqing's place, so I moved in. Feeling a bit weary, Chen Yang replied, I've been quite busy lately. Please manage the stock matters yourself. Su Mingyue hesitated. Is that appropriate? I have a responsibility towards your finances. After pondering, Chen Yang said of the stocks you recommended, choose the one you believe is the least promising and invest in that. Huh? Su Mingyue was taken aback, unable to comprehend Chen Yang's reasoning. Why? Chen Yang could not elucidate future events to her, only stating, this is my opinion. If you are willing, you may buy some and try it out. If not, you can continue to hold onto your cash. Su Mingyue was disappointed by Chen Yang's explanation and reluctantly returned to Lu Qingqing's side. Initially indecisive, her conversation with Chen Yang only deepened her reluctance to invest, resulting in her missing a valuable opportunity to showcase her abilities. Once Chen Yang confirmed she would not return, he closed the door. He had left 20 million in his account untouched, intending it as a trial for Su Mingyue. As long as she did not incur significant losses, he could find a way to recover. However, It seemed that Su Mingwei had lost the confidence she had initially shown when she first introduced stocks to him, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Chen Yang's current capital was sufficient for a comfortable life for the remainder of his days. He did not wish to overexert himself. If Su Mingwei was willing to assist him in monitoring the stock market, he would be more than happy to cooperate, provided there was potential. The public listing plan for the agricultural products trade company would proceed as long as Shun Anna and her team committed wholeheartedly. Chen Yang had no intention of interfering. He believed that specialized matters should be left to professionals. Since Shun Anna was an expert, he, as a novice boss, saw no need to meddle. Aside from mandatory meetings, necessary signatures, and required investments, Chen Yang did not plan to spend excessive time at the company. Chapter 78. Investment in Real Estate Agency. After a few days apart, Zhao Xiaoli had undergone a noticeable transformation. Her previously austere black business attire had been replaced with a simple yet stylish white t-shirt and light blue jeans. Her high heels had been swapped for comfortable sneakers. The white t-shirt, as pristine as fresh snow, gently hugged her slender neck and delicate collarbone, while the light blue jeans perfectly accentuated her slim waist, rounded hips, and long, straight legs, showcasing her exquisite figure unabashedly. It was no wonder that she had garnered the ire of Liu Shiji's wife. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the sun, Zhao Xiaoli's once fair skin had developed a slight tan. However, this change did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it imparted her with a unique allure. She exuded vitality and vigor, radiating a healthy and natural charm. The only aspect that made Chen Yang slightly uncomfortable was the heavy application of foundation on her face, which appeared overly thick compared to the rest of her body, creating a stark contrast as if her face and body were forcibly divided into two parts. It seemed that the scars on her face had yet to fully fade. Manager Zhao, everyone says you should borrow a car from the company for transportation. Why have you chosen not to heed their advice? Mr. Chun, I have already resigned. There is no longer any reason to use a company vehicle, nor do I wish to. You resigned? Chen Yang was taken aback. Liu Shiji had been in contact with him daily, yet had failed to mention this. Was it Liu's decision, or perhaps his wife's? Zhao Xiaoli sighed. I no longer wish to be disturbed by gossip, so I took the initiative to resign. Chen Yang understood her decision. The fear of public opinion can be daunting, and after such an incident, there would inevitably be whispers. Even though Zhao Xiaoli is innocent, people will merely speculate according to their own thoughts rather than pursue the truth of the matter. So, how's your life now? Do you need me to advance you some money? No need. Mr. Liu has compensated me for 3 months' salary. Very well. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. Zhao Xiaoli declined Chen Yang skins. After exchanging pleasantries, she led Chen Yang to the crossroads of a residential area. She pointed to a row of 4 storefronts near the southeast corner and said to Chen Yang, I have contacted the landlords of these storefronts, and they are all willing to sell. Chen Yang glanced at the storefronts, all of which were operational, each approximately 30 square meters. The 2 storefronts closest to the corner were a small restaurant serving breakfast and lunch, with a moderate flow of customers and a sign indicating the shop was for transfer. The adjacent 2 storefronts included a dry cleaner, which was closed, and a clothing shop, also closed and displaying a transfer sign. Why is the business here so poor? Chen Yang wondered, as the location was evidently excellent, yet 2 out of 3 shops were up for transfer. Zhao Xiaoli explained, within a 200-meter radius. There are 6 breakfast shops, and this one has the worst flavor. The clothing store sells trendy women's wear, but most of the passers-by are elderly and children, who rarely enter the shop. Only on weekends does their business pick up. The dry cleaner's business is relatively stable, but their landlord has informed me they can be coordinated to vacate. Chen Yang inquired, how is the foot traffic in the vicinity? Zhao Xiaoli pointed north towards the crossroads and replied, there is a primary school and a junior high school over there. Every morning, noon, and evening, adults come to drop off and pick up children. From my observations, the foot traffic during each time slot remains consistently above 1,000 people. Chen Yang further asked, where is the vegetable market? Zhao Xiaoli responded, the vegetable market is located near the school. Chen Yang pondered for a moment and concluded that this place could be ideal for establishing a supermarket for agricultural products. Firstly, There are stable sources of customers from 3 directions. If Zhao Xiaoli's statistics are accurate, there are at least 1,000 potential clients. Secondly, there are many elderly residents in this area. This demographic is highly sensitive to pricing. As long as the supermarket's vegetable prices are lower than those of the market, they will undoubtedly prefer to shop at the supermarket. It is likely that even the elderly from north of the intersection will be drawn over. Chen Yang soon made up his mind. What is the price for the storefronts? Zhao Xiaoli held up 4 fingers and said, 400,000 each. The old storefronts in the aged community cost 13,300 per square meter, which seems slightly expensive given Xingqing's current property prices. However, since it is within the second ring road, there is significant potential for value appreciation with future demolition or renovation. All right, go negotiate with them. Call me when you need to sign the contract and make the payment. After saying this, Chen Yang took out 10,000 yuan in cash that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Zhao Xiaoli. This money is to subsidize your errands. If it is insufficient, let me know. This time, Zhao Xiaoli did not refuse. She thanked him while placing the money in her wallet. Chen Yang thought for a moment and added, if there are other storefronts with similar conditions in the future, even if they are not in a row, feel free to negotiate. Zhao Xiaoli asked, Mr. Chen, are you planning to make a long-term investment in shops? Chen Yang nodded. The return on investment for commercial properties is higher than that of residential properties, and there is considerable room for appreciation. I am indeed interested in this aspect. Zhao Xiaoli continued to inquire, Mr. Chen, would you be interested in starting a real estate agency? Chen Yang shook his head. Running an agricultural products trading company and a chain supermarket was already taxing enough, leaving him no energy for anything else. However, he soon grasped Zhao Xiaoli's intentions. Are you interested in doing it? Zhao Xiaoli nodded. I want to do it, but I lack the funds. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment and said, then I will invest in you to establish a real estate agency. I will provide the capital in exchange for 30% of the shares. How does that sound? Zhao Xiaoli had initially only hoped for a job from Chen Yang, but never expected to become a shareholder, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Chen Yang replied earnestly. I am 100% serious. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, gripping Chen Yang's hand in excitement. Chen Yang, concerned that she might become overly exhilarated, reminded her, do not rush to thank me. If the performance is poor, I may close the company at any time. Rest assured, I will work diligently. Zhao Xiaoli immediately held up 3 fingers in a vow of assurance. Chen Yang was amused by her serious, yet cautious demeanor. You may return to your important tasks now. Zhao Xiaoli smiled and waved goodbye to Chen Yang, then took out her phone to begin contacting the owners regarding the sale of the storefronts. After parting ways with Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Yang drove to the supermarket in Sunshine Garden Community. If his cousin Zhao Qian had not gone for driving lessons, he would fulfill his promise to take her shopping at Xingqing International Shopping Center. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Employee Meeting. When Chen Yang arrived at the rental house where Chen Chunmei's family lived, his cousin Zhao Qian was comfortably curled up in bed, immersed in sweet dreams. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were enjoying a beautiful dream. Chen Yang recalled how she often complained about insufficient sleep during high school and did not have the heart to disturb her. Since he had ample time today, he decided to first assist at the supermarket. Upon arriving at the Sunshine Garden Community Supermarket, Chen Yang found several customers already selecting items. He habitually greeted the staff on duty, Zhao Donghai and Zhong Lin, before helping to organize the shelves. Just as he was engrossed in his work, he suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice from behind. Boss. The voice was crisp and cold, tinged with uncertainty. Chen Yang turned to find Luo Shui, the new personnel officer of his company, standing there. Luo Shui, what brings you here? Boss, didn't TU say you had important matters to attend to? Is this what you consider important? Luo Shui expressed her surprise, mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. The first high-level meeting of the company was taking place, and as the boss, Chen Yang had chosen to be absent, instead working in an ordinary supermarket. Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed to be caught in the act. He explained, I finished my matters and decided to come here to spend time with family and help out with some chores. This supermarket is part of your family business? Luo Shui's question felt redundant as soon as it left her lips. She had already been informed by Mr. Liu downstairs that this supermarket was owned by Chen Yang's family. She had no choice but to shift the topic. I came with Anna and the others to check out the new dormitory. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had only mentioned the rental casually and had not provided the specific address to Shin Anna. He did not expect them to find it so easily. How did you find out the address? Mr. Liu from Sunshine Real Estate sent us here. Then let me show you around. Chen Yang, not anticipating that they would seek out Liu Shiji, felt it was his duty as the landlord and owner to act as a guide. Let me grab some water first. Luo Shui did not forget her mission for coming to the supermarket and quickly grabbed 6 bottles of iced mineral water from the upright freezer at the entrance. When she was about to pay, Chen Yang stopped her. No need to pay. Let this be my treat. Can I grab some snacks too? Sure. Chen Yang readily agreed to Luo Shui's small request. Luo Shui quickly dashed to the snack aisle and picked a few packages of her favorite treats. Chen Yang greeted Zhao Donghai and asked him to inform Zhao Qian that their shopping plans would be delayed for a bit. He then grabbed the mineral water and led Luo Shui out of the supermarket. Shin Anna was chatting with new colleagues at the entrance of the Sunshine Garden community when she saw Chen Yang and Luo Shui walking out of the supermarket together. Her face filled with surprise. Boss, what brings you here? He was caught tidying up at the supermarket, caught red-handed by me. Before Chen Yang could make any excuses, Luo Shui interjected with an answer. Shin Anna found it both amusing and exasperating. It seemed that Chen Yang was indeed intent on being a hands-off manager, preferring to linger in his own supermarket rather than head to the office. Are you not going to introduce your new colleagues? Chen Yang glanced at the 4 individuals beside Shin Anna. 3 women and 1 man, all of similar age, approximately in their 30s. The 3 women were all strikingly attractive. The first woman was tall and slender, her floral dress billowing in the breeze like a delicate swallow. The second woman was slightly plump, her round face exuding a certain charm and approachability. The third woman wore glasses, was petite, and radiated an air of scholarly sophistication. As for the man, he appeared to be a simple and honest fellow, around 5'7", with a square face and glasses, quietly standing among his female colleagues. Shin Anna addressed the 4. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Boss, I'm Zhao Xiao. Looking forward to your guidance. The tall woman was the first to extend her hand to Chen Yang. Boss, I'm Qin, eager to work with you. The slightly plump woman also shook hands with Chen Yang. Boss, I'm Qian Duo, and I hope to have your support. The bespectacled woman did not shake his hand, but instead offered a polite bow. When it was the turn of the bespectacled male colleague, he merely bowed his head, quietly greeting Chen Yang. Boss, I'm Luo Hao. I work in computer science. Chen Yang was curious about how Shin Anna had come to know such an introverted individual. However, a talent in computer science was precisely what he needed. He patted Luo Hao on the shoulder, encouraging him, do your best. I hope you will become one of the most essential members of the company. Seeing Chen Yang focus solely on Luo Hao made Zhao Xiao a bit envious. Boss, that's not fair. Are we not important members of the company as well? Chen Yang laughed. Even if you all just stand still. You are the finest representatives of the company. How could you possibly be unimportant? Zhao Xiao pouted. So in the boss's heart, we are merely decorative. Chen Yang chucklet. I would prefer for each of you to possess outstanding talents so that we can grow and strengthen the company together. Upon hearing that she too would be valued, Zhao Xiao finally broke into a satisfied smile. Seeing that everyone had introduced themselves, Shin Anna urged Chen Yang to take them to view the accommodation. Chen Yang's keys were at home. However, the 12th floor, where Chun Mei and the others resided, was undergoing renovations, and that entire floor was unlocked. Therefore, he led everyone to the 12th floor. The 3-bedroom apartment of Chun Mei had its plumbing and electrical work completed, with workers currently laying tiles. Chen Yang showed them his 2-bedroom apartment for a tour. After a quick look around, Shin Anna was quite pleased with the layout of the apartment. The light was ample, the air circulated well, and the view outside was delightful. It should be quite comfortable to live in. Let's south rent this place for dormitory use. Chen Yang shot her a glance, reminding her in exasperation, Sister Anna, what are you thinking? This is my new home where I will live with Lin Wei after we get married. If you want a place to stay, you can either go upstairs or downstairs. The layouts on each floor are essentially the same. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang suggested, "Then let us rent the 11th floor. What does everyone think?" She glanced at Luo Shui and the others. "I have no objections. As long as we have a place to stay, I'm fine," Luo Shui said nonchalantly, not having high demands for housing. "I have no objections either." However, Zhao Xiao quietly asked Chen Yang, "Could I possibly have a room to myself?" Chen Yang felt a bit awkward. "I can't decide. You'll have to ask the boss." Zhao Xiao immediately turned to Chen Yang. "Boss, what do you think?" Seeing everyone looking at him with eager eyes, Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us rent the entire 11th floor, assigning each person their own room." "Yay! Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Chapter 80. Discussing the establishment of an online sales platform. After viewing the apartment, Chen Yang proposed organizing a staff gathering, during which Chen Yang could share the development plans for the agricultural products trading company with everyone. Chen Yang had initially hoped to avoid the noise, but now he had no choice but to return to the company with them. On the way, Chen Yang informed Chen Yang about the work assignments for the 4 newcomers. Zhao Xiao would handle market research, Qin Qin would be responsible for legal affairs, Qin Duo would manage finance, and Luo Hao would oversee cybersecurity. Chen Yang inquired if there were any external recruits needed for procurement, sales, warehousing, or quality inspection, to which she shook her head. "I've already contacted a lecturer for procurement and sales. We're just waiting to hire people for training. As for warehousing and quality inspection, it's not urgent. We can consider it once we secure the procurement contracts." Seeing she was well prepared, Chen Yang refrained from asking further questions. He parked the car at the bottom of the Xinhui building, just as Zhao Xiao and the others arrived by taxi. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to the 3rd floor of Xinhui building for a buffet meal. Upon reaching the 3rd floor via the elevator, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air, tantalizing their taste buds. Chen Yang surveyed the restaurant, which displayed an array of delicious dishes, fresh seafood, exquisite sushi, fragrant grilled meats, and an assortment of delectable desserts, all of which dazzled the senses. After settling the bill, everyone began to select their favorite dishes. Aside from Luo Shui, who insisted on dieting, the others filled their plates to the brim. Once they were satiated, they returned upstairs for a meeting. Chen Yang delivered a brief opening speech before inviting boss Chen Yang to speak. Chen Yang had already shared the company's foundational goals with Chen Yang, and he trusted she had conveyed that to the others. Therefore, he decided to add a few supplementary suggestions. "Dear colleagues, first and foremost, I welcome your joining us. The primary intention behind establishing this agricultural product company is to address the issue of unsold rural products. If conditions allow, we aim to expand and strengthen the company, ultimately considering going public. My expectations for the company extend beyond merely excelling in traditional storefront sales. I envision establishing a robust online sales platform. With the rapid advancement of internet technology and the ongoing global digitalization process, online sales are poised to become the future mainstream. I hope everyone recognizes the significance of online sales. Our product sales goals should not be confined to Dongjiang province, but should extend nationwide." Having spent time in the United States, Chen Yang was quite familiar with online sales. "Boss, the domestic online sales services are still not very mature. If we wish to pursue this, the budget required might be quite substantial." Chen Yang replied, "As long as we can execute it well, spending a bit more money is not an issue. For the company to grow, we must adopt a broader perspective." Chen Yang turned her gaze toward Luo Hao, asking, "Lao Luo, do you feel confident?" Luo Hao hesitated for a moment and asked Chen Yang, "May I invite a few more people to join?" Chen Yang remained silent, instead looking to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang assured Luo Hao, no problem. As long as you are dedicated, you'll have the personnel and resources you need." Luo Hao immediately agreed to give it a try. Since the topic of Chen Yang's discussion today was online sales, and having concluded that subject, he prepared to leave. However, Chen Yang stopped him. "Boss, haven't you noticed what our company still lacks?" "What's that?" "A means of transportation. You can't expect us to take taxis or buses to work every day, can you? Your hotel is less than 500 meters from the company. Do you really need to take a taxi?" "Just kidding. You're the CEO. You don't need to consult me about such trivial matters." Chen Yang truly felt like giving Chen Yang a good kick. "So, which vehicles would be suitable to purchase. One each of BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, plus a business vehicle and a few small delivery trucks. If there are any other needs, you can arrange them as you see fit. Chen Yang also felt that persistently driving Liu Shiji's car was not ideal. Instead, he decided to seize the opportunity presented by Shen Anna's intention to purchase a vehicle and resolve the matter in one go. Once the car situation was settled, Chen Anna inquired about the timeline for the headquarters construction project. Chen Yang suggested she consult Liu Shiji, who had expressed interest in assisting Chen Yang with building the headquarters. Despite currently lacking any active projects after failing to secure land for the International Film City. After leaving the company, Chen Yang received a call from Zhao Xiaoli, who informed him that she had successfully negotiated contracts with the landlords of 4 shops, with all necessary documents prepared and awaiting Chen Yang's signature and payment. Without hesitation, Chen Yang hung up the phone and drove straight to meet Zhao Xiaoli in the temporary CEO office of the Leibexing Agricultural Products Trading Company. Luo Shui complained to Shen Anna, "Anna, our boss may be small in stature, but his ambitions are truly vast. He hasn't even started establishing an offline sales platform, and he's already contemplating expansion into the online realm. Doesn't he worry about spreading himself too thin and achieving nothing on either front?" Shen Anna chuckled, responding, "How do you know he hasn't been working on the offline sales platform? It's just not in Xingqing." Curious, Luo Shui asked, "Does our company have operations in other cities?" Shen Anna explained, "She has an agricultural products supermarket in Qingshui City, which is thriving, with lines of over 1,000 customers daily." Luo Shui was incredulous. "Anna, are you joking? How can a supermarket for agricultural products attract 1,000 people? Is he selling gold?" Shen Anna clarified, "He isn't selling gold, but indeed agricultural products. However, everything is at a 50% discount, losing money to gain popularity." Luo Shui instantly comprehended, refraining from criticizing Chen Yang this time, as promotional events for new store openings are indeed the best form of publicity. Although Chen Yang as promotional strategy seemed a bit extravagant, he could afford the losses. "Shall we agree to let Luo Hao establish the online sales platform then?" "Of course. The boss has spoken. We cannot oppose." Luo Shui thought it reasonable, acknowledging that they were merely employees. She promptly sought out Luo Hao, instructing him to leave contact details for necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Chen Yang drove to the Xingqing Real Estate Bureau to meet Zhao Xiaoli. Under her guidance, he met with the landlords of the 4 shops. He reviewed the shop transfer contracts, found no issues, signed, and made the payment. After completing all the formalities, the sun was nearly setting. Chen Yang drove Zhao Xiaoli back to her residence and handed her 8,000 yuan, the promised bonus for acquiring the shops. Having received 10,000 yuan from Chen Yang that morning, Zhao Xiaoli adamantly refused this additional amount, unable to persuade her otherwise. Chen Yang reluctantly abandoned the matter for the time being. Before parting ways, Chen Yang reminded Zhao Xiaoli not to rush into establishing a real estate agency. At this stage, his primary objective remained finding suitable shops for the Leibexing supermarket. Establishing a solid sales network in Xingqing was crucial for the company to get on the right track. Chapter 81. A proper personal assistant to expedite the shop purchasing process. Chen Yang called Shen Anna, requesting that she temporarily assign Zhao Xiao to serve as his personal assistant. Initially, Shen Anna was puzzled, asking, "Boss, since you're not involved in the daily operations, why do you need a personal assistant?" Chen Yang explained, "I plan to acquire several shops for the agricultural products supermarket. Searching alone is too slow." Shen Anna inquired further, "Why choose Zhao Xiao?" Chen Yang remarked, "She conducts market research, and running around will help her familiarize herself with the environment, making her future work more efficient." Shen Anna found this rationale convincing. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Boss, I think since the company is just starting, renting shops might be more suitable than buying. If the market turns unfavorable, we can mitigate losses." "Exactly. My plan is to purchase the shops and then lease them to the company, allowing it to operate without burdens," Chen Yang replied. Shen Anna felt somewhat confused, having just arranged for the company to rent dormitories. Now Chen Yang was suggesting renting shops. "Boss, is this really a sensible strategy? Renting dormitories and shops simultaneously?" Chen Yang responded nonchalantly, "Why not? The company will eventually need to rent shops. It's just a matter of who we rent from. Chen Anna felt conflicted. Boss, your approach may cause dissent among the staff. Chen Yang assured her, that's fine. If they have objections, they don't have to rent. I'm quite democratic and would never force anyone to act against the company's interests. After some consideration, Chen Anna agreed to the rentals, but insisted on inspecting the locations first, stating that if they were unsuitable, the company had the right to refuse. Chen Yang reassured her. Rest assured, I won't invest in locations that are inadequate. Finally, Chen Anna understood Chen Yang's true intention behind having Zhao Xiaoxiao act as his personal assistant. Familiarizing herself with the environment was merely a pretext. The real aim was to handle his personal affairs. It made sense that he would proactively discuss this with her. Chen Anna directed Chen Yang to wait at the hotel where Zhao Xiaoxiao was resting. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Xiaoxiao emerged, wearing a white low-cut tank top that revealed an expanse of fair skin and a deep neckline, complemented by a black form-fitting miniskirt that barely concealed her thighs, swaying gracefully with her movements, exuding endless charm. Upon seeing Chen Yang's car, Zhao Xiaoxiao smiled coyly and sashayed over. Chen Yang found himself momentarily flustered by her attire. Wasn't he just going to view a shop? Why did she appear as if she were attending a ball? Boss, do I look beautiful? She asked. Beautiful, he affirmed. So, do you want to pursue me? She teased. Sister, are you aware of your age? Do you still wish for an old cow to eat tender grass? Chen Yang retorted. Didn't you say you'd be my personal assistant? Zhao Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed and wished to retreat into a crevice. When Chen Anna called her, she had thought it was because Chen Yang was interested in her. The idea of being a personal assistant was just a ruse. Chen Yang Sigit, I truly meant for you to be my legitimate personal assistant. Whereas the illegitimacy in that? Zhao Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, and she turned to flee back into the hotel. Chen Yang, seeing her attempt to leave, hurriedly called out, that was a slip of the tongue. I apologize. No need. I just want to change into something more suitable. Zhao Xiaoxiao replied awkwardly. Chen Yang, not wishing to waste time, quickly complimented her. This outfit is quite fine. Standing on the street, you could captivate an entire street. Really? Are you sure you're not just flattering me? Zhao Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted instantly. Absolutely, without a doubt. Chen Yang urged her to get into the car. This time, she did not refuse. It must be said that Zhao Xiaoxiao possessed an undeniable charm. Just standing at the entrance of the real estate agency, she easily captivated the attention of the young real estate agents. On the way, Chen Yang had already discussed a strategy with Zhao Xiaoxiao, asking her to portray the role of a wealthy lady from a prominent family who secretly invested in shops without her husband's knowledge, helping her idol brother, Chen Yang, establish a business. This approach proved remarkably effective. Zhao Xiaoxiao's unique allure transformed the previously indifferent real estate agents into enthusiastic guides. They not only personally escorted Chen Yang and Zhao Xiaoxiao to inspect the shops, but also patiently answered all of Zhao Xiaoxiao's inquiries. To everyone's surprise, when Zhao Xiaoxiao negotiated prices with the landlords, the agents assisted in communication and negotiation, striving to secure the most favorable price for her. Their enthusiasm made even Zhao Xiaoxiao feel somewhat shy. By day's end, Chen Yang successfully acquired 8 shops in prime locations, although only 4 were contiguous. The potential for appreciation was substantial. In the subsequent days, Chen Yang and Zhao Xiaoxiao employed the same strategy to acquire 40 commercial properties in several other districts of Star City. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoli successfully secured 4 sets of row houses. After calculating, Chen Yang realized he had purchased a total of 64 storefronts, with an average expenditure of 400,000 yuan per property, amounting to a total of 25.6 million yuan. Although only half of these storefronts could be utilized as supermarkets for agricultural products catering to the public, Chen Yang felt quite satisfied. Initially, he planned to open 8 supermarkets, and once their reputation was established, he would expand by adding more branches nearby, thereby minimizing risk. As a token of appreciation for Zhao Xiaoxiao's tireless efforts over the past few days, Chen Yang decided to gift her a present. Once Zhao Xiaoxiao confirmed that Chen Yang was not jesting, she cautiously and eagerly expressed her desire for a Nikon DSLR camera. which she had long wished to purchase but had refrained from due to the exorbitant prices of new models in the market. Chen Yang promptly drove to the Nikon camera specialty store in Star City International Shopping Center, allowing Zhao Xiao to select her desired camera. And he purchased one for himself as well, totaling an expenditure of 20,000 yuan. The primary purpose behind Chen Yang's acquisition of the DSLR was to facilitate photography for online sales. At this stage, the only smartphone capable of taking pictures was the Nokia 7650, priced above 6,000 yuan domestically and with a mere 300,000 pixels. In terms of photography, its cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to that of a DSLR. Upon receiving her coveted camera, Zhao Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. On their way back to the dormitory, she enthusiastically threw herself into Chen Yang's arms for a passionate embrace and bestowed upon him a warm kiss. After she exited the car, Chen Yang quickly wiped the lipstick from his face, reflecting on the enchanting allure of wealth. Since his rise to affluence, he had encountered an abundance of beautiful women eager to shower him with affection. For a fleeting moment, he even regretted having ended his bachelorhood too early. For Lin Wei, he had forsaken an entire forest for a single tree. Yet, Chen Yang understood that without Lin Wei, he would have faced numerous hidden threats, such as Zhang Jun's conspiracy to hire someone to harm him. Had it not been for Lin Wei's investigation, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 82, The Land Rover Upgrade. After Chen Yang approved the car purchase, Shen Anna acquired a Mercedes for her personal use and a fully equipped Land Rover Range Rover for Chen Yang. Additionally, she procured an Iveco van and four-wheeling small trucks, with the Iveco designated for transporting employees to and from work and a small truck for delivering goods to clients or storefronts. The total expenditure for these 7 vehicles exceeded 5 million yuan. Shen Anna initially hoped that Chen Yang would purchase these vehicles under his personal name, but after discussions with finance officer Qian Duo, she ultimately opted to utilize the company account. Following Chen Yang's announcement that the location for the new store had been finalized, Shen Anna accompanied Zhao Xiao to the site for an inspection, which left her feeling quite satisfied. Although some of Chen Yang's actions were difficult to comprehend, he proved to be a reliable boss. Upon returning to the company, she convened a meeting with the entire management team in her capacity as CEO. When Chen Yang attended as an observer, he noticed the addition of 2 male supervisors. Through Shen Anna's introduction, he learned that one was in charge of marketing while the other oversaw warehousing. Zhao Xiao appeared somewhat flustered, immediately lowering her head to feign interest in her documents upon Chen Yang's arrival. Chen Yang paid little heed to Zhao Xiao's demeanor. While she was indeed attractive, he was not particularly attracted to older women, especially those a decade his senior. Moreover, in terms of both looks and physique, Zhao Xiao could not hold a candle to Lin Wei. Chen Yang's gift of the camera to Zhao Xiao was purely a gesture of compensation for her running errands in recent days. By his standards for rewarding Zhao Xiaoli, a digital camera was indeed a modest gift. The focus of Shen Anna's meeting was the opening of the new store. They deliberated whether to gradually enter the market one by one or to launch all at once. The marketing department supervisor, Wang Ziqiang, was the first to voice his opinion. The new sales staff we've recently hired are still in training and have yet to be assigned to various regions for formal business operations. If we attempt to supply goods in bulk to both Star City and Qingshui simultaneously at this juncture, I fear we may encounter issues with insufficient supply. The supervisor of the warehousing department, He Fei, also offered his insights. The company has yet to secure a suitable warehouse, and the new employees are still undergoing training. Opening stores at this time seems a bit hasty. Zhao Xiao, as a full participant in the new store's development, chimed in with her perspective. Many of the properties purchased by the boss are still operational, and compensation discussions are ongoing. If we rush this process, the cost could escalate significantly. After hearing their comments, Shen Anna turned to Chen Yang. Boss, what are your thoughts? Naturally, Chen Yang supported a gradual approach. If they acted too aggressively, it could jeopardize the company, and the losses would ultimately fall upon him. With everyone's opinions aligned, Shen Anna began to allocate tasks. She instructed Wang Ziqiang to expedite, sending his team to Qingshui to negotiate business dealings, as they had a list provided by Su Li, the deputy mayor of Qingshui, which would simplify matters. She also tasked He Yifei with finalizing the warehouse rental within a week. Without a warehouse, the storage and sorting of goods would become exceedingly troublesome. After the meeting concluded, Shun Anna broached the subject of accommodations with Chen Yang, mentioning that Luo Hao had made promises to his former team regarding single-room dormitories for the newcomers. She inquired whether Chen Yang could fulfill this commitment. Chen Yang, in need of talent in the field of computing, readily agreed. In truth, he would not only arrange single-room dormitories. If Luo Hao's team could establish the online sales platform for him before the emergence of certain e-commerce giants, he would have no qualms about providing them with housing. After leaving the company, Chen Yang returned to Lu Shiji's office to return the keys to the BMW. Lu Shiji was delighted by Chen Yang's visit. Buziman, when will you take me to the stock market for another profitable venture? My funds in Qingqing's account are about to grow stale. You should consult Su Mingyue for that. She is not reliable. Whenever I ask her whether she can make a profit, she always beats around the bush, lacking any confidence. The stock market is inherently unpredictable. Who can guarantee a 100 profit? If you seek stable returns, you should focus on real estate. Lu Shiji suddenly became interested. Chen Yang, do you also have faith in the real estate market? Of course. Chen Yang replied. If I didn't believe in real estate, how could I possibly purchase a unit from you? My money doesn't come from the wind. Lu Shiji pondered this and agreed. Since Chen Yang's arrival, properties in Sunshine Garden had sold significantly better. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Chen Yang, is Zhao Xiaoli working for you? Chen Yang did not deny it. She has been assisting me in locating commercial properties. Why? Are you regretting letting her go? Lu Shiji sighed. He felt somewhat reluctant to part with Zhao Xiaoli. But for the sake of family harmony, he had to make the painful sacrifice. Chen Yang then inquired, do you have a new manager in your sales department? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. Is there a problem? Chen Yang asked, is the new manager someone your sister-in-law recommended? Lu Shiji's expression darkened as he immediately grasped Chen Yang's implication. He believed he had a firm grip on the company, only to discover that his wife had been secretly monitoring him. This was quite alarming. Chen Yang's intention was to provide Zhao Xiaoli with a sense of vindication. Noticing Lu Shiji's emotional shift, he realized his objective had been achieved. However, being an outsider, it was not his place to offer suggestions regarding internal company matters. After a brief chat, Chen Yang took his leave, striding with a light yet resolute gait into the spacious and somewhat dimly lit underground parking garage of the Xinhui building. The air was permeated with a faint scent of gasoline and the dust lingering in the wake of passing vehicles. Chen Yang's gaze darted around eagerly, searching for the customized Range Rover that Shun Anna had procured for her. At last, in a secluded corner, I caught sight of its silhouette. The vehicle stood quietly, resembling a slumbering giant, exuding an aura of majesty and elegance. Its sleek lines flowed naturally, as if crafted by nature itself. The paint glimmered with a dazzling sheen, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky. As I approached, I was further awed by its top-tier configuration. The oversized wheels, paired with high-performance tires, promised an astonishing burst of power at any moment. The exquisite interior featured the finest leather, its delicate softness inviting one to linger. The seats boasted electric adjustment functions, along with massage and heating features, offering an unparalleled comfort experience. The central console was equipped with the latest smart system, with a large screen that displayed information clearly and was easy to navigate. The sound system was exceptional, with music that resonated like heavenly melodies. This flagship Range Rover was undoubtedly the king of automobiles, with every detail reflecting luxury and quality. Driving such a vehicle back to the countryside would not only be eye-catching, but also incredibly comfortable. Chapter 83. The Anger of Yi Xan. Anna, I am truly regretting my decisions. How could I have been so foolish as to introduce you to that scoundrel Chen Yang? Yi Qin lamented. Her brow furrowed as she looked at Shun Anna with concern. Shun Anna instinctively touched her cheek and rummaged through her handbag to retrieve a small, exquisite makeup mirror. She scrutinized her reflection, noting the dark circles and signs of fatigue, though she felt it wasn't as severe as Exin claimed. Is it really that bad? I can't see it, she replied incredulously. When your cosmetics can no longer conceal it, it will be too late, Exin retorted sharply. You should quit your job immediately. If you're too embarrassed to say it, I'll speak to Chen Yang myself. Chen frowned slightly, a flicker of discontent flashing in her beautiful eyes as she shot Exin a disdainful glance. Oomph. Do you have any idea how much effort I've put in lately? Working day and night, I've toiled like a beast, and finally, the company is on the right track, ready for official operations. You think I can just walk away now, as if it's a child's game? Exin was taken aback. It hasn't been long, and your shabby company is already operational? Are you sure you're not joking? Shabby company? Chen was distinctly displeased by Exin's words and quickly countered. As far as I know, there are fewer than 50 enterprises in Xingqing that have invested over 10 million. Even if our conditions are lacking, we are still among the top 50 in the city. How can you call that shabby? All right, you're a big company now. Exin didn't wish to engage in a pointless argument with Chen. Her primary concern was how Chen Yang's company could become operational so swiftly. Just over a week ago, she had personally participated in the logistics of the temporary office for the agricultural products trading company. At that time, the entire office building was desolate, with only Chen as the sole commander. Have you hired all your staff? Are the supplies, storefronts, and warehouses ready? Chen nodded and replied. The management team is mostly complete. As for supplies, Chen Yang has established fixed partnerships in Qingshui City, which should suffice for now. He has also purchased several storefronts within the third ring of Xingqing, enabling us to operate 8 stores. What we currently lack is a suitable cold storage facility. I came to see if you have any recommendations. Exin scoffed. I knew you wouldn't come without a reason. It's hard to get you to chat without a purpose. Chen immediately adopted a cheerful demeanor, leaning against Exin and sweetly pleading, Darling, this isn't my first time as a CEO. I must achieve something. Once the company is stable, I promise to spend quality time with you. Stop. You're giving me goosebumps, Exin replied, feeling a mix of concern and annoyance. She was primarily worried that Chen was overworking herself and jeopardizing her health. Having just lost love, she dreaded the thought of further complications in Chen well-being, especially when it came to explaining it to her parents abroad. There's an old cold storage facility for transfer at the Nanjing Agricultural Products Trading Market. I'll get you the contact number later. Let Chen Yang handle it himself. Exin, I absolutely adore you. Chen exclaimed, planting a kiss on Exin's cheek. Exin shook her head in resignation. She reminded Chen, business is business, and personal is personal. Don't let yourself get involved with that rogue. What are you thinking? Chen rolled her eyes. I'm 10 years older than Chen Yang. How could he possibly like me? Besides, he's married to Lin. Exin warned. That brat Chen Yang is generous with the women around him and has good standing. I'm worried you might be foolish. Chen vowed. Rest assured, Chen will never develop feelings for a married man. Exin felt satisfied with this response. She continued, Wang Yichen has recently been up to something, trying to stake a claim on the Zhang Group's land in the international new city. You're about to witness some drama. That land has already been notarized. How could anything change? Chen mood dipped upon hearing a name she despised. It has been notarized, but the project's approval procedures have yet to be completed. Exin couldn't help but think of a certain handsome, yet irritating figure, remarking, Speaking of which, we have to thank Chen Yang. He has had Lu Shiji spreading rumors about the Zhang Group's internal strife at the club. Not only did he undermine the Zhang Group, but he also lured out the Wang family. Chen inquired with curiosity, What do you plan to do about him? Exin replied, In business rivalry, there are always unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Once the Wang family embarks on this path, I'll have my ways to topple him. Chen seemed to be touched by some hidden emotions, suddenly bowing her head in silence. Exin noticed and cautioned, You mustn't be soft-hearted. If I find out you've secretly tipped him off, we can no longer be sisters. Chen forced a smile, saying, Don't worry. I'm not foolish to the point of no return. Exin finally sighed in relief. Chen Yang had already sabotaged her once. If Shun Anna were to do the same, her mental state would be thoroughly shattered. Shun Anna recalled something and asked Exin, "When will the paperwork for our land be completed?" Exin replied nonchalantly, "You needn't worry about that land. If not for the mandatory processes, the local government would be eager for you to start construction immediately." Shun Anna nodded, reassured by Exin's words. If she said there wouldn't be any issues, then there likely wouldn't be. She dialed Chen Yang's number, relaying the cold storage address and contact information provided by Exin. Exin, watching from the side, suddenly felt irked. "Anna, you need to tell Chen Yang to come here and get a membership." Shun Anna looked at her in confusion. "Dear, did I hear you correctly? It seems you were the one who previously prohibited him from coming here." Exin retorted, "If he doesn't come, I'll 1 get paid. I can't keep giving away information for free." Shun Anna, now sensitive to financial matters, immediately shook her head in refusal. "Our company has just started. We can't afford the exorbitant membership fee for Weiju. You should target other wealthy patrons." Exin scoffed, "Your company may be broke, but Chen Yang has money. That guy made over 100 million in the stock market. What is wrong with him contributing a little?" Shun Anna considered this and smiled. "Should I call him again and mention it?" Exin nodded vigorously, adding, "Make sure he goes for the highest tier." Shun Anna dialed Chen Yang's number. "Boss, Exin said you should come to Weiju for a membership." "What? No signal? Where are you?" Shun Anna dialed Chen Yang's phone number once more, but this time it was directly turned off. Exin, seething with anger, clenched her teeth and cursed into the air, "Chun, let me not see you at Weiju again." Chapter 84. Acquiring Yun City Biotechnology. Upon receiving Shun Anna's call, Chen Yang proceeded to the cold storage facility located behind the agricultural wholesale market in the southern part of the city, accompanied by He Fei and the 2 newly recruited employees. The cold storage was vast, sprawling over an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. After contacting the facilities manager, Chen Yang instructed He Fei and the employees to conduct an inspection. The feedback indicated that the cold storage was equipped with an array of modern facilities. From the advanced refrigeration system to the efficient ventilation apparatus, everything had been meticulously selected and installed. The storage space was both spacious and well-lit, divided into numerous areas to accommodate various goods. Furthermore, the facility boasted a comprehensive surveillance system, fire safety measures, and convenient transport passages, among other amenities. Chen Yang found it puzzling that, despite the cold storage being relatively new and fully equipped, the owner was looking to sell. He attempted to call Exin to inquire about the situation, but his calls went unanswered. He surmised that she was still upset over his refusal to become a member. Reluctantly, he decided to call Shun Anna instead. "Boss, is there something you need? Anna, could you please find out why the owner of this cold storage wants to transfer it? Is there a problem?" "No, it's just strange that they're ISNT1. After hanging up, Shun Anna took about 10 minutes to respond. "Boss, Exin mentioned that the owner recently lost a significant amount of money gambling on football, and after borrowing from a loan shark to invest in stocks, he incurred further losses. He is in urgent need of cash to pay off his debts. If you wish to acquire it at the lowest price, she can mediate. What are the conditions? Become a member. Then let us opt for the most basic membership. As you know, the company has numerous financial needs. We must uphold the spirit of frugality." "All right, just return for now." Exin advised against acting too hastily. After concluding the call, Chen Yang escorted He Fei and the others back to the company. Despite Exin's temperamental nature, Chen Yang had complete faith in her capabilities. He understood the necessity of the 500,000 yuan membership fee, with the substantial expenses of Weiju if everyone were to exploit information for free. The establishment would inevitably face ruin. With the issue of the cold storage in capable hands, Chen Yang prepared to return home. He was confident that Shun Anna would follow up, and he merely needed to handle the payment. Upon arriving back at the residential complex of Shida Affiliated High School, he coincidentally encountered Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue descending the stairs. Su Mingyue appeared rather despondent, while Lu Qingqing softly consoled her. "What's wrong? Did you break up?" "No. The stock she was interested in has been rising these past few days, but she didn't purchase it." As an experienced stock trader, Chen Yang understood the feeling of missing out on a profitable opportunity. "It's just one missed chance. Don't worry, as long as you're in the stock market, You'll have many more opportunities to miss. You'll get used to it. Lu Qingqing shot Chen Yang a reproachful look, half-jokingly admonishing, "Senior, there's no need for you to be so unsympathetic." Chen Yang chuckled. "No matter how sweetly I speak, it won't change the outcome. The key is for her to learn from her experiences and act decisively when the time is right." Lu Qingqing pouted. "It's easy for you to say. What if it drops? Wouldn't you and my brother blame her?" Chen Yang replied, "If that's the mindset, then your brother and I would have no choice but to withdraw our funds. An indecisive stockbroker is one no one dares to invest with." Su Mingyue, hearing this, grew anxious and grasped Chen Yang's hand, pleading, "Chen Yang, please don't withdraw yet. I promise I'll adjust." Lu Qingqing chimed in, "Senior, you've shared classes together. Su has helped you earn so much money. How can you be so heartless?" Chen Yang withdrew his hand from Su Mingyue's grasp. "Investment is a business. It cannot be dictated by emotions. If it were merely about friendship, I could invite you both for a delightful meal or a trip to unwind. Su Mingyue implored. Chen Yang, just give me one more night, and I promise I'll provide you with a satisfactory response." This time, Chen Yang did not refuse. Seeing this, Su Mingyue immediately dashed back to Lu Qingqing's apartment to research stocks. "Senior, you've changed." Lu Qingqing expressed her dissatisfaction with Chen Yang's apparent indifference. Watching Su Mingyue disappear, Chen Yang sighed. Her indecisive attitude will not serve her well as a stockbroker. It's better to give her a push now than to see her get eliminated later. If she succeeds, that's wonderful. If not, she can pivot in time and avoid wasting her youth. While Lu Qingqing was not particularly knowledgeable about stocks, she understood the essence of Chen Yang's words, and her expression brightened. "Senior, so you never intended to withdraw? You made me worry for nothing." Chen Yang remarked, "Whether to withdraw or not depends on her performance. As far as I know, your brother has already lost confidence in her." Lu Qingqing had heard Lu Shiji's complaints as well. She clenched her fists and declared, "Then I must go encourage Su." With that, she hurried back inside. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chen Yang took a shower and went to bed. Upon awakening, he discovered a flurry of messages from Su Mingyue. She recommended the stock Yun City Biotechnology, stating that the company had recently developed numerous new projects and had business connections with several major domestic enterprises. She wished to give it a try. Chen Yang recalled that Yun City Biotechnology had indeed seen a price rise for some time. After checking online, he found that the stock had been declining for 5 consecutive days, dropping from 22 to 18 yuan. If his memory served him correctly, the stock should eventually reach 25 yuan. Contemplating this, Chen Yang replied to Su Mingyue, advising her to invest in Yun City Biotechnology. Su Mingyue, likely having stayed up all night, was apprehensive upon receiving Chen Yang's message, fearing she had misread it, and promptly knocked on his door. "Didn't I tell you to invest? What is the issue? How much should I buy? You're so confident. Just go all in." "Okay. Should I also inform General Lu?" "Handle it as you see fit. Don't ask me about everything. Investing in stocks inherently carries risks, and General Lu is not unreasonable." "Chen Yang, thank you for your support." Su Mingyue bowed gratefully to him. "You're being overly formal." Chen Yang turned aside, not wishing to receive such a gesture. He was giving Su Mingyue an opportunity to grow, while she was helping him earn money. Fundamentally, it was a mutually beneficial relationship, devoid of any benevolence. Feeling reassured by Chen Yang's affirmation, Su Mingyue's spirits lifted considerably. She hurried back home to contact Lu Shiji. However, Lu Shiji indeed lacked confidence in her. His call swiftly reached Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, have you bought Yun City Biotechnology?" "Not yet. Su Mingyue said it was worth buying, so I told her to proceed." "How confident are you?" "I see that she is very confident. It should yield some profit." "How much are you planning to invest?" 20 million. After all, it's all profit. Chapter 85. After adverse news comes favorable news. Profits abound. "Teacher Ma, why did you recommend Yun City Biotechnology to Su? What's wrong? All the favorable news circulating is fabricated. You should know this stock holds no investment value." I simply want that little vixen to experience a loss. She thinks she is impressive with 2 benefactors backing her, and is so difficult when it comes to accepting a meal. Those who rely on selling their looks and a stroke of luck to rise should stop pretending to be virtuous." Tichirma. If you do this and her clients incur losses, will it affect the company's reputation? No worries. This stock may lack investment value, but the risk is not substantial. Even if there were losses, the blame lies squarely with that little vixen. It has nothing to do with me, as I wasn't the one orchestrating the trades. Master Ma, something seems amiss. How could Yunqing Biotech stock have surged so rapidly? Damn, that little vixen's clients are truly bizarre. Either they refrain from acting, or when they do, they go all in. With such a strategy, any worthless stock could soar. Should we perhaps follow suit and partake in some profits? Let us not be hasty. This time, there are no favorable restructuring news to inflate her stock. Look at the tepid enthusiasm among our peers. They are likely just observing the spectacle. Who knows? Perhaps those two naive investors are unwittingly assisting the small fry in breaking even. One can only hope. In Lu Qingqing's boudoir, Su Mingwei watched in exhilaration as Yunqing Biotech stock soared, embracing Lu Qingqing and dancing with joy. The stock opened with a 5-point dip, yet she had purchased 715,000 shares at an average price of 17 yuan and 50 fun. She had invested all of Chen Yang and Lu Shiji's 30 million, in addition to a personal investment of 12,500 yuan. Now, the stock price had ascended to 19 yuan and 70 fun, perilously close to the limit on gains. Should the market close with this result, her profits would amount to 3,773,000 yuan. At this moment, an indescribable exhilaration filled Su Mingyue's heart, a sensation akin to standing atop a majestic mountain, gazing down upon a breathtaking vista, or like witnessing a resplendent rainbow emerging after a tempest. Everything felt so sublime and intoxicating. Susu, please stop. You'll shake my bones to pieces, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, firmly grasping Su Mingyue's still swaying form. She found stock traders to be quite mad, capricious in their emotions. Just the day before, they had lamented their fate, only to now celebrate as if it were the new year. Qingqing, I'm so happy. Do you know? In just half an hour, I've made 3,773,000 yuan. That's a sum many would never earn in a lifetime. And what of it? Our senior made over 100 million recently, yet he didn't display such excitement, Lu Qingqing reminded her. Moreover, the profits you currently enjoy will eventually revert to our senior and my brother's accounts. Your share isn't substantial. You don't understand, beyond the monetary rewards. There's a sense of honor in being a stock investor, Su Mingwei declared proudly. After this success, certain individuals in the company will no longer dare to claim I ascended through connections. All right, our Susu is the most formidable stockbroker in Xingqing. Lu Qingqing encouraged her friend with a pat on the shoulder. Formidable might be an overstatement. Su Mingwei, slightly embarrassed by Lu Qingqing's praise, confessed, in truth, this stock was recommended to me by a senior at the company. Lu Qingqing chuckled. Your senior is truly a good person. We should treat him to a meal to express our gratitude. Su Mingwei nodded, recognizing that there are indeed good souls within Xingqing Securities, particularly that senior named Ma. Yunqing Biotech ultimately closed at 19 yuan and 80 fun, yielding Su Mingwei a 15% profit. She immediately called Chen Yang to share the good news and to inquire whether to hold or take profits. Chen Yang calculated and advised her to sell when the stock reached 21 yuan. If it didn't reach that price, she could continue to hold. Su Mingwei heeded Chen Yang's counsel, firmly believing he was no novice regarding stocks. Since her entry into the trading world, she had yet to hear of any novice waiting for a stock to triple before selling. As Chen Yang had anticipated, the next day, Yunqing Biotech opened with another surge. Su Mingyue's shares listed at 21 yuan were all snapped up. After deducting various fees, she earned 5,954,000 yuan from this transaction. Overjoyed, Su Mingwei embraced Lu Qingqing frantically for nearly half an hour. However, she soon discovered that Yunqing Biotech stock had inexplicably plummeted. Upon checking the news, she found that the company had issued a statement clarifying that they had no collaboration intentions with a major corporation. In that moment, Su Mingwei felt as if Chen Yang were possessed by the spirit of a stock god. Not only did he consistently profit with each market entry, but he also managed to extricate himself at critical junctures. She eagerly called Chen Yang. Chen Yang, Do you possess insider information? Not all. What insider information? About Yincheng Biotech. It turns out they have no partnership with that large company. Now that the official news is out, the stock has plummeted, nearing a complete crash. Is that so? Then continue buying. Buying? Are you suggesting I should trade? Yes, my intuition tells me this stock should reach above 21. Really? How much should I buy? Buy it all. If it hits 21 tomorrow, then sell. All right. Su Mingwei decisively made her move, successfully purchasing 1,988,000 shares of Yincheng Biotech at an average price of 18 yuan before the market closed. Her actions astonished the entire Xingqing Securities. Damn, has that little vixen lost her mind? Negative news is out. Everyone is fleeing, yet she wants to bottom fish? Master Ma, isn't this quite splendid? If she makes a few million, you might not sleep well tonight. Haha, you're right. She is truly ignoring the path to heaven and recklessly venturing into hell. Hey, let us wait for the show tomorrow. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yincheng Biotech's official announcement revealed they had made new breakthroughs in the development of a monoclonal antibody drug for emergency use. Once the news broke, the forums exploded. Wow, the upper management of Yincheng Biotech are truly despicable. They frightened everyone away with negative news during the day, only to release favorable news in the evening to boost stock prices. It's clear they're shearing the sheep. To my fellow traders, those who sold at the limit down, my heart feels so cold right now. I was fortunate to exit at 20, making a small profit. I wonder if there will be another opportunity to buy back in. Haha, my internet was slow, and I almost smashed my keyboard because I didn't get out in time. Who would have thought that misfortune would lead to fortune? Have you all realized? Xingqing Securities is the real powerhouse. They heated up Yincheng Biotech, then dumped it, and now they're trading again. This operation is simply brilliant. Chapter 86, Spending Like Water. As expected, when the market opened the next day, Yincheng Biotech's stock hit the limit up. Su Mingwei excitedly sought out her senior, Ma Chaoyun, to express her gratitude and even suggested treating him to a meal. My stomach's been a bit off lately. Let us do it next time. Ma Chaoyun declined her invitation. His previously unremarkable face now bore the expression of someone who had just been forced to consume something repugnant, looking utterly ghastly. He had intended to leverage Yincheng Biotech to manipulate the naive Su Mingwei, but the developments had completely taken him by surprise. Not only did he fail to control the situation as he had hoped, but he inadvertently assisted Su Mingwei in earning a significant profit. At this moment, Su Mingwei's growing joy only served to further sour Ma Chaoyun's mood. To make matters worse, he had misjudged the situation, missing 2 opportunities to profit and even driving away a major client with whom he had collaborated for a year. After last night's announcement from Yincheng Biotech, Ma Chaoyun had endured an hour-long tirade from that client, resulting in the dissolution of their partnership. Senior, health is the foundation of revolution. You ought to rest more and avoid falling ill, Su Mingwei remarked. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to fall ill? Senior, please don't misunderstand. I naturally hope for your good health, so you can help me earn more. One cannot rely on luck to earn money every time. Ma Chaoyun, disinterested in continuing the conversation with Su Mingwei, walked away with a dark expression, leaving Su Mingwei standing there in a state of bewilderment. She was at a loss as to which of her words had inadvertently offended this deity of wealth. However, her fleeting disappointment was swiftly overshadowed by the exhilaration of her stocks reaching their peak. Presently, she held a staggering 1,988,000 shares of Yincheng Bio. Should the market align with Chen Yang's projections and the price ascend to 21 yuan, the total value would soar to an astonishing 41,748,000 yuan. After deducting costs, her profits would exceed 11 million yuan. Su Mingwei was not greedy. Despite Yincheng Bio hitting a new high the following day, she promptly sold her shares at the price of 21 yuan each. Having received professional training, she understood that no matter how favorable the market conditions appeared, securing profits was the only true measure of success. Her astute investment bore fruit, yielding substantial returns. After the market closed, Chen Yang conferred with Liu Shiji and decided to allocate 500,000 yuan from the total profits as a bonus for Su Mingwei. Subsequently, he advised her to maintain a cash position. At the very moment Su Mingwei liquidated her holdings, the seasoned stockbroker Ma Chaoyan from Xingqing Securities discreetly took over her shares. He was filled with anticipation, hoping these stocks would surge due to the favorable news from Yunqing Bio, leading to a significant windfall. Yet, the unfolding events took him by surprise. As the stock price reached 22 yuan, the previously unstoppable momentum came to an abrupt halt, akin to a sudden brake being applied. Soon after, influenced by the overall market trend, it began to decline gradually. Ma Chaoyan, with a keen sense for market shifts honed by years of experience, swiftly recognized that Yunqing Bio was on a downward trajectory. Without hesitation, he decided to divest his shares. Upon reviewing the situation, he realized not only had he failed to profit, but he had also incurred a loss of 500,000 yuan. Infuriated, he vented his frustration by smashing everything of little value in his office. At Wuju, Yi Xin presented the drafted transfer documents for the cold storage facility at the Southern Agricultural Products Wholesale Market to Chen Yang for her review. In her quest to secure this 5 million yuan membership fee, she had resorted to some less-than-transparent tactics. Isn't 15 million a bit exorbitant? Chen Yang hesitated upon seeing the transfer price. The company's operational costs were merely 10 million, and the investment for a cold storage facility exceeded the entire budget. It seemed excessively lavish. The initial investment in constructing the cold storage had surpassed 10 million, not to mention the land usage rights. If it weren't for the urgent need to repay debts, even 30 million might not entice a sale. Yi Xin noticed that since Chen Yang had assumed the role of CEO of the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company, she had become exceedingly frugal in all her dealings. This transformation left Yi Xin feeling quite unsettled. All right, I'll communicate with the boss and gauge his thoughts. Chen Yang recognized that Yi Xin had endeavored to negotiate a lower price and quickly relayed the situation to Chen Yang. After hearing her out, Chen Yang expressed that the price was acceptable. However, the details of the contract needed to be reviewed by Qin to prevent any potential future complications. Chen Yang then summoned Qin to Wuju, and after meticulously reviewing the contract 3 times, she finally affixed her signature to the transfer agreement. This time, Chen Yang did not purchase the cold storage in his personal capacity, but instead included it under the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company. Operating and maintaining the cold storage required substantial manpower and resources, which he personally lacked the energy to manage. It was better to reserve it as a capital asset for the company's future public listing. Of course, Chen Yang did not abandon his search for retail spaces throughout Xingqing. Over the past few days, he had been driving around the city, photographing suitable storefronts whenever he encountered them, later discussing them with Zhao Xiaoli. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao, while conducting market research, also assisted Chen Yang in locating potential shops. After several days, they successfully acquired 36 additional stores, bringing the total to a neat 100 when combined with previous purchases. Additionally, Chen Yang purchased an entire floor of office space in Zini Building for 6 million yuan, which was leased by the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company. Considering Zini Building's prime location in the heart of Xingqing, this space would still serve as a vital external office point, even when the company established its headquarters at the Xingqing South Railway Station in the future. Chen Yang calculated that his recent investments in the company amounted to 40 million yuan, 10 million for the headquarters land, 15 million for the cold storage transfer, 5 million for the Wuju membership fee, and 10 million for operational costs. His personal investments also reached 46 million yuan for 100 stores and 1 floor of office space. In less than half a month, he had spent a staggering 86 million yuan. Truly, money flowed like water. Having finalized the transfer of the cold storage, Chen Yang decided it was time to return to Qingshui. On one hand, he had been away from Xingqing for quite a while, and Lin Wei, who had been left alone in their marital abode, had voiced her grievances on multiple occasions. To maintain harmony in their relationship, it was time to return home. On the other hand, the agricultural resources tied to the contract in Panlong Town were nearly depleted. His return was necessary to reassess new resources. Despite the company having dispatched sales personnel to negotiate business in the various counties of Qing Chen Yang chose to take matters into his own hands. His actions were not only aimed at expanding the company's new ventures, but also at leaving a favorable impression on Su Li, the deputy mayor of Qing. This would ensure that, at the very least, for the next 4 years, the Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company would receive enhanced agricultural policy support in Qing.